in the glorious Tang Dynasty during the Chang'an era, inside a bustling restaurant on Zhuge Street in Chang'an. Shi Shuo propped his head up in utter boredom, gazing at the endless stream of people passing along the street. Ding. System task: the host must cure a patient's asthma-like qi disorder and have her husband husk all the millet stored in the backyard. Unlock sweet potato seedlings, watermelon seeds. The moment Shi Shuo heard the voice, he spat out a mouthful of tea, staring at the prompt in disbelief and reading it over several times to make sure his eyes were not deceiving him. All the millet in the backyard completely husked. That was not just a few bags. It was more than 20 bags. Even if he processed 5 bags a day, it would still take 5 full days, during which he still had to treat patients and provide 3 meals a day. Moreover, other people's system tasks always came with direct rewards, yet in his case the so-called unlocks still required him to spend points in exchange. 5 years. Did it even know how he had survived these 5 years? He had lain low for 3 years before finally gathering a group of young men to travel around practicing medicine, and only in the end had he settled here in Chang'an. Besides his medical skills being renowned, his outrageous conditions were even more famous. Among the wealthy who came seeking treatment, 9 out of 10 turned and fled the moment they heard his demands. The remaining one was penniless. He ended up losing both wife and soldiers, gaining no advantage at all. Xiaodong, stop grinding for now. Go downstairs and bring up a patient suffering from a qi disorder. The medicine boy, who had been grinding herbs, accepted the order at once and hurried down the stairs. Empress Zhangsun's face was a little pale as she looked at the bustling street where people streamed past, and a long queue had already formed. Beside a tavern, several physicians were also feeling pulses and treating ailments. I did not expect there to be so many physicians in this place. Shimin held her hand, gently patting it to soothe her. Guanyanbi, do not worry. Since Sun Simiao has said that this person's talent surpasses his own, he will certainly be able to cure your illness. It is just that this man's conditions are said to be somewhat peculiar. Empress Zhangsun nodded. If he cannot cure it, do not make things difficult for him. On hearing this, Shimin also nodded. He fully understood what Guanyanbi meant, yet even Sun Simiao had been helpless before this qi disorder. Her condition was growing more and more severe. All he could do now was take her around in search of remedies, hoping against hope for a stroke of fortune. Cough, cough. Empress Zhangsun gazed at the lively street, raised her handkerchief to her lips, and let out a few drops. A nearby medicine boy heard the sound and immediately walked over. Seeing Empress Zhangsun's pallid complexion, he casually reached out to feel her pulse. You are suffering from a qi disorder. You should be exactly the person Brother Shi Shuo is looking for. Please come with me. Hearing this, Shimin exchanged a glance with Empress Zhangsun. The other party actually knew they would come. Without a word, the two of them followed the medicine boy up to the 3rd floor of the restaurant. Shimin was taken aback by the splendor within the restaurant. Calligraphy and paintings were everywhere, too numerous to count. No wonder Fuchi had kept telling him that coming here once in his life would leave no regrets. The medicine boy pushed open the door on the 3rd floor. Brother Shi Shuo, I have brought the person you wanted. Following the boy's gaze, Shimin saw a young man leaning against the wall, holding a pot of tea and looking out at the thronging street below. Unlike others who all wore their hair bound up, he simply let his hair fall loose, pinned haphazardly with a single hairpin. You are Shi Shuo? How did you know we would come today? Shi Shuo turned his head and casually sized the pair up. Jade pendants hung at their waists, clearly no common items. No wonder the long silent system had finally issued a task, so they were wealthy. It seemed the system's eye was rather high. I saw it coming. Empress Zhangsun also looked toward him, and when her gaze fell upon Shi Shuo's face, her heart pounded wildly, and she grew intensely agitated. Unable to help herself, she walked quickly over to stand before him, staring intently at him. How old are you this year? 16, Shi Shuo replied, utterly puzzled. People often asked his age, but not usually right at the start like this. And questions were one thing. She would not stop staring at him. Could it be that she did not trust his medical skills? Or was it that he was simply too handsome, irresistible to young and old alike? It seemed that in future he would have to be a little more careful when going out. If someone were to faint from his looks alone, even this whole restaurant would not be enough to pay for the damages. Madam, do you perhaps not believe in my medical skills? No. Zhangsun Wugo hurriedly shook her head. Then please sit down. I will take your pulse. Shi Shuo reached out to support her into the chair at the side, then after finishing taking her pulse, stared blankly at Zhangsun Wugo's face as she hovered on the verge of tears. He had not really done anything. He had simply seen that she was a patient, felt his professional instincts kick in, and offered a supporting hand. How had it led to her almost bursting into tears? Madam, are you feeling unwell anywhere? No. Zhangsun Wugo, realizing she had lost her composure, hastily wiped away her tears. Sensing her strangeness, Shimin silently stepped forward and patted her back, wordlessly comforting her. Little brother, how is my lady's illness? It can be cured, Shi Shuo said, pouring himself tea and casually crossing one leg over the other. Or rather, in this world no one but me can cure it. Hearing these words, the burden that had weighed on Shimin's heart for so many years finally lightened a little. Yet looking at the youth before him, not yet of great age, he could not help but feel that this one knew far too well how to put on airs. His tone was so brazen it made Shimin itch to give him a beating. As long as you can cure my lady, whatever you ask for I will place before you. So long as it does not violate the laws of heaven, I am willing to do anything, he added. At these words, Shi Shuo's eyes lit up, a hint of slyness flickering within them. This was precisely the sentence he had been waiting for. Go with Xiaodong to the backyard. There are several bags of millet there. Go and remove all their husks. Once you finish, I will treat your lady's illness. Remember, you must do it yourself. At these words, Xiaodong, standing to the side, instantly widened his eyes, staring at Shi Shuo in disbelief. That was not just a few bags. It was more than 20 bags. Very well, Shimin agreed without a second thought. Xiaodong, have the kitchen prepare a bowl of millet porridge and send Xianyu up with it. You need not come back upstairs. All right, brother Shi Shuo. Xiaodong immediately led Shimin away, silently feeling sorry for him in his heart. Yet another pitiful soul being taken advantage of. Shi Shuo took a small bottle of medicine from his sleeve and set it on the table. Madam, later drink the porridge and then take this medicine. If you grow sleepy, you may rest here for a while. If anything comes up, you may ask Xianyu to call me. So that I can keep abreast of your condition at all times, I suggest that you lodge here at the restaurant for the time being. Shi Shuo bit his finger lightly. If not for the system task, if not for the points, he would have preferred to be a good-for-nothing loafer idling his days away counting money. Young master, sure, who are your parents? Empress Zhangsun asked casually. I am an orphan. Then where did you learn such medical skills? When Shi Shuo heard this, he lifted his head to look at Zhangsun Wugo. In her eyes, he saw only complexity without the slightest hint of hostility. When I was young, I studied under a certain physician. It was not exactly a lie, after all, that old man had passed away, though the old fellow's medical skills were only adequate for minor ailments. He had nonetheless raised Shi Shuo to adulthood, and Shi Shuo in turn had allowed him to pass away peacefully in his old age. He owed him nothing now. Shimin followed the medicine boy into the backyard and was utterly dumbfounded. This was what that fellow had called a few sacks. There were more than 20 of them. Though he clearly knew he was being taken advantage of, he still obediently set to work with his own hands. After toiling for quite some time, Shimin discovered that the husks of the millet were perfectly separated from the grains. He found it utterly unbelievable. Such a tiny tool, just fiddled with twice yielded rice, that looked even better than what came from the mill, though the process was somewhat slow. As he thought of Guanyin Bai's illness and how she was still waiting for him to save her, the strength in his hands unconsciously increased. Shi Shuo was speechless. Fortunately, this device was a product of the system, guaranteed in quality, otherwise it would have been ruined by now. What surprised him was that Shimin was actually working there so earnestly and honestly. Suddenly, he felt an odd sourness in his heart, as if craving lemons. Hey, why are you working so fast? Afraid it won't break. At the sound of his voice, Shimin jolted violently, then turned back toward Shi Shuo with lingering fear in his eyes. He saw Shi Shuo standing by the side, decocting medicine with a small dish of herbs in hand, and at once breathed a sigh of relief. How is my wife? She is now taking porridge and medicine. She should be about ready to sleep. Shimin was somewhat astonished by this. His own vision had been too narrow. My thanks. I have merely alleviated her condition. Only when you finish this work can I prescribe truly targeted medicine. Shimin was silent. He clenched his fists. He felt as though he were seeing the shadow of Wei Zhang and was seized by a sudden urge to hit someone. Taking a deep breath, he forced down the agitation in his heart and focused entirely on the device before him. This contraption is quite handy, and the grains come out as neat kernels. It saves labor. Reported to the court, it would certainly be a great merit. There are countless useful things. If all of them were reported to the court, one would gain nothing but promotions and titles. It is better to maintain the status quo, count money, every day walk birds, and sigh over life. As Shi Shuo stirred the medicine pot, he recalled his previous life. Aside from research, it had been all business. He held dozens of patents. By rights, he could have spent the rest of his days idling in comfort. Yet he insisted on doing business, and in the end, because of a woman, perished together with her. He could only say he deserved it for meddling. As the saying goes, a warm bed with wife and child at one side. That is my ideal life. The corner of Shimin's mouth twitched violently. Good heavens! Whose ideal was not to rise in rank and nobility, dreaming of step-by-step advancement? Yet this man took a life of idle ease as his goal. Is there nothing in this world that interests you, There is a faint ripple finally appearing on Shi Shuo's usually Shimin's Jingguan reign is worth observing, to see how he will push the great Tang into an age of prosperity. Shimin's eyes were filled with shock. Whenever people mentioned him, they thought of the Xuanwu Gate incident, killing his brother, forcing his father. He himself had controlled the historians, striving to downplay that affair, yet few ever said they wished to behold the flourishing age. And how do you judge him? A sovereign for the ages. Without him there would be no golden era. Hearing this, Shimin's face lit with excitement. These words struck directly at his heart. But when he saw the utterly impassive face of Shi Shuo, his excitement vanished in an instant. This fellow truly had a paralyzed expression. The medicine is ready. Take it in to your lady. The fee is 500 coins. Pay the shopkeeper. Shimin's hand about to lift the bowl froze midair. He stared at him wide-eyed, his face full of anger. Are you robbed? Outside, a dose of medicine cost at most a dozen coins. Even the Imperial Medical Bureau did not charge such prices. Yet this man opened his lion's mouth at 500 coins, more terrifying than robbery. Li Shimin coughed lightly as he opened the door, just in time to see Empress Zhangsun suddenly awaken. He hurried forward to support her. "My lady, once you drink the medicine you will be fine." Li Shimin lifted the bowl and fed Empress Zhangsun spoonful by spoonful, pausing now and then to wipe away her sweat. His eyes were filled with boundless gentleness. Young master's eyes were practically blinded, the scene was dazzling. Shi Shuo no longer needed tea. His belly was full, stuffed with this display of marital affection. The next day at the hour of evening, Li Shimin quietly slipped away. Shi Shuo still stood on the third floor watching from afar. Not long after they had settled into the guest room the previous night, someone had come to take their pulses and casually carried off the medicine dregs. That person paid a whole ingot of gold on the spot, his exhilaration written plainly on his face, impossible to conceal. From that moment, Shi Shuo had felt that these people were anything but ordinary. Enough, I'll catch up on some sleep. His wife is still here, someone will do the work anyway. In the imperial palace at the Taiji Hall, Your Majesty is saying that such a tiny device can separate rice husks from grain. Wei Zhang held the delicate little rice mill, scrutinizing it carefully. Precisely because it was so small, he was afraid that a single careless exertion of strength might break it. Li Shimin looked at the little gadget. He had seen a child playing with one beside him while he worked, and had secretly taken it away early that morning. After all, he could not carry off the large one. Whether it works or not, bring some grain, and we shall see. The eunuch at Li Shimin's side immediately presented a tray of grain before Wei Zhang. Following Li Shimin's instructions step by step, Wei Zhang operated the device. Watching intact rice grains pour out one by one, his face lit up with excitement. This is a divine artifact, saving both labor and time 100 times more useful than the mill. Fang Xianling held the pile of hulled rice, his eyes shining. From whose hand did such a miraculous object come, so exquisitely wrought? Duanlun gazed at it in joyful wonder. As soon as its creator appeared, he was determined to bring him into the Ministry of Works, even if it meant offending the entire court. He is the proprietor of Yongchang Tavern on Shizuku Street, Shi Shuo. Moreover, it is also he who treated Guanyin by her condition has already improved. When Li Shimin thought of Shi Shuo's appearance of wanting nothing more than to eat and idle his life away, he felt that even the entire civil and military court together might not be able to persuade him. Truly, that is wonderful, wonderful indeed. Upon hearing that the Empress's illness had improved, the happiest of all was Chang'an Wuji. She was his younger sister, Empress of the great Tang, virtuous and gentle. If she were to depart like this, it would be a grievous blow to His Majesty. Only if we wish this man to act, we must agree to his conditions. What promises has Your Majesty already made to him? Does your servant's assistance be required? Li Shimin was silent. What conditions? The man wanted the emperor himself to work for him. How could he possibly say that aloud? If he spoke it, these old fellows would bury the man alive. He demanded that I accomplish this matter alone. My beloved ministers need not concern themselves. That is indeed his way. For one such as he, a high expert, a somewhat eccentric temper, is only natural. Chang'an Wuji had once suggested to Shi Shuo that he enter the court as an official, but regrettably he had been refused. When Wei Zhang heard that it was him, his eyes immediately brightened. This man was his lucky star. If not for his help, Wei Zhang's fierce wife would long ago have buried him, and the grass upon his grave would already stand a meter tall. Your Majesty, since this man can cure the Empress's illness, he ought rightly to be rewarded. And he has created this device benefiting both nation and people, he ought rightly to be ennobled. Li Shimin was quite excited today that old fellow Wei Zhang finally stopped criticizing him. He looked like someone who had never seen the world. As Li Shimin entered the tavern, he noticed Shi Shuo dozing off in the corner. Looking at him, Li Shimin suddenly thought that if this brat were to enter the court with his personality, the entire court would have. He glanced back at the rewards he had brought, thinking it would be a waste to give them to him. Li Shimin sat beside Shi Shuo and finished all the pastries and tea on his table, while Shi Shuo continued to rest his head on the table, sleeping uneasily. Did you go stealing last night? What did you steal? Shi Shuo, hearing this voice, looked at him with a confused expression and yawned. Shouldn't you return what you took rather than questioning me? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was taken aback. If he remembered correctly, he had only taken that small item before dawn. This fellow actually knew that he was involved. That was impressive. I came here with rewards, you see. Your item is very useful to the court, and the emperor is quite pleased. However, if you could get a bigger one, that would be even better. Li Shimin was now fixated on that larger item. He wanted to work, but it seemed the thief was displeased. Shi Shuo shot him a cold glance, thinking that if he wanted his item, he should offer something in exchange, and ask if he was willing. If you wanted it, will cost 500,000 guan cash on delivery, otherwise it's no deal. Li Shimin was speechless. He didn't have private funds, let alone the treasury. How could he afford 500,000? Why not just rob a bank? Shi Shuo, brother, it's bad. The steward of the Chui family from the 5 surnames and 7 clans has come again. He said that if we don't give him the rice mill, he will smash our tavern. Before the person arrived, the sound came first. Xiao Tong rushed down from upstairs with a panicked expression. As Shi Shuo stood up, he collided with Xiao Tong and nearly fell. Li Shimin observed this scene with a smirk. Serves him right, he shouldn't have acted like a slime merchant. A retribution has come. The Chui family's people were back. It seemed this was not their first visit. This was going to be interesting. How many people did he bring? Shi Shuo held his stomach, glancing at Xiao Tong, frowning tightly. It was true that they were not many, but their strength was considerable. Just one person, but he said that if we don't comply, he will make us eat bitter gourd without a word. Shi Shuo paced back and forth upon hearing this. Could he really let him suffer such a loss? This was Chang'an, unless the officials intervened. The officials are not fools. If they cause trouble here, it could reach the emperor's ears. Who would listen to a merchant's servant? What good would it do for them if this matter escalated? Xiao Tong, go find Aunt Zhao, and tell her that we will give her a tael of silver if the matter is resolved. Leave 2 apothecary boys, and keep 2 doctors. The rest can wait on the 2nd floor. If someone comes to smash the shop, we will send someone to report it to the authorities. If they don't smash this tavern today, I will force them to do so. Also bring these people to the 3rd floor. Shi Shuo glanced at the list of gifts, and it was filled with ink, medicinal materials, and even ceramics. To be precise, none of it was useful to him. If the goods disappeared, he had to at least recover some of his initial investment. Xiao Tong was somewhat dazed, completely failing to understand Shi Shuo's meaning, but since Shi Shuo said so, he would just do it. Okay, I'll go now. As Shi Shuo walked to the counter, he saw the Cui family's steward on the 2nd floor looking furious, while the other steward calmly sipped tea, pretending not to see. Before long, a group of young ruffians entered. Dressed in finery, they clearly had wealth, yet they exuded the air of spoiled rich kids. It was obvious that they were not here for a good time. Only the officials' offspring could run rampant in Chang'an without restraint. Business was coming. Shi Shuo sat aside, a smile filling his eyes. Young waiter, bring me my abacus and a pot of tea with some snacks. The young waiter felt a jolt at the sight of the owner's smile. He wasn't afraid of the owner's cold face, but he feared his smile, for when he smiled, something big was about to happen. I've heard that this black shop specializes in unethical deeds and even forces people to sign contracts of servitude. A young man, grinning, tapped a piece of wood on the table, frightening the nearby customers into retreating upstairs. Another young man stepped forward with a serious expression. If you have any grievances, speak up quickly. Today I will smash this black shop for you and avenge you. That's right, don't be afraid. As long as you dare to speak, we guarantee to smash everything here. Shi Shuo watched this opening scene calmly sipping his tea, while kicking a little brother standing nearby. Go ahead, let them smash this place, or else I will smash you all. Several little brothers stared at him in disbelief upon hearing this, but seeing him continuously tapping the abacus, they knew he was serious. Bro, we thought you were just pretending to be crazy, but it turns out you are truly mad. One little brother took a deep breath, crawling and rolling with tears in his eyes, hugging the leg of the leading young man. Exactly, this owner appears gentle on the surface, but he is actually a great tyrant. I have old and young in my family relying on him. Exactly, this owner appears gentle on the surface, but he is actually a great tyrant. I have old and young in my family relying on him to distribute more monthly silver to get by you, otherwise I would have left long ago. Exactly, this owner appears gentle on the surface, but he is actually a great tyrant. I have old and young in my... Shi Shuo thought to himself that this truly was too much for them. If he didn't award them an Oscar for Best Actor, he would be embarrassed to go out. With their expressions, their sob stories, and their movements, one would think they had committed some heinous act. Shimin widened his eyes, looking at Shi Shuo in disbelief, then back at the 5 or 6 people crying out. To be honest, Shi Shuo remained calm, sipping tea and munching on snacks, leisurely tinkering with the items in his hands, while these people claiming to be wronged did not mention that he was the owner. If this was a facade, these people spoke as if it were all too real, making him feel something was amiss. The leading young man, upon hearing this, looked furious and helped the kneeling person up. Don't worry, I Ching Chumo will seek justice for you today. Upon hearing this name, Shi Shuo's eyes shifted slightly and his smile deepened. Brothers, since this shop is so inhumane, let's teach it a lesson by smashing it. After Ching Chumo finished speaking, he took the lead in smashing a table, and the others immediately followed suit with high spirits. The young waiter glanced at the items they were smashing, then looked at Shi Shuo, who was still tapping the abacus. This was a group. He must treat them well later. Could they increase their pay this month? Would life at home be a little better? It all depended on this group of fat sheep. Smash away, they would be happy to trade for new ones. Shimin watched as Shi Shuo's hands incessantly tapped on the beads, feeling as if every bead could calculate everything. Once the young rascals finished smashing, Shi Shuo's hands finally came to a halt. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Cheng Chumo looked around at the excited crowd, waving his hands to greet everyone. Don't be afraid. If the owner here dares to run a black shop, this young master will smash it every time I see it. Close the door. Upon hearing this, the person at the entrance promptly shut the door and stood guard. Cheng Chumo, after witnessing this scene, was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Shi Shuo, who was sitting there munching on snacks and sipping tea. Who are you? Shi Shuo placed the abacus on the table and rolled his eyes dramatically. You smashed this young master's shop, and you ask who I am. So you are the owner here. I didn't expect you to be about the same age as me, but you are a black-haired one. So what if you smashed? My father is Cheng Yaojin Cheng Jijia. Cheng Chumo looked at the boy in front of him, who was almost the same age, slightly more handsome, but with a stiff face. One would think he owed him several hundred coins. Is that it? Competing with fathers? Shi Shuo really can't compete in that regard. Shi Shuo slammed his palm on the table, his eyes sharp and disdainful. Even if Shimin comes today, he must sit obediently and drink tea. Li Shimin, holding a cup of tea, was at a loss whether to drink or not. He wondered if this kid was doing it on purpose. If he wanted to show off, why bring his name into it? Fortunately, no one recognized him, otherwise he would lose face. The items you smashed are worth only 457 coins. I'll round it up to 500. If you can't come up with it today, you'll have to face the officials. The waiter next to him widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing this amount. The things on the ground didn't even add up to 200 coins, yet he claimed it was over 300 more. Was he including labor costs, transportation fees, and meal expenses? The waiter felt he was getting closer to the truth. Li Shimin was stunned to hear 500 coins. Good heavens, that was worth much more than he had brought. However, behind these young rascals were the civil and military officials of his court. Where did this kid get his confidence to ask for such an outrageous amount? Chang'an originally wanted to walk up to Shi Shuo and teach him a lesson, but upon hearing this figure, he slipped and nearly fell flat on his back. What was supposed to be rounding down turned into 500 coins. He didn't even have 5 coins on him. If his father found out, wouldn't he break his legs? You scoundrel, why don't you just rob it? Li Shimin felt quite touched to hear this. If finally someone was voicing his thought. Shi Shuo shrugged, tilted his head slightly, and smiled. I am robbing. What can you do to me? Arrogant, too arrogant. If the previous remark about Li Shimin needing to sit down and drink tea was just out of anger, now he dared to admit it in front of so many people. Chang'an had to think more deeply. What exactly was this kid's identity? Open the door, open the door. We are officials of the Jingzhaoyin. The officials outside knocked loudly on the door, fearing they would be too late and find a deadly battle going on inside. There was a peculiar doctor who claimed to know only a little, but had saved many officials in the court. If he truly wanted to fight among the entire Chang'an city apart from the military generals, no one would be his match. Another group comprised the young rascals of Chang'an, backed by court ministers. If these two groups truly clashed, it would be troublesome for Han Min. Standing outside the door, Han Min wiped his sweat repeatedly, feeling that this matter was beyond his control. They were both a bunch of madmen. Inside, Chang'an felt his heart drop upon hearing this voice. It was over. The officials had arrived so quickly, and it was evident that his father also knew about this, perhaps waiting for him at the Jingzhao government. Without a word, Chang'an dashed towards the nearest window. He was fast, and Shi Shuo was fast too. Shi Shuo grabbed him by the scruff and threw him to the ground. Chang'an truly landed flat on his back this time, staring at Shi Shuo in disbelief. Clearly looking even weaker than him, this person managed to lift him up. Run. I haven't gotten my money back yet. Where can I run to? Shi Shuo looked down at him and said, Open the door. It's time to collect the debt. Shi Shuo glanced at the smiling Chui family member sitting on the second floor. What a clever move to use others to do your dirty work, but unfortunately this knife isn't sharp enough. If you want my things and want me to compromise, you should consider if the Chui family can handle it. After all, he was a modern person. Although this system was unreliable, at least he had it. If worst came to worst, he could exchange for a few firearms to take him down. As Han Min entered, he saw the chaotic hall, Chang'an on the ground, the angry young rascals standing by, and Li Shimin calmly sipping tea in the corner. Han Min was taken aback. His legs felt weak, nearly causing him to kneel. Li Shimin shot him a glare, the threat evident. Han Min quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, silently averting his gaze. The emperor was here, undoubtedly related to the Empress' illness. He should act as if he saw nothing. Oh, my tavern. That damned one actually smashed my tavern. A woman walked in, collapsed on the floor, and cried, clutching the nearby young rascals. You damned ones, just because your family is in power, you bully us orphans and widows. Shi Shuo initially intended to play along and help her up, but hearing this, he took a few steps back. Come everyone, look. Quickly come and judge. We run a small business, yet we attract such calamities. Today it's us, tomorrow it will be you. Li Shimin looked at the abacus on the table. Small business. He was being teased. It was the most famous tavern in Chang'an, making a fortune daily. He just mentioned 500 coins, which was more than his private treasury. I tell you, if you don't come up with 1,000 coins today, I'll sing in front of your house every day. Let the world see how you officials bully the common people. Li Shimin, upon hearing this, abandoned his tea and directly looked at Aunt Zhao. Han Min's heart sank. This was it. It was common for officials and royal descendants to bully the commoners, but no one would ever say it out loud, let alone report it to the emperor. If this continued, wouldn't the emperor hold him accountable? Aunt Zhao, isn't this amount a bit excessive? I just heard that, mister. Shi's calculated amount is only 500 coins. You suddenly added 500 coins, making it quite troublesome for me. Shi Shuo observed Han Min, who had wiped his sweat countless times, his legs still trembling, clearly frightened. Was there some big shot in this tavern? You. Chang'an pointed at her, speechless with rage. You're talking nonsense. Exactly. The waiter said that the owner here is a great evil spirit. We are destroying this place for the sake of the people. Aunt Zhao stood up, hands on her hips, one foot on a nearby chair, pointing at them. Evil place. Great evil spirit. Who said that? Step forward and provide evidence to shut me up. Otherwise, even if the sky falls, you are still bullying us orphans and widows. Han Min finally managed to interject, but her words were drowned out, failing to stir any waves. The group immediately turned around to look at the crowd, realizing that the few who had just spoken had vanished, causing them to panic. Cheng Chimo immediately grabbed Shua's collar, lifting him up with a face full of anger. Where did you hide them? Let go quickly. Do you believe I will break your legs? A burly man pushed aside the official blocking the door and rushed in, grabbing the two by the back of their collars and instantly separating them. Shua felt a blur in front of him, stepping back several paces before being caught. As for Cheng Chimo, he directly made intimate contact with the ground. Dr. Shi, I'm sorry, I didn't know this brat would come to trouble you. Don't worry, he'll give you an explanation. How about I break his two dog legs? Cheng Yaojin patted Shua on the back with a foolish grin. The first 2 times he talked nicely were theoretical. In reality, he couldn't win a verbal fight, so this time, he learned to be clever. If nothing's wrong, don't come here. If there's something, speak first, and shut his mouth. As the saying goes, if you can act, don't talk, but I really don't dare to hit Shuo. If I get framed, it would be a catastrophe. Just as Shuo regained his senses, he was patted twice by Cheng Yaojin, almost losing his mind. This has nothing to do with me. Just bring 500 guan, and we can talk about everything. You Cheng Yaojin think you can default on payment. Dream on. Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth. 500 guan. He had known about this on the way here. What kind of person is Shuo? With his medical skills, as long as he speaks, he can get people to do things for him. He once single-handedly pacified refugees, allowing them to live peacefully. At that time, even the emperor praised him endlessly, only he did not enter the court to serve. Otherwise, with his talents, a third-rank official position would be a given. And then look at this brat of his, not even worthy to carry someone's shoes. Always getting him into trouble. The more Cheng Yaojin thought about it, the angrier he got, kicking Cheng Chimo's backside. 500 guan. His family fortune is so little, all wasted by him. Cheng Chimo never expected to be pressed to the ground 3 times in one day. Actually, it's not that bad. Aren't there still 10 or so behind you? Shua kindly reminded him, after all, with shared fortunes come shared difficulties. Now that the tavern was smashed, everyone enjoyed it, and it was time for him to enjoy it too. They are part of this too. If you all gather enough money, it'll release people. Master Han, what do you think? Hearing this reminder, Cheng Yaojin grabbed his hand, sniffling with tears. Dr. Shi, you are truly a great person. Shua. He doesn't need the good person card. He wants the scheming merchant card, and he is happy to play the role of a merchant. Cheng Yaojin looked at the cowering Han Min beside him and pulled him out. Old Han, why are you sweating so much? This place isn't even hot. Cheng Yaojin remarked, prompting Shimin, sitting nearby, to notice that although it was summer, the tavern was quite cool. Even if he had money, this ice block couldn't possibly support such a large tavern. There were even rumors that this tavern was protected by immortals. I am just feeling weak. The more Cheng Yaojin spoke, the more diligently Han Min wiped his sweat, fearing they would take it out on him. Oh, Cheng Yaojin was unconcerned, placing a hand on his shoulder, chatting like brothers in misfortune. Old Han, you heard the doctor's suggestion just now. Oh, please have someone notify each family. Of course I will send someone right away. No, I will supervise it personally. Upon hearing this, Han Min was especially grateful to Cheng Yaojin. Heaven knows how panicked he had been just now. The emperor and empress were present. Even if he wanted to favor these young ruffians, he had to weigh his own head count. Who knew that this Shua had befriended the emperor, at least for a cup of tea and a plate of snacks? Upstairs, steward Shui did not expect that after all this noise below, the Jingzhao Yin had arrived and Shua was still standing there unharmed. Moreover, judging by the situation, the noble youths had lost. Heh! Steward Shui sneered, full of mockery, as expected of Dr. Shi, truly adept at winning people's hearts. Even the officials dare to toy with. That is incorrect. The young master is quite delicate. It is merely the officials giving face. The shopkeeper sitting beside did not get angry, but looked at the scene below with a benevolent gaze. The 5 families and 7 clans are not lagging behind by a small margin. The Chui family should step down. Once the young master has the time, he will surely support a few families to rise. Qi Jing. Steward Chui slammed the table in anger. If looks could kill, Qi Jing would have died 1,000. So you are the young master. Back in the day, I could destroy the Qi family, and now I can destroy him too. Is that so? You can try. Compared to Steward Sin's anger, Qi Jing calmly picked up his teacup, leisurely sipping, while watching the stage built by Shua downstairs. The sudden commotion above naturally drew the attention of others, with many guessing that the ruffians had come to stir trouble under the instigation of the Chui family. However, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. This Dr. Shi is indeed a remarkable person. Zhangsun Wugo had originally planned to take a stroll, but did not expect to witness such a scene. Fortunately, Shua was unharmed, otherwise she would have been furious. After all, he was her long-lost son, whom she had finally found, only to be involved in a small business, yet these people were envious. The 5 families and 7 clans had taken root in the Tang Dynasty for many years, and she couldn't do anything to them. But she could give them a lesson. Zhangsun Wugo descended with the help of her maid, and Shimin hurried to assist her, filled with concern. Madam, why did you come down? You are still unwell, you should rest more. Shua said that moving around more often helps prevent illness and is beneficial to health. Upon hearing this, Shimin shot a glare at Shua, sensing that every time his empress mentioned him, she would be very pleased. Not to mention, even he was included in the address. Even Shimin himself was not so fortunate. Chen Shimo and the others were shocked to see Empress Chang'an and Shimin present, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. My goodness, what kind of luck did they have to be convinced by others to come and disturb this establishment? At this moment, Chun Yaojin finally understood why Han Min kept wiping sweat. If it were him, he would be feeling anxious as well. Shi Shuo watched the fearless young scions before him, whose eyes were wide with fear, as if startled by something. Shi Shuo glanced suspiciously behind him, feeling as if he had lost his soul despite there being no ghost. Looking again at the couple, his intuition told him that their identities were not ordinary. Or perhaps it was that lattice identity that was extraordinary. TSK. So it seems he had struck it lucky and saved someone of noble standing. But why did the system not ask for land deeds or mountains like before, but instead required others to do the work? Sure, are you alright? Were you scared? No, Shi Shuo replied as Chang'an Wugo suddenly moved closer, prompting him to instinctively take a step back to create distance. He genuinely felt that the lattice behavior was becoming increasingly strange. When she called him sure last night, he didn't want to offend her, so he had to comply. Now she was asking if he was scared. What a joke! How could Shi Shuo, a person who had died once, be scared by a few little brats? However, did you not notice that your husband's gaze was about to devour me? Chang'an Wugo observed his behavior and realized she had gone a bit too far. She turned to Qin Shumo and the others, saying, "It seems you all have a lot of free time. I've heard quite a bit about your exploits." Upon hearing this, Qin Shumo and the others maintained a stoic silence, staring at their toes, not daring to speak. Seeing this scene, Shi Shuo became even more certain that the identities of these two were indeed extraordinary. Sure, I heard that previously you took down many mountains outside the city and let the refugees farm there, allowing them to have a stable life. Yes, Shi Shuo nodded. In that moment, he felt a bit unsure of what exactly this lady was trying to accomplish. Do you need help getting them there for proper training so they won't be exploited without realizing it? Chang'an Wugo looked at them, who seemed invincible, feeling quite troubled. They were all sons of high-ranking officials. It was possible that they would serve in the court in the future. If their personalities didn't change, how could anyone feel at ease in trusting the world to them? Shimin glanced at Chang'an Wugo, understanding her intent. Then he looked at Shi Shuo, who seemed a bit lazy, yet he was already making money at such a young age. Whereas Shimin was already leading troops into battle at this age. Looking at the current children, one had to say, without comparison, one wouldn't realize the difference. No way, Shi Shuo flatly refused. What a joke, sending a bunch of second-generation rich kids over. Wouldn't that just be bringing their ancestors along? Did he want to live or not? I can't be bothered. If things turn chaotic, who will take the responsibility and compensate for the losses? Those people also need to eat. Chang'an Wugo was left speechless. This. Chun Yaojin secretly gave a thumbs up. Wow, he actually dared to confront the Empress in front of the Emperor. You've got guts, kid. Shimin shot Shi Shuo a glare. Even if what he said made sense, he shouldn't be confronting his wife. No wonder he didn't even have a wife now, just a single dog. It was my oversight, Chang'an Wugo said, grabbing Shimin's arm to prevent him from truly getting angry. In that case, how about I supervise? Shi Shuo. Was that what he meant? What he meant was that he didn't want to expose everything. It was true that he had taken over a few mountains, but he had only farmed on one. But the varieties grown above were not found in this era. Once revealed, it would spark disputes, theft, and war. It would be better to just supply the tavern and let him control it alone. At this moment, Shi Shuo had to admit that he was indeed afraid of dying at critical moments. Don't be fooled by his seemingly lazy appearance. It was all an act. Shimin looked at the changing expressions on Shi Shuo's face. This was completely different from when he had just handled that matter. With my wife supervising, they wouldn't dare rebel. What are you afraid of? Afraid of dying, Shi Shuo said without pretenses at that moment, just hoping they would abandon this thought. Having a few influential families was already enough to give him a headache. Precisely because he had the tavern, which occasionally came up with fresh ideas, did the influential families not pay attention. If anything else were to be exposed, the influential families would shift their focus and attack his foundation. If more enemies arose in the officialdom, he wouldn't need to do anything. He could just close down. Shimin's mouth fell agape upon hearing this answer. He must have misheard. Afraid of dying. Who was it that had just tricked these kids? Who so calmly made such outrageous demands? Who confronted the Chui family? Who confronted his wife? I reckon you're the one who is truly fearless. Some people upstairs were watching Shi Shuo, fully aware of how he had managed to run a humble tavern to this point. Moreover, Shi Shuo was able to be the owner because of his medical skills. He had treated many people, and those who had received his kindness would still be willing to show him some favor if he asked. To offend a healer is equivalent to handing half your life over to the king of hell, who doesn't want to live a long life. Later, the noble families of Chang'an reached an agreement. Instead of offending Shi Shuo, it was better to tolerate him. After all, it was better for them to let him thrive than to push him down. When the time comes, they would take a share, and Shi Shuo would have nothing to say. The influential families, however, were different. They wanted to control Shi Shuo as a pawn, bringing them endless wealth. And it was precisely because Shi Shuo saw through this point that he intentionally opened a clinic, lowering the prices of consultations and medicines, ensnaring the influential families. This action also relieved Shimin, who was more than happy to see it happen. It would be best to uproot them entirely. He was also willing to support Shi Shuo as a new power replacing the influential families. But who would have thought that Shi Shuo was a piece that could jump off the board at any time? It seemed like a game within a game, but who could guarantee that they themselves wouldn't be someone else's pawn? Who could guarantee that they were definitely the one controlling the game? Are you sure you won't regret it? It could be quite hard to think it through carefully. Shi Shuo walked back to the table, picked up the teacup, and savored it slowly. His tea was good, unlike in ancient times where tea leaves were dried and brewed without any flavor. Upon hearing this, Qin Shumo and the others hesitated, secretly glancing at Empress Chang'an, fearing that if she agreed, they would suffer. Then they collectively looked at Chen Yaojin, their eyes pleading, hoping he would intercede for them. Chen Yaojin rolled his eyes. It was this something he could decide? Besides, he didn't want that son either. The next day, Shimin excitedly helped Chang'an Wu go down the stairs, not for any particular reason, but because Shi Shuo had said that since they helped him resolve some issues, he didn't have to do anything. Outside the tavern, several horse-drawn carriages were parked at the entrance, and a dozen young rascals stood in a row. Unlike before, they now had bruises on their faces, and not a single part of them was unscathed. When Shi Shuo opened the door and saw this scene, he was stunned, thinking that he must have opened the door incorrectly, and decided to try again. Qin Shumo and the others looked at him with gritted teeth. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. But what did it mean that he opened and closed the door like that? Was he looking down on them? Qin Shumo took a deep breath, calming himself, and limped forward, saying, "Divine Doctor, we know we were wrong." Upon hearing the voice, Shi Shuo realized he wasn't mistaken and abruptly opened the door, interrupting Qin Shumo. "Why do you all look like you've had plastic surgery today?" Qin Shumo's mouth twitched. Wasn't that asking the obvious, slapping them in the face? What was going on? Weren't you just standing there watching yesterday? Yesterday, Chang'an Wuji Fong, Xuanling Ma Zhou, and Qin Shubao each presented 50 guan, leading the children of their families home. The thrill they felt when they smashed the tavern was matched by the beating they received at home. Moreover, they threatened them that if they didn't come, they would break their legs. Could they not come? When Empress Chang'an saw them like this, she was startled. She didn't expect these ministers to actually have the guts to act. Shimin was already used to such sights. If it were his own children, he would have broken their legs. This was quite mild. "Since everyone is here, let's go." Shi Shuo rubbed his nose, knowing why they looked like this, and that he was just adding salt to their wounds. Glaring at him was already a good sign. If it were before, they would have come to beat him up by now. "Xiao Tong, give them some medicine to apply. It don't affect my vision." Xiao Tong rummaged through her bag for a while and brought it to them, saying, "Here." Qi Jing came out and patted Xiao Tong's head earnestly, saying, "Xiao Tong, you must take good care of the young master outside. Bow your head when you need to. The young master has been delicate and fragile since childhood, but don't let anyone bully him." Qin Shumo and the others were speechless. Were you misunderstanding those 4 words? Delicate, fragile. Who was it that easily pinned Qin Shumo to the ground with a single move yesterday? Yes. Xiao Tong responded loudly, looking like she would follow him to the death. Xiao Tong guarantees to protect the young master. Qin Shumo and the others thought you might need to see a doctor about your eyesight. And the so-called delicate and fragile one was already sitting in the carriage, lying down to catch up on sleep. How could he have died, and so tragically? He bled from all 7 orifices, and he must have been possessed by a ghost. Look at this state. He seems very weak. I saw him just coming out of the flower house. How could he die here? Upon hearing these words, Shi Shuo suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Xiao Tong, go check what's going on outside." "Young master, someone has died outside, apparently from bleeding from all 7 orifices. The common people are surrounding it, and we can't get through," the coachman immediately reported. "Let's go take a look." Shimin frowned tightly. How could someone dare to kill in Chang'an City? If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would cause panic among the people, and the whole of Chang'an would be thrown into chaos. Shi Shuo still lay there, as he didn't want to meddle. Who was the person that died? The manager Cui from yesterday. Oh. Shi Shuo furrowed his brow. According to unofficial history, this manager Cui had a long life, but eventually died after being pushed out by the Cui family to take the blame. How could he die so quickly? After Shimin got off the carriage, Shi Shuo followed suit, watching as the officers dispersed the common people, with the coroner examining the body, a look of indescribable expression on their faces. Shi Shuo casually glanced at the scene, his eyes full of shock. Good heavens, he was actually poisoned. The coroner, hearing this, immediately looked up at Shi Shuo. "So, it's divine, Dr. Shi. What you said is correct. This was indeed a poisoning. However, I have some doubts. Could you help me clarify?" "Let me take a look inside." Seeing the state of death, Shi Shuo's eyes cooled. Compared to before, he seemed to have gained more spirit. "Let the divine doctor in." The officer blocking Shi Shuo immediately let him through. Xiao Yu was in a state of panic, and upon suddenly seeing Shimin, he initially wanted to salute, but remembered that the emperor was in disguise, so he just stepped forward to greet him. "Divine Dr. Shi, Mr. Li, it's truly wonderful that you both can come to help." Shi Shuo looked suspiciously at the man beside him. Good heavens, they had known each other for 3 days, yet he didn't even know the man's name, and he only learned the surname from someone else. Impressive. Shi Shuo walked around the corpse, his expression grave as he discreetly observed the crowd, noticing a shadow flash past swiftly the corner of his mouth, curling into an ambiguous smile. Does he no longer have any internal organs? The coroner looked at Shi Shuo in astonishment. He too had to feel to know that this person had no internal organs, but Shi Shuo just turned around and recognized it. There were few people in this world he admired. He had only respected Shi Shuo for saving lives at the clinic, but now Shi Shuo was worthy of his learning and admiration. The coroner stood up and bowed to Shi Shuo. Divine Doctor, your eyesight is remarkable. He must have taken the poison about a month ago. This poison is extremely insidious. The internal organs of the user will be eaten away by worms. It will only manifest itself a quarter of an hour before death. At other times it appears no different from a normal person. By the way, it has another name called 10,000 worms goo, and this thing can only be found in the mines of the western regions. As long as one hasn't entered the mines of the western regions, they will be fine. Of course, if you're worried, you can go to the clinic for a consultation or find a doctor to take a look. Upon hearing this, the surrounding common people immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since Divine Dr. Shi said there was no issue, then there was surely none. After all, he was a divine doctor specializing in various difficult and complicated diseases. Since he recognized this thing, what he said must be correct. Originally, Shimin was worried that the Dali Temple would have to appease the common people for a while, but who would have thought that Shi Shuo would resolve their issues with just a few words? Shimin looked at Shi Shuo suspiciously. Based on his observations over the past 2 days, Shi Shuo was a person who was both arrogant and fearful of death, often making people feel infuriated with his words. He was someone who needed to be paid to help. Today he was unexpectedly so agreeable, and the key point was that he didn't charge a single penny, which seemed to hint at something else. Shimin saw that the situation was nearly resolved, and also boarded the carriage with Shi Shuo. As soon as Shi Shuo got into the carriage, he took out an abacus and began to count, not saying a word. Shimin looked curiously at the novel object in front of him, asking, what is this thing? Why do you bring it with you wherever you? This is called an abacus. I'm quite dull-witted. It took me 5 days to learn it. Shi Shuo gazed out the window, recalling everything he had just witnessed, his fists clenched tightly. An abacus? What's it for? To tally accounts. Shimin recalled how when the tavern was ransacked yesterday, Shi Shuo had wielded the abacus without a second glance, ultimately compiling a ledger. Daizhou examined it and declared that rounding off the sum left exactly 500 guan, not a coin off. If circumstances permitted, Li Shaogong would have gladly ceded his post as Minister of Revenue to him. Shimin reached out to touch the abacus, his cheekiness surfacing. I rather fancy this. Teach me. Once he mastered it, he could flaunt his skill before the court during the morning assembly. Shi Shuo. No wonder he couldn't take his eyes off it yesterday. He had his sights set on my possession. All right. A smirk tugged at Shi Shuo's lips. Originally, he had no intention of altering anyone or anything, as it offered him no benefit whatsoever. But who was Shi Shuo? His greatest strength lay in leveraging his own merits to build connections. He never allowed himself to be beholden to anyone. He wondered whether it was the world that had changed or if he, Shi Shuo, had transformed. Shimin took the abacus, a grin spreading from ear to ear, and followed Shi Shuo's instructions step by step. Zhangsun Wugo sat nearby, quietly observing this heartwarming scene, filled with joy. Are you? Qin Shimo stared at his companions with a grave expression. Fang Yizhi retrieved a sack from a hidden compartment, grinning sinisterly. Rest assured, well ensure the divine physician experiences a true chill. The group gazed at the sack, imagining Shi Shuo's impending plight, their laughter turning more malicious. Yet for every schemer there is always an objector. But when we get caught, don't forget those two are big shots. If things go wrong, well, all be in deep trouble. What's there to fear? These snakes aren't venomous. Just a couple of bites won't kill you. Besides, Shi Shuo is a divine physician. Oh, what's he got to worry about? Exactly. If you're scared, just stick to the menial work. I can't let that injury slide. I have to teach him a lesson. Shimin watched the drowsy man who had promised to teach him, only to fall asleep halfway through. As he slept, he muttered incessantly. Was this the legendary teaching through dreams? Shimin wished he could be that impressive, but his abilities fell short. Just as Shimin was about to wake Shi Shuo, the carriage halted. Young master, we've arrived. Startled awake, Shi Shuo opened his eyes to find Shimin holding a brush before him. Are you trying to kill me? Caught red-handed in his mischief, Shimin awkwardly tossed the brush onto the table, at a loss for words. How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Besides, I just wanted to hear what you were saying, to pick up some techniques for learning this. Indeed, one shouldn't engage in mischief, though getting caught is terribly embarrassing. The real pity was that he hadn't even managed to draw on him. It broke his heart. Shi Shuo rolled his eyes dramatically and stepped out of the carriage, surprised to find the group of idle rich boys hadn't dawdled. Even more unexpected was the absence of hatred in their eyes. Could these fellows truly be so magnanimous as to forego revenge? Divine physician, sure, why have you brought us here? Qin Shumo and the others surveyed their surroundings. Aside from a bamboo hut in the distance, there were only mountains with not a soul in sight. They couldn't help but suspect Shi Shuo planned to bury them here one by one. Don't be nervous. Shi Shuo waved a hand with a gentle smile. Since I've brought you out to experience life, I'll see you back safe. After all, my tavern can't withstand any more trouble. The group collectively sighed in relief. They were genuinely afraid Shi Shuo would renege on his word. Then their prepared weapons would be useless. These mountains have no large felines and are rich in resources. Your meals for today will come from foraging here. As for shelter, Shi Shuo headed straight for the bamboo hut. Don't let its rustic look fool you, but it's far cooler than my tavern. Also, if you encounter anyone or see anything, steer clear and mind your own business. Shi Shuo paused to add a warning, mindful that these were his charges after all. He feared these arrogant young lords might provoke someone, leading to their untimely demise. Remember my words, or you might not even know how you died. Shin Shumo and the others were puzzled. Head just said the area was safe, yet now he was telling them to hide from people. Were humans more terrifying than wild beasts? What are you gawking at? There's only an hour until lunch. If you don't find food, you'll go hungry. Xiao Tong descended from the carriage with several bundles glaring at them. If not for these fools, his young master could have gone straight to a different peak. Now on this peak, the young master would have to cook himself. They were nothing but trouble, and Head find a way to get back at them. Shi Shuo glanced back at Xiao Tong, then at Shin Shumo and the others, shaking his head helplessly. In 5 years, Xiao Tong had failed to learn much, but he had mastered Shi Shuo's vengeful nature to perfection. Never mind them. He had his own tasks to finish. As long as they came back intact, it was fine. Shi Shuo began sharpening bamboo skewers in the bamboo garden, setting up charcoal and a wire grill. Zhangsun Wugo watched nearby as Li Shimin accompanied the young men up the mountain to forage. Xiao Tong, go see what vegetables are in the field and pick some. Well, grill them today. Right away. Xiao Tong's eyes lit up. He had tasted this once before, and the flavor lingered in his memory. Unfortunately, his young master was lazy, and he couldn't replicate the taste. Now that the young master was finally willing to cook, Head gather enough to satisfy his stomach. Zhangsun Wugo smiled at Xiao Tong's eagerness. Then let's go to the kitchen to boil water and brew some tea. Hiss! Hiss! Hearing the sound, Shi Shuo glanced at the grass ahead and picked up a sharpened bamboo skewer. I was just lamenting the lack of meat, and here it comes. This trick may be dirty, but it depends on the target. Shi Shuo seized the nearest snake by its vital spot. Sensing the threat, the snake coiled around his arm and tightened. Unfazed, Shi Shuo drove the skewer into its weak point, and the snake went limp after a few twitches. Fang Yiji, who had released the snakes, watched from hiding, stunned. In no time, Shi Shuo had dispatched all 10 snakes with skewers. This. 1 skewer per snake. Was this even human? He carried out the task without so much as a blink. Shi Shuo was processing the snake meat, placing it on the grill, and occasionally flipping it. Fang Yiji, who was about to flee, paused upon hearing this, thinking Shi Shuo had discovered him, but turned to see another person walking out. Looking at the person with pale skin and a sickly appearance, Fang Yiji recalled Shi Shuo's warning. Could he be referred? However, the person looked rather unimpressive, sickly enough that he could easily be knocked out with a punch. What puzzled him was when this person had arrived that he had not noticed. The youth coughed twice and expressionlessly looked at Shi Shuo, asking, where is the teacher? I don't know. What about them? I don't know. If they have come, where would they hide? I don't know. The youth was speechless. The rumors of him being ignorant were true. He was lazy, yet enjoyed the teacher's protection and affection. But the note did not say so. Shi Shuo, your teacher dotes on you so much. Is it appropriate to imprison him? Upon hearing this, Shi Shuo looked at the youth with a bemused expression. Why would I imprison him? Although the teacher may seem heartless, his love and care for me are genuine. The teacher is skilled in poison, I am skilled in medicine. All my skills were taught by him, and I have always remembered his kindness. The debt of gratitude has not yet been repaid. Why would I imprison him? The youth was taken aback because Shi Shuo had no reason to lie to him. The youth took out a note, approached him, and tossed it to him, casually stuffing a piece of grilled meat into his mouth. Shi Shuo opened the note, glanced at it, and smiled. The handwriting is indeed identical, but do you think I would go looking for it? The youth was speechless. Everyone knows you're lazy, but you don't need to admit it so quickly, do you? You're the best. Chang'an Wugo did not expect that she would overhear Shi Shuo's secret just because she wanted to see where the tea leaves were. However, I didn't expect that you, who are usually referred to as the aloof flower on the high ridge, would actually speak nonsense. What a miracle. The youth said this while eating, finishing everything Shi Shuo had grilled. Little master recognized at a glance that the poison was your doing. The person deserves to die, but I cannot expose you just because of someone irrelevant. Ultimately, you simply cannot stand to see me being bullied. I just hope that next time you won't be so impulsive. It will bring you a lot of trouble. Besides, I wouldn't exactly say it was nonsense. I merely diluted it a bit. The effects of that poison are real, aren't they? Shi Shuo tossed him several pieces of meat to grill himself. Chang'an Wugo, hiding to the side, did not expect that Shi Shuo would lie deliberately to protect someone. It seemed that their relationship was indeed extraordinary. Since her son wanted to protect this person, she could only keep it a secret, hoping that Shi Shuo could keep this person in check. You aren't still thinking that being able to live peacefully is enough for you? Since we have come, we are destined to accomplish something in this world. Why hold back? Shi Shuo looked at the sky, and the youth's words awakened him. That's true. Since someone has invited me into the game, if I don't put on a show, I would be remiss to those people. Then let's use this world as the chessboard. I want to see who exactly wants to be the player and who is using the teacher for their own. Shi Shuo looked at him, surprised by how deeply he was obsessed with the teacher. He shook his head helplessly, truly unable to understand. You are merely a test subject for the teacher. To him, you are just a little white mouse. Why in this second life must you still be a test subject concocting poisons? Your methods and actions resemble his. Can't you live for yourself, just once? Qianchi, you are no longer a child. Don't you understand? The teacher has no heart. He raises us merely because he feels lonely. He needs experiments and opponents. I certainly know that. Qianchi interrupted his words. How could he not understand the teacher's intentions? The teacher would take him away simply because he saw the light in his eyes and his unwillingness to yield. So every time the teacher asked him to brew medicine, he would say, if you survive, I will grant you one wish. Thus, every week he hoped the teacher would come to find him, and each time he had the teacher read bedtime stories to him, until he fell asleep, after which the teacher would leave. The teacher indeed has no heart, but you don't understand. Shi Shuo nodded in agreement. That's right, I don't say anymore, I wouldn't understand anyway. Shi Shuo looked at the meat he had grilled, now all gone, and slapped his hand. You ate most of the 10 pieces, oh whoa, you bottomless pit. You actually hit me. Do you believe I will draw some blood from you, ensuring you die within an hour? Go ahead and try. If you dare to draw blood, I dare to eat. What's so great about being a test subject? It wouldn't even take 5 minutes to detoxify you. Qianchi did not expect that he had always suspected Shi Shuo could detoxify him, and now it turned out to be true. No wonder he was favored by the teacher. The teacher had once told him that no matter how potent his poison was, he was not allowed to test Shi Shuo. In his life, regardless of the situation, he would either follow Shi Shuo or take a detour. No wonder he received the teacher's favor, a genius among geniuses. So what? I've made my decision and I'm sticking with you. Shi Shuo was speechless. He had just been fooling around. He did not have any medicinal materials to detoxify him, and the system was notoriously stingy. Those herbs were extremely expensive. Xiaodong ran back to the bamboo courtyard with the clean vegetables, only to find a youth dressed similarly to her. But that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that her young master had cooked food, and she hadn't gotten a single bite. It had all gone into the master's stomach. Young master, who is he? Hello, my name is Qianchi. I am of the same generation as your young master, and share the same teacher. I want to take advantage of you. You can call me Qianchi, or just brother. Xiaodong looked at Shi Shuo, and found he had no objection. Hello, brother Qianchi. Shimin did not expect to return and see such a warm scene with 4 people drinking tea, eating, and chatting happily. He hadn't seen Zhangsun and the Empress smile so happily in a long time. But this smells delicious. Why weren't these people inviting him to eat? Did they forget he was the emperor? Shimin thought for a moment. It seemed these people did not know he was the emperor. Madam, I caught some game for you to supplement your health. You must try it later. When Shi Shuo and the others returned, they were surprised to see Shi Shuo completely unharmed and even accompanied by an extra person. They dragged Feng Yizhi aside. Did you not release it, eh? Feng Yizhi trembled at the thought of the scene where Shi Shuo killed the snake, recounting, that guy is a freak and the other one is a demon. Those snakes went right into their stomachs. Shi Shuo and the others were left dumbfounded. Those snakes were caught by them earlier, yet not only did they fail to scare anyone, they became someone else's lunch. This was truly a wasted effort. Qianchi looked at the people outside, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he coldly remarked, those snakes were released by them, right? If you still want to hang out with me, you'd better restrain yourself. It's just a child throwing a tantrum, no need to get them involved. To win their approval, just present something that interests them. Qianchi rolled his eyes dramatically. Goodness, it hadn't been long since they last met, yet Shi Shuo, who was once a renowned demonic doctor, had turned so kind-hearted after merely crossing over. Alright, isn't it just a bit of skill? This is easy enough. Qianchi didn't eat anymore, and directly walked toward the back. Shimin looked at Qianchi puzzled. He could sense that this person was of the same kind as Shi Shuo, and like him a rare. If he and Shi Shuo could assist him, the Tang Dynasty would surely witness a different scene. However, since he couldn't even understand Shi Shuo, it would be even more challenging to handle Qianchi. Mr. Li, I wonder if you have a say in the court. Moi. Shimin was momentarily taken aback. He had just brought up court matters to him voluntarily. Could it be that he was moved by his sincerity? It must be. I do have a say. How about power? Can you interfere in the cases of the Dali Temple? What do you want to do? Shimin frowned. Shi Shuo was merely a merchant known for his law-abiding nature, yet he wanted to interfere in Dali Temple matters. I want to make a deal with the court. Shi Shuo took a sip of tea and pulled out a weapon from a bag nearby, placing it in front. This is the Zhuge crossbow with 50 shots and a range of 300 meters. Shimin picked up the weapon to examine it closely. It was a secret technique of Liu Ban, and this item was exquisitely crafted. Equipping it to the border army would deter any enemy incursions. What are your conditions? Very simple. Steward Cui was killed by Qianchi. My condition is that this matter be understood and no further investigation shall take place. You? Shimin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him. I know what you're about to say, Shi Shuo interrupted. He and I are from the same sect. I study medicine and he uses poison. He merely sought revenge for me. What he did was merely child's play. A mere steward from the Cui family is nothing for him to handle, and I can assure you I can manage this situation. Shimin looked at him coldly. The phrases child's play can handle and can manage completely trivialized the matter. However, since it was mentioned that it was something from the western regions, the Dali Temple would certainly investigate thoroughly. And as long as he cleared it up before they took action, he wouldn't face further inquiries regarding the location of that mine in the western regions. What a clever strategy of striking first and then negotiating to win people over. He was indeed interested in this Zhuge crossbow, and since he was bound to take action against the Cui family eventually, he was keen to accept. But this kid's attitude was a bit too proud and arrogant. Since he is indeed the murderer, I cannot agree to your terms, and I will personally capture him. Really? Shi Shuo set down his teacup, stood up, and stretched his arms wide. You must be a prince, right? Yeah, Li Shimin responded hesitantly. This kid was surprisingly clever. He was just a hair's breadth away from guessing his identity. Then let me propose another condition. I will trade this world for him with you with the court. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin slammed his hand on the table, standing up in anger. Chang'an Wugo also stood up astonished. Sure, do you know what you are saying? What a little brat, are you threatening someone? Shi Shuo smiled, looking at the clear sky. If negotiations fail, what would it matter if I take this world? What can Li Shimin do to me? Li Shimin's eyes widened in disbelief, ready to teach him a lesson, but he was stopped by Empress Chang'an. Empress Chang'an shook her head at him. She had never expected that Shi Shuo, who usually looked down on everything, would threaten the court and the Tang Dynasty for the sake of one person. Just by being able to produce the Zhuge crossbow, he could likely reveal other things as well, considering he hadn't let anything slip in over a decade. Now he resembled the emperor from years ago, yet even more arrogant. The fact that he dared to say such things indicated he truly had the confidence. Shuo, this matter is beyond my husband's control. Let me have a talk with him and he can discuss this with you. How about that? I hope this matter won't be delayed for too long. On the other side, Qianchi, who had gone and returned, was also surprised that Shi Shuo would threaten Tang officials to save him. Logically speaking, Shi Shuo should have no relationship with him beyond being a teacher. In the past, under his teacher's guidance, he had never been wrong in judging people. Yet now he found it hard to comprehend. Xiao Tong, listening from the side, was flustered. When had his young master ever been this arrogant, let alone expose himself for anyone? Usually when dealing with those officials, he was cautious and kept his distance from everyone. Those who knew believed it was disdain, while those who didn't thought he was afraid for his life. Moreover, he had never heard his young master mention owing anything to this person. Young master, you owe him nothing. There's no need to expose yourself for someone irrelevant. Xiao Tong approached Shi Shuo, cautiously advising him. I do not owe him, but I owe my teacher. Shi Shuo recalled the previous life where his teacher often patted his head, hoping he could save him someday if possible. His teacher was ruthless and heartless. The only things he loved in life were drinking and research. Yet his teacher allowed him to experience the feelings of a father and son. And his teacher had given him all the kinship while neglecting Qianchi. This was what his teacher owed him. Thus he would naturally repay this debt for his teacher. Qianchi hadn't expected Shi Shuo to mention the teacher. Suddenly he was very curious about how the teacher interacted with him. What had been said to make him expose himself to protect him? Li Shimin had witnessed Shi Shuo's madness. He could scheme with his own possessions to deal with the debauched son. If he went crazy, he could turn himself into a piece on the chessboard, a pawn in a broken situation. If he does not agree, he could go completely mad. Shi Shuo, have you truly lost your mind? Is it really worth going this far for someone unrelated? He's lost his mind, completely lost it. Li Shimin paced back and forth in their chamber after returning with Empress Zhangsun. Had Empress Zhangsun not restrained him, he would have already charged at Shi Shuo for a fight. Right in front of him, Li Shimin, the audacious brat, dared to declare his coveting of the great Tang's realm. Your Majesty, grant his request. Empress Zhangsun deliberated for a long while, swayed not only by a balance of advantages and disadvantages, but more so by personal sentiment. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, perplexed by her sudden plea. Yet seeing her tears, his heart softened. Can you tell me why? Her gaze toward Shi Shuo was always profoundly different, tinged with sorrow, helplessness, and affection. Had Shi Shuo not repeatedly assured him that Empress Zhangsun was recovering, Li Shimin would have long since resorted to violence. Your Majesty, are you still searching for that child? The thought of that child stirred bitter memories. If not for Crown Prince Li Jianqing and Prince Li Yuanji, his son would never have been lost. Every time he recalled that child, he felt that letting those two die so easily was far too merciful. I have never stopped searching, Guanyin. Rest assured I will find him. I have already found him, Empress Zhangsun said, gently dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. Li Shimin's eyes widened in excitement. Where is he? Is he well? That child had haunted his thoughts for over a decade. He had only held him once at birth, and he wondered if the boy had grown tall. He has been right under our noses all along. Have you noticed? Shi Shuo's appearance and temperament are remarkably like yours. To become a renowned miracle physician at such a young age, he must have endured much hardship. Whenever Zhangsun Wugo recalled Sun Simiao's accounts of his trials, she could not hold back her tears. He had risen to fame step by step, overcoming a thorny path with unwavering resilience. Her heart ached deeply. A child who should have grown up carefree had instead suffered immensely due to her own. Li Shimin was stunned. Shi Shuo was his long-lost son. Yet the boy's audacious style was truly unsettling. Guanyin, can you be certain? I am certain. He is our son, the twin brother of Chang'an. Seated in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Shimin stared at the weapon on his desk, his expression dark and brooding. Yet he had to admit Shi Shuo possessed remarkable boldness. Truly worthy of being his son, Li Shimin's own blood. Still being so blatantly threatened left a bitter taste in his mouth. When Zhangsun Wuji Fong Xuanling Wei Zheng Duanluan and Xiao Yu arrived, they saw the emperor's grim countenance and silently wondered which reckless fool had incurred his wrath. Your Majesty, you're here. Take a look at this. Li Shimin handed them the Zhuge crossbow. Duan Luan examined it for a long moment, his eyes gleaming. This is a marvel. May I ask your majesty who crafted this? I dare guarantee that equipping our army with this would increase our combat effectiveness tenfold. Xiaoyu was puzzled. If it was merely an item to inspect, what did it have to do with his Ministry of Justice? This was clearly a matter for the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue, no matter how novel it fell outside his jurisdiction. He said he would give us the blueprints, but there's a condition. The mere thought of that condition made Li Shimin grind his teeth. Wei Zheng observed the emperor's profound resentment, then glanced at Xiaoyu. His instincts told him this was connected to a case at the Ministry of Justice, though he couldn't pinpoint which one. Your Majesty, what is his condition? Regarding today's poisoning case, he demands that the Ministry of Justice drop the investigation and guarantee that as long as he lives, that person will never poison anyone in the Great Tang. Wei Zheng's face flushed with fury. Does he take us for fools? Does he think we would bow to such a demand just for a weapon? To simply drop the case? Xiaoyu hadn't expected the matter to involve him after all. Yet he was deeply curious. Who would offer such a price to protect a criminal? The deceased was a steward of the Chui clan, one of the 5 great clans. He habitually abducted women by force, but due to the Chui family's pressure, no one ever dared to report him. Duan Luan had initially resigned himself to losing such a magnificent invention, but this unexpected turn of events filled him with elation. He embraced Xiaoyu excitedly. Second brother. From now on you are my Duan Lun's second brother. I am eternally grateful. Xiaoyu shoved him away in disgust. How many years has it been since you last bathed? You're practically suffocating me. Li Shimin was taken aback. These 2 men were willing to forego pursuing the murderer for the sake of a weapon. Was he the one stuck in outdated thinking, or had the times truly changed? Wei Zheng had been furious, but upon learning the victim was from the Chui clan, his anger subsided. If his memory served him right, just the day before that Chui steward had instigated some noble science to cause a disturbance at the divine physician Shi's restaurant. His formidable wife had threatened him last night. If it involved the Chui family, he had better play dead, or he could forget about coming home. Wei Zheng glanced at Li Shimin. Though he usually enjoyed challenging the emperor, he decided now was the time to feign ignorance. Li Shimin watched Wei Zheng, who had suddenly fallen silent, and was now burying his head like an ostrich. The man who usually delighted in provoking him was now crouched on the ground, drawing circles in a pretense of death. Where was the Wei Zheng who championed justice for the nation and its people? Zhangsun Wuji had also heard of the case. But since the victim was from the 5 great clans, he had no desire to uncover the truth. Let the wicked be punished by the wicked. As long as the capital remained peaceful, it was enough. Moreover, judging by the emperor's demeanor, the other party must have said something during the negotiation that infuriated him. Your Majesty, the 5 great clans must still be given an explanation. Since someone wishes to protect that person, why not demand more from him in return? Wei Zheng stared at Zhangsun Wuji in disbelief. He never expected such cunning from him. Yet he was intensely curious. Who was trying to bury this matter? Your Majesty, who is it that wishes to conceal this affair? I would like to meet this person. Yes, Your Majesty, I too wish to visit the mastermind behind this weapon and appoint him as Vice Minister of Works. Duan Luan caressed the crossbow, unwilling to let it go. He could envision that once this weapon was unveiled, no foreign enemy would dare threaten the Great Tang for a decade. It is Shi Shuo. However, he does not know my true identity. He only believes me to be some prince. Li Shimin's anger was tinged with helplessness. After all, this was his son. What? Duan Luan had assumed the creator of such a marvel must be a man past 50, and he had even planned to call him Big Brother. Who would have thought it was a mere teenager? And an unusual teenager at that. He recalled that someone had once tried to recruit him into the court, but before they could exchange more than a few words, the boy had fallen asleep. The thought of Shi Shuo dampened Duan Lun's spirits entirely. He was a man whom even 10 men could not. Wei Zheng was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Fortunately, he hadn't intervened, or otherwise he would have been sleeping on the streets tonight. Isn't he supposed to be quite cunning? Why would he expose himself to protect a murderer? This doesn't add up. Xiaoyu was equally shocked, immediately recalling what Shuo had said that morning. It seemed the poison he mentioned was indeed real, though it was uncertain when it had been administered. Since he dared to speak out, he must have anticipated that the Dali Temple would thoroughly investigate the matter. Therefore, he sought to sever all ties before the Dali Temple could mobilize. He was willing to push himself forward to showcase his abilities. Ultimately, a few of them decided to trick Shuo once more to bury the matter. After Chen Shumo and the others finished their food, Qianchi approached them with a cup of tea and a piece of paper, smiling. Hello, I am Qianchi. I have a question I would like to ask you all. Can you heroes help me with it? Chen Shumo and the others glanced at him, then at Shuo, sitting not far away, noticing that he seemed unconcerned, which put them at ease. Qianchi placed the tea on the table and set the paper in front of them. My question is simple. Do you have any method to Qianchi placed the tea on the table and set the paper in front of them. My question is simple. Do you have any method to prevent this cup of tea from spilling? Off. The crowd was taken aback. What kind of question was this? If the cup was tilted, the water would certainly spill out. That's impossible. Oh, as soon as it's tilted, the water will flow out. Chen Shumo remained calm, looking at him as though he were a fool. Qianci's smile deepened. Oh, as long as he hooked them, he wasn't worried about these fish slipping away. Shuo rolled his eyes at them. He could do this at 5 years old. Was this an insult to his intelligence? Ding. System task, please start earning money from scratch. Objective, incite the officials to act against Qianchi. Unlock corn seeds, millet, pepper seeds. Hint, no methods are restricted. The treatment of qi disorders has ended. Congratulations, host, for unlocking sweet potato seedlings and watermelon seeds. No methods are restricted. Shuo's lips curled up in excitement. Previously, whenever this system issued a task, he had to take matters into his own hands. If he attracted the attention of the officials, it was considered a failed task. Now it was great. With no methods restricted, he could play however he wanted. The system had finally become user-friendly, although the points required for exchanges had also increased. Qianchi walked up to Shuo, pulling him up and dragging him in front of Qinshimo. How about we make a bet? Qianchi smiled lewdly. You all must want to beat him up, right? Qinshimo and the others exchanged glances. They had wanted to hit him for a long time, but with the Emperor and Empress backing him, they could only think about it. Actually, even if you find 10 more people, you still can't defeat him alone. Qianchi mocked mercilessly, pride evident on his face, feeling a sense of accomplishment as a parent witnessing their child's growth. I am different. Oh, I can take on 10 of you. If I can't beat him, I can use medicine to subdue him. Shuo, so you're dragging me into this. Are you not afraid? I'll first pin you down on the ground. So my bet is if I can't do it, I'll help you pin him down and let you beat him up. If you lose, you have to follow our lead. How does that sound? Fair enough. No way. Fang Yiji immediately opposed. Since you can propose this, you must know how to do it. That's unfair to us. Qianchi glanced at Fang Yiji, not expecting there to be a clever one among them. How do you want to compete then? Fang Yiji pointed directly at Shuo. Let him compete. Moreover, we get 3 chances while he only gets 1. If neither side succeeds, we win by default. He had clearly seen that Shuo came directly to them with these items, having had no prior communication. This meant only he knew how to handle the situation. Fine, do any of you oppose? Qianchi didn't need to think and directly agreed, as it was just swapping one fool for another. The others shook their heads. After all, they had changed to someone equally clueless, ensuring their victory. Qianchi divided the paper into 4 pieces, giving 3 to them. Since I proposed the wager, you all can start first. Qinshimo and the others picked up a cup filled to the brim. As soon as the paper was placed on top, it got completely wet. They didn't even need to tilt it to know they had failed. After a while, they discussed among themselves, gently placing the paper on top, only to find it wasn't wet. They were somewhat excited, but as soon as they turned the cup, the water spilled out again, resulting in another failure. For the 3rd attempt, they didn't even know how to place it. Qinshimo directly laid the paper on his palm and slapped it. Shuo watched this scene with a twitching eyelid, casting a cold glance at Qianchi. Goodness, if he lost, he would first pin Qianchi down and then deal with this group of guys. What competition rules? He believed in the principle of using violence to counter violence. He decided to take down Qianchi first, leaving the teacher's instructions for later. As soon as Qinshimo turned the cup, the water spilled. No one expected that such an unintentional action from Qinshimo would yield such success, and everyone immediately became excited. They felt that if they tried once more, they would definitely succeed. Qianchi sighed in relief at the result. He felt that as long as they managed to do it, Shuo would directly pin him down and rub him against the ground, then deal with this group of scoundrels. He was a treacherous man. As the saying goes, trouble begets trouble. Oh, would they dare to do this again next time? Alright, now it's our turn, right? Qinshimo and the others felt quite regretful. However, failing was failing. Now they prayed that Shuo wouldn't be able to do it either, and they would win. Shuo placed the paper on the cup, pressing it down with one hand, while tilting the cup with the other. After ensuring stability, he directly released his hand. Qinshimo and the others stared in disbelief as not a single drop of water leaked out. Fang Yiji trembled, pointing at him. You can do this too. Is that surprising? Shuo's gaze was filled with disdain. I knew how to do this when I was 3. Since you lost, you should fulfill your promise now. Qinshimo and the others. Goodness, he knew this at 5 years old, while they were still playing in the mud at 3. Qianci's mouth twitched. He felt deep disdain, remembering how he thought he was the teacher's favorite at 5, but had learned nothing. Since you are all following my lead, let's get to work. You all go to the kitchen and fetch the farming tools. We're going up the mountain. Why are we going up the mountain? You all have never earned money with your own hands aside from eating, drinking, and playing, right? Shuo smiled slightly. Since they dared to use him as a wager, he would definitely complete the system task well. On the mountain, Qinshimo and the others were laboriously digging bamboo shoots, foraging for wild vegetables, and gathering firewood. From time to time, they would glance at Shi Shuo, who was lazily leaning against a tree trunk with a whip in hand, accompanied by Empress Chang'an. What was promised as a way to make money turned out to be them doing the work while he sat aside, nearly dozing off. Qianchi looked at that whip, feeling that it was not meant for dealing with these young masters, but rather for serving him. Wasn't he just being used as a pawn? Was he really that stingy? Hurry up, if we don't finish today, we won't make it to the market tomorrow. Shi Shuo picked up a cup of tea, while Xiao Tong fanned him from the side. It was quite comfortable. Qianchi felt like he could just shove Shi Shuo to the ground and rub him around. Shi Shuo, don't push it. Do you believe I'll pin you down and rub you around? Do you have that ability? You? Qianchi shot him a glare and continued working. He really couldn't compete with him. Even before he arrived, he couldn't beat him, and now after spending almost every day soaking in the medicinal, that no matter how impressive he was, he couldn't hold a candle to him. Empress Chang'an did not expect that following Shi Shuo to the mountain would teach her so many things. He clearly distinguished which were poisonous, how to handle them, and their uses. What surprised her even more was that the newly sprouted bamboo was edible. Qianchi sat down next to Shi Shuo, observing the busy crowd with some emotion. To give up power and competition, wouldn't we live a more carefree life? So, has the dream awakened? Shi Shuo took the fan from Xiao Tong's hand and started to give up power and competition, wouldn't we live a more carefree life? So, has the dream awakened? Shi Shuo took the fan from Xiao Tong's hand and started fanning himself. My existence, my patents, and reputation inherently place me at the center of power. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. That explosion happened because of that woman. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't want to see you at all. I'm awake. Qianchi looked at their basket, feeling it was about time, and stood up. Let's go. This is my first time making money here. I can't let it delay. Empress Chang'an listened to their conversation, feeling quite confused, as if a thick fog separated her from them. She completely couldn't understand what they were talking about. Moreover, she couldn't comfort them. The group was very happy to finally be able to return. Passing a lake, Shi Shuo stopped and stared intently. Qianchi looked puzzled. Shi Shuo, what are you looking at? It seems there's a luminous pearl at the bottom of this lake. Qianchi, are you taking me for a fool? You can see a luminous pearl at the bottom of this lake. I'm not lying. Oh, really? Come and see, it's glowing. Qianchi walked to the edge of the lake, looking down with a puzzled expression. Shi Shuo smirked, sneaking behind him, and kicked him. Splashed. With a loud sound, Qianchi fell into. Please, young master Qianchi, help me take a good look at how big that luminous pearl is down there. Shi Shuo stood with his hands behind his back, speaking with a righteous demeanor. Qianchi splashed around in the water, finally surfacing. He thought to himself that he had clearly been used as a bet, and Shi Shuo had shown no retaliatory moves. He had assumed this magic doctor had turned over a new leaf. Qianchi splashed around in the water, finally surfacing. He thought to himself that he had clearly been used as a bet, and Shi Shuo had shown no retaliatory moves. Shi Shuo couldn't help but smile. Qianchi looked at his smile and splashed him with water, though he missed. You better explain yourself, or I won't let this go. There are quite a few small fish and shrimp in this lake, and they're pretty big. There are also plenty of river clams. Maybe if you go take a look, you might find an imperial green. I'll wait for you here. Shi Shuo sat directly on the bank. He clearly knew what Qianchi liked, especially imperial green, which was his favorite. However, he couldn't understand why a grown man like Qianchi was so fond of jewelry stones. Hearing this, Qianchi immediately swam to the bottom of the lake. Empress Chang'an sat beside him and said, there are some things I don't quite understand. Can you explain them to me? Please go ahead. Why is it that when you talk to him, I feel half understanding, as if there's a layer of fog separating you from them? You both seem like you're from here, yet not quite part of it. Is this really important? If the days are correct, Empress Chang'an's illness has worsened these past few days. As the princess of the Tang Empire, you should go take a look. Confusion. Of course, confusion. With people from different eras, who knows how many generational gaps exist? Can one not be confused? Anyway, Shi Shuo wasn't afraid of others knowing, as he also didn't understand what they were saying. Shi Shuo, I found it. Qianchi excitedly emerged from the water, holding a stone, carefully cherishing it, and then placed it beside Shi Shuo, asking him to keep it for now. He no longer cared about being kicked into the lake. Who knew if this guy would go mad and next time kick him into a sea of fire? Xiao Tong, do we have any baskets left, the kind for catching fish? I'm going to catch a few fish to roast for dinner tonight. Xiao Tong immediately handed him a basket, realizing that the young master had asked for it, because someone was indeed going to catch fish for them. The young master was truly insightful. Thus the young master remained the same, merciless when it came to playing tricks on others, let alone when it came to romance. Xiao Tong looked at Shi Shuo with admiration and actively fanned him. Empress Chang'an did not expect Shi Shuo to say such things. He actually knew that the current empress was seriously ill. This matter had never been disclosed. How did he know? Moreover, he accurately predicted the timing, knowing that her condition would worsen in these few days. Without Shi Shuo's treatment, her illness indeed began to deteriorate. He truly didn't know her identity, otherwise he wouldn't have used this matter to dismiss her. Shi Shuo, since you know about Empress Chang'an's illness, why not treat her? It would be beneficial for you with no downsides. Everyone hopes their sons become dragons and their daughters phoenixes, to be granted titles and ranks. But where's the comfort in settling scores? My ultimate goal is to settle all accounts without omission and count money until my hands cramp. With taverns opening all over the world, pursuing debts until there's nowhere to hide. Shi Shuo felt that in his past life he had died. Without a complete corpse in this life, he must live a little more freely. Besides, the average lifespan of officials isn't long. What if he outshines his master? What if the emperor becomes suspicious? It would be him, Shi Shuo, who would be busy. Why tire himself out like this? Qin Shumo and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths upon hearing this, especially at the end of that poem, which described himself as a cunning businessman so excellently. Respect. As Li Shimin returned, he saw the busy crowd, and Shi Shuo, who was directing them with a whip accompanied by a little girl. Qianchi was grinding a stone beside him, hugging it, as if it were a priceless treasure. Empress Chang'an sat nearby watching and wanting to help, but everyone kept avoiding her. Li Shimin approached Shi Shuo and directly grabbed him by the collar, dragging him into the room and throwing him inside, then closing the door. Bang! The sound indicated his anger. Empress Chang'an watched the action with worry, but she also knew that the court had agreed to Shi Shuo's demands, although he still had to pay a price. Qianchi glanced over and continued grinding his stone. If you want the court to agree to your request, you must present enough leverage. Li Shimin was too lazy to beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. After all, he couldn't guarantee whether he would be led astray by Shi Shuo. His medical skills were renowned, and so was his sharp tongue. However, he still had to put on a facade, otherwise Shi Shuo would think that Li Shimin was easy to deal with. Shi Shuo smirked. Oh, was it just a matter of benefits? This was not difficult at all. His request was reasonable and expected. What do you want? Li Shimin was taken aback by the question. What was this? Wasn't this something he should be considering? Why was Shi Shuo asking him what he wanted? Did he think he could just wish for anything? What if I want a prosperous Tang dynasty? Can you give that to me? Yes. Li Shimin's eyes lit up upon hearing this answer, excitedly gripping Shi Shuo's shoulders. He knew that if he could gain Shi Shuo's assistance with his abilities. However, that is a matter for Li Shimin. What does it have to do with me? Li Shimin thought, I am right in front of you, and I am your father. How can it not be related? It's just a request. Do you expect me to work for the court for a lifetime? Li Shimin looked at Shi Shuo with disdain and contempt in his eyes. Why did he feel like he was looking at a fool? Was he misjudging Shi Shuo? Besides, it wasn't like he wouldn't pay for his salary. Anything is fine. If you want me to be an official dream, no, everything is possible in dreams. Li Shimin was almost ready to slap him. They had agreed he would make the request, yet he had shut down all of Li Shimin's work. I heard that everything in your tavern is sourced from outside the city, and you never procure goods within Chang'an. Moreover, even during droughts you have never run out of food. Shi Shuo paused with his teacup, his gaze subtly shifting, but he did not show it. It seemed that the power of the court was indeed formidable, especially that of the royal family. Indeed. How can you maintain a sufficient food supply during price hikes? I'm curious, where does it come from, and how much is produced per acre? 2,000 jin per acre, not much. Upon hearing this question, Shi Shuo realized what Li Shimin wanted, and there was nothing to hide. Li Shimin's eyes widened at this figure, starting to doubt whether he had heard wrong. 2,000 jin per acre. This was something he had never heard of or seen. An acre producing 200 jin was already quite good. 2,000 jin per acre meant that if the Tang dynasty hoarded for 2 years, they would have enough food to wage war. Are you sure you're not fooling me? Shi Shuo rolled his eyes dramatically. I've been running my tavern for 2 years. Not to mention making a fortune daily. Just based on my consistent prices, I can easily earn 20 million guan in a year. This year is even better. I've opened a clinic, and although the income is only a tenth of the tavern's, it can still cover. In a few months, I plan to open a rice shop to compete with the Chui family, showing them what it means to be wealthy and following my plans. If nothing unexpected happens, I can control the main economy of Chang'an within 2 years. If an accident occurs, I will simply withdraw my investments and cut off Chang'an's cash flow. By then, the city will be in chaos, and Li Shimin will have no time to spare. Li Shimin watched as Shi Shuo became increasingly excited, his mouth twitching and his eyelids twitching incessantly. He thought, this guy is so kind-hearted to help me deal with the 5 surnames and 7 families. It turns out he is aiming to control Chang'an's economy. If Li Shimin were to move against him, it wouldn't just be Chang'an that would tremble, the entire Tang dynasty would shake. However, he originally wanted to support Shi Shuo to become a new power, but it seemed that his love for money was instinctive and had nothing to do with Li Shimin. Suddenly feeling sad, he realized he didn't even have the chance to ask for help. If you want grain, you can have it, but you need to pay. After all, the villagers need to eat. The market price is 5 won per jin. I'll pay 3 won, and you pay 2 won. You pay as much as I do, and that's that. Shi Shuo rubbed his nose, feeling a pinch in his heart. 3 won per jin, 100 dan, would cost 30 guan. 1,000 dan would cost 300 guan, and 100,000 dan would cost 3,000 guan. Moreover, that rice had already been planted for 5 years. The combined storage of several villages would certainly exceed 100,000 dan. Looking at Mr. Li's demeanor, he would definitely take everything without leaving a cent. This was a significant financial loss. He had to recover this money from Qianchi, otherwise it would be a disservice. Li Shimin did not expect that at this moment Shi Shuo was still calculating his own expenses, trying to minimize losses. They had agreed that he would meet any request and would provide whatever he could. This money would also have to be shared with the court, but even though it seemed like he was paying an extra when based on the procurement price, Shi Shuo was indeed taking a significant hit. With this, it was not worth quarreling over. After obtaining the grain, how to proceed was Li Shimin's matter. This guy would not. Do you think it's difficult to remove the 5 surnames and 7 families? Not difficult. Indeed, it was not difficult. Compared to his previous life, it was much easier. In his past life, it took months of planning to short a company. Once started, it would take at least a month, and up to 3 to 5 months, and during that time, everything had to be flawless. If discovered, it would be a complete failure. In this case, as long as he was technically advanced, had a significant gap in production, and offered lower prices, who would still remember them? He was just lazy and wanted to rely on the tavern to indulge himself. This is Li Shimin's matter, it has nothing to do with me. It's Li Shimin who should worry. Li Shimin looked at him with a nonchalant attitude, turning his head away, fearing he would be unable to restrain himself from taking action. As a subject of the Tang Dynasty, shouldn't you also worry for the Tang? Besides, as long as you express your ideas, even if you don't want to be an official, you could still be a carefree prince. Do I look like a fool? Shi Shuo particularly wanted to pry open Mr. Li's head to see how it worked. If he's shown in the court, how could the emperor let him go? Early in the morning, Shi Shuo had Xiao Tong wake everyone up, instructing them to follow her to the market. Meanwhile, Shi Shuo took Li Shimin and the others to collect grain, feeling a pang of heartache as he looked at the boxes of money behind him. He even regretted making that deal. It was a full 3,000 guan. This month was a complete loss. Li Shimin did not expect that Shi Shuo's grain was right at the foot of a nearby mountain, which would have been completely invisible had they not gone around it. On the surface, Shi Shuo was bringing a group of young nobles to experience life, but in reality, he had more than one trick up his sleeve. Indeed, he had underestimated him. Looking at the large objects by the river, they surprisingly allowed water to flow continuously into the small path, sparing the common folk from having to go so far to fetch water. Kid, what is that golden yellow thing? How can it grow so tall? Li Shimin thought he must have seen it wrong. How could anything grow that high? Only after a young man stood up did he realize that the object was as tall as a person's abdomen. That is the grain you wanted. Is it strange for it to grow this tall? Shi Shuo smirked. The items produced by the system were comparable in quality to the substances he refined in his past life. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin widened his eyes, looking at him with clear skepticism, but the object was right in front of him. He could not be deceived. I need to take a look. Watching Mr. Li's legs trembled, Shi Shuo tilted his head in confusion. Was this truly a prince? He was far too unstable. It seemed he would have to avoid bringing strange items in the future, or else he might be treated as a monster. Li Shimin gazed at the golden yellow rice, exhilarated. Each plant was laden with grain, a sight he had never seen before. Once this seed is planted and cultivated for another year or two, no one in the Great Tang will go hungry again. By that time, once he stockpiled enough grain, he would have the confidence to defeat Tubo. Good. Li Shimin patted Shi Shuo's back, greatly pleased. Ha ha ha. Good kid, where did you get this seed? Reporting it to the court would be a great merit, ha ha ha. Looking at the grain, Li Shimin had already begun to fantasize about his grand ambitions for the next 5 years. Shi Shuo. This slap nearly sent him away. Go ahead and dream your grand dream. Shi Shuo kicked out in frustration, truly exasperated. What kind of people were these, always wanting to get physical? If not for his own abilities, he would have been finished by now. I am seriously telling you. Your wife's illness is cured out tomorrow. Take those young nobles and your wife far away from my tavern. As for these things, whether you want to turn them in or keep them for yourself, it has nothing to do with me. Thinking of the recent events, Shi Shuo felt a headache coming on. Next to him, an old man kept talking about great merits, which made his head spin. His principle was simple: he could serve the country in his lifetime, but would never step into politics. Li Shimin did not expect Shi Shuo to get angry. He was momentarily stunned. His demeanor had always given the impression of laziness, preferring to sit when he could stand and lie down when he could sit. His ministers evaluated him as 3 parts aloof and 7 parts courteous. Could it be that his constant mention of great merits had angered him? Isn't it good to serve in the court? Why do you always resist? Do you think I haven't thought about it? Shi Shuo smirked, revealing a mocking smile. When he first arrived, his first thought was to find a patron, especially someone in power, or perhaps he himself could be that official serving as the patron. I once thought about it, but unfortunately that official was corrupt. I promised him a great deal, but alas, without 1,000 guan he wouldn't give me a letter of recommendation. Since I can't be an official, then I will engage in commerce. I treat a merchant, and the trade is in this mountain. There are 10 villages surrounding this mountain, 3 of which are under the corrupt official's nose. I have managed them for 3 years right under his watch. You as a prince have been unaware of everything here. I must thank that corrupt official. Hearing this, Li Shimin clenched his fists tightly. If he remembered correctly, the county closest to this mountain was Wanyan County. What a corrupt official of Wanyan County. Right under Li Shimin's nose, he had been corrupt for so many years. Shi Shuo glanced at him. He had said what he needed to say, and had also mentioned what he shouldn't have. In any case, the people would not be able to pay attention to him next. Wasn't it just about giving them something to do? Shi Shuo was quite skilled at that. A smile crept onto Shi Shuo's lips, his eyes full of joy, unable to hide it as he looked at the few children hiding behind a tree trunk. Taking a few candies out of his sleeve, he waved at them. Come here for a moment. The children had never seen so many people come here. They were a little scared. Upon hearing Shi Shuo's call, they immediately approached. Shi Shuo, Gidge, who are these people? You go call the villagers to bring out the stored grain. They are here to collect the grain and need to notify other villages as well. Just say that I am here to collect grain, understood? Okay. The children, having received the candies, immediately ran off shouting, Shi Shuo, Gidge has come to collect. Li Shimin watched the rapid changes in Shi Shuo. The person who had been angry and complaining just a moment ago was now all smiles. The speed of this change was comparable to flipping a page in a book. No wonder he had another nickname, Shi the Merchant. His ability to adapt his words to suit the audience was unmatched. Shi Shuo found a shady spot, leaned against a tree trunk, and said, "Mr. Li, didn't we come to collect grain? Hurry over, this place is quite good." The village head, upon hearing the children say that Shi Shuo was here to collect grain, was somewhat incredulous. After all, there were still 2 months until he was supposed to collect grain. To his surprise, as soon as he arrived, he saw Shi Shuo leaning against a tree accompanied by a number of unfamiliar people. Somewhat tense, he walked over to Shi Shuo. "Shi Shuo, will these people be problematic? Your money doesn't come from thin air. What if they are frauds?" The village head had heard not long ago that someone had pretended to be a merchant to collect grain, but fortunately Shi Shuo had discovered it early, so there hadn't been significant losses. He had remembered this matter for a long time. Whenever unfamiliar people came, they all claimed they had no grain. "It's fine, and their money has already been accounted for. There won't be any problems, so you can rest assured, Grandpa Li Zhang." Shi Shuo rarely became serious. After all, they truly cared about him. "Then I'll have them bring the grain over." Upon hearing Shi Shuo's assurance, the village head relaxed and turned to call the villagers to bring out the grain for exchange. Li Shimin did not expect that these people would actually trust Shi Shuo. "What have you done to them? How come they trust you so much?" Actually, their thoughts are quite simple. As long as they are full and warm, whoever can help them achieve that they will trust. I am merely helping along the way. Upon hearing his words, Li Shimin looked at the villagers, each household smiling as they gradually brought out the grain. Some began to believe Shi Shuo's words. Li Shimin watched as the common people emerged with bag after bag of grain, a smile stretching from ear to ear. Fortunately, he had brought the entire Ministry of Revenue with him, otherwise it would have taken an eternity to gather this much. Just as he was about to discuss his upcoming plans with Shi Shuo, he saw Shi Shuo take off his outer garment, roll up his sleeves, and join a group of children to catch mice. There was a fire nearby, and a few children were roasting by it. To be honest, the smell was quite appetizing. Li Shimin looked at Shi Shuo, smile, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although this kid could be quite infuriating, he sometimes retained the innocence of a child, which was rather endearing. "Brother Shi Shuo, are they ready? It smells so good." Yes, we are about to eat." Shi Shuo divided the food he had in hand, thinking he could have some himself, but just as he finished distributing it, someone snatched the food from his hands. Shi Shuo's eyes widened as he hesitantly glanced at the person who took his food. He was about to explode with anger. Who dared to snatch something from him? That was like asking for trouble. To his surprise, it was Mr. Li. He pouted to forget it. After all, this guy was a prince, someone he couldn't afford to. Li Shimin chuckled as he watched Shi Shuo's frustrated expression. He had surprisingly managed to turn the tables on this kid. It wasn't easy. "Kid, have you ever thought about finding your parents?" Shi Shuo was taken aback. It seemed he had never considered this matter in either his past or present life, and he didn't know why. It seemed like something that didn't concern him. "I never thought about it. For me, living in the moment is what matters. Crying or laughing, it's all the same, and there's no need to add unnecessary worries to myself." "Don't you ever envy them?" Hearing this answer, Li Shimin felt a chill in his heart. "They should envy me." Shi Shuo looked at the many warm families nearby, realizing he felt not an ounce of discontent. "I have money, intelligence, and can control the economic lifeline. While they struggle daily for their meals, if it weren't for my arrival, they would starve and freeze. Why should I envy them?" Li Shimin's heart sank. He never expected that Shi Shuo would lack compassion. Why then would he protect someone Was it truly just because of his mentor? No matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem like that kind of person. If that's the case, why would you go so far as to spend money to protect someone? Even the happiest person can feel lonely. He is one of my kind, it's only natural to protect him. Shi Shuo looked at Li Shimin, noticing he was acting strangely today, asking him all kinds of odd questions. Could it be that this person was trying to find something to threaten him with? Was it really that easy to find Shi Shuo's weakness? Or did he have his eyes on him, wanting him to become a son-in-law? Oh no, that thought was unacceptable. He wasn't done having fun yet, and besides, many wanted him to be their son-in-law. Even if he was a prince, he couldn't force the issue. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. Oh, what a twisted thought. Li Shimin looked at Shi Shuo, meaningfully feeling helpless. Guan Yin's maid hoped to recognize this child. If she knew that Shi Shuo had never considered finding them, she would be heartbroken. Thinking about how Guan Yin's maid would feel sad, Li Shimin wanted to crack open Shi Shuo's head to see what this kid was thinking. He needed to find out if he truly had a heart. As Li Shimin focused his gaze, he discovered that Shi Shuo had fallen asleep. He was instantly furious. Good heavens! This kid! While he was lost in thought, Shi Shuo was just there sleeping without a care, as if he had committed some heinous sin in his past life, to have turned out like this. Daizhou, seeing Li Shimin's furious expression, was initially prepared to report how much they had gathered to cheer the emperor up, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Who knows, perhaps going there was just a fate of being cannon fodder, or why bother? Shi Shuo unnoticed Li Shimin's footsteps fading away, and he truly fell asleep. Xiao Tong watched as the dough in Qianci's hands was thrown for quite a while, and it actually turned into noodles, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. He had seen this action once before, and it was done by his own master. At that moment he decided that his master was indeed remarkable. After all, even the chefs in the tavern took a long time to learn, but they couldn't compare to what his master made. He never expected that Qianchi would also be able to do this. How could he not be shocked? Qianchi kneaded the dough, tossed it, and boiled it. A series of actions left everyone in awe. Qianchi pursed his lips. Don't envy me, bro, I'm just a legend. Humph. Qin Shumo and the others scoffed, yet they had to admit that Qianchi was indeed impressive. While Xiao Tong was amazed, he had not forgotten what Shi Shuo had instructed. All right, everyone stop staring. It's time to set up the stall and get to work. Qianchi took the cleaned mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and wild vegetables, boiled them together, and then tossed in some meat. The aroma immediately wafted out, attracting quite a crowd. Little brother, how much for a bowl? I want one. 15 Xiao Tong directly answered, for Qianchi having spent so much time around Shi Shuo that he had learned his temperament well. A one-price deal. If you can afford it, eat. If not, then forget it. The onlookers gasped at this price. The most expensive stall around charged only 5 a bowl. And here it was 3 times more expensive. Why not just rob them? That's fine. Now, if it's not delicious, I'll smash your stall. The man nodded, looking at Xiao Tong's indifferent demeanor, feeling as if he had seen him somewhere before. Here you go, sir, your noodles. Enjoy. Seeing that the price was settled, Qianchi immediately served the bowl of noodles to the customer. What surprised him was that although they had originally agreed on 10 a bowl, Xiao Tong had actually raised the price on the spot. It seemed that Shi Shuo had suffered a loss when negotiating conditions the night before and was planning to make it back through him. The man picked up the noodles, admiring the long and thin strands that looked so much better than those at other stalls, and with the toppings, it was quite pleasing to the eye. Your presentation is quite similar to that of the Divine Doctor Tavern. The man took a bite, his eyes lit up, and he quickly finished the bowl of noodles, letting out a satisfied burp. If anyone were to ask which noodles were the best before, there would be no hesitation. It would be from the Divine Doctor Tavern. Now he had unexpectedly found such delicious noodles outside. This was truly unexpected. I wonder what your relationship is with that Divine Doctor. How can you make such delicious noodles? We have no relationship whatsoever. Qianchi replied with a smile, firmly denying any connection, for after all, Shi Shuo had asked him to repay the money, and it was impossible for him to profit under Shi Shuo's name. Perhaps he would end up being criticized more if he admitted it, so it was safer to deny it. Xiao Tong looked at him and suddenly realized that this person wasn't so annoying after all. The man left 15 and departed. Safe travels, sir. Come again next time. Young master, this is the money we earned today. Xiao Tong saw a man getting off the carriage and immediately ran over, hugging the money box. Qianchi glanced at the man and grabbed Xiao Tong by the back of his collar, kindly reminding him, "That is not your young master. Take a good look." Xiao Tong was taken aback. This was clearly his young master. He tugged at Qiankai's hand and glared at him. "I know you don't like me hanging around, young master, but you wouldn't go this far, would you?" Xiao Tong was taken aback. This was clearly his young master. He tugged at Qiankai's hand and glared at him. "I know you don't like. I've known him for decades. I know exactly what kind of person he is." Hearing this, Xiao Tong immediately looked at the man. His attire indeed did not match his young master's taste. So who was he then? How would I know? Qianchi rolled his eyes dramatically, then a sly smile crept onto his face. It was surprising that there was someone in this world who looked similar to Shi Shuo, but not quite on par with that prodigy. Perhaps Shi Shuo didn't even know about this. One was a refined scholar, the other boasted of grandiosity. Tisk tisk tsk. A good show was about to unfold. What would this guest like to eat? Li Chengxian was also taken aback. Just as he got off the carriage, he heard someone call him young master, then someone else said he wasn't. Could it be that there was someone in this world who looked exactly like him? I just heard that your noodles are comparable to those at the Divine Physician's restaurant, so I came to try them. After eating at the restaurant, Li Chengxian savored the taste for a long time, but due to his status, he couldn't just go out. He could only have someone bring it to him occasionally. Please take a seat, guest. Li Chengxian sat down, observing the two with great curiosity about what they had just said. I just heard you mention someone who looks exactly like me. Who is this person? Guess the world is vast and full of wonders. Two people looking alike doesn't mean anything, it's just fate. Qianchi thought to himself that if Shi Shuo knew about this, he would likely be dumbfounded or extremely embarrassed. It was rare to find something entertaining to watch, so he had to find a way to bring the person before Shi Shuo. Li Chengxian, I just want to know who that person is. You tell me it's just a coincidence, then why did you say it so loudly? Really? I can tell you're an ambitious person. Running a small stall here is truly a waste of your talents. Why don't you come with me instead? Li Chengxian didn't miss the cunning glint in Qianchi's eyes. He recognized that look all too well. Since he wanted to scheme against him, he didn't mind dragging him down with him. It would be best if he could catch 2 fish at once, making them his aides. Qianchi was momentarily stunned, looking at Li Chengxian strangely. This person wanted to recruit him without fearing for his life. Did he think he was the second Shi Shuo? He looked full of flaws. In reality, he wouldn't stand a chance against even one of him. Guest, please enjoy your meal. If the guest really wishes to meet him, he should be on his way to Wanyan County right now. After all, he wasn't wrong. It was merely about collecting grain. Given their speed and Shi Shuo's impatient nature, the sooner they finished the better. He didn't like watching his money disappear without getting anything in return. Hearing this, Li Chengxian raised an eyebrow, thinking that his father had also sent him to Wanyan County to catch someone and had the Imperial Guards go ahead. Moreover, his father had said that he would accompany the divine physician to collect grain today. He wondered if they would go to Wanyan County. The more Li Chengxian thought about it, the less interest he had in trying the noodles. He quickly ate a few bites and threw down some silver before getting back on the carriage. Seeing this, Qianchi also began to pack up. Money was not important, what mattered was watching the show. Chen Shumo and the others were busy selling when they saw the crown prince arrive. Everyone looked at his ornate attire and knew he was incognito, so they did not disturb him. But what was the deal with patronizing that bastard stall? Was being able to cook such a big deal? However, they smelled the aroma and wanted to eat as well. Shi Shuo didn't expect that Mr. Li's subordinates would work so quickly, finishing collecting grain from several villages in just one morning, and were now dragging him toward Wanyan County. As soon as Shi Shuo stepped into Wanyan County, someone reported to the county magistrate. If Shi Shuo had stayed in Chang'an, the magistrate of Wanyan County wouldn't have been able to trouble him. In the eyes of the magistrate, as long as he entered Wanyan County, he was destined to be at their mercy. Shi Shuo yawned, looking at his long-abandoned hometown, which had not changed at all over the years, and no wonder it was ancient. The magistrate, upon receiving the news, immediately rushed over with a group of subordinates. Upon seeing Shi Shuo, he quickly ordered his men to surround him. His face was stuffed with fat, and that smile was simply insulting. Calling it lewd or vulgar would be an understatement. Oh, isn't this our Wanyan County's wealth god, the divine physician? Sure. How could you bear to return? Shi Shuo looked at the person before him and immediately dismissed his earlier thought. It wasn't that there had been no change, rather the change was quite significant. This guy was even heavier than a pig. So it's the county magistrate. Good afternoon. I'm just here to find you to play around with you. Shi Shuo smiled, his eyes occasionally drifting toward the other's indescribable area. The magistrate followed his gaze down and immediately clamped his legs together. 5 years ago, this brat had come to him for a letter of recommendation, which he hadn't given. Later, he heard that he had left Wanyan County. 3 years ago, he returned and brought a fair amount of wealth with him. The first thing this brat did with his money wasn't to show filial piety to him, but to take that bunch of bumpkins to dig. Wasn't it just a matter of handing over some money? This brat kept dragging it out, and in the end, he even dared to hit him. If he hadn't run to Chang'an where the emperor resided, he would have taught him a lesson long ago. Really? Then how much have you brought this time? I'll tell you, without 1,000 strings of cash, don't even think about leaving one. Shi Shuo played with his hair, twirling it around, and looking at the people surrounding him with disdain. I say, magistrate, the great lord of Wanyan County, is this all you have? Wasn't the last time your foot not enough? Or have you healed and want to be useless again? But looking at your complexion, your spirit is dark, your lips are purple, and your gaze is scattered. It's clear you've overexerted yourself, your kidneys are failing. Tisk tisk tsk. It's over in less than 15 minutes. Don't talk about having a son, you won't even be able to conceive. And just look at your face, full of excess flesh, with a body heavier than 2 pigs, you must be suffering from wealth-related diseases. You'll be lucky to live to 50 tisk tsk. If I remember correctly, the last time I gave you that foot treatment, it felt short and small. Even if you took all the girls in Wanyan County, you were destined to have no offspring. Why bother? Li Shimin did not expect that Shi Shuo's words would be so sharp, cursing without any foul language. No wonder he was known as a treacherous merchant. For the sake of that 10,000 coins, he could drive someone to their grave. The county magistrate did not anticipate that Shi Shuo would dare to expose all his secrets, and the key point was that they were both short and small. Damn, has he seen him? What about you? I'm fine, just don't know. Shi Shuo revealed a playful smile, deliberately pausing for a moment, his gaze lightly glancing at his tightly crossed legs. County magistrate, can you give me another kick? This time I guarantee that no one can heal him. All of you come out my county. Whoever brings this kid down will be rewarded with 100 coins, just make sure not to injure that face. As soon as the county magistrate's words were spoken, many constables emerged from behind the surrounding houses surrounding Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo, unfazed, took out a brick from his sleeve. The county magistrate was taken aback by this object and then burst into laughter. Kid, if you don't have a weapon, you can plead with me. Who knows, maybe seeing your face I might just give you a weapon. Shi Shuo. Indeed, being too handsome is not a good thing. Even men are staring at him. Given that the county magistrate is eyeing him, he must reward him with a few more bricks. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. Li Shimin's face darkened upon hearing these words, as Shi Shuo had been wandering for 16 years, and he had yet to figure out how to acknowledge him, yet it felt within his acceptable range. As a result, this 10,000-year-old county magistrate actually set his sights on his son. This is intolerable, absolutely intolerable. If he doesn't punish him severely today, he would be unworthy of his throne. I say, county magistrate, is this all the men you have? Shi Shuo looked around again, flexing his wrists. If you don't call in more, the ones behind you look quite impressive, let them join in. The county magistrate, hearing this, was very puzzled. All his people were right here, who else could be behind him? Half in disbelief, he glanced back, and upon seeing his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. The constables surrounding Shi Shuo, seeing the county magistrate kneel, also followed suit and knelt down. Shi Shuo. He had just been holding a brick, yet they didn't show such softness. How come they crumbled upon seeing the army? This is discrimination. Is Shi Shuo really that lacking in intimidation? Li Chengxian also noticed Shi Shuo, and due to his unbound hair, He looked somewhat similar, yet that face he had seen for 17 years. It cannot be said to be identical, but only that it was carved from the same mold. This is the person those two spoke of. Li Changqian did not have to doubt this. It was undoubtedly true. This official has met His Highness the Crown Prince. The county magistrate of Wanyan was trembling all over, his voice quivering. Shi Shuo's eyes narrowed slightly. His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Changqian historically did not meet a good end. First he liked men, then he became lame, and finally he sought to emulate Li Shimin with a coup at Xuanwu Gate. Unfortunately, in the end, he was killed by Li Shimin. He was indeed short-lived. This county magistrate was merely a corrupt official. There was no need to even involve the Crown Prince. Could it be that Mr. Li's mind isn't quite right? Li Changqian didn't even glance at him, stopping in front of Shi Shuo for a moment, looking at him, before walking up to Li Shimin. Shi Shuo looked at his gaze, feeling speechless. What is happening in this world? Why are so many people looking at him with, what exactly did he do wrong? Son pays respects to Father Emperor. Upon hearing this, Shi Shuo's body froze, and he stiffly turned to look at the one Li Changqian was bowing to. No wonder the system didn't demand anything this time. No wonder he bore the Li surname. No wonder that lady had a fit of anger. It turns out he is the current emperor. He actually made Li Shimin do work. The fact that the other party didn't chop off his head was already a great favor. Yet he was still foolishly being taken advantage of without realizing it, exposing so many things in front of others, and even threatening him in front of Li Shimin. His intelligence needs a complete overhaul. Finally, Shi Shuo took a deep breath, walked in front of Li Shimin, and made a salute, saying, "Commoner, Shi Shuo pays respects to your majesty." Li Shimin looked at the aloofness in Shi Shuo's eyes, raised his hand, but didn't know what to say. Forget it. The county magistrate also did not expect that he had just threatened someone in front of the emperor, and was suddenly drenched in sweat, as if facing a formidable enemy. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a pair of shoes appear in front of him. Looking up, he met Shi Shuo's ominous smile. "You?" "Oh." Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by a brick from Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo thought for a moment. He had already made the emperor work and threatened him in front of Li Shimin. He didn't mind doing one more thing. After all, escaping wouldn't be difficult. "This is what you get for looking at me. This is for trying to snatch a girl. This is for coveting my money." Shi Shuo lifted the county magistrate and executed a shoulder throw, finally stepping on that indescribable area. "Li Shimin, the last sentence was your main point, huh? For the sake of money, you made someone a eunuch. It is indeed typical of Shi, the treacherous merchant." Qin Shimo and the others secretly watched from the side, completely stunned by Shi Shuo's series of actions. What a feat! Where is the supposed fragility, the supposed delicateness? This county magistrate weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds, while Shi Shuo barely weighed 120 to 130, at most a full 2 times lighter. With just one hand, he lifted the man up. Does he realize his character has collapsed? Shi Shuo finally picked up that brick, looked at the county magistrate lying on the ground covering a certain area, and smashed it down hard. "For the sake of our pleasant interaction today, I will reward you once more." Li Changqian did not expect him to be so violent, completely lacking the demeanor of a scholar, instead exuding a streetwise flavor. Shi Shuo stretched lazily and looked at Li Shimin, saying, "Mr. Li, I am done. Shall we continue to collect the..." Hidden in the tea house, Qianchi did not miss this spectacle. No wonder he is the thousand-faced vixen. He knows the other party's identity, yet remains so calm. It's just that he's lacking a few screws. The person is right in front of him, and he still doesn't recognize him. No wonder he is the master's chief disciple. Of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, only desire remains, and he has learned to be heartless and emotionless perfectly. Such a person in life feels nothing but loneliness, but lives carefreely. His heart remains eternally youthful. It's just a bit sad. "You are the one who is pitiful." Xiao Tong glared at him, disagreeing with his words. If the young master had no feelings, why would he help us? What good would it do him? Qianchi smiled and shook his head, picked up the fan he had just bought, and tapped his head. "Did I not say? He feels loneliness, which is why he wants to help you." Li Shimin approached the magistrate of Wanyan County and stepped on him with one foot. "Wanyan County Magistrate, you have quite the audacity to demand 10,000 taels in front of everyone. Has the court wronged you? The key point is, how dare he covet his son? Such a person deserves to die 100 times. Therefore all property shall be confiscated and the 9 clans shall be executed. The rest of the group shall be exiled and reduced to slavery." Upon hearing this command from Li Shimin, Shi Shuo furrowed his brow, but said nothing. He felt that his own life was in jeopardy. He was truly afraid of death. Shi Shuo quietly placed his hand inside his sleeve. Li Shimin looked at Shi Shuo's expression, first alarmed, and then calming down. "Are you satisfied with the outcome of what I have..." Shi Shuo did not expect Li Shimin to ask him. The commoner feels that the women who were taken back to the magistrate's residence are quite pitiful, and this has nothing to do with them. If they die just like that, it would be really unfair. Li Shimin nodded, agreeing with Shi Shuo's words. "Then let's give each of them 100 taels to ensure they have a place to..." The magistrate of Wanyan County looked at Shi Shuo, who was actually pleading for those women, and since the emperor had agreed, he immediately clutched Shi Shuo's thigh. "Shi Shuo, sure, the divine doctor, I beg you, save me. I will definitely follow you in the future. Please help me plead for leniency." Shi Shuo directly took out a brick and smashed it onto his head, knocking him unconscious with one blow. Li Chengqian watched the fierce but few words spoken by Shi Shuo, clenching his fists tightly. So this is Shi Shuo, the most famous divine doctor in Chang'an. Shi Shuo's series of actions made Li Chengqian feel threatened. If Shi Shuo knew he was Li Chengqian's biological brother, would he really try to seize his position as crown prince? Could Li Chengqian compete with him? Li Chengqian only had the support of officials in the court, while Shi Shuo could rally the hearts of the people with just a word. When the walls fall, everyone pushes. Many in the court wished for Shi Shuo to be an official, and Zhuge had visited him many times intending to draw him into his service, only to discover later that the other party was actually a prince who had fallen into obscurity. He and Zhuge had fought for Shi Shuo the divine doctor for so long, only to end up as a joke. Li Chengqian calmed his emotions, took a deep breath, and walked up to Shi Shuo. I didn't expect you to be sure the divine doctor. How is my mother's illness? She has already been cured. From now on she just needs to take care of herself and not overexert herself, especially in matters of intimacy. Li Shimin, is it really necessary to take revenge on him like this? I am serious. Shi Shuo glanced at Li Shimin's expression and knew what he was thinking. Qianchi observed this scene from the tea house and felt quite helpless. He had neither seen Shi Shuo get injured nor seen Shi Shuo's mistake. This is meaningless. The stage was wasted. This magistrate of Wanyan County is also useless. They say the villain dies from talking too much and looking for trouble. So many people came, yet they didn't even lay a hand on him, and he even got a kick in the knee. He is simply the worst of the worst. Qianchi tossed a few copper coins and dragged the still infatuated Xiaotong away. Are you still making money? Hurry up and leave. Upon hearing the words make money, Xiaotong immediately returned to his senses and trotted after Qianchi. The young master is truly amazing. He must complete the tasks given by the young master and help him earn more money. Li Shimin observed the distracted Li Chengqian, who was looking at Shi Shuo intentionally or unintentionally, and he knew that Li Chengqian must have noticed it too. Looking at Shi Shuo again, he still had that aloof demeanor of a transcendent being, as if he did not partake in the mundane world. It was hard to tell whether he truly did not notice or if he was just pretending. Li Shimin patted Li Chengqian's back with a helpless expression. Chengqian, some things we can discuss when we go back. After all, if they talked about it here, that kid wouldn't believe him, so why waste his breath? The next day, Shi Shuo returned to the inn. As soon as he reached the third floor, he sensed something was off, but he acted as if nothing had happened and calmly walked in. Bang! A dark figure fell from the third floor of the inn, startling passers-by into looking back. Shi Shuo stood above, watching the person try to run, and smashed a brick down, subduing the opponent in one move. Just because you look ugly doesn't mean you can scare people when you go out. How dare you come and disgust me? You clearly don't know how to write the word death. The man in black looked at Shi Shuo, his eyes filled with fear. He had thought that this shopkeeper was only good at business and had remarkable medical skills, but nothing else. He had squatted on the third floor all night, and as soon as this person returned, he was kicked down. At least 2 of his ribs were broken, and this stone has already fractured his bones. Who said he was useless? Who said he was weak? Who said he was frail? Come out and face me. You're simply— The man in black looked at Shi Shuo, his voice trembling, clearly frightened. I tell you, behind me is the 100 Ghost Night Walk, and our leader is King Yen. Shi Shuo scratched his nose, looking at him as if he were an idiot. So this is why you came to scare me. Let me tell you today, whether it's heaven or hell, you are doomed. Blame it on your ugly appearance. The man in black. Are we even talking about the same thing? Shouldn't your focus be on who sent me to kill you? What kind of brain do you have? Your thinking is completely different from normal people. If Shi Shuo could hear his thoughts, he would definitely reply, I've roamed the rivers and lakes for many years and made countless enemies. Not to mention the distant ones, just the ones nearby. The 5 surnames and 7 clans would love to wipe him out. Do I even need to ask? Besides, since they send assassins to kill him, couldn't they send someone prettier? Who knows, he might be pleased and willingly— Tisk, look at your face full of pockmarks. You're hideously ugly. Seeing your appearance, even King Yen must not be much better off, probably with a pig's nose and cow's ears, with a face full of pits and holes. As Shi Shuo spoke, he even shook his body and made a face of disgust. No wonder it's the 100 Ghosts Night Walk. At that moment, someone setting up a stall somewhere suddenly sneezed loudly. Qianchi scratched his nose, looking puzzled. Which deity is fighting, causing me to be caught up in it? He hadn't done anything recently. Why was he affected? Who cares which deity? First pay back the 300,000 taels owed to the young master. Xiaotong said resentfully. If it weren't for him, he would have gone to play with the young master long ago. I believe everyone knows that Shi Shuo, the divine physician, has cultivated rice with a yield of 2,000 jin per mu outside the city. Moreover, he also provided 3,000 guan to assist the court in purchasing 1,000,000 dan of grain. For such great merits, what do you think I should reward him with? Wei Zhang and the others lowered their heads, not saying a word. This matter was originally meant to challenge Shi Shuo, to make him pay attention to the laws of the great Tang, yet he actually managed to present 3,000 guan and 1,000,000 dan of grain without hesitation. He completed the task in less than 2 days. If you consider the merits and demerits, he still has rice with a yield of 2,000 jin per mu. If we don't, putting this matter on the table would make everyone look bad. Moreover, this million dan of grain has already been transported to the border where the soldiers are still waiting for their meals. The seeds are now in Shi Shuo's hands, and the common people only listen to him. If they want to buy, they only buy from him. His words as a merchant carry more weight than those of the officials. Given that he can obtain seeds yielding 2,000 jin per mu, Shi Shuo is an indispensable part of the great Tang's prosperity. No one knows what else he can produce. Wei Zheng now wore a worried expression. Everyone knows that the only way to bring that guy into the court is if the sun rises from the west, unless Shi Shuo changes his nature. Indeed, it would be a miracle if he didn't run away. Chang'an Wujie seemed to have thought of something, his eyes widening in urgency. Your Majesty, hurry, he is about to run away. Li Shimin was taken aback, unable to process it, looking confused. Who was going to run away? Shi Shuo, didn't you expose your identity in front of him yesterday? That guy said that if he ever saw Li Shimin, he would find an unrecognized place to make money again. Li Shimin suddenly stood up. No wonder Shi Shuo had shown that expression yesterday. No wonder he who was usually fearless suddenly bowed so respectfully to him. So he was planning to run away. This is really a sudden blow to him. Zhuge, hurry and stop him. I will go change my clothes and come right away. Wei Zheng watched the emperor leave the civil and military officials behind to chase after a merchant, and that merchant, if he were to stop the emperor from going, he would have to sleep on the streets tonight. Forget it, he won't stop him, he doesn't want to sleep on the streets. What Qianchi didn't expect was that when he arrived at the tavern, he saw Shi Shuo stepping on a black-clothed man's body, hands on his hips, looking as arrogant as one could be. Did he not say he was going to run away? How come he still has the leisure to act so tyrannically here? Moreover, with that expression, he looks even more arrogant than his son. If he were to indulge in debauchery and have some backing, who in this world could control him? Qianchi decided to ask someone for the situation, otherwise he would be the next to be stepped on. Brother, what's happened? The man looked at Qianchi in his official attire and immediately became nervous. I heard that someone sneaked into the divine physician's room to assassinate him, but was thrown off the 3rd floor by the divine physician. That person was part of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Alright, I understand. Qianchi tossed him a few coins and let him go. Looking at Shi Shuo's small frame, and then at the man on the ground, it was clear he was a tough character, and that man was someone he recognized. A bandit from a certain mountain, seemingly named Zhangmatsi. He had even crossed hands with him once, but in the end he managed to escape, and Qianchi had been injured. Wasn't it said that this divine physician was delicate? He can't lift a hand or carry a shoulder. To run into Zhangmatsi and remain unscathed, are we really calling this delicate? Who spread such rumors? I will make sure to eliminate him. Shi Shuo picked up a brick from the ground, looking as arrogant as ever at the person on the ground. Come on, didn't you just say you wanted my life? Come, I will just stand here and not run. It's all because this building is too low and the ground too soft. You didn't die from the fall. What a pity. Zhangmatsi had an expression of anger glaring at Shi Shuo, unable to voice his fury. He feared that if he spoke, this guy would look at him unfavorably and then throw a stone to take care of him. Moreover, the officials had not yet arrived, indicating that this kid still had some background. He cursed himself for being greedy and taking on such a job, facing such a monster. It seemed that he was really going to fall today. Don't you want to know who sent me to kill you? Shi Shuo shook his head. I don't want to know. Think carefully. Zhangmatsi was almost in tears. This kid was definitely doing it on purpose, teasing him. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move and was unable to fight back, he would have already shown this kid what the harshness of society was like. I'm thinking, with such an ugly face, should you consider plastic surgery? Not 1,000 guan, just 9,998 guan, guaranteed to be handsome and charming. Although not as good looking as me, at least you won't look so bad that any woman seeing you would want to die. While advertising, Shi Shuo didn't forget to praise himself, making the surrounding people laugh. Zhangmatsi especially wanted to faint upon hearing this, but it seemed that whenever he was about to lose consciousness, Shi Shuo would step on him to wake him up. He knew he was ugly. There was no need for this kid to remind him constantly. At this moment, someone handed a mouse to Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo held the mouse in front of him, and then the mouse tilted its head and didn't move at all. Zhangmatsi. If someone could come and finish him off, he would thank their ancestors for 8 generations. Look, this is a mouse, and it's a female one. After seeing you, it immediately died. Really, you must believe me. My price is already very cheap, not 1,000 guan, just 9,998 guan, guaranteed quality and quantity, no deception for young and old. Any resemblance to actual persons is purely coincidental. There is also free maintenance afterwards, ensuring you are handsome and charming. If you miss the shop, there won't be another. So please consider carefully. After finishing, Shi Shuo smiled and gave a thumbs up to his own words. Zhangmatsi was utterly speechless. This was the first time he encountered someone like this. He came to kill, not to spend money. Moreover, this kid never spoke on the same wavelength as him. He had given up. This kid could do whatever he wanted. When Li Shimin arrived, he heard Shi Shuo's words and finally understood why he was called a cunning merchant. He did nothing, saw nothing, and yet he casually mentioned 1,000 guan. The key was that it sounded quite reasonable. Indeed, he was undoubtedly a cunning merchant. This is the legendary case of either not opening a store or profiting for 3 years once opened, or simply opening his mouth to profit. Shi Shuo remained the same Shi Shuo. If one were to overlook his foot and the Zhangmatzi on the ground, he was still the delicate Shi Shini. Zhangmatzi looked at Shi Shuo and noticed that he was occasionally moving his body, appearing quite fatigued. I didn't expect Master Shi's martial arts to be so formidable. Defeated by you, I have to admit my defeat, but I am quite curious why there are rumors that you are very delicate. As you said, those are rumors. If you believe them, there's nothing I can do about it, right? Shi Shuo glanced at the brick. It was good he had played enough and was tired. If he didn't stop now, he would soon lack the strength to run. It seems that the 5 clans and 7 families have even managed to control the officials. There's no use in keeping you around, so please disappear from here. Zhangmatzi watched as Shi Shuo raised the brick ready to strike down and hurriedly called out, "Wait. Do you want to know who poisoned you 5 years ago?" Shi Shuo blinked and immediately stopped catching the brick. "If the answer satisfies me, perhaps I will let you go." "It's a woman. 5 years ago I saw a woman who poisoned you after finding the big boss. Later she disappeared after leaving behind some money. What did she wear? What did she look like?" "She wore strange clothes, carried a quilt on her back, and had her hair styled in a big fluffy way. She was quite beautiful." "When was the 100 Ghosts Night established, and what does your King Yin look like?" 3 years ago a masked man recruited many mountain bandits and named it the 100 Ghosts Night. We don't know what he looks like, only that he is a teenager with formidable martial arts. Shi Shuo looked at him with a resigned shake of his head. "Do you think your leader will let you off the hook for selling him out so easily? I'm not a real 100 Ghosts. The real 100 Ghosts are very powerful. I'm just a small minion." Zhangmatzi felt helpless. He had challenged the 100 Ghosts before and couldn't win. "I see." Shi Shuo nodded, looking as if he understood. Zhangmatzi saw that Shi Shuo had relaxed his guard and was preparing to seize the opportunity to resist. Just as he was about to move, Shi Shuo exerted force with his foot, pressing him back to the ground. "Did I allow you to move? You scared me. You still want to run? Don't you know how ugly you are? Even if you're ugly, you have no strength, ruining my mood and still thinking of escaping." "Zhangmatzi, didn't you say that as long as I spoke you'd let me go? Why are you going back on your word?" Shun Yaojin saw this and stepped forward. "Master Shi, let me take him, or I guarantee he won't come back this time." Shi Shuo saw that the newcomer was Chun Yaojin, nodded and easily lifted Zhangmatzi, knocking him unconscious with a brick to the head. Chun Yaojin caught the brick effortlessly. It was solid and square, feeling quite comfortable to hold. He had just heard that Zhangmatzi wanted to run after falling, and it was Shi Shuo who had used this brick to break his bones. "Since there's nothing going on, you should return early. My boy is tired and will rest for a while, so I want to entertain you. Let's go, let's go." Don't delay his escape. Although there are many matters that I haven't had time to deal with, it doesn't affect his escape. Shin Yaojin didn't expect that as soon as he arrived, Shi Shuo would issue a dismissal order. Did this guy really intend to run? Even Zhangmatzi isn't his match. How could a strong man like him win? "There's no rush. I'll have a cup of tea first, but won't disturb your rest. Let's go, let's go." Don't delay his escape. Although there are many matters that I haven't had time to deal with, it doesn't affect his escape. Shin Yaojin didn't expect that. "Kid, him here, and I just happen to have something to discuss with you." Shimin walked out from the crowd smiling at him. Shi Shuo rolled his eyes dramatically. Was this a coincidence, or did someone predict he would run with 1 or 2 people blocking him? No, he had to run no matter what. It would be embarrassing if his life were lost here. "Since we have guests, Chi-Bo, please entertain them. I'll go upstairs to rest first." "Alright, I'll send someone to fix the house short." Qi nodded, immediately noticing Shi Shuo's unusual behavior, but he didn't want to point it out. As soon as Shi Shuo went upstairs, he began packing his things, carrying a large bag of money. But when he opened the door, he saw Shimin standing at the entrance. "Shi Shuo, your majesty, may I ask what brings you here? Where are you going? Wandering? How about taking—" "No, the Tang dynasty needs your majesty. The court needs your majesty. I'm just a merchant." Shi Shuo thought for a moment, knowing his words might offend people, so he tactfully refused. After all, he hadn't lived long and didn't want to die. "I want to know about the poisoning incident. I'll handle this matter myself. There's no need to trouble your majesty." "What if I insist on getting involved, eh?" Shimin was furious, wishing he could execute the one who poisoned him. 5 years ago, he was just a 12-year-old child. How could someone be so ruthless as to target a child? Shi Shuo took a deep breath, knowing he absolutely couldn't escape today. He simply threw down his bag and lay down on the soft couch. From Zhangmatzi's description, that woman was undoubtedly the same one who harmed him in his past life, but what puzzled him was that this woman had arrived here even earlier than he had. Moreover, she poisoned the original owner before he even arrived. Did she predict this, or did she see his identical face and conclude he would come? Regardless of which, as long as she poisoned him to death, it would be considered a resolution. It's just a pity that it was so close. The first thing he did upon crossing over was to detoxify himself. Due to severe damage to all his organs, he had spent 5 years recuperating. Now it seemed he was almost fine, but every time he acted, he needed to recuperate for a long time. By now he gradually understood that this Tang dynasty was different from the one he knew. The term 100 Ghosts Night was just a legend. There was no such organization in the Tang dynasty. But now it existed. Many things had changed because of him and other transmigrators. The only thing that remained unchanged was the war among the 3 of them, a game of chess played by 3 people. Whoever had more trump cards would be the final winner. Yet the teacher did not appear, and the 100 Ghosts Night was not organized by the teacher. Whose trump card could it be? I know who poisoned me. If I can't resolve this matter, what can you do about her? That woman, although not as skilled in poisoning as Qianchi, was still a character not to be underestimated. She was someone who would destroy what she couldn't obtain, completely opposite to him, and Qianchi, she was filled with jealousy and suspicion, always believing she was superior, without knowing where her sense of superiority came from. Qianchi received the news that Zhang Matsi had been captured, and it was because of Shi Shuo's arrest. He knew that Shi Shuo was fine, but Zhang Matsi was in trouble. So he casually found an excuse with Xiao Tong and ran back to his secret contact point, donned his mask, and looked at the Baigui standing around. Who gave you the audacity to provoke, Shi Shuo? Daring to act in Chang'an beneath the emperor's feet, your audacity is indeed growing bolder. As Qianchi spoke, he slammed his palm on the table, expressing his anger. Upon hearing this sound, everyone immediately lowered their heads. One person stepped forward silently. It was the Chui family of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. They offered 10,000 guan for Shi Shuo's life. Ignorant. What kind of strength does Shi Shuo possess, and what are your capabilities? Do you believe that if he ever has the time, he could easily turn this around? He is merely a merchant. He alone cannot handle all of us. Someone immediately objected, for they had indeed witnessed Shi Shuo's strength. He had faced Zhang Matsi without a scratch. He truly was formidable. No matter how powerful he was, the people in his tavern were not martial artists. Could he really take down all of them alone? Qianchi kicked out. That's why I say you are ignorant. You must acknowledge it. Whether you believe it or not, as long as you dare to step into the tavern, you will meet the king of hell. Aside from studying medicine and pharmacology, Shi Shuo's greatest interest lies in mechanisms. Anyone who causes trouble in that tavern, unless he permits, it would have met a terrible fate long ago. He is like an ancestor. When he is happy, he is like your little brother. When he is unhappy, he becomes your elder. In terms of manipulation, he can lead you to your doom. From now on, take any orders he gives and put them under my name. If you don't want to die, don't provoke him. If you're looking for death, then go ahead. I won't stop you. Qianchi finished speaking and left uncertain about that kid's situation. Given the delay, that kid must have returned to Shi Shuo's side to speak ill of him. When Shi Shuo saw Xiao Tong return, he looked bewildered and puzzled. Didn't he say to follow Qianchi? Why are you back? Xiao Tong held a purse in front of Shi Shuo, appearing deeply aggrieved. Young master, you don't know? I was with him for 2 days. He earns 200 won in a day. Today he told me he needed to use the restroom, yet he was gone for 2 whole hours. He left me there to bask in the sun. Shi Shuo, if I didn't know better, I'd think he buried you alive. Just say, what about those young masters? Their business isn't doing well. Each one is too proud to admit it, barely earning 30 won a day. Shi Shuo felt a headache coming on. This was not about making money, it was clearly about playing the role of an ancestor. Forget it. Have them bring everything back, and let those from next door take them away. Let them return from whence they— You don't need to follow Qianchi anymore. Go help Qi Bo with the accounts. Xiao Tong's face lit up with joy. Finally, he wouldn't have to waste breath with those people. Just doing accounts in the tavern would be much better. Alright. Xiao Tong hurriedly ran out, closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, Shimin was sitting with a group of civil and military officials, and he hadn't forgotten the bag of promissory notes he had just seen from Shi Shuo, worth over 100,000 guan. This private wealth could rival his national treasury. Fortunately, we came early, otherwise if that kid ran away with the money, not only could he rise again, but he could hide for a lifetime. However, what I am most concerned about now is the woman Zhang Matsi mentioned, dressed in strange attire and carrying a quilt on her back. Which clan does she belong to? Why did she come all the way to Wanyan County to poison him? What could her purpose be? Xiao Yu felt a headache coming on. Shi Shuo clearly knew who it was, but didn't say. Where was he supposed to investigate? Since Shi Shuo won't speak, he must know who she is. Why don't we ask him? Li Shimin immediately thought of Qianchi, the pale-faced youth. Both of them were infuriatingly stubborn. He didn't even know what status Qianchi held, why Shi Shuo was so close to him, and why he had spent 3,000 guan for him. As soon as Qianchi returned, he saw Xiao Tong directing everyone to pack up. He knew that the kid must have gone to complain to Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo couldn't be bothered with them anymore, simply letting them quit to save himself from suffering. With that, he decided to go find Shi Shuo to play. He didn't want that stand anymore. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he walked into the tavern, he was taken to the 2nd floor by 2 people. Qianchi looked at Li Shimin and the others in front of him, somewhat unclear about what they wanted with him. If they were looking for someone, it should be Shi Shuo. May I ask what brings you all to find me, eh? Qianchi was not polite, making himself at home at the table eating. Since he was here, could they possibly eat him? Do you know anyone who wears strange clothing and carries a quilt on their back? Are you also suggesting that they walk as if they can't lift their legs, eh? How do you know that? Li Shimin was very shocked. It's someone from the Woku, and she's a woman. What do you want to inquire? Qianchi was puzzled. By logic, there shouldn't be any knowledge of overseas matters in this ancient era. Even though Woku was not far from the continent, it shouldn't be known. Li Shimin felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected Qianchi to know so much. It seemed that his identity and background were not simple. Do you know where they live? Overseas. Qianchi rolled his eyes dramatically, clearly indicating, do you think him overseas? Could there be a continent within the sea? Isn't this world centered around the Tang Dynasty? Qianchi. What exactly did I say wrong? No, I shouldn't have spoken at all. I should have run away at the first opportunity. Shi Shuo knows this best, you should ask him. Forget it, you can go now. Alright. Qianchi left the room, running straight to the third floor. Shi Shuo heard someone open the door, and immediately looked towards the entrance, only to see Qianchi dressed in red rushing in. Anyone unaware would think a ghost was chasing him. You weren't wearing this outfit in the morning, were you? So red, are you waiting to be married? Qianchi, I know your tongue is sharp, but you don't need to flaunt it so quickly. Also, what do you mean by waiting to be married? Doesn't he know if he is a girl? Just now Shimin asked me about the woku, and I mentioned a bit. I'm quite curious about how he knew about the woku. Qianchi looked at Shi Shuo strangely. Aside from him, no one else in this world should know about overseas matters. Even if danger came from overseas, Shi Shuo shouldn't have mentioned it in front of them. She has been here before. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Li Changqian began to feel restless. The appearance of Shi Shuo was not unexpected for him. What surprised him was his father's attitude, treating both him and Zhuge equally. Ever since he learned of Shi Shuo's identity, his father's demeanor had changed. Beyond wanting to confer titles and ranks upon him, there was more indulgence, even dismissing morning court sessions for his sake. Shi Shuo's deeds were known to all, and the officials in the court were willing to give him a measure of respect. Even though he was despised as a villainous merchant, he had done many good deeds for the common people. The 5 prominent families loathed him, yet they could do nothing to him. Even his father was helpless against the 5 prominent families, while Shi Shuo resisted them at every turn. This was something Li Changqian could not achieve. In terms of wealth and capability, Li Changqian was no match for him. If his father were to name him as the crown prince, what would that make Li Changqian? It seems that I must pay him a visit. This is a map of Asia showing the original sources of grain. The sweet potatoes originated here and were later introduced to the Central Plains. Where did your kind of sweet potatoes come from? I found them. Now look here, this is the origin of cucumbers. And where did your cucumbers come from? I took them. Qiankai's eyes widened as he threw his pencil on the table, staring at him. Brother, you're impressive. You actually picked something from thousands of miles away and stole something else. You truly are lucky. Shi Shuo, tell me, where did the potatoes come from? Don't tell me you stole them. They originated in South America. If you could steal from South America, you wouldn't just be lucky, you'd be a deity. Shi Shuo. And tomatoes, which come from the western regions. Don't tell me you picked those up too. Then you'd have another skill, the ability to retrieve items from afar. Who will save him? He would thank his ancestors for 8 generations. Young master, someone wants to see you. Just as Shi Shuo was lamenting internally, Xiao Tong knocked at the door, interrupting Qiankai's relentless questioning. Shi Shuo was instantly grateful. Indeed, Xiao Tong was good to him, always appearing when he needed help. Let them in. Qianchi frowned. Why did Xiao Tong always show up just when he was about to ask something important? He knew this guy's luck. It was too good every time, making him believe he was indeed the lucky one. His own luck, combined with his capability, was quite enviable. It was just that he was a bit ruthless. He wondered if the teacher had such luck. As soon as Li Changqian entered, he saw Shi Shuo and Qianchi gathered around a table drawing something, and notably both were dressed in strange outfits, exposing their arms and legs, wearing straw sandals. Anyone who didn't know would think these two had been robbed. Looking at Qiankai's furious expression, Li Changqian felt he had come at the wrong time. Glancing at Shi Shuo's smile only confirmed to Li Changqian that he had definitely offended one and saved. What are you drawing? You all carry on, don't mind me. Shi Shuo, you are still a crown prince. Do you really need to be the— Qianchi smirked. This crown prince had good taste, and he didn't mind giving him a hand. Then please sit at your leisure. Shi Shuo, take a good look, adding up these places. Even if you ride fast and don't eat or drink, how many years will it take you to reach one of these locations? If I remember correctly, you left 5 years ago and opened your restaurant 2 years ago. Can you even fly, eh? Shi Shuo slapped the table, hands on his hips, feeling justified and bold. Can I be the lucky one? Qianchi, fine. You're great. You win. Alright, if you can keep saying that, then keep it up. They'll keep it. Who's afraid of whom? Li Changqian watched them bicker, not affecting their drawing speed at all, though he didn't know what the lucky one meant. But seeing Qianchi's darkened face, he didn't need to guess. It was definitely not a good remark. Li Changqian looked at the drawing they were working on, feeling it was quite innovative. Although he couldn't understand it, it seemed well. Looking at the pens in their hands, surprisingly made of wood, the drawings came out clear and beautiful. Finally, the two wrote descriptions in ink with goose feathers according to the drawings. Li Changqian noticed that the Tang Dynasty was included, along with Tubo-Turkic tribes, and even places he didn't recognize. May I ask, what is this? This is roughly the current national territories, though there might be some discrepancies, but not much. The overall meaning is it's a world map. World map. Li Changqian was shocked by what lay before him. His mentor had always told him that this world revolved around the Tang Dynasty. Now someone had produced a map telling him that there were many places in the world he knew nothing about, and that the Tang Dynasty was only a part of it. On this map, the Tang Dynasty was not large, occupying only a small portion. Isn't this world centered around the Tang Dynasty? Wrong. This world is round. The Tang Dynasty is just a part of it, with the ocean being the largest area, boundless and endless. Qianchi began to show off. While he could not compete with Shi Shuo, he could outshine others. One must always pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. Outside, Li Shi had already heard their quarrel and knew the crown prince was inside. As for why the crown prince could enter so smoothly, it was because they feared these two would tear each other apart. They let the crown prince in to test the waters. Who knew that not long after the crown prince entered, the argument grew even more intense, yet the crown prince remained silent, scaring them into crouching outside the door to eavesdrop. As the argument went on, it suddenly fell silent. Now they were talking again, but what they were saying was unknown. Even the crown prince seemed to be stuttering. Crown prince, you must hold on. What are you all doing? Xiao Tong approached with a plate of snacks and tea, looking at Li Shimin and the others squatting at the young master's door, feeling quite puzzled. Shouldn't these people be taking their sons back by now? Why had they arrived at the young master's door so quickly? Or did they want to stuff those second-generation heirs to the young master? That wouldn't do. The young master wouldn't stand for it. In the end, it would be Xiao Tong who would be busy. I advise you to take those second-generation heirs away. If you make things difficult for the young master, you'll have reasons to cry. Li Shimin, why do I feel like this is a second Shi Shuo? The officials, they know their sons are useless. You shouldn't be so disdainful. It's true, with such a master there are such servants. This kid learns all the bad habits of Shi Shuo perfectly. Xiao Tong, are you delivering food to Shi Shuo? Can you do me a favor? No. Xiao Tong looked at the high-ranking official with a smiling face, sensing that it was certainly not a good thing, and without a second thought directly refused. Xiao Tong directly bypassed them and pushed the door open. Li Shimin finally understood the situation. The two of them exposed their arms and legs, claiming they were wearing inner garments, yet it didn't quite look like it. Were you two robbed? But that didn't make sense. He had been outside the door all along. If they had been robbed, how could he not know? Shi Shuo looked at the clothes on his body and then at Li Shimin. It's Juno, aren't you hot? What's wrong with showing some arms and legs? I'm not a woman. Why be so nervous? Shi Shuo rolled his eyes dramatically. If anyone is to marry, there's one here, and that red outfit is still around. Li Shimin, I kindly reminded you and closed the door out of goodwill, and the first thing you do when you see me is roll your eyes. What an ungrateful wretch. By the way, what are you two arguing about? Li Shimin, not feeling awkward, changed the subject, because compared to those words he was more interested in what these two were about to reveal. Li Chang'an eagerly brought the painting before Li Shimin. Father, look, this was painted by these two gentlemen. Li Shimin looked at the words on the drawing, quite shocked. His first thought mirrored that of Li Chang'an. The Tang Dynasty only had such a small piece of land. What is this? A world map. Shi Shuo took the map back from his hands and placed it on the table. That woman is hiding in what country based on the way her eyes are positioned on her head? The first thing to do upon arriving here is to usurp the throne of what country, or perhaps directly declare herself Empress and become a female emperor. So it seems she poisoned you 5 years ago to gain the upper hand, leaving you with no way to retaliate. Qianchi tapped the table, not worried that Li Shimin and the others would hear. After all, they would eventually need to know. This woman is quite ruthless. If she can't have it, she wants to destroy it. I don't know what exactly you have that caught her eye. However, the only thing she might have overlooked is me. But that bird was merely a test, as she wanted to see if there are still people in this world like her. Shi Shuo glanced at him. So I've always wanted to ask, where did that bird go? I thought it was really you who, in a fit of Alright then. Shi Shuo felt quite helpless. This guy was hopeless. In the future, he must act as if he doesn't know him, or others would think he lacked intelligence too. If nothing unexpected happens, she will think that I killed that bird, and next she will set her sights on me. I am in the light while you are in the dark. Why, oi? Qianchi expressed his dissatisfaction. Why did everything have to be arranged by Shi Shuo? Was he only fit to play a supporting role? Just because I can test whether the teacher is with her. Fine, I'll listen to you this once, but what's the use of our arrangement if she hasn't even come yet? Didn't you eat that bird? She will come. Shi Shuo threw down his pen and sipped his tea. For certain matters he was not worried at all. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. What Shi Shuo liked most was to leave the world with a sense of being harmless, then do some incomprehensible things that were both calm and thrilling. He wouldn't lay his ruthlessness openly for all to defend against. By the way, may I ask why His Highness the Crown Prince came to find me? Li Chang'an hesitated, looking at Li Shimin and then at Shi Shuo. Could he really say in front of the emperor that otherwise wouldn't his father directly dispose of him? Can't you have a little awareness? If you came to warn him, I advise you to wash up and go to sleep. Qianchi, under Xiao Tong's anger, unceremoniously stuffed some pastries into his mouth. If looks could kill, Qianchi would have been executed by Xiao Tong. That was a pastry made by Qi Bo for the young master. The young master had barely taken a few bites before this guy had already eaten half. Li Chang'an was on the verge of tears. This was the most clueless person. He dared to say anything. If they weren't under the emperor's protection, he would have sent them both to the dungeons by now. Warning. What warning? Shi Shuo looked confused, glancing at Li Chang'an with disdain in his eyes. Then he looked at Li Shimin. Forget it, at least his father was here. If he said something he shouldn't, the emperor could easily seize his restaurant, and then he would be finished. May I ask what offense this commoner has committed to block His Highness the Crown Prince's path? Why does His Highness personally have to come and warn a commoner? Qianchi was momentarily stunned by this remark, staring blankly at Shi Shuo, but his expression did not seem to indicate he was joking. So he had tried in vain. This guy might be lucky in fortune, but in emotions he was just a fool. His emotional intelligence seemed to have been allocated to his intelligence, and he was already in the red. Li Changqian wanted to dig a hole to hide in. If he had known the emperor was still here, he absolutely wouldn't have come today, and now he was being targeted by the emperor. Li Shimin looked at Li Changqian, his eyes darkening. It was a misunderstanding. I heard that divine Dr. Shi was planning to leave, so I specifically came to persuade him. After all, Chang'an can't do without divine Dr. Shi's help. Oh, Shi Shuo suddenly realized. So that was why they were blocking him. He just wanted to travel and broaden his horizon. Did they really have to be so over the top? But even if Li Changqian came to warn him, so what? In the end, someone who couldn't even keep a crown prince position would still have his family name as Li. Qianchi listened to Li Changqian's words, his mouth twitching slightly. Goodness, if Li Shimin weren't here, this would be more than just a warning, it would also be a threat. Shi Shuo and he were like twins. If it were the original person, he would definitely not be threatened. Shi Shuo was different. He was a sleeping tiger, and no one knew when he would awaken. But he could be sure that this guy was not far from awakening. When that time came, the entire Tang dynasty would tremble. If Li Changqian was sensible, he could sit on the crown prince's position before he died. If he was not sensible, then he couldn't help it to let whatever happens happen. Li Shimin looked at Shi Shuo's completely indifferent expression, then at Li Changqian. How could he not understand the crown prince's intentions? It was merely because he was afraid he would establish another crown prince. But Shi Shuo had no interest in that position at all. Even if he wanted to give it to him, the next news would be about his disappearance. As for this map, no way. Shi Shuo immediately rejected it without a second thought. Goodness, they spent half a day drawing this map, and Li Shimin just wanted to take it away. Oh, what were they supposed to discuss then? Haven't you taken enough from me? What makes the emperor so impressive? Just leeching off me is one thing. You've taken the rice mill, the Zhuge crossbow, and everything else. What have you not taken? Forget it, I just wanted to go out and play a bit. Do I need to be guarded like a thief with civil and military officials watching me from the side? This was the first time Li Shimin heard someone speak so confidently and assertively about running away. It felt like it was a mistake for him to try to stop him. But could he really not stop him? If Guanyan's maid knew he had run away, wouldn't that make her sad? If he ran away, the prosperous era that Li Shimin desired would take many more years to achieve. A copy of the drawing will suffice, right? Sure, not too much, just 100,000 guan will do. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin felt a lump in his throat, unable to speak, caught in a dilemma. Why don't you just rob it? Not to mention 100,000 guan, even getting 1,000 from the national treasury was impossible. To demand 100,000 guan was akin to robbing Li Shimin. Do you think there's any difference between that and robbery for me right now, eh? Shi Shuo shrugged, feeling quite helpless. He had nothing but money left to his name. With money he could possess the entire world, without it the world possessed him. That was the distinction. Not earning money was sheer foolishness. He could go against the entire world, but he would never offend money in his life. Qianchi was nearly bursting with laughter. This was the true Shi Shuo, who no matter where he went was the one setting the terms with no one else negotiating with him. Li Shimin was destined to suffer a loss today, unless a miracle occurred. The Cui family hired assassins to kill you. Don't you want to retaliate? Li Shimin thought of an excellent idea. Since Shi Shuo had the ability to restrain the 5 prestigious families, why not provoke this young man's anger and help him restrain them completely? That's not wrong. What do you want to say? Qianchi, upon hearing this, wished he could slap himself. If Shi Shuo agreed, this plan would be handed over to Li Shimin for free. Was he somehow enlightened? Whatever he thought came true. Whatever he said happened. The Cui family has a casino on that street. Whatever you want, I'll take care of it for you. Shi Shuo was quite surprised at whatever he wanted. In this place, aside from dice, there was nothing but dice. If he wanted to win, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Are you sure? Li Shimin felt a sense of foreboding with this question. He wouldn't have any trump cards, would he? A gentleman's word is his bond. Qianchi. A gentleman's word is his bond. If you knew that this kid not only had good luck, but also possessed an extraordinary hearing, you wouldn't have said that. In that case, let's go. With someone handling the aftermath, what's there to fear? However, you can only make a copy of the drawing, not take it away. It's quite troublesome for us to draw it again. Qianchi felt that as long as someone was there to clean up the mess, he dared to break through any barriers. This was also why he followed Shi Shuo. The kid's mouth was sharp, but he was surprisingly reliable. He even felt a bit vengeful. After all, his 100 demons would eventually suffer, so why not seek some interest from the Cui family right now? The more Qianchi thought, the more reasonable it seemed, and he dragged Shi Shuo to change clothes. Let's go kick the casino. Li Changqian was already shocked into silence. His illustrious and mighty father was actually inciting others to go to a casino. Wasn't that harmful? The key was that these two walked away with just 5 copper coins, appearing as if they were about to win big. Although Shi Shuo looked hesitant, he didn't resist much. He could at least have protested a bit for Li Changqian to help him out. After watching the two leave with smiles, Li Shimin turned serious when he looked at Li Changqian. Chin, or no matter what, he is your brother, born on the same day of the same month. He is not interested in your position as crown prince. Just based on his ability to draw this map, his capacity to avoid the 5 prestigious families, while gathering 100,000 loads of grain, his capacity to restrain the 5 prestigious families. If he wanted something, it wouldn't be to harm you, but the entire Tang dynasty. He is quite unorthodox and lazy. To be honest, you are indeed inferior to him, yet he is not as diligent as you. Since you are already the crown prince sitting in that position, I hope you can do your own job well, and take time to learn from him instead of thinking about how to deal with him. And don't forget the Emperor's tactics I taught you. If used well, he can be a sharp blade, but also a protective talisman. If you mishandle it, he could also take your life. Li Chengxian now understood Li Shimin's attitude and relaxed. However, Shi Shuo was actually willing to let his father use him all for the sake of power. In this triangular power struggle, Shi Shuo only wanted to profit. He had to collaborate with one side. Now it seemed he chose the royal family. If the royal family wanted his help, they had to unconditionally open doors for him, allowing him to navigate through the legal net smoothly. If the 5 prestigious families fall, who will restrain him? He is still the unscrupulous merchant in everyone's eyes and the divine doctor in the people's perspective, and he still won't threaten the royal family. Of course, if this kid is more agreeable, he could be made a prince. If even more agreeable, he could be included in the family tree. If he is even more agreeable, he could directly assist the new emperor. No matter how much he thought he had to be agreeable. Shi Shuo walked down the street with Qianchi, drawing a lot of attention from the elderly to toddlers. Some even threw handkerchiefs down from the buildings. One dressed in white, known as a divine doctor, and the other in red, looking somewhat flamboyant, both casually pinning their hair with a hairpin. Qianchi looked at the crowd with the handkerchief in hand, bewildered, glancing at Shi Shuo, who had a calm expression. He knew this guy was popular, but he didn't expect him to be this popular. These girls throwing handkerchiefs meant they were interested in him, right? Unexpectedly, this guy had the potential to be a wild divine doctor. Look at me, look at me. Divine doctor, I am your beloved little June. Shi Shuo listened to these voices, recalling the system's task. Last time he didn't manage to trick this guy, but this time it should work. So he smiled at the girls, immediately causing a frenzy among them. Wow, the divine doctor smiled at me. Qianchi. It is said that red flowers need green leaves to set them off. Today, he wore such a bright red outfit, yet they didn't even notice him. Is this really good for him? You go find out some news in that building. You'll ask around here. See if there's any movement from the Shi Shuo pointed at a tavern and nudged Qianchi. Qianchi now wished to distance himself from him, not even looking back as he directly entered. Shi Shuo watched as Qianchi truly walked in, a smile forming on his lips, and then sat down at a nearby stall to drink tea. He also ordered 2 steamed buns. However, as soon as he sat down, someone helped him pay for the tea and even placed a pile of snacks in front of him. Qianchi, on the other hand, felt something was off as soon as he walked in, because all the women here were heavily made up. Beside him was a plump woman with an enchanting voice and another one with a sweetly coaxing tone. It was clear that he had entered a brothel. Qianchi had barely escaped his pursuers when he looked up, and there was Shi Shuo chatting and laughing with the tea vendor. His expression, his smile, effortless, radiant, utterly at ease. Good heavens, he's a master of entanglement. He hadn't lifted a finger yet tea was poured for him. Delicately arranged food boxes lined the ground beside him, and pastries from the next street were already selling out. And what of him? He'd nearly been stripped bare in a brothel, and only after running in frantic circles did he finally break free. The more Qianchi thought about it, the angrier he grew. Striding straight up to Shi Shuo, he seized the teapot and drank deeply, then glared. Are we leaving, or not? Yes, we're leaving. Seeing Qianchi's fury, Shi Shuo abandoned his amusement. His objective had already been achieved. Now came the matter of turning nothing into wealth. Waving lightly, he bid farewell. Ladies, let us speak again soon. I must depart, for urgent matters await. Hearing he was to leave, the young women sighed in sorrow. Shi Shuo rarely walked the streets. He usually rode in a carriage, as such outings occurred less than 10 times a year. Master physician, please take these provisions. You mustn't let hunger weaken you. Indeed, these fruits are exquisite. Take them all. Do not let yourself go hungry. Qianchi stared blankly. Did they truly not see him? He too could starve. But I only have 2 hands. How am I to carry all this? Where are you headed? Let us accompany you. I'm going to the gambling hall. It's no place for young ladies. The women paused in astonishment. Who was Shi Shuo? The aloof, untouchable paragon. Kind, eloquent, ever-sipping tea, tasting pastries, managing his tavern, healing the sick. Yet this paragon, this high mountain blossom, was now heading to a gambling hall. Unprecedented. Instantly worry bloomed, some even checked their purses instinctively. Qianchi concluded grimly in their eyes, he wasn't even foliage. He was invisible. Ladies, please return home. I'll take my leave. The sun is fierce, do guard against heat stroke. As Shi Shuo gathered the pastries, a young woman swiftly took them from his hands. Master physician, will send several household retainers to carry them for you. Do not let hunger overtake you. And should anyone at the tavern dare mistreat, you let the retainers march straight back. Yes, above all, do not suffer injury. Thus behind Shi Shuo and Qianchi trailed the procession, each attendant bearing 2 massive food boxes. Qianchi surveyed the spectacle. Those who knew understood. They feared Shi Shuo might starve. Those who didn't would assume a nobleman was visiting kin. Why must you make such a show? Now the entire city of Chang'an knows Shi Shuo has entered a gambling hall. A show brings advantage. All of Chang'an now knows I've entered the Chui family's gambling hall. Should I sustain even a minor injury, the COS cannot quietly sweep it aside. They will pay dearly. and the imperial court. If they wish to play the fisherman reaping profit without effort, then they must offer their utmost sincerity, grant me unimpeded access, the widest possible backdoor with no obstruction beneath the law's reach. To wield a razor-sharp blade demands choice. Fish and bear's paw cannot both be grasped. Once the 5 clans and 7 surnames fall, I shall become the most conspicuous thorn. Naturally, I must devise a way to survive this trial. Leaning upon imperial authority is the first step. Meanwhile, I seize control of Chang'an's economy, and from there subtly steer the entire Tang Empire's financial currents. When they consider moving against me, they'll weigh carefully whether they possess the strength to do so. Qianchi glanced at Shi Shuo, then at the crowd surrounding them. Had no one been watching, he'd have already pinned Shi Shuo to the ground and rubbed his face into the dust. So this is your excuse for dragging me into it. That was a brothel. I despise those vulgar painted courtesans, and you knowing full well still lured me in. Do you think I won't pin you down and grind you into the earth? Please, don't. I fear you'd fail to knock me down before the ladies descended upon you instead. Qianchi felt their gazes, sharp, protective, predatory, as if the moment he laid a hand on Shi Shuo, they'd surge forward as one. Does popularity grant power? Perhaps it truly does, especially since he possessed none himself. Even walking beside this schemer, he couldn't catch a single spark of that radiance. Emperor Shimin has employed the sovereign's art upon you. The imperial house knows no mercy. That's saying, yet his action is not unjust. An emperor's duty is to balance competing powers, preventing any single faction from dominating entirely. For should one suddenly spiral beyond control, it is the sovereign who bears the burden. Shi Shuo, of course, recognized the trap concealed within Shimin's words, a slap followed by a sweet date. He had wielded this art countless times himself. Sovereignty's craft was no foreign tongue to him. Since Shimin had used him, Shi Shuo would reciprocate, leveraging imperial authority for his own gain. He offered occasional sweets, steadily tightening his grip on power, lowering their thresholds again and again. Qianchi gazed upon the gambling hall, Qianjin Fong, and then at the long train of attendants behind him. He believed himself audacious, until he met someone far more reckless. He'd drawn in multiple clans, not just one but all. Even should they wish to marry their daughters to him, they'd first measure whether their influence matched his. Does power command awe? The moment Shi Shuo stepped inside, gamblers froze mid-bet, eyes wide with disbelief. Shi Shuo, the revered master physician, had entered a gambling hall. This was surely the year's greatest marvel. And behind him marched attendants. Had they not held food boxes, onlookers would have assumed he'd come to dismantle the establishment. Shi Shuo paid no mind to their speculation. He seated himself casually, and his attendants immediately unpacked pastries and tea from the boxes. Rumors claimed Shi Shuo, the master physician, was always gifted with delicacies wherever he went, and here stood living proof. Patrons of the gambling hall stared in shock. Shi Shuo and the Chui family were sworn enemies. Yet here he stood undeniably present. A steward sensed impending disaster. Shi Shuo arrived with a retinue, and this morning's incident loomed large. If he discovered the assassin had been dispatched by the COS, would he spare them? Would he simply walk away? The steward bolted, to alert the Chui family. This was no mere visit. It was a challenge to their very domain. Shi Shuo fixed the croupier with a gaze of quiet surprise. What's wrong? May I not gamble? The croupier stammered apologies, shook the dice cup, and gestured deferentially. Master physician, please proceed. Amid the gamblers' and croupier's rapt anticipation, Shi Shuo withdrew 5-1 and tossed them onto the table. The croupier blinked. You run a tavern earning gold daily, yet wager only 5-1. The gamblers exchanged glances. This was unquestionably the smallest bet they'd ever witnessed. Qianchi glanced over, pulled out his own 5-1 and flung them down, his posture declaring, this is all I have. What? 5-1 isn't enough to gamble. It's all I carry. If that's insufficient, say so plainly. I'll find another hall. The head of the Chui family immediately noticed Shi Shuo's 5-1, thinking to himself, this is quite a significant amount for begging. Before he arrived, he had heard that this kid had a lengthy conversation with a noble girl before coming to his gambling den. They brought quite a few thugs and servants with them. Now they only have 5-1 as capital to gamble. Isn't this like bringing people to challenge the establishment? Let him gamble, don't stop him. It would be best to send away this Buddha. Half an hour later, the steward approached the head of the Chui family with a troubled expression. Master, he has already won 300 guan. 300 guan. 5-1 turned into 300 guan. Has he not lost at all? No, this is already the third person who has lost to him. Prepare a few more. I don't believe he can keep winning. An hour later, Shi Shuo listened to the dice, watching the money on the table, occasionally tapping his head on the table. The only thing he remembered was to keep holding onto the money tightly. The surrounding gamblers had gone from excitement to calmness, watching Shi Shuo nearly fall asleep at the gambling table, suddenly realizing that gambling was actually quite dull. You can't do this. Look at Divine Dr. Shi, he's about to fall asleep. It's his first time here, and you've lulled him to sleep. If this gets out, will you still keep this gambling den open? Qianchi had dozed off after a few rounds, leaving Shi Shuo alone to maintain the atmosphere. At this moment, feeling well-rested, Shi Shuo was also about to lay down. The dealer remarked, I see you both are here to sleep off the challenge. What kind of gamble would be interesting for the young master? The dealer hadn't forgotten that although this kid seemed to be betting along with Shi Shuo, in reality, they were both acting simultaneously. They had seen others win every bet before, but to start with 5-1 and win a few thousand guan without losing once, this was truly a first for them. If they said they had no skills, he wouldn't believe it. Simple, let's each take a color tube and see who has the bigger number. The dealer looked upstairs. Chui and nodded. He also wanted to see what skills these two kids possessed. All right. Qianchi, hearing the response, smirked and nudged Shi Shuo. Brother, wake up, the money is coming. Shi Shuo blinked in a daze, yawning. He had done quite a lot today, and his body was feeling a bit overwhelmed. I currently have a capital of 5,000 guan after removing the pennies. Shall we settle the win or lose in one round? And what if both sides have the same number? Then well, count it as your win. Young master has good courage. The dealer looked at him with admiration, but when it came to size, he wouldn't lose. Qianchi picked up 2 color tubes, casually glanced at them, smirking as he dismantled the tubes, took out the hidden dice, and then reassembled them. All right, it's fair now. The dealer watched his movements, eyes wide open, surprised that someone actually knew the secret. Chui Yin also hadn't expected that this seemingly inconspicuous kid could expose their cheating tools. Don't look at me like that. Your little tricks are just the tip of the iceberg for us. I've played much more than you have. Qianchi shrugged. Alas, this was a matter of high intelligence that he couldn't explain. The gamblers had not anticipated that cheating would occur. No wonder they lost every time. Then why didn't Divine Dr. Shi face any cheating when he came to gamble? Exactly, why didn't they cheat then? Simple, the tools were taken away by us. After that, it's all about the size. The chance of winning is only 50%, and there won't be a third time. The dealer looked at the dice, his mouth twitching fiercely. No wonder he could never find the dice. It turned out that when they first arrived and approached the dealer, they had already sealed their fate. Now that they had lost their backup, how could he still win? I have a question. Since you managed to uncover our methods with the remaining 50% chance, how did you manage to win every time? The gamblers listened to the dealer's question, looking at Shi Shuo in confusion. Indeed, even if Divine Dr. Shi won every bet, his luck seemed too good. Several people could win, which seemed a bit excessive. It's simple. After the dealer shakes the tube, his fingers will tremble twice. That means it's small. If not, it's big. Shi Shuo looked at the dealer, his lips curling into a faint smile. Isn't this just shifting the blame? He could do that, and even better. Qianchi was left speechless by this statement. Oh, what a clever remark about the dealer's fingers. Next time they shouldn't get a dealer with fingers, otherwise they'll all lose because of them. The dealer looked at his hands with a mix of belief and skepticism. How did he not know? Whether it's big or small, he could only get a rough idea, and even that was quite inaccurate. He wouldn't take the blame. Even if I knew whether the tube was big or small, the others wouldn't be able to tell, especially the newbies. Then what's the difference if he shakes it or not? His hand could tremble in all kinds of ways, otherwise would we bet small? Qianchi directly interrupted him. Since they were already causing a scene, he might as well be straightforward and distance himself completely. It's all the fault of the hands. If you have the ability, let someone without hands come to challenge them. Are we betting or not? If not, I'm taking the money. Shi Shuo picked up an empty food box and began to fill it with money. After all, this was worth 3,000 guan in golden leaves, especially the golden items, which were his favorite. Why is Divine Dr. Shi in such a hurry? Chui Yin did not believe Shi Shuo's nonsense. If the dealer had such capability, his gambling den would have long since closed down. How about I gamble against Divine Dr. Shi, shall we? Shi Shuo exchanged a glance with Qianchi. The fish had finally taken the bait. Then let's gamble 3 rounds with different stakes for each round. How about that? Let's see what stakes Divine Dr. Shi can offer then. For the first round, it's these 3,000 guan in golden leaves. For the second round, my restaurant. For the third round, my life. Chui Yin was stunned, staring blankly at Shi Shuo. This kid was too insane. Although he had always wanted his life, this kid was indeed quite a nuisance. Yet he managed to dodge their plans multiple times. This time it seemed too easy. I wonder what the head of the Chui family can offer. Chui Yan's expression darkened. He wasn't like this kid alone and unencumbered. Behind him was the entire Chui family. Since the head of the Chui family cannot, why don't I make this decision for you? First, I want all the money currently in this gambling den. Second, I want all the shops belonging to the Chui family in Chang'an City. Third, I want your Chui family to roll back to Chang'an. Chui Yin clenched his fists tightly. Any one of these 3 conditions could cost him his life. This was simply a move to reduce the Chui family back to its original state. It was said that Shi Shuo was particularly adept at negotiating terms, and today, he finally witnessed it. If he did not vent this anger today, he would not be worthy of being the first among the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Good. Shuo won 3,000 guan with just 5 when spreading the news throughout the entire Chang'an City. He hadn't lost even once in an hour of gambling. This frightened those near the Winehouse Casino to start moving away. They initially wanted to share in the miraculous doctor's fortune, but now they only prayed that the miraculous doctor would not come to their casino. Not long after the wager between Shuo and the head of the Chui family, Chui Yin spread throughout Chang'an City. Shimin was shocked upon hearing this wager. He knew Shuo was a madman, but he never expected him to be this reckless, betting his own life as the wager. He thought this kid, no matter how crazy, would still be afraid of death, someone who valued money as much as life. But unexpectedly in his madness, he was willing to abandon his foundation and even his life. If that kid doesn't show up for 3 days, I'll tear the roof off his house. When he returns, let's see how I deal with him. Driving the 5 surnames and 7 influential families out of Chang'an is a good thing, but Li Shimin does not disdain to fill it with his life. Since you are a junior, then let you go first. Thank you, head of the Chui family. Shuo was too lazy to exchange pleasantries with him, directly picking up the dice tube, shaking it a few times, and placing it on the table. Head Chui, please. Chui Yin shook for quite a while, looking at Shuo's indifferent eyes. He couldn't guess how many points Shuo had actually rolled. Qianchi watched from the side and laughed, shaking his head helplessly. Shuo rolled a leopard while Chui Yin rolled a 155. The outcome was already decided. Shuo opened the dice tube, and inside were clearly 3 sixes, a leopard, which made the nearby gamblers gasp in awe. This is too amazing, just a casual shake, and it's a leopard. How come it wasn't so impressive when we rolled? Chui Yin looked at the points, his face instantly turned ashen. He didn't even need to roll again, he knew he had lost. Miraculous Dr. Shuo is truly impressive, it's unlikely to roll a leopard even 1,000 times, yet here it is right off the bat. I admire you. Luck is just that good. I'm also quite helpless, after all, I've never lost anything I've gambled. Shuo smiled, slightly dismissing the earlier wager, as if he had never cared. Chui Yin could hardly miss the underlying meaning. Having never gambled and having never lost were 2 different things. This implied that this guy was also a gambler, but the stakes he gambled were all lives. Chui Yin truly could not win against him in this regard. Chui Yin opened the dice tube, resigned, and said, "This round." Chui Yin glared at him, his eyes filled with anger. This was the first time he had suffered such humiliation from a kid, and he would definitely seek revenge. Don't look at me like that. This is just the interest from your assassin sent to the wine house. I want much more than this. Shuo countered without backing down. Since they were both in this game, the more lively the better. Chui Yin's expression hardened. He had suspected this kid would suddenly show up at the casino, targeting the Chui family's assets and placing such a large wager against him. He thought he could take this kid's life in one go, happily jumping into the trap he had set, but this kid's temperament was extraordinary, particularly adept at manipulating people's hearts. Previously, he thought this kid could restrain the 5 surnames and 7 influential families, at most having some ability. Now it seemed that those were trivial matters. With just one move, he could take the life of the Chui family. Plus, with the emperor backing him, the Chui family was destined to lose today. Kid, leave a way out for others. I don't. Shuo directly interrupted him. Why would he leave a way out for him to cause trouble? Did he look like a fool? Better to leave. He was cooperating with the royal family, but it didn't mean he wanted to cut off future troubles. Feeling schemed against was unpleasant, but he enjoyed scheming against others. Shuo picked up the dice tube, casually shaking it, and placed it on the table, once more opening it still to reveal a leopard. Head Chui, please, as long as you can roll a leopard, it counts as your win, because no matter how many times I roll, it's always a leopard. Chui Yin picked up the dice tube, a bit flustered. No matter how many times he rolled, it was always a leopard. This was quite a bold claim, but unless he had good luck, he hadn't seen a leopard in years. It seems today I'm destined not to take your life. So that means Head Chui admits defeat now. Kid, don't be so arrogant. This debt the Chui family will eventually come to collect from you. Chui Yin glared at him, and if looks could kill, Shuo would have been torn to shreds. Then, kid, I wish you a safe journey. Head. Oomph. Chui Yin could only leave with his hands clasped behind his back. Shuo watched his retreating figure and sighed in relief. That had been too risky. Qianchi picked up the dice tube and casually glanced inside. There was actually a small blade hidden within. Are you just going to let him go? What else can I do? Qianchi looked at his distressed face. This doesn't seem like you. You're supposed to be a cunning fox. When did you become so accommodating? He cannot die by my hand, and he cannot die near Chang'an City, who otherwise my troubles will be immense. Shuo stood up and walked outside as someone had already come to help him tally the casino's accounts. That afternoon, the Chui family loaded all their shop's money and goods onto carts. After all, Shuo only said he wanted the shops, but didn't specify they couldn't take anything else. Chui Yin seized the loophole in Shuo's words, not even leaving behind a chair. Arrogantly passing in front of the wine house, Shuo stood on the 3rd floor watching this scene unfold. He raised his small hand and waved, smiling as he called out, "Goodbye, Head Chui." Chui Yin glared at Shuo, still so carefree. His anger surged, wishing he could beat him up right then and there. Qianchi finally understood why so many wanted to eliminate Shuo, because if he died, no one would feel he was wronged, but rather that he died as he deserved. After the Chui family left Chang'an, it only solidified the rumors about Shuo. That afternoon, he acquired so many shop deeds that everyone said he was the reincarnation of the god of wealth. Winning 3,000 guan with 5 won and rolling out 2 leopards, winning every bet, gamblers all wanted to share in his luck, coming over to check on him whenever they gambled. The winehouse's business was better than ever. Qianchi looked at the people loitering at the entrance and couldn't help but laugh. What do you think they would do if they knew you also cheated? Qianchi understood everything upon seeing the small blade beneath the dice tube. While checking if the dice tube had been tampered with, Shuo had secretly applied magnetic powder on it. With his skills, placing a small blade was not a problem as long as he avoided everyone's sight. Then while shaking it he could topple the dice, casually shaking it a couple of times to return it to position. However, this little trick had a significant risk. That is, he could only shake it twice. Aren't you afraid he'll gamble a third time? There won't be a third time. As soon as Li Shimin arrived at the tavern, he rushed straight to the third floor to see Shi Shuo, his expression notably grim. The Chui family left Chang'an 3 days ago, and just yesterday they were robbed by a group of bandits, their grain and wealth entirely plundered. Oh, so you came to find me for this? Shi Shuo glanced at the distribution map of the Chui family shops in Chang'an, seemingly indifferent to Li Shimin's words. Shi Shuo shrugged, looking puzzled. Do I seem like such a diligent person? Li Shimin. It was precisely because you are not diligent that I began to doubt whether cooperating. Shi Shuo shrugged, looking puzzled. Do I seem like such a diligent person? Li Shimin. It was precisely because you are not diligent that I began to doubt whether cooperating with you was right or wrong. Anyway, all the deeds to his shops are in my hands now. Even if he wanted to return to Chang'an, he would have nowhere to stay. Moreover, Shi Shuo paused, staring at the nearby box, squinting with a smile, looking exceedingly pleased. The 70 to 80,000 guan in gold leaves from his gambling house are with me. That's more than enough to reopen. Li Shimin looked at the boxes nearby, suddenly feeling a mix of emotions, thinking if he had known Shi Shuo would gamble like this, he should never have agreed to let him win as much as he wanted. If he had discussed it with him back, then Li Shimin could have made some money too. So why did the 100 Ghost Knight raid him? When Shi Shuo heard this name, he frowned. 3 days ago the 100 Ghost Knight had accepted money from the Chui family to kill him, yet unexpectedly within 3 days the 100 Ghost Knight had robbed their employer. This situation was quite unusual. What kind of person was that king of hell? And wasn't he afraid the people of the river and lake would not let him off? Only they, the ghosts, would know. There's one more thing. The envoy from what country visited, saying their emperor wishes to recruit you as a husband. What country visiting? Shi Shuo frowned. When did they arrive? Around early September. I see. Shi Shuo nodded, and then looked at the map of his shops. Don't you have it? The pickled vegetables in the warehouse can be sold now. Let's price them at 7 won per gene. Li Shimin, is that really what I wanted to say? Besides pickled vegetables. Wait, pickled vegetables. Where did you get the salt, you rascal? Pickled vegetables need salt to make, and a lot of it. To get to the point of being able to sell them, it would be impossible without hundreds of genes of salt. All right. Shi Shuo finally remembered something he hadn't done. Get me a salt trading document later, so it doesn't come back to me as illegal business. Regarding that issue, Li Shimin was genuinely angry. Salt is a necessity for the common people. If Shi Shuo really robbed salt from them, wouldn't that be depriving the people and provoking rebellion? Shi Shuo looked at Li Shimin's dark expression and frowned. He had originally wanted to collaborate with Li Shimin, but it seemed better to let it go now. He despised being questioned by others. I naturally have my ways to obtain salt. If it were robbed from the common people, could I still have run a tavern for so long? Besides, with the meager amount you officials sell daily, it wouldn't even last my tavern for an hour, let alone with oil. That little wouldn't even last an hour, or to cook a few dishes. If I didn't have some means, I would have gone bankrupt long ago. How could I still be profiting like this? That's just a dream. Li Shimin was momentarily speechless. He had never considered that running a tavern would involve so many matters. It seemed they were still far from a prosperous era. Do you have some way to get salt? Yes, I was thinking of doing business with you, but now it seems unnecessary. Since we are in a cooperative relationship, and regarding yesterday's incident, you don't need to help, so you should fulfill your promise and open the back door for me without limits. My first task is to get a salt trading document, and all the salt sold will be controlled by me, not managed by the court. Shi Shuo tapped the table with one hand. Although he really wanted to explode, he was facing the emperor and could only calmly negotiate terms, otherwise he would have had him escorted out long ago. Li Shimin found himself at a loss. The treasury was empty, and if Shi Shuo really had a way to get salt, wasn't money a concern. Now he was the one suspecting him. This was a matter he was already in the wrong for, but it was salt. If Shi Shuo were in charge, he would surely develop it slowly, and within 2 years there would be salt in Chang'an. Moreover, he was not short of money now, and his temperament was getting lazier. It would take at least 10 years to sell throughout the entire Great Tang. What was the point of Li Shimin creating a prosperous era then? If you don't give it to me, I can use it slowly. Oh, anyway, I'm not short of money, nor am I short of firewood, rice, oil, or salt. Shi Shuo continued to look at his plans. If he couldn't trade salt, he could open a fabric shop, a clothing store, and even a rice shop. He also needed to get cotton clothes, otherwise how would he survive the winter? He didn't want to experience the taste of stuffing straw again. Shi Shuo looked at his plans and listed them all out. Based on his current resources, raising the prices could earn him 1,000,000 guan, and after deducting the labor costs, about 700,000 guan would be left, all of which he would convert into gold leaves. Holding a handful of money to sleep at night would be delightful. While Shi Shuo dreamed of this, Li Shimin was worried, struggling with how to speak in order to make Shi Shuo change his mind. Shi Shuo, you see the treasury. I'm just a merchant, I don't understand. Shi Shuo, look at the common people. I'm just a commoner, no different from them. Then you look at, I'm just a reckless man, I don't understand court matters, I don't discuss politics, I don't care about national affairs, I don't know great righteousness, please return your majesty. Li Shimin, didn't I just doubt you a bit? Was it so offensive? Why 5 negatives in a row? I meant to say, See him out, your majesty, please return. Shi Shuo picked up his plans and repeatedly interrupted Li Shimin's words. Tisk, tisk. When did young master's business ever allow others to question him? Wasn't it just a salt trading document? He didn't want it anymore. He would do something else instead. Other ventures could also make him rich overnight. Haha. As Shi Shuo thought about his upcoming plans, a smile spread from ear to ear, and he was already starting to go a bit mad. Li Shimin looked at the gleam in his eyes, and then at the densely packed characters in his hand, feeling that those few sheets of paper were worth a fortune. Otherwise, how could this kid be grinning so happily? Perhaps his upcoming plans would rake in a fortune. No, he had to involve himself somehow. Even if he only took a share, it was still money. Where are you going, kid? Xiao Tong, go post a notice. We need 20 performers, 10 1 per person per hour. Let them try. First, don't let unqualified people come in and mess around for money. As Shi Shuo went downstairs, he instructed Xiao Tong to take care of things. The patrons in the tavern, upon hearing his pricing, widened their eyes. Shi Shuo truly deserved to be called a divine doctor, the reincarnation of the god of wealth. 10 1 per hour, how extravagant. Li Shimin stood behind wide-eyed. Those stall vendors sometimes barely earned 10 1 in a day, and here this guy was 10 1 per hour. Xiao Tong was taken aback. The young master had been spending money like water recently, although he also earned quite a bit, so it balanced out. He too needed to work hard, or else it would not be enough to satisfy the young master's extravagance. Where is the young master going? When will he return? Xiao Tong had not forgotten what happened a few days ago, when the young master went out with only 5 coins and returned leaving them not needing to cook dinner. He believed that no matter where his young master went, he would never go hungry. I will go to the government office and have them issue a few documents for me. Then the sooner the young master goes, the sooner he will return. Xiao Tong glanced at Li Shimin, knowing that this was the emperor, and yet the young master still needed to find a government office. It seemed the emperor had offended the young master. How pitiful. To seek the young master's forgiveness would be a long road indeed. Li Shimin never expected to benefit from Shi Shuo's reputation, as many young ladies were throwing handkerchiefs his way. Who would have thought you young man are the ideal partner for all the noble ladies in Chang'an? Why did Li Shimin never receive such treatment before? He was quite handsome back then, yet he never saw a single woman throwing him a handkerchief. You have looks, wealth, youth, and charm. What do you have? Shi Shuo retorted without hesitation. Li Shimin thought, I have power. But he could only silently think this. If he actually said it out loud, this young man might just knock him down. Shi Shuo, I can also get you those documents, and even faster than you could yourself. Would you like to consider it? If you have this time, I think you should consider how to deal with the other 4 families instead. Although the Cui family won't be able to recover for 3 to 5 years, if a miracle happens, you will still be the one busying yourself. Shi Shuo was very grateful to that king of hell. His intervention had helped him a lot. Li Shimin could tell from his tone that as long as the Cui family's roots remained, they posed a threat to the Tang dynasty. Moreover, the other 4 families already knew he was cooperating with Shi Shuo. If Shi Shuo suddenly pulled back now, Li Shimin would have to bear the pressure and compromise step by step. After all, he did not have as much money as Shi Shuo to waste, nor did he possess Shi Shuo's capability to confront them to the end. It seemed that Shi Shuo was merely managing a tavern and had some medical skills, but apart from that he had no other talents. Yet it was precisely these 2 skills that restrained them and alleviated Li Shimin's pressure. A few days ago, he had directly uprooted the Cui family's roots in Chang'an. Although the process was quite crazy, it was straightforward. The Cui family would leave without resistance, not merely because of Li Shimin, but Shi Shuo also played a significant role. Shi Shuo's willingness to stake his life was unpredictable, and no one knew to what extent he would go next. Another part should be attributed to the 100 Ghosts Night Walk. This was a force within the martial world that took on tasks but failed to deliver, directly attributing it to the King of Hell. This indicated that the King of Hell wanted to protect this person, and the Cui family could not afford to offend him, so they could only choose to leave Chang'an and return when the time was right. However, the 100 Ghosts Night Walk unexpectedly turned around and swept away all the wealth. He thought the King of Hell was protecting Shi Shuo, and that Shi Shuo certainly knew who was behind it, deliberately robbing the Cui family. Who would have thought it wasn't Shi Shuo at all? Li Shimin actually guessed wrong. Now he was about to miss out on a substantial sum of money. This was like missing out on $1 billion. Shi Shuo glanced this way and that, greeting the noble ladies along the way, chatting and enjoying food and drink as he made his way to the government office. Li Shimin looked on in disbelief. Good heavens, if this were a spendthrift, who could control him? The key was that he, an emperor, was actually being left behind. Did Li Shimin care about his reputation? In that instant, he felt that his 3,000 beauties in the harem were no longer appealing. Shi Shuo was far better having company wherever he went. Outside the royal palace, apart from the taverns lacking women, the remaining beauties were scattered throughout Chang'an. He just couldn't figure out how this young man managed it. Until now, not to mention a child, there wasn't even a woman in the tavern. There wasn't even a romantic dead in Chang'an. This was quite a remarkable feat. The officials from Jingzhou Prefecture were also perplexed to see so many people at the government office. What on earth had happened that could bring so many people to report? Why hadn't the patrolling officers returned to report? May I ask what brings you all to the government office? We Shi Shuo have come to get documents for opening a store. The noble ladies answered in unison, startling the officials. It was no surprise these noble ladies were usually engaged in intrigue, and it was common for them to come to blows over trivial matters. Now they were all united because of one Shi Shuo. This was simply a miracle. Shi Shuo was quite remarkable being able to unify them like this. Oh, what a rare talent. As soon as Han Min received news of Shi Shuo visiting him, he rushed out and immediately recognized Shi Shuo, who was surrounded by people and the emperor following closely behind. Good heavens! What kind of luck was Han Min having? Not only did the divine doctor come, but there were also many noble ladies watching. The key point was that the emperor was present. No matter what today, he must take care of everything quickly. I wonder what brings the divine doctor to seek me. Shi Shuo directly took the papers from his sleeve and handed them to him. Lord Han, it's nothing major, I just need a few documents. Han Min took the paper and almost fell down when he opened it. How many are there? This is more than 10. What cloth shop, clothing store, and even vegetable vendor documents? There's a whole pile. Han Min had reason to suspect that the emperor had indeed offended Shi Shuo, which was why Shi Shuo had deliberately come to seek him out. These matters before the emperor could be resolved in minutes. Why would he come to Han Min? I wonder when the divine doctor needs these documents. Of course, the sooner the better. I have plenty of money and will never run out of people to find. Seeing Han Min's distressed face, Shi Shuo knew that this was definitely a burden for him and that it wouldn't be sorted out in a short while. Isn't this a bit much? Not too much, or I received over 20 shops a few days ago and still need more. Shi Shuo confidently counted on his fingers, knowing that if he could get these sorted, an annual income of 1 million wouldn't be a dream. In less than a year, all of Chang'an would be under his control, and at that point he would just need to lie back and enjoy. Even if Li Shimin wanted to move against him, he would have to consider whether he had the capability. Although his original plan was not this quick, it wasn't a problem, it was just advanced. Why not let the divine doctor discuss this with Mr. Li? The documents will be issued even faster. Han Min did not think twice and directly pushed the matter onto Li Shimin, his expression as cowardly as could be. But Han Min couldn't afford to be cowardly. The emperor was glaring at him from the front. If he dared to say anything good, he would immediately be pressed to the ground by the emperor. The key was that he couldn't retaliate in kind. Shi Shuo. With Han Min turning into that state, Shi Shuo found it difficult to press him further. He now wanted to let it all go. That million coins had turned into a mere illusion. Shi Shuo's eyes shifted as he approached Li Shimin, saying, "Let's talk, shall we?" "No time," Li Shimin replied, having endured a long wait. Did he think he could just talk whenever he wanted? Where did you run off to just when I wanted to talk to you? You take 2 parts, I take 8, but can't be more than that. Shi Shuo was determined, as who could negotiate such terms in business. Where did you run off to just when I wanted to talk to you? You take 2 parts, I take 8, but can't be more than that. Shi Shuo was determined, as who could negotiate such terms in business. Li Shimin. 3-7. Shi Shuo didn't expect Li Shimin to climb the ladder. 2-8 was already his biggest concession. If he had backing, he'd take it all. 1-9. 2-8 is 2-8. I want to take 1 part of the rest. Li Shimin looked at Shi Shuo, who wore a troubled expression, indeed a cunning merchant, always aiming for the bigger share, or to monopolize. If he had backing, what would that mean for Li Shimin? Fine, I want the imperial seal. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin nearly, what a guy. Where there are benefits, he will squeeze in. If he stamps Li Shimin's national seal, wouldn't he become a royal businessman? The key was that this fellow, while boasting the title of royal merchant, was doing shady business. Even what Li Shimin took was only a tiny advantage. Alright. Li Shimin gritted his teeth, but finally agreed. Who made him short on money? If Li Shimin had money, he would definitely crush this guy. How could he let him scheme against him? Shi Shuo stuffed what he had into Li Shimin's hands, looking thoroughly satisfied. They'll leave the matter to you. May we cooperate happily? When Shi Shuo returned to the inn, he saw Qianchi, who had disappeared for days. He thought this fellow had run off for good, but he had actually returned. Qianchi glanced at Shi Shuo and directly went to drink tea, not even bothering to ask. Don't you want to know what I was doing during those days? Is there any difference? Shi Shuo rolled his eyes, thinking that even if he went to give advice to the 5 clans and 7 families, it wouldn't affect the final outcome. The process was just a bit difficult. Qianchi was taken aback. He knew that Shi Shuo had a big secret. Otherwise, why would he make so much money? What if I came here as a spy? Aren't you the least bit worried? Just you. Shi Shuo set down his teacup, sizing him up with an expression that spoke volumes. It's not about me saying you can't, but if you went, what would you plan to do? Just to mooch around and wait to die. Let's not even talk about your physics and chemistry. How much math have you learned? You can't even mix a poison correctly. Your measurements are all haphazard. Lightly you may suffer no harm. Heavily you would vanish without a trace. You can't even calculate properly. If you went, you'd only hasten the demise of the 5 clans and 7 families. I would rather you go. Qianchi. What on earth did I say wrong to provoke such a response from you? Is being a genius that impressive? Wasn't he just a bit casual? Is it really necessary? Qianchi took a deep breath, realizing he was still quite angry, with the only thought in his mind being to pin this guy down and rub him into the ground. With such thoughts, he acted on them. Under everyone's gaze, as Qianchi reached out to grab Shi Shuo's clothes, Shi Shuo retaliated with a brick right in front of him. Qianchi was utterly stunned. He didn't know whether to proceed or to back off. With that brick coming down, wouldn't he end up disfigured? This guy wanted to pin Shi Shuo down, while Shi Shuo wanted him disfigured. This fellow had a dark side. He was not one to be offended. Don't mind me, I just saw how hard you were working, and wanted to give you a massage. My skills are quite good, the kind worth showing off. Onlookers, you probably can't win, huh? Is that so? Shi Shuo looked at him with skepticism. He didn't believe it, but the way he moved clearly indicated he was coming to beat him up. Then do a good job of it, or he'll serve you a brick. Alright, after you enjoy it, please give a review, so I can advertise. Qianchi placed his hands on Shi Shuo's shoulders, and actually began to knead. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to devour him. Tang came back, just in time to see this scene, shaking his head helplessly. When had his young master ever suffered a loss? Qianchi claimed to have been with the young master for decades, yet he still couldn't gauge the young master's temperament. He deserved it. Young master, the embroideress has already been chosen. When shall we start work? Let them eat first, then give them a blueprint to make a garment according to the requirements. Okay. Qianchi listened with some confusion. You want to make clothes. But the fabric is in the hands of the 5 clans and 7 families. Where will you get the fabric? Do you remember who you are? Is it so difficult to get some fabric? Qianchi wisely shut his mouth. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he genuinely had no words, and he couldn't do anything about it. Forget it, you don't need to knead anymore. Let's go to the backyard, we happen to be short of hands. Shi Shuo grabbed Qianchi by the collar and dragged him to the backyard. Who would have thought that the notorious leader of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk Yin Wang would be taken by a merchant to do work like this? After the merchant arranged everything for him, he vanished, and no one knew where he went. Qianchi was dumbfounded. Good heavens, he was just left here like this. He simply picked up a small whip and began watching others work. Not to mention, he finally understood why Shi Shuo always liked to hold a small whip. The feeling of patrolling was really exhilarating. At this moment, Shi Shuo stood on the mountaintop, gazing at the entire Chang'an cityscape, his eyes filled with ambition. Rein in your ambitions, such a demeanor will make people wary of you. A middle-aged man in gray approached Shi Shuo. To be honest, he sometimes truly admired this kid for managing to take root in this predatory Chang'an. What frightened Li Jing was that while this kid seemed to aim to control the economy of Chang'an, in reality, he wanted to dominate the entire Tang dynasty. More terrifying than the 5 clans and 7 families was that he was a one-man operation, absorbing everything into his grasp. No matter how much Li Jing disliked dealing with him, he had no choice but to rely on his funds to support the entire army. What about the information I requested? As you wish, a group of outsiders has secretly landed, numbering no less than 100, aiming for Chang'an. I intercepted one. He was extremely fast and capable of taking on 100 alone. If it weren't for your weapon, I might have been injured as well. There are 10 of them, and they will reach Chang'an in no more than 7 days. Shi Shuo nodded, understanding. 10 people by his account were definitely an elite force. To kill him, they were willing to invest heavily. You should kill a few more. Try to target those who are alone. Otherwise, even if it's just one person, it can cause chaos in Chang'an, and if it's 100, Chang'an will fall. One more thing, the 100 Ghost Night Walk people want to kill you. I'll be cautious in the coming days. The Divine Doctor's Tavern was bustling today, as the usually stingy Shi Shuo surprisingly hosted a banquet for the nobility of Chang'an, including members of the royal family. Even common folks could come in to take some food. What was even more unusual was that those holding fruits could go upstairs to enjoy the singing and dancing. Fortunately, the tavern was large enough to distinguish between commoners and nobles. Qianchi frowned as he watched Shi Shuo sitting on the first floor chatting with Tang beside him. What's wrong with your young master today? He's drinking and hiring dancers. The key is that he looks so pleased one might think he's selecting a consort. Could it be that the official documents haven't arrived yet? The documents have long been here. I just don't understand what's going on with the young master. Tang looked at the fruits and felt a pang of heartache. The tribute grapes, watermelons, and papayas, and the second floor was filled with all sorts of snacks. This was all money. Hundreds of guan just vanished like this. The young master was becoming more and more wasteful. Li Shimin, Empress, Chang'an, Wei Zhang, and others also felt something was off. Although Shi Shuo opened a clinic to help people with prices lower than other clinics, this was the first time he hosted a banquet. Everyone wanted to know what he was really up to. This kid is notoriously stingy. He actually spent hundreds of guan. What is he planning? Could he be trying to do business with the entire city of Chang'an? But he always swallows everything alone, or would he really be so kind? Empress Zhangsun didn't know how to respond to this. Although she had long lived in the deep palace, she had heard much about Shi Shuo's exploits. He could host a banquet, and the majority of the attendees were women. These noble ladies would secretly vie for superiority, even in the palace, yet here it was surprisingly harmonious. One could only say that what Shi Shuo did was not something ordinary people could accomplish. Shi Shuo watched the dance finish, picked up a wine pot, and stepped onto the stage. Everyone must be curious why I am hosting this banquet at this time. Actually, before Shi Shuo could finish his sentence, over a dozen people jumped down from the second floor. The members of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk were stunned by the sudden appearance of these extra 10 individuals. Besides them, there were others who also wanted to take Shi Shuo's life at this banquet. The warriors from the Wa Kingdom were equally taken aback, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They just needed to take out the target. Seeing them come out, Shi Shuo raised the corners of his mouth and calmly opened a small cover in the center of the stage. The assassins noticed something was wrong and hurriedly retreated as the wooden stakes around the stage began to rotate, trapping all the assassins. I hadn't finished my speech yet, and you all came here to deliver your heads. If I don't accept them, I would be remiss. The people upstairs never expected that there would be assassins attempting to kill Shi Shuo. Yet Shi Shuo had cleverly. Shimin's face turned ashen. These assassins actually dared to assassinate in broad daylight, indicating a significant security issue in Chang'an. Qianchi punched the wall. If the first assassination attempt on Shi Shuo was sent by the Cui family, Shi Shuo wouldn't have done anything to the 100 Ghosts Night Walk. But what about this second time? A group of guys who wouldn't listen to his orders, he let them die. It would save him the hassle. Another group, Qianchi, looked at the knives in their hands, his expression growing darker. At this moment, Qin Yaojin arrived with the Qianyo guard looking at the captured assassins. Good heavens, he had brought over 1,000 men to control the scene, but now it seemed unnecessary. The task had already been completed by others, and they hadn't even used a single person. Meanwhile, Shi Shuo sat in the middle of the stage drinking wine. Qin Yaojin caught a whiff of the aroma. If it weren't for something blocking the way in front, he would have rushed over to ask for a couple of drinks. Go take the assassins away. One person stubbornly stared at Shi Shuo. It is said that Mr. Shi Shuo possesses unparalleled martial arts, and wherever he goes not even a blade of grass can grow. His record in battle is unmatched, contributing greatly to the country from the National Alliance to 3-year-old children. No one is unaware, no one is unknowing. Wait, this is the first time I've heard someone praise me like this. Shi Shuo's eyes widened. I now suspect you're trying to flatter me to death. Not to mention Shi Shuo's suspicion, everyone present was also stunned. Was this person sure they were talking about the same person? Are you sure it's not a case of sharing the same name? Who in this place doesn't know that I am just a merchant? The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging his self-awareness. If I were highly skilled, I would have already toppled Chang'an City. Shimin, so you've had this thought all along. If I had made many contributions, would I still be stuck here as a merchant? The officials upstairs, how many times have we invited you? You stubbornly refused. Who can you blame? The man was left speechless. Before he came, the emperor had not said such things. Didn't he say that Shi Shuo was extraordinarily wise and to be wary of his schemes? How could this be so different from what the emperor said? Shimin listened to him praise Shi Shuo, his lips twitching. This was completely worlds apart. If this brat could change his ways, it would take nothing short of the world turning upside down. Qianchi listened to this familiar evaluation, feeling quite helpless. If it were in his past life, Shi Shuo was indeed that kind of person, and only he didn't realize it. The luck of the European emperor's physique, yet he knew nothing about his own affairs, perhaps even never cared. This was probably why he chose to be a merchant in this life. In his previous life, he lived too exhaustingly. Ever since he became famous, his teacher had cut off all communication for him, rejecting all invitations, and even ordering everyone not to mention anything in front of him. Yet he still lived more exhaustively than anyone. What did fame matter? His parents wouldn't praise him even once, and even pinned some unfounded crimes on him. In the end, when facing death, he had the ability to leave, but still chose to die. Thinking of Qianchi, he was living much more freely than him. Sometimes luck also comes with sorrow. He probably didn't want this luck himself. Regardless, I wish to challenge you. The man's attitude was very resolute, his eyes filled with combat intent. Oh really? Shi Shuo put down the wine pot, looking at the combat intent in his eyes. Those who stood opposite him back in the day were filled with the same combat intent, and in the end, he had almost acquiesced to them, allowing them to challenge him. Wherever he went, everyone would cheer him on, yet he had never seen the person he wanted to meet, nor heard the voice he longed to. Except during the new year, he hardly ever went back. Later, he successfully developed the medicine that saved them, but in the end, what happened? Not even a single thank you was expressed, yet he was told that all of this was what he should do. He lived his entire life in the realm of what should and shouldn't be done. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Shi Shuo raised his hand, placing it before him, his eyes devoid of warmth, as if he could make someone fall with just a gesture. The man looked at his hand, swallowing hard, his eyes once filled with battle intent, now held a hint of trepidation. He could sense that Shi Shuo was undoubtedly a master seasoned by countless battles. Shi Shuo smiled. A person who could remain so steadfast under his psychological suggestion was truly rare. It seems the spirit of the Wokaku is quite formidable. Upon hearing this, the man abruptly turned to Shi Shuo, shocked that this person actually knew they were from Wokaku, realizing their movements had been exposed. He absolutely could not be left alive. The man drew a short knife from his shoe and lunged at Shi Shuo as he turned around, moving so swiftly that even Qin Yaojin did not have time to react. Be careful. Shi Shuo had already sensed the approach. That the moment the man charged, he seized his hand and effortlessly dislocated his entire arm. Qin Yaojin watched Shi Shuo's series of actions, utterly astonished. It was well known that Shi Shuo was a divine healer. Apart from saving lives, he was only known for money. Yet no one had ever considered how formidable Shi Shuo's martial skills might be, nor had he ever shown his prowess in public. Everyone believed he was worthless aside from his wealth and medical skills. Moreover, he was somewhat handsome, and his words were charming. This very fact had led all the noble ladies of Chang'an to regard him as their ideal husband. Wherever he appeared, the noble ladies were always in high spirits. To be honest, disregarding Qin Yaojin, which man present did not envy him. While the emperor had his 3,000 beauties in the palace, this fellow's admirers were scattered all over Chang'an. At that time, Qin Yaojin also thought Shi Shuo was unskilled in martial arts, feeling quite puzzled. If he had martial skills, he would surely want to recruit him into the army to find a daughter-in-law. Now, no matter what, he was determined to bring Shi Shuo into the army. Not to mention his material possessions, just his eloquence alone could turn the tide in the court. The grievances Qin Yaojin suffered from the civil officials might just be redressed in this manner. Shi Shuo dislocated one of his arms, but did not stop there. He proceeded to disarm him completely. His methods were ruthless, direct, and brutal. The man never expected that he hailed as an elite and ranked among the top 10 of his peers, could not even withstand a single move from Shi Shuo. He was even rendered incapacitated. Qin Yaojin heard the sound, and was terrified. Who could have imagined that Shi Shuo, who appeared so frail, could dismantle someone? Qin Yaojin, closest to Shi Shuo, saw the fierce cruelty and anger in his eyes, radiating a palpable resentment. He was taken aback, realizing that this gaze was filled with hatred. Logically, they should not have met before. Shi Shuo always gave a gentle impression. When had he changed? Qianchi also noticed Shi Shuo's abnormality. He leaped down from the second floor, pulling the two apart and glancing at the man's neck. He shook Shi Shuo vigorously. Shi Shuo, wake up. That's not real. Hearing the voice, Shi Shuo jolted awake, looking at the man again, and sighed in relief. If Qianchi hadn't woken him, he might have been hypnotized by now. He might also have exposed everything because of that pattern. It seems I still underestimated her. No wonder she's a hypnotist. Mu Qing. Seeing that Shi Shuo had truly awakened, Qianchi sighed in relief. If Shi Shuo had gone on a killing spree, not even the Qinyo guard, even combined with a few others, would stand a chance. This was also the reason why he would never oppose him, regardless of whether his teacher was in his hands. Shimin returned to the palace, breaking everything he could. How dare someone attempt assassination in front of him? Was this not slapping his face? Moreover, the target of the assassination was his son. He hadn't even recognized his people yet, and already so many wanted his life. Did they think Shimin was too easy to bully? Or did they believe there was no one in the Tang Dynasty? Investigate. Find out for me. I want to see how many people from Wokaku have come to the Tang Dynasty. Who dares to play assassination in Chang'an? At this moment, Qin Yaojin hurriedly rushed in. Your Majesty. Seeing Qin Yaojin so anxiously, Shimin felt a bit confused, even more puzzled about how he could arrive at the Zhuge. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Your Majesty, a confidential letter from the pharmacist. Qin Yaojin stuffed it into Shimin's arms. It had been exhausting for him. Who would have thought that Li Jing, who was still at the border, would appear outside Chang'an? With an expression that was hard to put into words, he handed him a letter, repeatedly instructing him to deliver it to the emperor. Originally, Shimin wanted to ask something, but upon hearing it was a letter from the pharmacist, he hurriedly opened it, fearing a delay in military matters. Qin Yaojin watched as Shimin's expression turned from pale to dark, his face shadowed with rage, making Qin Yaojin retreat in fright, fearing Shimin would vent his anger on him. Shimin slammed his palm on the table, furious. What a Wokaku! Go get the assistant machine, Wei Zhang, and Qin Yaojin mustered his courage and cautiously stepped forward. Your Majesty, what happened? Shimin directly threw the letter at him, and Qin Yaojin read it several times from beginning to end. Especially that line, the guilty minister secretly collaborates with the merchant Shi Shuo, helping him monitor the coastal area. Shi Shuo provides him with money and provisions to stabilize the army's morale. Upon returning to court, the guilty minister will seek to atone for his crimes. At that moment, Qin Yaojin felt utterly bewildered by this Shi Shuo. After countless invitations, he had refused to budge, yet he immediately engaged in trade with the pharmacist. What on earth is Shi Shuo thinking? God knows what he intends to do. Shimin was more concerned about how many parasites had infiltrated his Ministry of Revenue, causing the army's pay to be delayed, forcing the pharmacist to collaborate with Shi Shuo so early. Soon after, Chang'an Wuji, Wei Zhang, and Fang Xianling all arrived at the Taiji Hall, looking at the letter with increasingly grim expressions. Who was Li Jing? He never stood in the wrong on the court, nor did he exploit the people, nor did he have any dealings with it. For him to deliberate and choose to collaborate with Shi Shuo must have been out of desperation. If this matter reached the soldiers' ears, they would have already returned to topple the Ministry of Revenue. Come, tell me, what should we do about these several million guan? Everyone knew the treasury was empty, but no one expected there were parasites eyeing the military pay. Regardless of Shi Shuo's identity, whether public or private, this money had to be repaid. But several million guan could not be repaid in a few years. When Li Jing sought to atone for his crimes, that would be an explanation to the court. And the court must also give the army an explanation. Forget it, it was better to topple the Ministry of Revenue. Go investigate quietly for me, and see which turtle dared to stretch his hand into my treasury. Make sure to wrap things up before the army returns to court. After Chang'an Wuji and the others received their orders, they withdrew. Qin Yaojin watched, as everyone left quickly following suit, not wishing to bear Shimin's wrath. Zhuge, stay behind. I still have matters to inquire of you. Shimin looked at Qin Yaojin, who had hastily made his escape. Could he run off before his questions were even posed? Shun Yaojin stood stiffly in place, wondering how the emperor had noticed him. Couldn't he be overlooked for just a moment? Your Majesty, is there something you need? Now that no one else is present, if the emperor wishes to turn against him, should he retaliate or not? How did you arrive at the tavern with soldiers so quickly? Is it because your Majesty sent someone to deliver a secret letter saying there was an assassin and requested me to bring? Shun Yaojin took out a letter from his pocket, thankful he had kept it. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain himself to the emperor, who could turn against him without remorse. Shimin stared at the handwriting and the imperial seal on the letter, momentarily stunned. But he was certain of one thing: he had neither written this letter nor sealed it. Who was it that delivered the secret letter to you? The people from the tavern. Shimin shook his head helplessly at Shun Yaojin's carefree demeanor. Yet he could also be certain that this was the work of Shi Shuo. Both the handwriting and the seal were identical to his own. He not only knew there were people plotting to kill him, but was also aware of everything regarding the Wokou. It seemed he possessed quite a few secrets, collaborating with Li Jing to gather information from the coastal areas, while simultaneously using the officials to keep Shimin informed about court matters. What was he planning to do with all this information? Or what would be his next move? Qianchi watched Shi Shuo, examining him from head to toe, repeatedly, his gaze growing increasingly bizarre. Xiao Shuo, how does it feel to be targeted for assassination today? Xiao Tong rolled her eyes dramatically, considering that this was Chang'an, and young master had no reason to change his strategy just 2 days prior. If it had been the old iron wire from before, today would surely have seen a bloodbath. Tonight, let's settle the score with the 100 Ghosts Night March. Shi Shuo yawned, looking around the chaotic hall, filled with busy people. Perhaps he should just go back to sleep and avoid causing more trouble. Do you really not intend to enter the court for an official position? Qianchi tentatively asked. Shi Shuo not only liked money, but also relished the feeling of holding power. In my past life, I didn't live clearly, but it's better to let it go this time. This was the first time Shi Shuo learned of his past life's evaluation from someone else. But so what? Everything was in the past. What was once unparalleled glory and magnificent achievements had all turned to mere illusions. Standing too high brings its own chill. For some, all of this was merely to be expected. Since he had never truly lived, why must he suffer so greatly? May this life be carefree and joyous with no close ties to the court, and may the next life be filled with health and happiness. In this life, I possess the memories of my past, and trust no one. Everything I experience is given by my teacher, and I will return all this honor to him. Qianchi looked at his back, momentarily perplexed, unsure if he had truly let go or not. Carefree and joyous does not necessarily mean one will not desire power. It was indeed an ambiguous answer. Chang'an Wugo had intended to discuss matters with Shi Shuo, but was taken aback to hear such words, if they truly allowed him to recognize his clan and return to it. That night, Qianchi never expected Shi Shuo to actually find the branch of the 100 Ghosts Night March. Looking at the brick in his hand, and then at Shi Shuo, that night, Qianchi never expected Shi Shuo to actually find the branch of the 100 Ghosts Night March. Looking at the brick in his hand, and then at Shi Shuo's sinister smile, he swore that whatever he heard or saw tonight, he would deny it all. He was the king of hell. Shi Shuo was watching a beautiful woman with an oval face playing the qin. The qin was beautiful, the music even more so, and she was gentle, making him want to take her away and let her play slowly at the tavern. After all, regardless of whether a man had money or was young, everyone liked to look at beautiful women, whom he was no exception. Just as Shi Shuo was enjoying the view, a man leaned in and kissed the woman he was holding. Shi Shuo instantly changed to an expression of disgust and hesitation, gritting his teeth and grimacing in utter distaste. Qianchi, he actually noticed Shi Shuo's change. If this expression were placed in modern times, it would become a meme. What kind of taste does this girl have? Although everyone has their own preferences, this one is quite unattractive, isn't she? With 2 large front teeth and a big black mole next to her nose, she resembled a matchmaker. Her eyes were small, and when she smiled, she looked like a thief. Her face was a pointed shape resembling a little person. In short, there was not a single aspect that aligned with Shi Shuo's aesthetic. Shi Shuo's face was full of distaste, almost as if he could engrave those 2 words on his face. Brother, we're currently at the wall of a flower house. Qianchi kindly reminded him. I know you like to look at beautiful things, but it's quite normal for the women in a flower house to entertain guests, okay? What? Did you want to stroll around the flower house and redeem someone? Oh, that's true. It seems this king of hell must be half crazy, old man. Upon hearing this, Qianchi felt as if a knife had pierced his heart. Full of scars, overturning 3 views with features that are quite free. Listening to Shi Shuo's every word felt like being stabbed again. He finally understood why he had been sneezing the entire time. He had been pondering which divine being was speaking of him. Unexpectedly, it was not a divine being's mention, but rather the curse of this plague god. No more talking, he would just go die somewhere for a while. Shi Shuo looked at the time, and taking the brick beside him, donned a mask, and climbed over the wall into the branch leader's room. Don't ask him why he was so familiar with the route. It was because of that prominent front tooth. He couldn't say he ruined someone else's good deed. After all, he was just a person who liked to suddenly appear and topple people during their ahem activities. Shi Shuo gently lifted the bed curtain and brought the brick down swiftly. The action was precise and ruthless, leaving the man unconscious before he even realized what was happening. As for the beautiful woman, she was directly frightened into unconsciousness. Qianchi, I know nothing, I saw nothing. Those guarding outside must have heard the commotion and entered to check, only to be greeted by a brick. The waiter outside saw this and immediately shouted, "Not good, someone is coming to cause trouble." Hearing this, the thugs outside quickly grabbed their clubs and rushed over. Qianchi sat on the wall, observing the battle with clarity. Watching Shi Shuo act swiftly and decisively, a smile crept onto his face. This man has been a performer from start to finish. I wonder what exactly the women in Chang'an see in him. The legendary, weak and frail, yet when it comes to fighting, he shows no mercy at all. While fighting, Shi Shuo turned around, and oh dear, now he was truly lost. He had originally intended to find a wider space to fight, but unexpectedly walked into a room and triggered a trap. After Shi Shuo fell into the trap, Qianchi, who had been sitting calmly against the wall, became restless. He knew that Shi Shuo was exceptionally lucky, but how could he just waltz into his room without regard for his face? The people outside saw that Shi Shuo had entered the King of Hell's room and immediately dared not move. Shi Shuo, however, was different. He landed gracefully when he fell, gazing at the entrance that had just closed. Shi Shuo, is this bullying him? It absolutely is bullying, right? Just wait, he would dismantle this place soon. Just as Shi Shuo prepared to take action, he heard a faint sound of breathing and his body instantly froze. Could it be a ghost? Although he looked good, if the ghost were ugly, should he resist or just end it himself? If he resisted, it would just float away and he wouldn't be able to do anything. If he ended it himself, he would die at 17, and that would be the end of the story. Shi Shuo stiffly turned around. If it weren't for his good eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed there was another corridor. Shi Shuo leaned against the wall and slowly walked over, praying in his heart that it must not be a ghost, definitely not a ghost. In this lifetime he feared nothing but ghosts. He had earned so much money and hadn't yet enjoyed it all. Now Shi Shuo saw clearly that it was a woman. Although her clothes were a bit dirty, it was evident that she was a beauty. With an oval face, big eyes, and a high nose. Tisk, she was exactly to his taste, a once-in-a-lifetime beauty. The woman stared at him in surprise, then quickly regained her composure. Were you also captured by him? Who is he? Shi Shuo was taken aback, tilting his head in confusion. The King of Hell. Oh no, I'm here to call. Shi Shuo squatted on the ground with his hands supporting his head, smiling as he admired the beauty. You came to disrupt the King of Hell's affairs. The woman was truly shocked. It was the first time someone had come to disrupt the King of Hell's affairs. Then how did you get in here? I accidentally triggered a mechanism and ended up here. Shi Shuo took a couple of steps forward. Have you ever seen what the King of Hell looks like? Is he particularly ugly? I haven't seen him. Hero, can you take me out of here? The woman looked at Shi Shuo with desperate eyes. I was captured by the King of Hell. Oh, please, can you take me out? Who are you? What is your name? Where do you live? And why did he capture you? Shi Shuo looked at the woman before him. She was beautiful, but she certainly wasn't simple. The King of Hell could command 100 ghosts, so he couldn't be foolish enough to just capture someone beautiful without. My name is Ye Ning. My family was destroyed. I barely made it to the vicinity of Chang'an, but I was drawn into the conflict of the 100 ghosts. To save my life, I injured the King of Hell, and that's why he captured me. Shi Shuo rubbed his nose, looking into her eyes and listening to her heartbeat. Confirming she wasn't lying, he stepped forward to unlock the iron chain on her hand. Alright, I'll take you with me. Once the door opens, you'll go up first, and then you follow. Meanwhile, Qianchi appeared at the door wearing a wolf-toothed mask. Now he was sure that Shi Shuo would definitely bring the person inside out. After all, with his ability, unlocking a mechanism was not difficult. If he hadn't seen the person inside, he would have struck. However, he didn't plan to act personally. If he really did, Shi Shuo would recognize him. That guy seemed carefree, but in reality, he had an extraordinary memory. You all block the people inside. Just as Qianchi's voice fell, he heard unusual sounds from inside, as if a window had opened. This is bad. This guy is not playing by the rules again. Does he really intend to go back the way he came? Qianchi immediately opened the door, only to be met with a kick. He hurriedly dodged to the side, barely avoiding it. With Shi Shuo's appearance, another chaotic battle ensued. Taking advantage of Shi Shuo's distraction, Qianchi immediately ran away. But he couldn't help but sigh. His waist was quite good. Just relying on his upper body to dodge attacks, while still being able to kick people, this was something even Qianchi couldn't manage. His balance was too strong, and his waist was excellent. After thoroughly dismantling the flower building, Shi Shuo led a beauty and walked out openly from the entrance. Chen Yaojin happened to be bringing soldiers over. Upon seeing it was Shi Shuo, he immediately pretended not to see anything. Ye Ning became nervous upon seeing the soldiers tightly clutching Shi Shuo's clothes. After all, it seemed like Shi Shuo was dragging her out. In reality, he was just holding onto her clothes and dragging her out. Yet the soldiers seemed to not see them at all and walked straight into the flower building. Ye Ning looked at Shi Shuo in shock, seeing that he seemed to also not see them, and walked in openly. Had she found a man with a powerful background? She must hold on to him tightly. He might be some prince, and she could make a name for herself and help him seize the throne. Qianchi observed the two from the shadows, watching as Ye Ning's eyes turned a smirk creeping onto his lips. Her thoughts were written all over her face. Did she really think she could scheme against Shi Shuo? Since Shi Shuo had taken her away, he saw no need to act. After all, someone capable of scheming against Shi Shuo either hadn't been born yet or was willing. As Shi Shuo turned a corner, he spotted Qianchi's unpredictable face. What are you thinking? Let's go back and sleep. Bro, this is a flower-building woman. You're just taking her back like this. Aren't you afraid of gossip? Qianchi hadn't forgotten the women beside him. They seemed harmonious, but in reality Shi Shuo kept his distance from everyone. To suddenly be seen with a flower-building woman like this, wasn't he afraid they would tear her apart? What is there to be afraid of? Shi Shuo looked puzzled, as if reminding him, haven't I faced enough gossip already? And what's wrong with the flower building? I didn't spend any money. Qianchi, are we even on the same wavelength? Why do you always stray off the topic? Shi Shuo was still the same Shi Shuo, able to enjoy without spending a dime. He would absolutely never cooperate. A stingy fellow. Ye Ning listened to Qianchi's voice, feeling it was familiar, yet she couldn't quite place where she had heard it before. From his tone it seemed that the person who saved her had countless women around him, but it didn't matter, he was handsome, and that was enough. In ancient times it was normal for men to have multiple wives. Besides, she was someone from the future bound by a system. Was she still afraid of not being favored? Who on earth are you people? Ding. System task: a derivative system has been detected. If the host wishes to maintain their fortune, please find a way to derivative system introduction. You can take away the person with the best fortune in a space and transfer them to another time and space with no limit on the number of people. Steal others' fortunes to strengthen yourself. Reward: no time limit on the task, adding 100 points daily. Shi Shuo listened to the tasks issued by the system, his eyes flickering. What a stroke of luck he had to see a beauty in a flower house. And he could take her away for free. It turned out to be all a trap. He had clearly been at the center of that explosion, yet he was reborn in another world, all thanks to this woman's schemes. My name is Shi Shuo, and this is Qianchi. Ye Ning widened her eyes at the name. Shi Shuo was a renowned divine physician in this parallel world, although his fame did not match that of Sun Simiao. According to the script, he was the son of Li Shimin and the younger brother of Li Chang'an. Although he had not returned to the royal family, and had yet to acknowledge Li Shimin, this person was undeniably intelligent. Even as a teenager, he could single-handedly take down the 5 great families. He was a person whose wealth rivaled nations, a true European king. And her target was him, yet his whereabouts had always been erratic, otherwise she wouldn't have sought out that king of hell. Now that the protagonist had appeared, why was she still looking for that king of hell? This person's luck was enough for her to complete her mission in this world and travel to another. But there was a prerequisite to obtain his fortune: she had to make him fall in love with her. After returning to the inn with them, Shi Shuo pondered for a moment, then wrote a note and stuffed it into a bamboo tube. He brought out a fox from another room and tied the bamboo tube to its body. Go deliver it to him, and I'll give you an extra chicken leg. Shi Shuo patted its head, opened the door, and let it out. Early in the morning, Li Shimin rushed over, and the first thing he did upon arriving was look for Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo left early this morning. Qianchi leaned lazily against the wall, holding a jug of wine, leisurely sipping. It was strange, just a few days ago these rich young masters hated Shi Shuo so much that they wished to tear him apart to quell their anger. Yet today they actually came early, persuading Shi Shuo to take them to make money. And Shi Shuo, contrary to his previous behavior, unexpectedly agreed. Was it that Qianchi was too behind the times, or had this world changed too quickly? These people were surprisingly amiable. But seeing Li Shimin's angry face, he felt that this world hadn't changed much. It was obvious they had come to settle accounts with Shi Shuo. Li Shimin pulled Qianchi aside and asked, did Shi Shuo bring a woman back from the flower house last night? Qianchi nodded. Yes, she was quite beautiful. Look, she's watching us from the second floor. Li Shimin turned around, scrutinizing Ye Ning, standing on the second floor, his brows furrowing tightly. This woman definitely has a problem. Oh. Qianchi looked at Li Shimin. This emperor was quite perceptive, as she had more than just a problem, it was a big one. They were all here because of this woman's schemes. How do you know? Li Shimin sneered. Is there anyone pure who comes out of a flower house? He pitied his son, who hadn't even gotten to recognize him yet. All he did was earn money and cause trouble, so naive. Last night he smashed a flower house and was almost caught in it. The young master is still young and a bit naive, otherwise he wouldn't have brought back a flower house girl. Chibo walked over to Li Shimin's side, also looking at the woman upstairs, sighing helplessly. Indeed, Qianchi sensed a deep malice. Was Shi Shuo still young? Naive? Were they misunderstanding those words? Shi Shuo had lived to 28 or 29 in his previous life, and had lived several years in this one. Together, they were comparable to their generation. Was he still young? When had he not schemed against others or stirred up some trouble? If things weren't chaotic around here, he wouldn't be in a good mood. And naive? Had he not surrounded himself with enough women in his previous life? He was single by his own ability, okay. To put it bluntly, if this guy were pure, pigs would fly. Ye Ning also looked at Li Shimin. Although she didn't understand what they were discussing, it was clear from their expressions that they didn't like her, because no matter the reason, it couldn't change the fact that she was brought out from a flower house. Ye Ning clenched her fists tightly, turning back to her room without a word. She didn't need to argue with these ancient people, she just needed to secure Shi Shuo. Qianchi watched her back with a cold smile. This woman probably didn't realize that a seemingly gentle person like Shi Shuo, any woman who got close to him, would almost certainly meet the king of hell. He was a complete male repellent. Why couldn't they see this? By the way, your majesty, what brings you here? Shimin, reminded by this, immediately shoved the letter in his hand to Qianchi. Take a look. Qianchi opened the envelope, his expression darkening the more he read. What had he said yesterday? He wished not to have close dealings with the court this life. Yet he had secretly traded with Li Jing, even giving away several 100,000 guan. Was this what they called not being close? Since when had Shi Shuo been so generous? Was he not feeling the slap to his face? This guy used to speak with at least 3 parts truth and 7 parts embellishment. Now who knows which part is true and which is false? As luck would have it, Shi Shuo, holding a fox, walked to the door and saw the 3 of them. One looking helpless, one angry, and one sullen. It felt like they were here to settle accounts with him. What had he done? It seemed he hadn't done anything. How could someone like him, who was content to stay out of trouble, do anything bad? Forget it, he would go play for a couple of days before coming back. Shi Shuo thought this way and acted on it, directly turning around and walking out. Where are you going, divine physician? Qin Shimo stepped forward to block him as Shi Shuo was about to leave. How could he be so clueless? Didn't he see the 3 gods behind him wanting to settle accounts with him? If something happened to him, did he believe he would be dragged to sacrifice to the heavens with him? Hearing the voice, Qianchi and the others immediately flanked him, guiding him away. Qin Shimo scratched his head, looking confused. Had he said something wrong? Upstairs, Ye Ning saw Shi Shuo returning and was very excited. She initially wanted to act like a little woman and but unexpectedly, just as she was about to say something, she was glared at by the 3 people. The fox on Shi Shuo's head bared its teeth, showcasing its most fierce side. Ye Ning immediately didn't dare to step forward. She had a premonition that if she took one more step, even if those 3 didn't move against her, that fox would definitely come over and bite her. Qianchi cast her a cold glance. You better behave, or tomorrow you'll meet the king of hell. Ye Ning looked at their retreating figures, her fists clenched tightly, and her tense face was filled with anger. Shi Shuo sat in his chair, looking at the 3 men circling around him, feeling quite speechless. What do you want? Hurry up and say it, I'm getting dizzy. Qianchi grabbed his shoulder. Brother Shi Shuo, you are something else. Just yesterday you said you wouldn't deal with the court, and in the blink of an eye you've slapped your own face. Doesn't that hurt your face? Regarding this matter, I only made a transaction with Li Jing. There are gains and losses, it's completely normal, so there's no need to make a fuss about it. Qianchi exclaimed, is that what you mean? Besides, don't you think you spend a bit too much money? It's not just a few hundred, but several million. What's so great about having money? Young master, you can cause trouble all you want, we can afford it, but you can't bring back a woman from a brothel. Qibo said with a pained heart, thinking about his young master, the dream lover of all the women in Chang'an, who unexpectedly got tricked in circles by a woman from a brothel. This truly is a case of being wise for a lifetime, but foolish for a moment. Shi Shuo's eyes were vacant, wondering what was the matter. Wasn't it just bringing a woman back? He wouldn't do anything else. I just thought she was pretty, so I brought her back. What's wrong with a brothel? As long as she looks good, that's all that matters. Qibo was rendered speechless. This answer was both unexpected and somewhat anticipated, leaving him at a loss. Qianchi helplessly slapped his forehead. He believed Shi Shuo's words because he was indeed a faced person, recalling their first meeting. The teacher brought back many children, including Qianchi. The teacher asked Shi Shuo to choose a child to be his younger brother, and the choices he made could only be described as picking bones from an egg. If they are ugly but skilled in martial arts, I won't take them. If they are not ugly but timid, I won't take them either. He still remembered there was one slightly chubby child who looked quite cute. He directly said, this person will definitely grow up to be fat, leaving that child in tears. In the end, everyone, including himself, was eliminated by him, and he spoke as if it all made perfect sense. If the teacher hadn't insisted on him choosing one, Qianchi didn't even know where he would be now. Later he realized that Shi Shuo eliminated those people for their own good. He knew everything about the teacher, who had them in his grasp. The teacher would not cultivate another person to rival him. He would only train a counterpart. This guy's weakness was that as long as they looked good, even the enemy could become a brother. If they looked bad, no matter how close, they would still be enemies. Anyway, he couldn't face this guy right now. Shimin stared blankly for a while, then snapped back to reality, grabbing his ear and spinning him around. Kid, I see you don't know what it means to wake up. It's okay, I'll wake you up today and give you a proper lesson. You can bring any woman back, but you can't bring one from a brothel. Do you even know what kind of place that is? What if that woman is sick? You have some medical skills, but what if the illness? Enough. Shi Shuo squeezed his hand, freeing his ear and pushing him away, interrupting his words. Shimin, I'm giving you respect because you are an emperor. Qianchi touched his nose, thinking, if you weren't the emperor, I would have already gone for you. How would I not know if that woman has a problem? If she didn't, I wouldn't even bother bringing her back. Shimin was taken aback. Right, they hadn't even recognized each other yet, and it wasn't his place to lecture him. Qianchi said, I suddenly don't know which of your statements to believe. You just said she was pretty, and now you've changed your tune. Should I believe the first statement or the second? Shi Shuo, I need to tell you something. This Ye Ning has connections with Mu Qing. Shi Shuo looked at him suspiciously. If he remembered correctly, Ye Ning had been imprisoned by the King of Hell for a long time. How did Qianchi know there was a connection between them? Shi Shuo stood up, walked in front of him, and smirked. Qianchi. Qianchi looked at Shi Shuo's smile. His heart sank, completely confused about what he had said wrong that made Shi Shuo come to settle the score. Well, what is it? How do you know they have a relationship? Shi Shuo held the small whip hanging nearby, and his intention was clear. Whether or not to speak was up to him. However, if he didn't speak, the small whip would serve him. Qianchi smiled sheepishly. I have had dealings with the King of Hell. Really? Qianchi nodded vigorously. Whether it was true or not didn't matter. What mattered was that wasn't this an interrogation of Shi Shuo? Why did it suddenly turn into an interrogation of him instead? Qianchi nodded vigorously. Whether it was true or not didn't matter. What mattered was that wasn't this an interrogation. He had never been to the coastal area. The places he walked were just the closest ones to Chang'an. But he still managed to contact Li Jing, letting him strictly control the coastal area and even provide weapons to eliminate those people. How did he know the names of those countries so clearly from that world map? A person who had never even stepped out of the Tang Dynasty could effortlessly treat everyone, everything, and all as mere chess pieces. He foolishly thought that Li Shimin was the one playing chess. Little did he know Shi Shuo was simultaneously playing both the pieces and the player, treating everything as resources he needed. The only thing that remained unchanged was that he was still the same Shi Shuo, only the previous cowardice had transformed into the posture of annihilating everything. Yet he remained aloof as if it had nothing to do with him. How much do you know about the situation with the Wokou? Will they threaten the Tang Dynasty? Shi Shuo smirked, thinking Li Shimin would ask something serious. Just this. What I know is not much, but it will indeed threaten the Tang Dynasty. If yesterday had not been a restaurant, 10 people would have already died. These people's martial arts are vicious. They kill anyone they see. 10 of them would be enough to throw Chang'an into chaos, let alone if 100 landed. When these 100 people arrive in Chang'an, they would directly storm the palace, and at that point the entire Tang Dynasty would be in turmoil. Of course, by then I would have already taken the entire restaurant and gone into hiding. Sometimes Shi Shuo had to admit that having memories from his past life was truly wonderful. Not only could it make him wealthy, but it also allowed him to avoid disasters. As a time traveler, whether or not he was the protagonist didn't matter. What mattered was that he could save his life and indulge. Upon hearing his words, Li Shimin could be completely sure that Shi Shuo would indeed escape. As for responsibilities and such, don't even mention that he would bear them. He might not even be able to write those two characters. Qianchi looked at the dark-faced Li Shimin and patted his shoulder. He understood his feelings at this moment, since he was not the only one to experience it. Thinking about his senior brothers who wouldn't want to hit him. Not just wanting to hit him, but wanting to pin him down and rub him thoroughly. You've got to be kidding me. I've known him for half my life, and I've never seen him take anyone's advice. Let's just go and save ourselves the trouble. Qianchi dragged both of them out, sensing that if they kept talking, Shi Shuo would pin them to the ground. But he would pin Qianchi down instead. He couldn't take on this guy, losing even a single move would put him at Shi Shuo's mercy. So better to get them out of here. Li Shimin frowned as he followed Qianchi out, noticing that Qianchi even closed the door for Shi Shuo with a hint of fawning on his face. I suggest you stop preaching morality or grand principles to Shi Shuo. Qianchi saw their expression of disappointment, knowing they still treated Shi Shuo like a child who always needed them to clean up after him. Indeed, Shi Shuo's health wasn't great, yet he could still cause havoc and fight simply because he was young. Perhaps these two truly cared for him and wanted to protect him, but he had long outgrown that age. In this world, if anyone can control him, it's only the teacher. No one else can make him listen to reason. Not me, not you, and certainly not anyone else. Shi Shuo seems easygoing and approachable on the surface, but his true nature is the opposite. Endurance is what he does best. He can endure anything, and the longer he endures, the stronger his vengeance. No matter what, even if he hits a dead end, he won't turn back. Instead of reasoning with him, you'd be better off taking his words as the opposite. Of course, he weaves 1,000 lies under his tongue, ready to chat with you anytime. Why take everything so seriously? Even if you were his biological father, Li Shimin, so what? He never had a heart, so why would he care who you are or what happens to this world? Li Shimin's eyes widened at this. Then why did Shi Shuo secretly deal with Li Jing? Why did he trade with him? It wasn't that he didn't believe Qianchi, but what Qianchi said contradicted what Shi Shuo did. Whether it was the admiration from that Japanese assassin, the description from Qianchi, or the Shi Shuo standing before. The first was a man of righteousness worthy of respect. The second was meticulous enough to terrify his enemies. The third was lazily sharp-tongued, a headache to everyone. 3 different personalities, yet all bearing the same name. It made one ponder deeply. Who exactly was Shi Shuo? Qianchi was about to say more, but when he saw Ye Ning approaching, he fell silent. Since Shi Shuo knew she was trouble, yet kept her clothes, he must have a plan. Beauty to him was just something to feast his eyes on. As the saying goes, no matter if a man is rich or handsome, he still enjoys looking at pretty women. And Shi Shuo did what any man would do, only to end up scheming against her. What a jerk. Ye Ning approached gracefully with a bowl of lotus seed soup, like a refined lady. She gave a slight bow to the 3 men. Gentleman, is Master Shi in his room? Li Shimin's face darkened at her arrival, his tone dripping with displeasure. What are you doing here? Young master sure saved me, gave me shelter and a place to stay. He is my great benefactor. Ye Ning's cheeks flushed with maidenly shyness, her voice soft, and with her beauty, any man's gaze would be fixed on her. I noticed the benefactor left early without breakfast, so I went to the backyard to cook this lotus seed soup to warm his stomach. Shimin glared at her, tempted to kick the bowl away. A little lady this and that. It disgusted him, and she was trying to seduce his son. Did she think she had the right? Qianchi saw the bowl, and quickly held Shimin back to stop him from killing her on the spot. Lotus seed soup, what a treasure. It seemed she was digging her own grave without his help. Had keeping her locked up for a month addled her brain, or had playing with Mu Qing for too long made her foolish. Besides, with Shi Shuo's face and reputation, a single outing would bring him enough snacks to open a shop. Would he go hungry? He's inside. Go on in. Ye Ning saw Shimin's furious face, clenched her fists discreetly, and felt a surge of goodwill toward Qianchi when he willingly stepped aside. She had thought this guy would block her like Shimin. It seemed her face had its uses. Thank you, sir. Shimin watched her walk past him into Shi Shuo's room. He glared at the two beside him. Why didn't you stop her? Why stop her? Qianchi pulled Shimin far away from the door, as far as they could go. The young master doesn't like lotus seed soup. Besides, those lotus seeds were shelled by him, dried to substitute for missing medicinal herbs. Bo recalled Shi Shuo idly shelling lotus seeds, drying them carefully, and ordering them to be sunned thoroughly to prevent bugs. There weren't many lotus ponds in Chang'an. Only during the new year would the young master take some out to cook for the family reunion. The pharmacy needs lotus seeds, and she just took them to make soup. Who knows how angry he'll be. Exactly. Shi Shuo likes shelling lotus seeds, but not the soup. He doesn't even like sweet drinks. Qianchi agreed with Bo. Shi Shuo was fine with everything. You could take his things, but don't put them in front of him and claim it's for his own good. Sure enough, soon after Ye Ning entered, the sound of a bowl shattering was heard. Then she was thrown out by Shi Shuo. Bo, find a matron to teach her how to dance properly. Without my order, she is not to enter the backyard. As for the lotus seed soup in the pot, let the laborers drink it in the— Yes. Bo nodded, approving all of Shi Shuo's reasonable commands. Shimin looked at Shi Shuo's back, dissatisfied with the punishment. Isn't this too lenient? Not at all. Bo smiled. The matron the young master mentioned is a tough one. She taught all the dancers on stage. But it depends on whether the young master gives instructions right. Bo had made it clear. How could Shimin not understand? Without instructions, the dancers would just smile through their moves. With instructions, they would be skinned alive. Shi Shuo had slept through the morning, yawning as he walked to the backyard, surprised to see the group of idlers bustling about. He had thought they were just joking about wanting to make money with him, but to his surprise they were actually working. A miracle. Fang Yiji was busy peeling bamboo shoots, and was taken aback to see Shi Shuo had actually come out. Wasn't he the one who said he would sleep all day? How could he wake up so early? Dr. Shi, you're awake. Still busy, huh? Shi Shuo observed the slices of bamboo shoots laid out to dry and nodded in satisfaction. They were indeed working leisurely, but had followed the requirements, making them quite beautiful. We're almost done. Chinchumo scratched his head awkwardly. It was the first time Shi Shuo had spoken to them in such a harmonious tone. All right, after lunch, come with me for a bit. Shi Shuo picked up the list placed on the stone table, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This group had actually not done anything fraudulent or missed anything. It seemed they were genuinely intent on making money with him. However, the materials used here still required payment. Rest assured, mister. Sure, as soon as we make money, we will definitely pay you back. Fang Yiji watched Shi Shuo hold the materials list, feeling a wave of nervousness, fearing that Shi Shuo might misunderstand. Shi Shuo said nothing, placing the list back in its original position before looking at the items they were drying. Chinchumo saw that Shi Shuo was collecting what was due and flipping through the list, realizing that he was simply too lazy to engage with them. However, he hadn't expected Shi Shuo, with his refined appearance and noble demeanor, would be involved in such trivial matters. They had thought Shi Shuo would only wield a small whip, dealing with big boss-type tasks. Young master, our dry goods can only support one store. Xiao Tong approached Shi Shuo with a ledger, looking worried. Their young master had acquired over a dozen shops, but could only open 2 at most, one of which was still under preparation. Moreover, if they really set up shop, they wouldn't have enough manpower. It was impossible for them to handle so many tasks. That's enough, let's get one open first. Let's hang a sign to recruit 2 smart workers at 400 won a month and hire 5 laborers at 700 won a month. Have Bo arrange for someone to be the shopkeeper. Alright. Xiao Tong felt a pang in his heart upon hearing the pay. For an ordinary family, earning 300 won a month was already quite good, yet their young master was so extravagant at 400 won a month. However, his monthly income had always been above a guan, having been by the young master's side for many years. One could only say that the young master treated those around him very well. During festivals, he would always give them gifts or money, allowing them to go out and enjoy themselves. Chinchumo and the others watched Shi Shuo squander money, but the key was that the money spent on the shop would be earned back, and with the beauty spread throughout Chang'an, it wouldn't take long. Just a few hours would suffice. When would they ever be able to be so carefree? Empress Chang'an approached Shi Shuo with a tray carrying a bowl of soup and several cups. Sure, it's a bit hot, I drink some soup. Ye Ning knew about the lotus seed soup she was making. In order to understand Shi Shuo's preferences, Empress Chang'an had put in a lot of effort asking about the effects of this and that, and what Shi Shuo usually did. She often pulled Xiao Tong aside inquiring about what Shi Shuo would be doing lately and what he would bring along. Seeing that Shi Shuo had been busy preparing for opening a shop for several days, she felt quite pained and eventually listened to a maid's suggestion to make him some chicken soup. Looking at the bowl of chicken soup and smelling its aroma, Shi Shuo knew it had been simmered for a long time. Seeing the expectant gaze of Empress Chang'an, he accepted the bowl and drank it down. Thank you. Qin Shumo and the others stared wide-eyed at the bowl of chicken soup, wondering what kind of luck Shi Shuo had to be able to drink the soup made by the current empress. Shimin felt most affected. In the past, he could still drink the soup made by Guanyan's maid, but after she fell ill, he felt sorry for her and had never let her enter the kitchen again. Yet now his empress was not only cooking, but the first person to drink the soup was actually not him. Empress Chang'an turned around and saw Shimin and Chang'an. She caught a glimpse of Shimin's furious expression and Chang'an's slightly eager gaze. "Qianchi, come and drink some soup." Empress Chang'an poured another bowl and handed it to Chang'an. Chang'an carefully received it, saying, "More, mother." Chang'an then drank the bowl of soup clean in front of Shimin. Shimin felt 1,000 points of internal damage. The second person to drink the soup was still not him. Shimin walked to Empress Chang'an's side and directly drank from the remaining soup, saying, "I'll drink it all. Let's see what you guys drink." After drinking, Shimin didn't forget to burp contentedly. Shi Shuo watched Shimin's smug face, Empress Chang'an's gentle smile, and Chang'an's conflicted expression of wanting to laugh, but not daring to. He picked up the fan placed on the stone table and walked over to the rocking chair under the tree, falling asleep. It wasn't that he was happy, it was just that in such a warm scene he felt out of place standing there. Empress Chang'an felt a twinge of sadness as she watched Shi Shuo leave like that. She knew that wanting Shi Shuo to accept them was an impossible task. In a certain sense, Shi Shuo was already on equal footing with them. Shimin approached Shi Shuo regardless of whether he was truly asleep or pretending. "Kid, my wife and son are left in your care. You can take them anywhere, just take them out for a stroll. You want to charge for going out? Why don't you just rob me?" Shi Shuo spread his hands, looking at him in confusion. "Haven't I made enough money these past few days? What's the difference from robbery?" Shimin was immediately left speechless. These past few days he had been pulling from the Chui family and smashing the flower house, his reputation almost matching that of the divine doctor. Forget it, he might as well leave to avoid getting so angry that he spat blood, and on top of that he mentioned it would be troublesome to... Shi Shuo watched Shimin's angry figure, puzzled as to what kind of medicine Shimin had taken. Whenever he had something going on, he always had to meddle. Surely he couldn't be Shimin's son. Shi Shuo shuddered at the thought, feeling that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. He looked so handsome, comparing him to Shimin despite his middle-aged figure. His stomach was clearly bulging. Shi Shuo touched his own belly, thinking that although he liked to lie down, his abs were still intact. Shi Shuo, accompanied by a group of people, arrived at the largest lotus pond in Chang'an City and even rented about 10 boats from the boatmen, recruiting several sailors. Rather than saying he rented them, it would be more accurate to say that this lake was excavated 2 years ago with his lavish spending, and he was the one who planted the lotuses here. Thus he exempted the boatmen from half of the rental fee, and the boatmen even mentioned that he could come for free every day this month. The legendary gratitude and profit, truly achieving both gratitude and profit without conflict. Shi Shuo remained calm and simply found a place to sit, fully equipped with snacks and tea, enjoying himself. Empress Chang'an watched as noble ladies took turns presenting gifts to him, finally understanding Shimin's saying that if he were a wastrel, there would be no one who could restrain him in this world. Looking at Shi Shuo, who had not stopped talking since arriving, his hands were also busy playing with them. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed numerous flowers and even specifically taught them how to do it. Chang'an Wugo shook her head helplessly with a smile, truly living up to the saying that the emperor's beauties reside in the palace, while Shi Shuo's beauties are spread throughout Chang'an City. As long as no one reminded him, he would forget that he had brought people to work. Chang'an looked at Shi Shuo in this manner and recalled other people's evaluations of him. If he truly was a man of exceptional talent, both literary and martial, why had he never heard of him? Although his father had promised that he would always be the crown prince and did not need to pay attention to Shi Shuo, given Shi Shuo's various performances, even if he did not want to pay attention, he would occasionally notice him. "Qianchi, tell me, how nice would it be if Shuo grew up under our knees like you? He wouldn't have to work so hard." Empress Chang'an observed Shi Shuo's smile in front of others, beautiful, yet insincere. Once she turned away, he no longer smiled, his expression filled with cold indifference. In front of others, he would not lose his temper or pay attention to anything, facing the world with a smile. The fact that he could establish a tavern in Chang'an City and keep it standing firm was enough to prove that Shi Shuo's mental fortitude was extraordinary. Behind this formidable facade, the effort he had put in made her feel a deep sense of heartache. Chang'an looked at Empress Chang'an, somewhat confused about why she would say that. If Shi Shuo wanted to understand or recognize his roots, he could have done so long ago. A tavern of such size, he had connections with court officials and other merchants, making it not difficult for him to find people. Yet he had never acted on it, which was enough to prove that he was not interested in the so-called family. Perhaps he does not wish to recognize his roots, or his thoughts are different from ours. Maybe so. Latecomer Qianchi saw Ye Ning hiding aside her hand, nearly tearing the handkerchief, her face filled with undisguised anger, as if she wished to tear apart all the women close to Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo does not like jealous women. If he knows your thoughts, you will never get close to the tavern for the rest of your life. Ye Ning did not expect Qianchi to be right behind her. Her gaze was somewhat evasive, unsure of how long Qianchi had been watching, and whether she would report to Shi Shuo. If she really did report to Shi Shuo and ruin her plans, then Ye Ning thought until the end, her heart calming down, smiling at Qianchi. Little girl, if you stay obediently in the secret room, you might live a bit longer. Qianchi interrupted her words with a cold laugh. A person who has been locked up for so long can survive without food and water. It seems you have many secrets. Ye Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him, her eyes filled with fear. After all, she had traversed through several timelines. Oh, what kind of man hadn't she seen? Yet that king of hell could instill fear in her. In front of that person, she felt as if she had been stripped bare with no secrets left to hide. How did you know? No, who are you? Who exactly are you? Ye Ning's mind was filled with a single thought, fear forcing her to back away. What? I locked you up for so long, and you actually asked me who I am. Qianchi clutched his chest, putting on a sorrowful expression. How sad it is that you would ask who I am. I am Qianchi, Shi Shuo's nominal brother, and the king of hell of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Hearing this answer, Ye Ning slumped to the ground, powerless. She never expected that even after escaping from that dark place, she would still be under his watch. This bearer of fortune in the parallel world actually lived a life as a nominal brother with the king of hell in the darkness. Does he know? Does he know you are the king of hell? That's not important. Qianchi squatted down in front of Ye Ning, pinching her chin and lifting her head. What matters is if you don't want to live a peaceful life, what you will face next may be an apocalypse for you. Shi Shuo is a director. For him, there will always be something in this world that becomes the strongest, turning into his kingdom. Those who wish to scheme against him will suffer greatly and will not be allowed to breathe. I advise you it's best to refrain from any crooked ideas. After all, I have never seen anyone who could scheme against him still wandering in this world. Qianchi finished speaking and directly stood up to leave. He had said what he needed to say and warned her if she remained ungrateful. He would not turn against Shi Shuo for someone like her, considering it a conclusion to his past life. Who could blame him for having liked her in the past? Sometimes he even envied Shi Shuo, who was affectionate, yet indifferent, living more freely than anyone else. But at times he also felt that Shi Shuo was a pitiful person with a heart riddled with wounds, ultimately facing the world with a smile and indulgence. Living a life not as good as an ordinary person. Perhaps this is the life of a genius. Ye Ning did not know what Qianchi was thinking, but right now all she wanted was to escape from here, to leave the place with Qianchi. This person could lock her up once, he could lock her up a second time. Although she didn't know how true or false Qiankai's words were, Shi Shuo was ultimately a bearer of fortune, making it very difficult for her to let him go. Ye Ning thought for a long while, and ultimately decided to go back and tell Shi Shuo, as this matter would be beneficial to her without any harm, and perhaps she could rely on Shi Shuo to bring down Qianchi. With this thought, Ye Ning did just that. However, when she returned to that place, she was dumbfounded. Shimin had actually brought several officials and surrounded him, while those women hid aside, seemingly too angry to speak. What on earth had Shi Shuo done to make Shimin so confrontational? Wasn't he the son of Shimin who had fallen from grace? Why was he making such a spectacle outside? Shi Shuo looked at the crowd of civil and military officials surrounding him, scratching his nose. It seemed he hadn't done anything, so why were they all here to see him? Were they jealous of his charm? Were they jealous of his handsome face? Why have you all come here? Did I fail to pay some tax? No. Chang'an Wuji shook his head, his gaze towards Shi Shuo, filled with fervor. I heard that you, the divine doctor, can make salt. Is that true? Of course. Shi Shuo glanced at Shimin. What did he mean by heard? How many people in this world actually knew? Aside from Shimin, who else would speak out? Can we see that salt? I didn't bring it with me. You can go to the tavern to have a look. Shi Shuo noticed the returning boat crew and wished he could send these people away immediately. Shimin patted his head. He had forgotten to check on the salt. When the group heard Shi Shuo's response and saw his unwilling demeanor, they realized they had annoyed him. Annoyed that they had delayed his matters. But they hadn't seen Shi Shuo nod at the tavern's goods. He completely ignored them. This? Qianchi, you go with them for a trip. Shi Shuo understood their thoughts. The tavern's items were sold. Shibo didn't care whether they were officials. Those who dared to cause trouble would generally enter upright and leave sideways. Qianchi wished he could slap them, having just arrived and barely eaten 2 bites before being chased away. He was not pleased. But Shi Shuo's gaze told him that anyone who delayed his matters should be prepared for consequences. Wow, this was a threat. Without offering some benefits, they shouldn't expect him to help. Benefits. For all stores, 2/10 for the royal family, 1/10 for you, excluding the tavern. Okay. The tavern was Shi Shuo's stronghold, so he didn't expect Shi Shuo to let him join. Moreover, how many people in this world could collaborate with Shi Shuo? Working with him, even taking 1/10, would be profitable in a year. Furthermore, he didn't have to pay, he just had to work, just like the royal family. As long as Shimin was alive, he would have unlimited access. Moreover, Shi Shuo would never allow the royal family to get involved in management. Once Qianchi received Shi Shuo's promise, he took the civil and military officials away. As long as there was money to be made, no one could delay Shi Shuo. The water was not deep and was quite beautiful. Shi Shuo, why did you ask them to pick those things? Those things weren't even tasty. Digging for jade shoots was the water was not deep and was quite beautiful. Shi Shuo, why did you ask them to pick those things? Those things weren't even tasty. Digging for jade shoots was the right thing to do. That was delicious. Shi Shuo looked at the lotus pods on the ground, casually picked one, took out a small knife from his sleeve, and in front of everyone dug out the lotus seeds and peeled off the outer skin. Meanwhile, Ye Ning saw that Qianchi and the civil and military officials had left, and with tears on her face, stomped over to Shi Shuo. Everyone looked at her and couldn't help but exclaim what a pity. They all wanted to comfort her. Young master, sure, you must do justice for this little girl, Wu. Hearing this voice, Shi Shuo frowned. He disliked this. What is it? Qianchi. Wu. Shi Shuo saw her expression of wanting to say something, but hesitating, and felt even more displeased. However, with so many people around, he couldn't show a black face. Hadn't he told the nurse to watch over this woman? How could she come here? If you're looking for Qianchi, he just left, you should be able to catch up with him. Ye Ning saw how things were developing, and felt something was off. According to the plot, Shi Shuo should have stood up and comforted her when he saw her in tears. Why was he pushing her to Qianchi instead? Young master, sure, do you know that Qianchi is the king of the night of 100 ghosts? Shi Shuo shot her a cold glance. Regardless of whether Qianchi was a king, the 100 ghosts at night were a force in the martial world. Mentioning it so openly was not wise. Wasn't this targeting Qianchi? Moreover, even if Qianchi was a king, it would not affect the plan. Miss, you be cautious with your words. Qianchi has been with me for many years. He is my adopted brother, and I know exactly what kind of person he is. Besides, the king of the night of 100 ghosts is highly skilled. He is far from that. My brother has a playful nature, let alone developing a force. He wouldn't even be able to manage the basics. He cannot possibly be a king. Ye Ning was taken aback by this statement. Shi Shuo was actually talking nonsense. Qianchi had acknowledged in front of her that he was the king, and Shi Shuo was unaware. Yet Shi Shuo's expression was serious, showing no surprise as he directly defended Qianchi. Why are you helping him? He is clearly the king. Missy, you are quite interesting. Just because you say he is, does that make it true? Where's the evidence? Shi Shuo tapped the table rhythmically, looking at her. Furthermore, if he is the king, then why didn't he come out to stop me when I smashed the flower house yesterday? Could it be that you, Miss, have some undisclosed secret that he discovered leading to your preemptive strike? Shimin was initially shocked when he heard that Qianchi was the king, intending to send someone to capture him. Yet Shi Shuo's words seemed somewhat reasonable. If Qianchi was indeed the king, he needed to provide evidence. Otherwise, if they captured the wrong person, the first one Shi Shuo would not let off would be Shimin. He nearly got led astray. Indeed, this woman was not a good person. Seeing Shi Shuo question her like this, it seemed he also looked down on her. He felt relieved. Ye Ning had wanted to say something, but Shi Shuo directly interrupted her. Miss, he saying such things in front of me is one thing. Do not spread them outside. It will bring you disaster. I hope, Miss, you will learn dance well from the nurse in the future and perform on stage as soon as possible. After all, the tavern does not support idlers. If Missy has a better place to go, please settle your lodging fee. Shimin spat out his drink. She had only stayed one night and eaten 2 meals. Oh, was this really okay? People said Shi Shuo was insensitive, and now he believed it. The most pleased were the noble ladies sitting beside him. God knows how they felt when they heard that a particularly beautiful woman had moved into Shi Shuo's tavern. They were immediately flustered. It was one thing to have a woman move in, but the key point was that she was from a flower house. What could they say? Either they were the daughters of officials or merchants possessing power or wealth. How could they let a flower house woman win over them? Where would they put their faces? Besides, was Shi Shuo such a superficial person? To prove that Shi Shuo had no interest in her and that she was nothing special, they took turns lingering at the tavern. Who knew that Shi Shuo would go out in the afternoon? Seeing him still playing with her, they realized that Shi Shuo had taken her away solely for her looks. The key was that Shi Shuo hadn't paid a single coin, but had taken her away just like that. Was this it? Seeing this pitiful look, Shi Shuo disliked it the most. What Shi Shuo disliked even more was the scheming. Just look at her glare directed at them. She looked like she wanted to devour them. How could Shi Shuo abandon them for such a woman? Shi Shuo, brother, this sister looks quite wealthy. It's only 51 for a night, right? Yes, Shi Shuo, your room is beautiful. A 51 a night is not expensive. As long as someone took the lead, others would chime in, especially since this woman was their common enemy. For a moment, the noble ladies' hearts grew even more united. Ye Ning didn't expect these people would dare to make things difficult for her. She looked at Shi Shuo with a troubled expression. I. Shi Shuo heard this voice and paused, gripping the knife handle and thrusting it into the table. Ye Ning heard the sound and looked at the knife lodged in the table. She was completely stunned. Because that was a surgical knife. You are not Shi Shuo. Who exactly are you? No matter who I am, you should straighten your tongue before speaking. Qianchi led the officials to the tavern's backyard, where Qi Bo brought out some salt for them to see. Chang'an, Wuji Wei Zhang, and others looked at the snow-white salt, their eyes wide. Good heavens, this was refined salt. The key was that he had brought out a large jar. Wei Zhang pinched a handful of salt and put it in his mouth, immediately craving water due to its saltiness. I didn't expect this salt to be much better looking than that green salt, and tasted souther too. Little brother, how did you come by this salt? It's simple, you must have seen the stone salt outside the city, right? It's made from that stone salt. Qianchi rolled his eyes. Such a simple matter, and they still needed to ask. Wei Zhang upon hearing this was stunned. Little brother, the stone salt outside is toxic. How can you use that to make salt? But you just ate it, didn't you? Don't worry, even if it's toxic after processing, the toxicity is reduced, and it won't manifest so quickly. Wei Zhang looked at his still twitching legs while the officials curiously examined him. The usually outspoken Wei Zhang was now trembling. This was quite a spectacle, they had seen it today. Qianchi patted Wei Zhang's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Old Wei, rest easy, I believe this is what the civil officials present are thinking. The civil officials all stared at Qianchi, thinking, while they might think that you shouldn't expose all of it. This guy was just as difficult as Shi Shuo. Wei Zhang looked at his calm and satisfied face, feeling as if he had seen it somewhere. He couldn't recall for a moment, which made him anxious. Qianchi watched Wei Zhang's flustered expression and smiled, leaning in close to his ear. I was just kidding you, how pitiful to be so easily fooled. Wei Zhang's eyes were filled with surprise. He remembered looking at Qianchi's smile, which was strikingly similar to. It was said that Shi Shuo was gentle, affectionate, and loyal, but he had observed for a long time and always felt that his expressions seemed intentionally performed for them. If all his displays were fake, then all the places that puzzled him seemed to make sense, but he also felt a layer of mist enveloping him. Are all his words and expressions just like yours now fake? Who? Qianchi was momentarily taken aback. Shi Shuo. Who knows? After all these years with him, I have never truly understood what kind of person he is. The him I know is merely the facade he presents, allowing others to see only that version. Before his teachers, he was an obedient child, occasionally capricious. Among us fellow disciples, he planned 10 steps ahead, schemed over everything, and manipulated those around him. In this reincarnated life, he has become a languid, philandering soul. No one can tell which of his words are true and which are false. Even he himself might not know which version is the real him. Wei Zhang was startled, barely able to believe it. Life is a play all about acting. When you act too much and for too long, you forget why you ever started this charade. Qianchi let out a self-deprecating laugh. Not to mention Shi Shuo, even he himself didn't know what kind of person he truly was. Let's go check on the salt. Qianchi had no desire to continue discussing Shi Shuo with them. The more they talked, the more likely Shi Shuo might eliminate. He had no choice but to lead them to the backyard, the place where salt was processed. It was Qiankai's first time exploring the backyard. He had to admit Shi Shuo was still exactly the same as before. Even if it wasn't a grand mansion, he would transform it into one. It occupied a space the size of 2 football fields. If not for the constraints, he would probably have brought every modern amusement into it. Fortunately, ancient conditions didn't allow it, otherwise skyscrapers might have been erected. Qianchi watched the workers ahead smashing rock salt into a pot, burning coal beneath it, then simply lounging in. To be honest, working for Shi Shuo was incredibly easy. Work half the time, play the other half, with no supervision needed. Wei Zhang and the others stepped forward, staring at the salt boiling in the pot, hardly believing their eyes. That's it. Qianchi walked over, threw a few pieces of activated charcoal into a cloth, poured the boiled salt into water to dissolve it again, then set up the cloth filled with charcoal, using a ladle to filter the dissolved salt water. He relit the fire and boiled it down to white salt. Wei Zhang watched his entire process. It seemed simple enough, something they could replicate. What they lacked, however, were the black substance he burned and the material he used. Young master, what are you burning there, and where can we buy it? Though they had never seen such a thing, if they could find where to purchase it, their salt supply wouldn't be held hostage by Shi Shuo waiting to be exploited. Their national treasury would then be replenished. For the sake of the treasury, they were determined. This is something Qianchi knew exactly what they were thinking. As long as salt production remained under Shi Shuo's control, the imperial court would be constrained. No matter how unreasonable Shi Shuo's actions, for the sake of the entire Tang dynasty, they dared not move against him. This was Shi Shuo's original plan, a method to grasp the court's vital point. Of course, the premise was that no one else could produce this to supply the court. Wei Zhang and the others turned ashen-faced. They had hoped to renegotiate and secure greater benefits for the court. To ensure smooth negotiations, they had even devised a series of strategies to render Shi Shuo speechless and force him to accept their terms. Now, before it even began, they had already lost. What a move! Shi Shuo had anticipated their ignorance and kept everything in his grasp. Well, no point attending the morning court tomorrow, better to avoid the emperor's nagging. Zhangsun Wuji stared wide-eyed at the salt in the pot, took a pinch, and tasted it. This is refined salt. It was even whiter than refined salt, with a superior flavor. How much can you produce in a day? Zhangsun Wuji grabbed Qianchi excitedly. The method was so simple. If the yield was sufficient, soon everyone in the Tang dynasty would have access to salt. With reasonable prices, no one would sell illegal salt anymore. The prosperity of the Tang would be assured. No need to worry about salt. My master owns a residence in Chang'an city with many rooms converted into warehouses. There's plenty of salt. Chibo walked over, glanced at the trembling worker, pulled a string of coins from his sleeve, and tossed it to him. You're off for the afternoon. Go to the kitchen, get some meat, and buy yourself something nice. Wei Zheng and the others gasped. Shi Shuo actually owned another residence in Chang'an City. In their memory, the place he stayed longest was this tavern. The third floor was his living quarters. Qian Kai's mouth twitched. Before coming, he had wondered. Shi Shuo had been in Chang'an for 2 years, and must have accumulated many things. Even with the tavern's success, he couldn't have sold everything. He never expected there to be a private residence. Indeed, Shi Shuo was still Shi Shuo, always keeping a card up his sleeve no matter where he went. If no one revealed it, and he wished to stay hidden, no one could find him. Who exactly are you? Ye Ning stared at the scalpel stabbed into the table. It was exquisitely crafted with characters engraved on it. Could it be that Shi Shuo was also a time traveler? That scalpel proved he was a surgeon. Why did he always use traditional Chinese medicine, yet never practice surgery in it? According to the script, Shi Shuo had lived with a physician since childhood and began traveling to practice medicine at 12, always using Chinese methods. If he wasn't a time traveler, where did the scalpel come from? Could it have been given by the physician who taught him? Shi Shuo didn't seem to cherish the scalpel. A surgeon would never casually stab his tool into a table. Shi Shuo, where did you get this knife? Shi Shuo crossed his legs, folded his hands on his lap, and smiled at her. Does it matter to you? I've never seen such a knife, so I'm curious. Ye Ning forced a smile, facing him. I found it. Shi Shuo made up a casual excuse. No one would know whether it was true or false. He couldn't exactly say the knife had been with him since the original owner's birth. He just didn't know how to use it and thought it might be the key to finding his parents, so he kept it. Too bad. It belonged to the demon physician. Only the demon physician could recognize or find it. Ye Ning breathed a sigh of relief at this answer. Found it. Good, found it. As long as he wasn't a time traveler, there was no man she couldn't conquer. Shi Shuo, have you ever thought of becoming the ruler of this world? Shi Shuo's eyes widened at her words, filled with doubt and displeasure, as if deeply dissatisfied with what she said. Li Shimin, Zhangsun Wugo, and Li Changqian also rose to their feet. The noble ladies stared at her in disbelief, as if to say, has she lost her mind? Ye Ning reached out and touched Shi Shuo's face, her eyes brimming with sympathy and pity. In her view, though Shi Shuo was blessed with great fortune, he was also a pitiable soul. Do you know who your biological parents are? Do you know why they abandoned you? Do you know why they want to reclaim you now? Does it matter? Shi Shuo chuckled self-deprecatingly, truly taken aback that Ye Ning would use the original Buddhist biological parents against him. Since he disliked being boiled like a frog in warm water, he couldn't blame himself for resorting to drastic measures. For me, they became unimportant the moment they left my side. If you want to go mad, then go mad by yourself. The ruler of this world doesn't interest me, so I can pretend I didn't hear. Ye Ning clenched her fists, astonished that Shi Shuo had actually rejected her. What did it mean that she should go mad by herself? Wasn't his ambition any less? According to the progression of the story, he would become the wealthiest merchant of the Tang Dynasty, the one who holds the fate of the entire Tang in his hands, yet he claimed to be uninterested in the ruler of the world. Who would believe that? Shi Shuo, you can't fool me. Have you forgotten? When you were bullied as a child, they called you a wild child. How desperately you longed for their presence, how natural it felt when they abandoned you. Do you remember the humiliation you faced when you first arrived in Chang'an? It came from the prince's scorn. Stop it. Shi Shuo pushed her hand away and stood up, glaring at her in anger. I must say, have you forgotten? The prince who humiliated you is now crowned Prince Li Changqian, standing right in front of you. Have you really forgotten? Ye Ning looked into his eyes without fear, finding satisfaction in his anger. This man should not be calm. Only anger could destroy everything, and that was in his nature. I told you to stop talking. Shi Shuo directly grabbed her by the neck, his eyes burning with rage. Can't you understand human language? Poor Shi Shuo, you should have grown up peacefully and happily, yet you faced so many obstacles due to their abandonment. Ye Ning seemed not to hear Shi Shuo's words, continuing her tirade, ignoring the fury in his eyes. When you first came to Chang'an, you faced scorn from Li Changqian. In your first business venture, you were humiliated by merchants. The first time you sought documents, you were ridiculed by officials. Zhangsun Wugo listened to these words, her heart aching greatly. Though this person distorted the truth, Shi Shuo's humiliations truly pained her. She knew that Shi Shuo had faced many challenges to achieve this level, but she never expected it to be so arduous. The more Zhangsun Wugo thought about it, the more tears flowed uncontrollably. You shouldn't be calm. You should be furious, standing tall and crushing them underfoot, mercilessly trampling them. Ye Ning smiled at him, listening to the system report, discovering that Shi Shuo's affection for her was rising, reaching 70%. Only 30% away from proving that Shi Shuo had indeed fallen in love with her. Shi Shuo, do you know? Your parents are none other than the current rulers of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun, because you and Li Changqian are twins. Only one is destined to inherit the throne, which is why they abandoned you. That's not true. Sure, what she said isn't real. Zhangsun Wugo could no longer hold back, interrupting Ye Ning. Sure, we never abandoned you back then, Li Shimin, do you have anything to say? Shi Shuo interrupted Empress Zhangsun, directly looking at Li Shimin. Li Shimin's eyes were filled with guilt. Indeed, you are our child, a twin with Li Changqian, but the truth of the matter is not as she says. She is distorting the truth. Ye Ning reached out, gripping Shi Shuo's arm, stroking his hair, and smiling gently. Shi Shuo, at this point, don't believe anything they say because of your current status. In time you will grasp the economic lifeline of the entire Tang, holding its vital parts. Once you acknowledge your roots, they will snatch everything from you and frame you for murder to silence you. Why should I trust you? Shi Shuo looked at the noble lady standing beside him, a cold, mocking smile pulling at his lips. Don't forget the moment you dared to say such things, you sealed your fate in Chang'an. What gives you the confidence to tell me you can support me in becoming the ruler of the world? Ye Ning most detested doubts. If it were anyone else, she would have stormed off long ago. But since it was Shi Shuo's doubt, she had to bring out the people behind her. In this Chang'an, we have powerful allies as long as you provide the funds. I have a very formidable person backing me. Though I may lack the ability, with her help So this is your trump card. Shi Shuo released her neck, sweeping his leg across her knee, and sat down in one motion. Ye Ning uncontrollably knelt down, hearing the system notification that Shi Shuo's affection for her had plummeted from 90% to 0. With disbelief written all over her face, she looked at him, puzzled that Shi Shuo's affection could rise so quickly and fall just as fast, not understanding what was happening. Why are you doing this to me? Just as she thought she could seize Shi Shuo's luck, had vanished like that. Moreover, Shi Shuo actually made her kneel on the ground. The bystanders were taken aback by Shi Shuo's sudden change, unable to react. You really don't think I would believe everything you said, do you? Shi Shuo pulled out the surgical knife lodged in the table and spun it casually. At the mention of that name, Ye Ning's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Shi Shuo knew of that person's existence and was aware that Mu Qing was her backer. She had been toyed with by Shi Shuo. Who am I? That's a good question. After playing enough, Shi Shuo took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and carefully wiped the knife. I initially planned to play with you like boiling a frog in warm water, but you didn't enjoy it. Life is indeed a performance relying entirely on skill. My acting has improved significantly. Who am I? Of course I am Shi Shuo. No matter where I go or where I come from, I am always Shi Shuo. Some call me a genius, others a legend, while some say I am merely lucky. I also have a resounding title, the Demon Doctor. A business genius, the foremost disciple of the top divine doctor in the medical world, also known as the Demon Doctor. Ye Ning slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by the revelation that Mu Qing had warned her about the Demon Doctor advice she had previously dismissed. In her eyes, no matter how formidable, he was just a man, and with her beauty, how could she possibly lose? But Shi Shuo was no ordinary man. She had heard of the Demon Doctor. He was a madman who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. A man who wouldn't turn back after hitting a wall, walking a dark path to the end. In her previous life, she had wanted to find him, but sadly he was well protected and no one could approach him. Unexpectedly in this life, she encountered him and boldly spoke her mind in front of him. The key was that he was indifferent, though otherwise the system wouldn't have detected such a rapid decline in affection. What surprised her even more was that Shi Shuo actually followed the script, taking one step at a time, without any intention of changing the status quo. You actually came to why? Luck bearer, it seems your aim is the luck on me, but unfortunately you are Mu Qing's person. Shi Shuo did not respond to her words, instead gripping her chin, lifting her head to meet his gaze. How about what? Ye Ning was slightly taken aback, unsure of Shi Shuo's intentions. Let's play a game in Chang'an. You cannot leave the city, and you may send assassins to kill me. And I can only find someone else to look for you without bringing officials to chase you. If you can kill me, all I have will belong to you. If you lose, just come with me to a certain place. Shi Shuo still smiled. This is fair for you, after all your luck isn't too shabby. Ye Ning looked into Shi Shuo's eyes, now unable to discern which of his words were true and which were false. Could he really be so kind as to let her go? He was the infamous Demon Doctor, albeit from another parallel world. The conditions he proposed were outrageous, actually betting his own life. Didn't he fear capsizing? Shi Shuo released her, picked up the lotus seeds on the table, and continued to peel them. Go on, I'll give you half a day to hide well, and he'll come looking for you when it gets dark. Ye Ning heard this and realized Shi Shuo was serious, lifting her skirt and running outside. She finally understood why the King of Hell was friends with Shi Shuo. The aura of the King of Hell was not as terrifying as that of Shi Shuo. If the King of Hell was merely playing around, Shi Shuo was serious. A person who could be called a madman could not be gentle. He was simply suppressing his emotions all along. Shimin watched Ye Ning leave, so suddenly puzzled as to why Shi Shuo let her go. He looked at the noble ladies still standing nearby and had no choice but to let them leave first. After all, this was their family matter. After everyone unrelated had left, Shimin looked at Shi Shuo's calm face, still unable to understand how he could remain so composed after knowing everything. Shi Shuo, don't you have anything to say? What should I say? Shi Shuo glanced at him, then returned to his activities. Should I say I'm your son, and you must acknowledge me? Is that even possible? Do you think I would believe that? Shimin felt a lump in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out, his face turning red. Empress Zhangsun initially wanted to approach and embrace Shi Shuo, but she abruptly stopped. Chang'an looked at the scene, wanting to go forward, but hesitant, feeling very conflicted. His concern for Shi Shuo was genuine, but he had never humiliated him. Shi Shuo looked at them, puzzled, wondering what they were trying to achieve. Wasn't he just putting on a show? What was this? Were they really bringing their whole family out for him? What merit did Shi Shuo have to warrant recognition from an emperor as a father? After Qianchi finished all his tasks, he arrived at the tea house and was greeted by a tense atmosphere. Shi Shuo denied everything. Li Shimin's face turned red with anger. The Empress Zhangsun stood by in tears, while Li Chengqian was at a loss. What's there to be entangled about? What identity do I Shi Shuo have, and what identities do you have? Shi Shuo shrugged, seemingly indifferent, asserting his position. Moreover, don't mention anything about blood recognition to me, I don't believe in such nonsense. Upon hearing this, Qianchi finally understood that Li Shimin actually wanted to acknowledge Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo did not wish to acknowledge this relationship, leading to a standoff between the two parties. Before coming here, Shi Shuo was a medical student renowned as a demonic doctor worldwide. To believe in something without scientific reasoning is impossible unless a miracle occurs. Qianchi sat down in front of Shi Shuo and said, I've heard from the noble ladies that woman has been twisting the truth and forcing you. A miracle, huh? You actually didn't throw her into the lake. When did you become so patient? Shi Shuo replied in Chang'an, there are people from the Woku. Rather than dealing with her, it's better to uproot the problem. Shi Shuo slowly clenched his fists. He hadn't truly moved in a long time. Qianchi watched him repeatedly clench his fists, feeling a pang of anxiety. The sleeping lion had awakened, and he wondered how much blood would flow in Chang'an tonight. Do you want me to accompany you and give you some fresh air? No need. Shi Shuo continued to use his scalpel to peel the lotus. Qianchi felt a chill in his heart. This scalpel was Shi Shuo's symbol. Shi Shuo had used it during this. Now he was using it just to peel a lotus seed. Old habits resurfacing. He finally understood why Shi Shuo disliked eating lotus seeds. It was because of how they were peeled. Thinking of the scene, and this knife was truly terrifying. He wouldn't eat this thing again. No, he absolutely wouldn't eat lotus seeds peeled by Shi Shuo. He decided he would peel them himself. Li Shimin didn't expect that he had instructed people to guard the door and not let anyone in yet. Qianchi could still enter. What were the guards outside doing? The more Li Shimin thought about it, the angrier he became. He walked to the door and saw a person lying on the ground, realizing that they were unconscious. His gaze towards Qianchi shifted slightly. This was the leader of the Imperial Guards, yet they had been so easily taken down. His power was not to be underestimated. Even though Shi Shuo repeatedly emphasized that he was not the king of hell, Shi Shuo was determined to protect him and would not care about whether he was or not. As long as nothing happened to him, he could turn a blind eye to everything, acting as his merchant. Since Shi Shuo wanted to protect him, he couldn't disrespect him. He would investigate. Sure. Empress Chang'an walked up to Shi Shuo, wanting to say something to salvage the situation. I don't like this topic. If you wish to continue, let's talk about it next time. I'm not interested. Shi Shuo interrupted her directly. He had some fondness for Empress Chang'an. He had struggled in the past. Rather than holding on to an uncertain answer, it was better to not have any expectations from the start. For him, this was his greatest form of protection. Li Chengqian looked at Shi Shuo, unsure whether he should feel happy. Shi Shuo's disinterest in the world meant that he wouldn't compete with him. He had lost a formidable adversary. But this also meant that if he didn't give him a way out in the future, he could also turn against him. A madman who gambles with his own life was not someone he could provoke. In the evening, Shi Shuo stood on the balcony of the tavern watching the sunset, while holding the fox that was crouching at his feet. The game is about to begin. This time it was a game he would play alone without any involvement from others. Wasn't it just to seize the fortune he possessed? Then let's see whose luck is better. Qianchi watched as Shi Shuo left with the fox, also dragging Li Shimin along, following behind. With the token in Shi Shuo's hand, no official obstructed him along the way, allowing him to walk smoothly into the room. Looking at the shabby place before him, Shi Shuo understood why Ye Ning had the confidence to speak to him like that. It turned out they were hiding in this refugee area, which was also the hardest place to investigate. What boldness! Even relying on a pack of wolves wouldn't guarantee finding anyone. What a pity he had encountered. Shi Shuo observed the highest ground around and walked directly into a shop. The shopkeeper approached, but before he could speak, Shi Shuo tossed him a coin. A private room on the third floor, 3 jars of daughter red peanuts, lamb, 1 fish, and some vegetables. The shopkeeper didn't expect such a generous customer to arrive just as he was about to close the door. He was quite pleased. This was a significant amount of money, sometimes taking half a day to earn. All right, esteemed guest, please come inside. Qianchi and Li Shimin stood on the city wall watching Shi Shuo enter the shop without rushing in to settle accounts. What a miracle. What kind of person was Shi Shuo? In his eyes, as long as it didn't affect him, there were rules and regulations. If it did affect him, even the Jade Emperor would be dealt with. What needed to be punished would be punished, and what needed to be destroyed would be destroyed. To be so obedient and not escalate matters. Had he changed? Why do you stop us from recognizing Shi Shuo? Li Shimin recalled that every time they had thoughts of recognizing Shi Shuo, he would appear. It was as if he was hiding something. Shi Shuo is a sleeping lion, behind his power lies a scar. Once this scar is uncovered, he will turn into a devil. What awaits you then will not be a person who gambles with his own, but rather a demon who gambles with the world, turning it into a hellish nightmare. Qianchi looked at Li Shimin. His parents' real brothers are the keys to unlocking that scar. The teacher once tried to unlock it, but he still couldn't control himself, and was thus called the demonic doctor. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin clenched his fists tightly, a mix of anger and heartache. Actually, he can't really be considered your son. What we've experienced and discussed are from different worlds. Just consider your son to have passed away early. Qianchi watched Shi Shuo climbing onto the roof, seemingly assembling something in his hands. He raised an eyebrow. He had said it before. Shi Shuo surprisingly didn't go to settle accounts, but chose to head to the inn. When had he ever been this obedient? Damn, he was even bringing out hot weapons. The technique, the movement, the posture. One could tell he had played with this before. And it was so far away, he must have brought an 8-fold scope. Shimin watched as Shi Shuo lay there holding a massive object, his eyes wide open. What is that thing? That thing has an effective range of over 2,000 meters. Within a kilometer, it can easily... Qianchi's expression turned tense, his hands gripping tightly. Shi Shuo's position covers the entire refugee area, and with his understanding of lip reading combined with some unknown factor, he won't miss. Ye Ning hid inside the house, watching as one person after another fell outside. She knew that Shi Shuo had arrived, and he had come with weapons from another era. Even now, she couldn't comprehend what had driven her to provoke a madman. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. Shi Shuo, no matter how formidable you are destined to lose this game. The cost of madness is immense. Shi Shuo, crouching in a high place, took down one after another until everyone outside had collapsed, yet those inside the house didn't even dare to show their heads. Suddenly, the fox crouching by Shi Shuo's feet stood up, grinning as it looked behind him. Shi Shuo put down the weapon in his hand and stood up, turning to face the man who had just climbed up. I often hear the Emperor mention you, saying you are a person of both literary and martial prowess with unparalleled wisdom and beauty. Today, seeing you in person, it is indeed true. The man spoke first. After all, he had been here for a while, and he had a pretty good idea of what kind of person Shi Shuo was. However, his fondness for beautiful people was truly puzzling. Regardless of gender, as long as someone looked good, he was more than willing to chat with them. Of course, it was just chatting, nothing more. This made it difficult for him to find a way to deal with him. Is that so? Thank you. Shi Shuo clasped his hands behind his back, smiling as he walked step by step toward him. The man watched as Shi Shuo approached unperturbed, yet it confirmed the rumors that Shi Shuo was captivated by his beauty. You are quite handsome. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. The man hadn't finished speaking when Shi Shuo hit him with a brick, knocking him unconscious, then reached out and tugged at his head. But you shouldn't. Shi Shuo hadn't finished speaking when he looked at the wig in his hand, as if he had discovered some truth and was struck by lightning. A few seconds later, he reacted and looked at the unconscious man whose head was completely bald. Shi Shuo forced out 2 drops of tears. Indeed, the people in this world were all deceiving him. The heavens were displeased with him, and specially sent them to blind his eyes. He might as well go back to drinking. This world was too surreal for him to accept in the short term. Qianchi and Shimin stood on the city wall, watching the desolate figure of Shi Shuo and the man lying above. It is well known that Shi Shuo loves beautiful people the most, yet the ones fighting with him are all unattractive. Qianchi sighed. Just thinking about Shi Shuo's expression made him want to laugh. Serves him right. The next day, Shi Shuo returned to the tavern early. As soon as Hui arrived, he went straight to his designated table and laid down to sleep. 5 burly men walked in, and one of them kicked the door, startling Shi Shuo awake. Shi Shuo yawned, looking at their patched-up clothing, and frowned. A bunch of poor fools. The waiter saw the guests arrive and immediately greeted them. Welcome, please come in. What would you like to eat? Bring me all your best meat and the most expensive wine. The burly man shouted, grabbing the waiter and pushing him aside. Shi Shuo stepped forward to support the waiter. Dear guests, how many pounds of meat, how many tails of wine? Or should we clarify this? After all, I'm just running a small business. The burly man looked at Shi Shuo in disbelief, as he was too young. Are you the owner here? That's right. Shi Shuo nodded with a smile. The burly man slammed his palm on the table, glaring at him. Let me tell you, today, I came here to rob. No, I said this is a small business. Shi Shuo gestured invitingly. If you want to rob, you might as well go to another shop. The people around laughed, and some even began to mock. Where did this country bumpkin come from daring to rob? Right? Aren't you afraid of being robbed back by Shirshini? I advise you to run while everything is still intact. You should know that the last group of robbers paid 500 coins. A look at your patched-up clothes. Can you even come up with 5 coins? And the last group that came to murder the grass on their graves is already over a meter tall. I genuinely advise you to leave quickly, otherwise you won't even know how you died. The burly man looked at the scene, then glanced at Shi Shuo, feeling a bit panicked. He leaned in to whisper to a skinny man who was just over a meter tall. Boss, should we still rob? The skinny man slapped him on the head, showing a look of disappointment. Are we robbing him? If we don't pull off this score, we'll stick to the plan. Shi Shuo rubbed his nose. Was he really just going to stand here while they acted as if he didn't exist? Are you really going to rob me? Stop wasting words. Hand over everything valuable. I might consider sparing your life. The skinny man pulled out a knife and slammed it on the table, trying to intimidate Shi Shuo, making him understand that they were not to be trifled with. Shi Shuo squinted at the table and then slapped out directly, knocking the skinny man to the ground. My things can only be broken if I permit it. You dare to act without permission. Boss. The burly man glanced and raised his fist to strike Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo glanced at him, caught his fist, and kicked him in the groin, tossing him aside. The burly man clutched his groin, rolling on the ground in pain. Shi Shi Shuo looked at the other 3 burly men who were still stunned and took them down with a spinning kick, a left hook, and a shoulder throw. Shi Shuo walked over to the skinny man who was trying to get up and stepped down on him. I don't like the feeling of being stepped on, but I enjoy stepping on others. It feels great. I ask you how many pounds of meat, how many tails of wine. No more, no more, please spare my life, I know I was wrong. The man immediately pleaded for mercy, not expecting that today he would encounter such a master after starting out poorly. If it had been the previous merchants, they wouldn't even have a bodyguard, and they would have wanted to send them away quickly. This tavern was different. The owner was surprisingly powerful, and today he had encountered a tough opponent. That table costs 500 coins. Pay me, and I'll let you go. Shi Shuo smiled and extended a hand towards him. The man almost fainted upon hearing the amount, 500 coins. That table was worth at most 50 coins, and this was a tenfold increase. You scoundrel, why don't you go rob? Isn't this exactly what I'm doing to you? The nearby customers laughed upon hearing this. Those who came to rob had been robbed back. Who doesn't know that Shi Shuo is a bandit, and even more of a bandit than a bandit? The official's children are nothing but a pawn in his hands. Qianchi returned from outside and saw a particularly warm scene. Shi Shuo was actually peeling lotus seeds with a few people, and they seemed to be chatting and laughing. Although the smiles of those people seemed forced and awkward, as if they were being coerced. Qianchi walked up to the counter and tugged at Xiao Tong. Has your young master robbed the refugees? How could that be? My young master is not that kind of person. Qianchi initially wanted to nod, but upon meeting Xiao Tong's fierce gaze as if he would be eliminated with a nod, he instinctively shook his head. He had to believe that he was definitely being threatened. Following Shi Shuo for long was not a good thing. So what happened? Your young master can't possibly be so bored as to need ugly people to keep him company. Isn't that just asking for trouble for himself? Shi Shuo isn't that foolish. They came here to rob. Rob? Qianchi shook his head helplessly. I can't believe there are people bold enough to rob him. These people have some guts. Qianchi walked over to Shi Shuo looking at the lotus seeds he had peeled, beautiful and intact. He initially wanted to take a couple to eat, but seeing the knife in Shi Shuo's hand, he decided to take a couple that were hand-peeled instead. Today besides us there are others opening a rice shop with prices even lower than ours, 3 per jean. If it weren't for those noble ladies we would have to be their background characters today. Shi Shuo frowned. What kind of people? I don't know, they don't look like they are from the Tang Dynasty. Find a few unfamiliar faces and let them go to some merchants and the remaining families to collect grain, while brew rice wine. Shi Shuo calmly took a sip of tea, not very concerned about those things. They're just outsiders. I want to see how they can survive without rice. In the end it will still come back to me. If you encounter them and the price exceeds 5, don't take it. I've already sent them, I came back to get the money. You must understand I have no money. Qianchi touched his nose, reminding himself that he truly had no money. Shi Shuo glanced at him indifferently, took a key from around his neck, and tossed it to him. My day of fame. Qianchi touched the key, pondering his words. A day of fame. This day of fame wasn't the first day of his research. Instead it was the day he became famous as a demon doctor. He always remembered this. Was it really a good thing? The few strong men looked at Qiankai's back, having overheard the conversation, realizing that the key in Qiankai's hand was crucial. So as long as they got that key, wouldn't they strike it rich? May I ask what you all are thinking? Shi Shuo smiled at them, his eyes filled with menace. With a slight exertion of his hand, the lotus seed in his grasp was sliced in half. This thing is a bit brittle, wouldn't you say, The strong men watched this scene, too terrified to move. The man before them radiated an aura that was too frightening. He appeared to be weak, yet he could easily pin them down and rub them against the ground. But just because they couldn't take him on didn't mean they couldn't take on that previous one, right? As long as he took out his wallet later, they could rush over and snatch it. With speed there was nothing they couldn't accomplish. Right? The strong men looked at Shi Shuo's smile, which only grew wider and more cheerful, while cold sweat poured down their foreheads. They could only force a smile. Young master, you are using a knife, so of course it will be brittle. Is that so? I can't help but feel like you all are planning something. No, absolutely not, young master, that is just your illusion. The strong men shook their heads vigorously, but the next second Qianchi had already come down. The strong men exchanged glances and rushed over when Shi Shuo was unresponsive. Qianchi saw them charging towards him, or rather towards his wallet. With a swift turn he instantly took them down in a pile, sitting right on top of them. Shuaji, these people are quite disobedient. Should we buy a few coffins to bury them here? No need for trouble, just cover them with a few straw mats. Shi Shuo stood up, brushing off the non-existent dust from his clothes. He walked up to the strong men, smiling as he patted their heads. Tisk, who would have thought that you all would dare to go against me? Isn't that quite inappropriate? Two heroes, we really know we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again, oh please spare us this time. The small man was truly in tears, having been pinned to the ground twice in one day at the same place. The key issue was that he was the one at the bottom. Did he look too easy to bully? Why was he always the first to take a beating? He almost couldn't catch his breath. But you just said the same thing to me, asking me to spare you. But you turned around and wanted to rob my money again. I think burying you is the best course of action. Shi Shuo took the small knife and traced it across his face for a while, tilting his head. What I enjoy most isn't doing business, it's dissection, separating a person's organs, bones, and limbs completely. So how about you let me relieve my boredom? So this is the Divine Doctor Tavern. It truly is magnificent and beautiful. One can tell that its owner is someone who appreciates beauty. Shi Shuo initially wanted to say something more, but unexpectedly, he was interrupted looking up at the person who had arrived. Beautiful yet alluring with well-defined and exquisite features that matched his aesthetic taste. However, he didn't like this person as they resembled a venomous snake. He felt that this person would bite him the moment he let his guard down, and he disliked that feeling. The waiter, noticing Shi Shuo's signal, immediately stepped forward. "Gentlemen, please come in." Qianchi whispered into Shi Shuo's ear upon seeing the newcomer. "He's the one competing with us for business. You need to be careful. I have a feeling this person is not simple." Shi Shuo nodded, looking at the 5 people. "Take them with you, they might come in handy. If not, bury them." Qianchi nodded and lifted the few individuals. "Brothers, let's go." After they left, Shi Shuo returned to his designated table, but just as he leaned in, he saw those 2 wanting to sit there. The waiter immediately stopped them. "Gentlemen, this table is already occupied. We heard this position belongs to your young master. What can't guests sit here? Do you conduct business like this?" "Well," the waiter looked troubled. Although they earned money from any incoming guest, this spot had always been reserved for their young master regardless of whether it was occupied. Everyone tacitly agreed that this was their master's position. Why were these 2 so difficult to deal with? "What? Do I need you to teach me how to do business?" The waiter breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shi Shuo arrive. After all, Qi Bo had gone to the new shop to help, and Xiao Tong was still young, otherwise it wouldn't be necessary for the young master to resolve this. 2 men looked at Shi Shuo, having just seen him teach someone a lesson, thinking he was merely a thug of the inn, never expecting him to actually be the young master here. Not to mention he was quite young. Seeing his earlier actions, he was brash and impulsive, unable to control his temper. Although everyone in Chang'an City called him a divine doctor, he didn't seem that impressive. A man dressed in blue brocade surveyed Shi Shuo from head to toe, his eyes filled with disdain and his tone dripping with provocation. "So you are the famous Shi Divine Doctor, huh? You don't look that impressive. Compared to you, I am indeed young. In terms of means and strength, we are not on the same level. Dealing with you feels..." Shi Shuo took a seat directly, poured himself a cup of tea, and leisurely sipped it. "The water has cooled. Go fetch a small stove and bring some hot water to keep it warm here." Upon hearing Shi Shuo's reply, the man was instantly enraged. A lump caught in his throat. What did he mean? Was he looking down on him? "What do you mean by beneath you? Kid, do you want to fight? If I don't pin you to the ground today, you'll never know what it means to have someone stronger than you out there." The waiter immediately stood in front of Shi Shuo upon hearing this, while others began to casually shift closer. Seeing this, the man in black quickly pulled him back, apologizing to Shi Shuo. "Shi Divine Doctor, I apologize. My friend is a bit impulsive. Please forgive him. If you came here to eat, we welcome you at any time. If you came here to cause trouble, we welcome that too." Xiao Tong came over smiling as he approached them. "Our young master is quite delicate and fragile. He can easily be pushed over. We can accompany you to the end." Hearing this, Shi Shuo continued to drink his tea to mask his presence. A nearby guest remarked, "Is it really okay to treat him like that? Fragile. Just a moment ago, who was it that took down 5 people? When you say this, can you consider the feelings of those around? Little radish head, considering you're still a child, I Qing Xian won't hold it against you. You'd best stay obediently aside, or otherwise don't say, I bully children." Qing Xian adjusted his sleeves and glared at Xiao Tong. He never expected that even a child in this and would be so arrogant. It seemed that the people running this place were more or less not very bright. "They'll give you a chance, a unknown fight or a group brawl. If it's unknown, you take us on alone. If it's a group brawl, we will beat you up together." Xiao Tong initially wanted to speak curiously and politely, but unexpectedly the other party was so disrespectful, he couldn't be blamed for that. Qing Xian was choked by this statement. What the heck, was there a difference in these choices? Was there really a difference? Even with 2 options in the end, he would still be beaten up by the group, right? Xiao Tong, don't bully the guests like this. Just be straightforward. I'll later grab a sack, take a few rods, and make sure he doesn't even realize he's being beaten up by a group. After finishing his sentence, Shi Shuo glanced at Qing Xian. He could be certain that this name had no place in the history of the Tang Dynasty. Who were they actually? Shi Shuo's thoughts drifted to sacks, and a smirk crept across his lips as he stared intently at Qing Xian. Sack rods, fire starters, candles, ropes, a small whip, the sky for a blanket, the earth for a bed. I, after beating you up, will bury you on the spot. Qing Xian. He felt that gaze was very dangerous. He never expected this person to want to take his life directly. Oh, it seemed he had underestimated him. This was simply a madman. He didn't want to deal with him anymore. This guy was too terrifying. After throwing the people and money to his subordinates, Qianchi hurried back to the inn, fearing Shi Shuo couldn't keep them in check. What he didn't expect was that upon entering, he heard Shi Shuo talking business, and crucially, he had no evidence. Moreover, it seemed that Shi Shuo had only confronted one person, while the other remained silent, or perhaps he was just observing Shi Shuo. But could someone like Shi Shuo, who could change his demeanor in an instant, be something he could see through? "Shi Divine Doctor, I am quite interested in your inn. May I ask where those paintings and poems come from? Is there even a need to ask?" Xiao Tong rolled his eyes dramatically. This Qing Xian was definitely no good, and this man in black was surely no good either. Of course they were drawn by my young master. What? Qing Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it really be drawn by this sharp-tongued person before him? But the painting skills and brushwork clearly belonged to someone over 50, right? Of course they were drawn by my young master. What? Qing Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it really be drawn by this sharp-tongued person before him? We never intended to force you to believe. Why do you keep seeking to establish your presence? Qianchi couldn't help but laugh at this statement. What kind of person was Shi Shuo? He was someone who wouldn't necessarily tell the truth regardless of the circumstances. No matter where his things came from, if he didn't want to say it, even with a knife to his throat, he would ignore you. To offend him, and still expect to get the information they wanted. How could that be possible? What do you mean by me seeking? Qing Xian, hearing this, became so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to confront him. Qianchi kicked him in the knee, quickly pinning him to the ground, not even allowing Shi Shuo to approach. I say, brother, it's our first meeting, no need to be so formal. Shi Shuo glanced at Qianchi, knowing that Qianchi was now standing behind them. He had initially intended to act himself, but hadn't expected Qianchi to be a step ahead. He had wanted to show off, but ended up being outshone by someone else. If you have the time to concern yourselves with my inn, it would be better to care about your own grain business. Based on the pricing, you must have lowered the prices specifically to prevent me from opening a grain business. You must be losing quite a lot now, right? From now on, if you still can't procure rice, it will mean you've lost. The man in black looked at him in surprise, thinking Shi Shuo was just a pretty face, never expecting him to understand the market. In this vast world, how could there be no rice? With money one can buy it, can't they? As long as you don't receive rice within a few days in Chang'an City, that will be enough. As Shi Shuo thought about this matter, a smirk appeared on his lips. The man in black stared blankly at him. Based on his logic, he must have gone to the grain store to procure it. But with so much rice, was he planning to use it as fill for the earth? Now, even if they went to other cities to find food, they wouldn't make it in time. Moreover, the rice had to be whole, otherwise it would be impossible to sell it so quickly. Sure, divine doctor, what boldness. Shimin hurriedly ran to the tavern, only to see Shi Shuo leisurely sipping tea. Kid, did you know that someone is gathering grain in large quantities in Chang'an today? Shi Shuo nodded. This was something he had arranged, so of course he knew. Is there a problem? They managed to collect all the grain in Chang'an within just one afternoon. A grand procession of at least several hundred people. Oh, that was my doing. Shi Shuo put down his teacup, narrowing his eyes. It seemed that the kid had something to hide. If he really was the king of hell, then he would have to take charge of this matter. That night, although he had encountered the king of hell, they had not truly fought. The king had simply avoided him and left. When he left, he also ran into Qianchi. If he changed clothes while Shi Shuo was inside, and then changed again while he was fighting, it would make sense. This kid is quite busy. Shimin looked skeptical. This kid had just opened a tavern. Where did he find so many people, especially those with such eloquence? Is it really you? What else could it be? Shimin looked at his unperturbed face, half convinced. After all, if Shi Shuo was lying, he wouldn't know where the truth lay. You heard about today, right? Someone opened a rice shop on the same day as me. Their prices are lower than all the rice shops, and the key is if I open, he opens. If it weren't for the noble ladies, I would have become a mere backdrop today. Shi Shuo's gaze was sharp, and a cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Playing charity with me. Do you really think I'll give him a chance to live? Shimin could feel that Shi Shuo had changed. He seemed to care deeply about this matter. So what are you planning to do next? With so much rice, are you planning to pile it up? I think there's not enough. Shi Shuo thought of his upcoming plans, not to mention making wine. He hadn't tasted that flavor in a long time. After coming here, only that daughter red was somewhat drinkable. And one more thing, that person has disappeared. Shimin had sent someone to find that woman today to settle accounts with her. How could Shimin, as the emperor and ruler of the Tang Dynasty, allow someone to speak so boldly in front of him and even attempt to harm his son? Shi Shuo only mentioned that he wouldn't bring the officials, but he never said that Shimin couldn't send someone. Has she left the city? Orders have been given long ago. She would have no opportunity to leave the city. A fox walked in, directly approaching Shi Shuo, leaping into his arms and finding a comfortable position to nestle in. Shi Shuo patted its head, taking a bamboo tube from around its neck. Looking at the information inside, a smile crept onto his face. No need to search, she has already been taken away by someone. Shimin's eyes widened at this news. His careful watch had allowed her to be taken out of the city so easily. How could there be such powerful individuals around Shi Shuo, yet he had found no trace of them? Who took her? You don't need to know, just understand that if she's in his hands, there will be no good outcome. It truly is worth. Shi Shuo picked up a note, lit it on fire, and watched the flames with a gentle smile. Shimin was stunned by that smile. His previously dull eyes suddenly brightened, as if he saw someone he could trust. Such a gaze even Qianchi did not possess. After sending Shimin away, Shi Shuo went to the backyard to find Qianchi. He grabbed him by the collar and pulled him aside. Qianchi felt like crying without tears. Where had all the delicacy, fragility, and ease of being toppled gone? He had been lifted up. What kind of person was this, always spreading rumors? Big brother, just tell me what's going on. At least give me some face. Shi Shuo looked puzzled. When did you ever have that? Since you want some face, tell me where you got those several hundred people. How much did it cost? Instinctively, Qianchi felt that someone had informed Shi Shuo about today's events. Shi Shuo might suspect that he was the king of hell, and if he continued to deceive him, he would surely be beaten. The people are borrowed from the king of hell. Since he had already lied once, he didn't care to lie again. After all, if this matter had one truth, there would be countless lies. What was the content of the deal? Very simple. Let's see how long that woman can survive in your hands. This was not a lie. After all, he himself was the king of hell, so he could fabricate anything. You're not lying to me. Shi Shuo squinted his eyes, looking at him with skepticism. To be honest, Qianchi didn't believe a single word he was saying. Because Qianchi was just like him, when it came to lying, he didn't even bat an eye. They were of the same kind. I swear to the heavens, if I deceived you, let the heavens strike me with lightning. Qianchi raised 4 fingers, looking as if he had risked everything. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence, or if the heavens truly knew he had sworn. As soon as Qiankai's words finished, several bolts of lightning struck Qianchi. After the thunder finished, it didn't rain, and Qiankai's face was full of grievance. What's going on today? Shi Shuo didn't give him face, and now he was being looked down upon, making others think he was easy to rob. The key was that even the heavens were not giving him face. Did they all think he was made of mud? Shi Shuo looked at him coldly, and that smile revealed a few teeth, giving off a somewhat chilling vibe. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Qianchi looked at that smile and gazed, feeling utterly disheartened. This guy was too terrifying. He wanted to go home, back to being his king of hell. I absolutely did not deceive you. After Qing Xian returned to his residence, he smashed a teacup, his face filled with anger. What a Shi Shuo, what a divine doctor. Isn't it just grain? If there isn't any, go find it elsewhere. We lost. The man in black picked up the teacup from the ground, recalling Shi Shuo's words and his unflappable demeanor. The closest city has no grain. It was all bought up long ago by him. Transporting it from further away would take 3 days, and after unloading it would take at least another 2 days to reopen. We also can't buy grain at 2 coins and sell it at 3. If this continues, the losses will only increase. And he has already planned all of this. He truly is 10 steps ahead. He's clearly just a teenager, yet possesses such a mind. He cannot be underestimated. So what should we do now? Should we not continue to suppress him? Qing Xian was genuinely anxious now. If they allowed Shi Shuo to continue, it would only be a matter of time before he controlled Chang'an's economy. That's impossible. The man in black shook his head. Not to mention what he had seen today. That's impossible. The man in black shook his head. Not to mention what he had seen today. Even many of the dishes on the menu were things they had never heard of. Let alone eating, they hadn't even seen them. To open an identical one would lead to failure within 3 days. Then what do you suggest? Let's cooperate with him. We continue to open the rice shop and revert the prices back to the original, taking grain from him. Otherwise, after tomorrow, even if we have money, we won't have a place to spend it. The man in black thought for a long time. Based on the information they had gathered, Shi Shuo had come to Chang'an 2 years ago, and his first act was selling grain. Qianchi and Shi Shuo sat facing each other, peeling the peanuts in their hands. Qianchi looked at the plump peanut and couldn't help but admire how well it was grown. It's the end of August now, and that person is about to arrive. No one expected that in just 2 months Shi Shuo had managed to open all the shops he had acquired. With almost complete control over the economy of the western part of the city, it would be difficult for the 5 prominent families to carve out a share. In the past 2 months, Shi Shuo quietly observed the tavern without disturbing the 5 families, which was a miracle in itself. If she comes, she should not leave. After all, she is an emperor. Our little tavern can still attract people. If I remember correctly, according to the records of the Grand Historian, after the rains in September, there will be a great drought. Li Shimin will go to the Zhang family in Xinjiang to seek grain at this time. Yes, that is what the records of the Grand Historian say. Qianchi nodded, somewhat perplexed as to why Shi Shuo mentioned this. Li Jing returned to court after his campaign. The earth dragon in Jinyang turned over, and a month of heavy rain fell on Chang'an, followed by half a year of drought. The reign of Li Shimin was indeed fraught with disasters. And there's one more thing. Shi Shuo looked at him with a half-smile, a grin that made Qianchi shiver. The Tibetan envoy was unexpectedly detained and has been lingering in Tibet. Originally, it should have been the Tibetan envoy testing the waters, but it was Li Jing returning to court. History has actually changed. Tell me, who on earth has such power to alter history? How would I know? Qianchi felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, he preferred the indifferent Shi Shuo, who cared for nothing. Since arriving in this world, Shi Shuo was no longer the indifferent person he used to be. His high intelligence now made Qianchi feel a bit intimidated. There are so many people like us in this world, it's normal for history to be changed. Just let it be. That's true. For example, you are the king of hell, which is also a fact. Shi Shuo nodded casually, saying, so what? Do you think he can easily be fooled? Isn't it just that little secret? He just needs to think a little to understand, doesn't he? Cough, cough, cough. Just as Qianchi was drinking water, he choked upon hearing this, his eyes widening as he pointed a finger at him, looking utterly incredulous. How did you know? He clearly hid it well. There shouldn't be any flaws. How did he discover it? I am in the light while you are in the dark, but don't forget we are of the same kind, taught by the same master. It's just that you are the only one like me. So when it comes to lying, we both were the same expression. You just didn't notice. Who can you blame? Of course Shi Shuo wouldn't tell him that. Who would be so foolish as to reveal their secrets to others? Otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep his secret. Qianchi felt like crying. This bastard was simply his nemesis, turning every secret into nothing in front of him. Who would come to his rescue? Then why didn't you say it earlier and made a fool out of me? What's the point of saying it? Shi Shuo took out a handkerchief and tossed it at his face. Look at you, I already told you to speak up. It's your fault for not saying anything. This can't be blamed on me. Qianchi, was that really an opportunity for me to speak? You were threatening me. An outright threat. Who would dare speak when someone could joke about their life in such a manner? Wasn't he afraid? I was wrong. Understanding the situation made him wise. Qianchi knew when to hold on and when to let go. If he didn't admit it now, he might die sooner. Good. Qianchi. Shimin stood at the door listening to their conversation, shocked. He had just heard the words records of the grand historian. Could it be that his Tang dynasty would also become a part of history? Shimin suddenly remembered that Qianchi once told him that Shi Shuo was not considered his son. He had never understood what that meant, thinking it was because Shi Shuo had no family and they had never raised him, so he was not counted as his son. What kind of people were they, and why did they mention the records of the grand historian? How much did they know about it? Clearly he had checked. There was no doubt that Shi Shuo was his son. Why would he say he was not? Li Jing returned to court. The earth dragon in Jinyang turned over. Next month it would rain in Chang'an, and Shimin would go to the Zhang family to seek grain, followed by a great drought. He had just learned yesterday that Li Jing was returning to court, yet they already knew in advance. And the earth dragon turning over in Jinyang was actually his Li family's origin. If it really happened, Shimin would surely face criticism. Shimin pondered for a moment, but ultimately left, heading directly to the stargazing platform. The more he thought about these matters, the angrier he became, and he kicked the door open. Yuan Tiangong, come out. Yuan Tiangong, hearing the voice, looked puzzled. Who had provoked the emperor? After all, the emperor never got angry here. Your Majesty. Shimin looked at him, grabbing his collar and lifting him up with a cold, angry expression. Didn't you say my child is still alive? Why would someone say he is not my child? Yuan Tiangong was stunned, suddenly remembering that the emperor had been asking him to calculate the fate of his children for the past few years. 5 years ago, the child's star had suddenly grown dim. Just as he thought the child was about to fall, it suddenly brightened again. That brilliance surpassed even the star of the crown prince Li Chengqian, directly competing with Li Shimin's Ziwei star. He was so frightened that he thought the child would seize the throne, but after 5 years there had been no movement. It can't be said that there was no movement. He had opened a well-known tavern in Chang'an and had become a divine doctor. Later he uprooted the Chui family, and he finally understood why his fate star could approach the Ziwei star. He was not the master of the Tang dynasty, but he was the master of its economic lifeline. What he desired was Your Majesty, he is indeed your son, but he is also not considered your son. He has fallen before, and as for why, even I do not know clearly. Yes, ever since that day, no matter how I calculated, I could not determine what this is all about. Only he himself knows, and I can only gauge it vaguely. He was once courteous, gentle, and kind. Now he is arrogant and somewhat insane. Shimin was taken aback and released Yuan Tiangong, for Yuan Tiangong had never stepped out of the stargazing platform, let alone seen Shi Shuo. Yet he could even gauge Shi Shuo's current personality, which meant that Shi Shuo was indeed his son. When falling 5 years ago meant he did not have the antidote at that time, or perhaps he did not have time to take the antidote. Falling 5 years ago meant he did not have the antidote at that time, or perhaps he did not have time to take the antidote. Shimin clenched his fists tightly. What exactly happened that day? I cannot speculate. Yuan Tiangong, though fond of showing off, realized that since Shimin had spoken to this extent, continuing to act would. Will there be a dragon rising from the earth soon? Yuan Tiangong turned around to look at the celestial device behind him, counting on his fingers. Your Majesty, rest assured there won't be a dragon rising from the earth in the near future. Are you certain? Absolutely. Yuan Tiangong was quite confident. Will it rain continuously in Chang'an next month? Shimin suddenly began to doubt this fellow's words. He vividly remembered the discussions between Shi Shuo and Qianchi. They even knew when the tubo would arrive. If it weren't for Qianchi holding them back, the tubo would have arrived long ago. Although he was displeased with Qianchi being associated with the King of Hell, Shi Shuo's assistance in keeping it a secret only added to his frustration. According to the historical records, they mentioned Shimin would still seek Zhanghe. Knowing so much only indicated that this fellow was of little use except for occasional insights. Yuan Tiangong looked at Shimin's skeptical expression, utterly bewildered. Who was the fool spreading rumors in the emperor's ear? Was this a sign of disrespect towards him, Yuan Tiangong, or what? Your Majesty, do not listen to this person's nonsense. Upon hearing this, Shimin swept his sleeves and left. He knew that this fellow's words were not to be trusted. He might as well go find them and listen to their conversation. It would be much more interesting than this fellow's ramblings. Shi Shuo, seeing Shimin arrive, casually poured him a cup of tea and resumed playing chess with Qianchi. Shimin observed the chessboard with Shi Shuo defending and Qianchi attacking, and they surprisingly reached a stalemate. Not only could Shimin not figure it out, but even the two players were stumped. This was awkward. Empress Zhangsun approached with the crown prince, looked at the stalemate, smiled, picked up a piece, and placed it down directly, resolving the situation. Shi Shuo and Qianchi exchanged glances, then turned to Empress Zhangsun, their eyes filled with disbelief. This was the first time someone had so swiftly broken their stalemate. It is said that Empress Zhangsun is exceptionally wise, virtuous, and a great support. It seems the rumors are true. Shi Shuo cast a sidelong glance at Li Shimin, the eternal emperor, with 3,000 beauties in the harem, yet he uniquely cherished Zhangsun Wugo, a relationship worthy of envy. Let's proceed. Following this line, Shi Shuo stopped defending and launched an outright attack, exuding a sense of overwhelming dominance, while Qianchi refused to yield. Li Shimin seemed to witness a rehearsal of a battlefield, sensing an unstoppable momentum. In the end, the two surprisingly ended in a draw. Li Shimin looked at Shi Shuo and Qianchi with eager eyes, for he saw two future generals. The match was breathtaking, akin to celestial beings clashing. Oh, it would be a shame not to include them in the army. Even if he couldn't take both, he wanted at least one. Yet the subsequent chess game left Li Shimin dumbfounded. The previously fierce competition had suddenly calmed. What was going on? Wasn't it said that one could discern a player's character from their game? The rapid changes of these two were just too swift. Shi Shuo rolled his eyes at his expression. It's just a game. You aren't seriously thinking you see two generals capable of leading your army, are you? Hearing this, Qianchi immediately threw his pieces back, looking at Li Shimin with suspicion. Let me tell you, if you want to go find Shi Shuo, oh, I have no time for this. Shi Shuo thought to himself, having covered for you so much, and you still betray your ally. Not very honorable. I came to ask if you know the signs of a dragon rising from the earth. Li Shimin looked at the two of them. Since they knew so much, they certainly knew how to prevent it. Abnormal behavior in livestock, rising waters and lakes, taint in well water, yellow fog, rising, darkening skies. These are all signs of a dragon rising from the earth. Li Shimin nodded, considering it a relief for a concern. Although they said it was based on historical records that did not prove it was indeed the history of his Tang dynasty. Empress Zhangsun looked at Li Shimin's inquiry somewhat confused, but chose not to say much. Li Shimin's gaze shifted back and forth between Shi Shuo and Qianchi, his eyes filled with mockery. Why do you think the king of hell has remained so still for so long? What could be the reason? Or is he plotting something major while waiting for us? Shi Shuo, maintaining his composure, sipped his tea, realizing that since his interaction with Li Shimin, he had been drinking more tea than usual. Qianchi paused, downing his cup of tea in one go, using the handkerchief Shi Shuo had given him to cover his face, pretending he had heard nothing. He couldn't help but feel that something was off today. These people were overly fixated on his identity as the king of hell. Was this really okay? Did he not care about his reputation? What grand scheme could he be plotting? This is merely a matter of river forces. They don't seek your throne. Besides, with only a few thousand men, how could they possibly contend with your army? Did he not care about his reputation? What grand scheme could he be plotting? This is merely a matter of river forces. That would indeed result in rivers of blood. To say such things in front of Li Shimin, was he being overly arrogant, or did he really think that as a merchant he could cover everything? Li Changqian clenched his fists tightly, intentionally or unintentionally gazing at Qianchi. Although Shi Shuo continually emphasized that he was not the king of hell, and that they were uninterested in the throne, Li Shimin's visits to them were far more frequent than his visits to him. Li Shimin did not expect Qianchi to give him such an answer, which was a tacit acknowledgement of his identity as the king of hell, without any concealment. Did he not fear causing trouble for Shi Shuo? Li Shimin observed Li Changqian's expression and decided to let it be. He wanted to see who could emerge from this situation. He couldn't help but wonder why it felt like raising a worm. Oh, was it just his illusion? Shi Shuo, have you ever been to the academy? Shi Shuo was taken aback. It was the first time someone had asked if he had gone to school. In his past life, if not for his teacher, he would have been working long ago. Although after following the teacher, he hardly went to school anymore, no one ever asked him why he didn't attend. I have. Qianchi rubbed his nose, thinking it best not to go. If he heard something displeasing, wouldn't the teacher end up angered? I believe given our circumstances, there's no need to attend the academy. Besides, it's not like we can't read right. Li Shimin watched them, one gaze dim, seemingly lost in thought, and another evasive, feeling particularly guilty. Surely they hadn't done something they shouldn't have. Young master, something bad has happened. A waiter rushed back from outside, holding a letter in his hand. What happened? Xiao Tongqi Bo and the Empress Qianchi have all been captured. The captors said they want you to come. The waiter handed the letter to Shi Shuo, a look of worry on his face. Shi Shuo looked at the contents of the letter, then raised his head to look at Li Shimin. The Empress and Qianchi had just been sitting with them, and now they had gone to the backyard, yet the captors had already sent a letter. Let's check the backyard. Before Shi Shuo could finish his sentence, he saw two people supporting Li Changqian as they walked in, clearly having fainted. Li Shimin suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open in shock. How could someone kidnap someone in Shi Shuo's tavern without alarming anyone? Li Shimin looked at Shi Shuo and snatched the letter from his hand. You stay here and don't go anywhere. Do you think that? Shi Shuo calmly poured himself a cup of tea. The captors had only taken the Empress to threaten Li Shimin releasing the crown prince Li Changqian. As for Qianchi, Xiaotong, and Qi Bo, they were people close to him, clearly there to threaten him, and he had no idea how these people dared to even capture Qianchi. Not afraid of being poisoned. It's impossible for me to stay here. The captors specifically named me. What harm would it do to go once? Shi Shuo stood up looking at him defiantly. Shimin, you don't really think you can defeat me, do you? Besides, what's our relationship? Why do you think you can control me? Shi Shuo patted the waiter's shoulder telling him to stay calm. Watch the tavern. Well, while I'm gone they will be back soon. Yes. The waiter watched him go upstairs and could only return to his duties as his presence would only cause more. Shimin looked at Shi Shuo's departing figure, clenching his fists tightly. He realized that Shi Shuo could sometimes be quite stubborn, but he had his own ways. Isn't it simple to prevent him from leaving the city? Kid, your young master values loyalty above all. Even if he doesn't rescue you, he will still save this person. The woman pinched Xiao Tong's chin, lifting his head. After all, I've heard that your young master went to great lengths to cover up the incident of poisoning him to protect this person. Xiao Tong moved her hand away, fury blazing in his eyes. If looks could kill, he would have already taken down regardless of whether the young master comes or not, he would never look at you. With your looks, even a man would be repulsed. Qianchi looked at him in surprise. Goodness, is this how he learned from Shi Shuo? To be honest, if you don't get some plastic surgery, you're too ugly. I won't ask for 10,000, just 9,998. Guaranteed quality. Though he didn't know what plastic surgery was, what the young master said made perfect sense. If a familiar person introduces you, you can get a 20% discount. Buying you would be a steal, you wouldn't lose out. How about I introduce you? When Xiao Tong mentioned money, his expression changed, as if the anger from before was merely an illusion. Qianchi shook his head helplessly. Indeed, these words were from Shi Shuo. He was just playing around, not afraid of backfiring. By the way, who are you? Why did you capture us? Also, we are all men, and she is a woman not in good health. The woman listened to Qianchi's words and looked at Empress Zhangsun, smiling. I didn't expect you to be quite gentle. I just wonder if that Shi Shuo will treat you the same way. Qianchi's lips curled into a smirk. He's a lunatic. Ooh, I wonder what these people see in him. He once loved someone dearly, giving her the best things in the world to the point of being willing to die for her. His love is exclusive, domineering, yet also the gentlest. Unfortunately, that woman's life was short. I spit. Such words are blasphemous. Heaven, please don't blame me. Though I am fabricating this, I am doing it to survive. You must understand. Right? Chibo, I've been with him for 5 years. How come I didn't know about this? How did you find out? Chibo looked at Empress Chang'an, knowing she was Shi Shuo's biological mother. Only his young master wouldn't believe. The young master indeed loved a girl dearly, treating her well. He opened a tavern for her to provide a stable home, but sadly, she passed away young. As Chibo spoke, tears streamed down his face, appearing utterly heartbroken. Qianchi watched that expression, that look of sorrow. Goodness, if he didn't know Shi Shuo, well, he would have believed it. He was weaving a modern tale while Chibo was spinning an ancient one. They could connect perfectly. The world is missing an Oscar Best Actor award. Xiao Tong widened his eyes, looking back and forth between Chibo and Qianchi. He had been by the young master's side since childhood. How could he not know about this matter? Empress Chang'an was even more stunned. Shi Shuo actually had such a lover, yet why was this not uncovered during the investigation? You two should at least make your story sound good. The woman looked down at them, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The emperor has 3,000 beauties in the palace, while Shi Shuo's beauties are spread throughout Chang'an. This is well known. Does he really have a lover? Chibo was taken aback. He had forgotten that the young master was famous in Chang'an. Just a casual inquiry would reveal this. Could it be that they were truly finished? While Chibo worried, Qianchi stepped forward, looking profound. You wouldn't understand this. It's precisely because that girl passed away young that he would converse with these noble women. That girl wouldn't allow him to harm his own body, so he kept drinking tea just to drown his sorrows. A person as proud as him, a renowned healer, couldn't even save his beloved girl. Living every day in self-reproach, I'm too lazy to mention him. What would I lie to you for? Believe it or not, this empress is just a weak woman. Can she really escape your grasp? Chibo, you're impressive. You can weave this together. He even wanted to comfort Shi Shuo. The woman thought for a moment, scanning Empress Chang'an up and down. A person without martial skills wouldn't be able to escape. Release her. Then she looked at Qianchi. Although he was very different from the Shi Shuo she had heard about, he didn't seem to be. It seems that Shi Shuo is indeed a sentimental man. Oh, I truly didn't pick the wrong person. When Qianchi heard this, he pressed his lips together, remaining silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, but rather that Shi Shuo, being called sentimental, was a first. If that guy were a sentimental man, it would only happen if the sun rose in the west, rivers flowed backward, time reversed, and mountains crumbled. So tell me, will he come today? I heard Shimin ordered Chen Yaojin to guard the city gate just to stop him. Shimin arrived at the edge of the cliff with the imperial guard looking at the people before him and the standing Empress Chang'an beside him. Seeing that she was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. The woman frowned upon seeing that it was Shimin. Could it be that Shi Shuo really wouldn't come? She had clearly captured this person as well. Did he really not want to save her? Where is Shi Shuo? Why hasn't he come? What are you in a hurry for? I'm here now, aren't I? Shi Shuo yawned and casually walked out, leaning directly against the tree trunk. Who are you and what do you want? You'd better release the person. Ooh, I will not resist your wishes. The woman looked at Shi Shuo's cool face and his aura, unable to suppress, covering her mouth. She had heard that Shi Shuo was an exquisite person who loved beauty above all else, and even he liked to show off his most beautiful side. My name is Su Qinghe. Would you be willing to be my husband? So it's about this, huh? Shi Shuo smiled, speaking nonchalantly, clearly not taking it to heart. Release the person, and I can consider letting the Wa kingdom live a bit longer. Otherwise, Shi Shuo's expression subtly changed, a murderous intent radiating from him. I can not only ensure you have no way back, but I can also make the Wa kingdom vanish completely. Su Qinghe was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at Shi Shuo. If she remembered correctly, this person was just a merchant at most skilled in medicine. He had no military power. How could he be so arrogant? Did he not fear that the winds would turn against him? Destroy the Wa kingdom? Did he think they were pushovers? You really are too arrogant. Didn't Mu Qing ever tell you what kind of person I am? Didn't Mu Qing ever tell you to never provoke me? Su Qinghe furrowed her brow, tightly clenching her fists. Mu Qing said this to her every day, yet he seemed to know it so well. It seemed those who understood him, he also understood them equally. If you want me to release the person, you must pay the price. I want her to see how the deity she speaks of meets its end. Shi Shuo touched his nose. A deity? An end? Was his status in their hearts so high? With such high status, why would they send someone to deal with him? Was he that annoying? How could he not know? Was it that good luck came with enemies everywhere? Was he really just a bit temperamental? Was that so serious? The teacher never mentioned him. What price? Hand over all the weapons on you, and walk over without resistance. Qianchi looked at Su Qinghe in shock, then at Shi Shuo. Not resisting meant he would be beaten, right? Didn't she fear that as long as Shi Shuo had breath he could kill him before passing out? Upon hearing this demand, Shi Shuo did not move, but looked at her in confusion. Do you think I'm foolish? Even though they are my people only, I can bear the consequences. It seems you are indeed, as she said, quite heartless. Su Qinghe pulled Empress Chang'an beside her, looking at her closed eyes with a smirk. But what about this woman? She is your biological mother. Will you betray her as well? Are you joking? Shi Shuo looked at her mockingly. My mother. She is the Empress of the Tang Dynasty. Who am I? Just a mere merchant. Our statuses are worlds apart. Is that so? Or do you not want to admit it? Su Qinghe pushed Empress Chang'an to the edge of the cliff. How about I push her down? Shi Shuo looked at the stones beneath Empress Chang'an's feet, taking a deep breath. Do you think I'm air? Shimin looked at the spot where Empress Chang'an stood, his heart in turmoil, fearing she might accidentally fall. On one side was his son he hadn't recognized yet, and on the other was his wife. Every loss was like a dagger to his heart. Shimin, aren't you curious about what your son has been doing? Why does everyone's impression of him contradict his actions? Shi Shuo interrupted her directly, standing up and walking over, chuckling at himself. Isn't it just that you want my life? Here you go. But what does it matter whether I admit it or not? You can't seriously think you can defeat me. Shi Shuo exchanged glances with Qianchi, who instantly understood what he intended to do. At that moment, Qianchi struggled to suppress her impulse. Su Qinghe exchanged glances with the nearby assassin, who picked up a nearby club and walked directly to him, striking him hard on the back, without holding back. Shi Shuo gritted his teeth, his face cold, walking step by step. Shimin had wanted to rush over to pull him back, but Chen Yaojin blocked him. Shimin glared at Chen Yaojin, pushing him hard. Let go of me. He will die. He asked for it. I have no choice. He said it all started with him, and should end with him. Chen Yaojin held him tightly, watching every step Shi Shuo took. Empress Chang'an watched the thick club strike him solidly, already in tears. Helplessly shaking her head. Don't come over, don't walk anymore, please don't. Su Qinghe also pulled Empress Chang'an back, looking at Shi Shuo's expressionless face. You really can endure, huh? Shi Shuo stopped in front of them, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. I am a person who has died once. This little pain is much better than being shattered. Little friend, you underestimate me too much. Su Qinghe's eyes widened at this remark, somewhat confused about what he meant. Before they could react, Shi Shuo threw a handful of powder, grabbed Su Qinghe, and pushed Empress Chang'an away. At this moment, Qianchi resolved those beside her and took Qi Bo Xiaotong to the side. Shi Shuo, it's dangerous. Come back. Upon hearing the voice, Shi Shuo was jolted awake, looking at the bottomless cliff beneath his feet. At that moment, he thought of liberation. But he could not jump. He still had many tasks to accomplish. Shi Shuo tightened his grip on Su Qinghe's neck, a gentle smile curling his lips. What do you think Mu Qing would feel if she knew the elite she painstakingly nurtured would perish here? That expression should be quite lovely, right? I wonder what her mood would be when she hears you fell off the cliff. I can hardly wait. You? Before Su Qinghe could finish her sentence, she was pushed down by Shi Shuo. Looking at his smile, she finally understood why everyone praised him differently, yet gave him a common title. The demon doctor, for he was indeed a demon. And she had foolishly provoked a demon against all warnings. And this scene was just witnessed by the arriving crown prince, who was shocked that Shi Shuo dared to push someone off the cliff in front of everyone. It seemed that human life was so insignificant in his eyes, so easily disregarded. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Yaojin managed to control all the assassins. Qianchi walked to Shi Shuo's side, observing his pale face and the bloodstained clothes on his back, feeling worried. Your injury needs to be treated promptly. I take off your clothes, let me take a look. No rush. Shi Shuo grasped his hand, staring at the bottomless cliff. She might not be dead, yet go. Qianchi clutched his collar, his face filled with anger. If Shi Shuo hadn't been injured trying to save him, he would have slapped him awake long ago. What time is it? And he still cares about whether someone is dead or alive. Isn't he afraid of bleeding to death himself? I only trust you. Go down and check if she's dead. If she's not, bring her head back as a gift for Mu Qing. Qianchi was speechless upon hearing this. Since you want to give her a warning, why push her down just now? Was it for when did Shi Shuo become so sadistic? Alright, hurry up and treat your injury. Don't start feasting until I come back. Quickly, Qianchi went to find Cheng Yaojin to get a few bundles of rope to tie together and throw down the cliff, bringing a few bundles for himself as well. Empress Zhangsun stood behind him wanting to reach out, but not daring to, tears flowing endlessly. Shi Shuo looked at her tears, took a deep breath, and felt overwhelmed. He hated tears the most as seeing them made it. As long as you're fine, could you help me summon a physician? Empress Chang'an finally reacted to the voice. Alright, I'll go call them right away. Before going down, Qianchi glanced at Shi Shuo, feeling the need to remind him. It's getting dark, treat your wound, and sleep for a bit. I might not be able to come back until tomorrow. Shi Shuo walked over to the nearest tree trunk and leaned against it. Hurry up, I'll be right here. Qianchi suppressed his urge and headed down, so he wouldn't be driven to death by anger. Before long, Empress Chang'an returned with a young physician. Shimin saw that the tent was set up and assisted Shi Shuo inside. Shi Shuo looked at the physician with surprise in his eyes. How did he come here? Wasn't he supposed to stay in the shadows watching everything unfold? How did he end up in front of everyone? Despite his astonishment, he maintained a calm exterior as he entered the tent. Seeing him enter alone, he glanced at the shadow outside the tent. Why are you here? You must never entertain such thoughts again. You are my child, you bear the surname Shernotli. Everything there has come to, you should start anew. Upon hearing this, Shi Shuo clenched his fists tightly and remained silent for a long time. I understand. The man looked at Shi Shuo's expression with resignation, reaching out to pat his head. Fortunately, it was just your back. Your internal organs might be damaged, so take good care of yourself, and don't throw tantrums, understood? It was also fortunate that this kid had always been exercising and protecting his vital points, otherwise this could have cost him his life. Shi Shuo disdainfully brushed his hand away, his tone filled with stubbornness. Old man, I'm not a child anymore. I don't need your comfort. The man laughed, narcissistically stroking his face. The title old man doesn't suit me. Look at my face. Does it look very old? Yes, you're over 130 years old this year, and you don't even know what white hair looks like or what wrinkles are. What does it feel like to see one old person after another pass away? The man felt as if his heart had been pierced multiple times. Immortal life was not something he could change. Did he really need such sharp words to stab at his heart? You really are becoming less lovable as you grow up. Remember when you were little you would cling to me and act spoiled. Shi Shuo rolled his eyes dramatically, knowing that this person was definitely up to no good. You should leave quickly and don't disturb me, young master. What kind of look is that? Are you disgusted with me now? Sigh, children grow up and become ungrateful, all those years wasted on you. As the man spoke, he pretended to be heartbroken as he walked outside. Once he lifted the tent, his face returned to normal. Shi Shuo thought to himself, how was he blind back then? Forget it, I don't want to think about it. He'll go to sleep. Shimin and the others waited outside for a long time and finally saw the man come out, rushing forward to inquire. How is he now? The man smiled. He's no longer in serious danger, but he still needs to rest quietly. At least a month for the wound to heal. Prepare some nourishing soup for him. The man took a bag of items from the medicine box and handed it to Empress Chang'an. Add a few of these when you make soup, it will be much better for him. Empress Chang'an nodded and stopped crying. Shimin breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he was okay. Shibo watched the man closely, frowning tightly. He approached him. I don't know what you said, but how did you make my young master so obedient? Could you tell me, old man? Shibo did not forget that when Shi Shuo was injured, he preferred to handle it himself and was unwilling to let anyone else touch him. This person was truly remarkable to persuade his young master. Or does the young master know him? The man looked at Shibo, his smile unchanged. Because my surname is Shi. Upon hearing this, Shibo's eyes widened in shock, staring at him blankly. You? I have some matters to attend to and will take my leave now. The man nodded at Shibo and turned, disappearing into the dark forest. Shibo watched his retreating figure, understanding many things. This was not the time of the past. Although his young master carried the surname Shi of the one who raised him 5 years ago, he had told him that his surname was not from that person, but given by another. It seemed to be this person. But why had he never appeared beside the young master before? Now that the young master was injured, he immediately showed up. Shimin looked at Shibo's ever-changing expression, feeling puzzled about what issue this person had. Empress Chang'an wiped the tears from her cheeks, looking at the items in her hand, then glancing at the fire beside her, pulling Shimin's hand. Let's go get something for Shuo to eat. It's late, and he hasn't had anything to eat yet. All right. Li Chengxian walked up to Shibo. Shimin noticed, and he did too. Old man, you know who he is, right? Besides that, Qianchi. No, he is Shi Shuo's real weakness, isn't he? Shibo looked at the smile and cunning in Li Chengxian's eyes. I don't know him. As for whether he is or not, why not ask your young master? I believe the young master will give you the answer. Li Chengxian clenched his fists, thinking how well the young master would tell him the answer, just like him, particularly arrogant. Did he not fear that after reaching that position, he would use him as a pawn? After Qianchi reached the bottom of the cliff and made a torch, he was certain that the spot where Shi Shuo pushed him down was. Looking at the depth beneath his feet, it was almost at his calves. It seems that if nothing unexpected happened, he is indeed still alive. If something went wrong, then it would be fate. Forget it, it's getting late. I should get some sleep and look for him tomorrow. After all, Shi Shuo wouldn't come down until the day after tomorrow, and he could search for people during the day. Coming down from such a high place, he would be injured even if he didn't die, and he wouldn't be able to run far. As soon as Qianchi lit the fire, he sensed that the sounds around him were a bit off. He turned his head and met a pair of indifferent eyes. Qianchi swallowed hard and slowly took a few steps back, his voice trembling. Brother, we can discuss everything. If you can hear me, please don't move your mouth. Considering how handsome I am, please don't move your strong body. Qianchi was on the verge of tears. What kind of bad luck was this? He just wanted to light a fire at night and ended up encountering a giant snake. Those who knew the situation knew he was here to find someone. Those who didn't would think he was adventuring in a primitive fort. Such a large snake definitely had its own territory. It looked to be at least 10 meters long with a body twice the size of his thigh. If it brought a bunch of disciples with it, would he still be able to survive? If you really dislike your old age, you can call me ancestor. The giant snake flicked its tongue and lunged at Qianchi. Qianchi raised a knife and blocked it, wedging the snake. Didn't I say? If you dislike it, you can acknowledge me as your older brother. Why must we resort to blades? Look, you've already bled. You can't blame me for that. After killing the snake, Qianchi extracted its gallbladder, processed the meat, and started roasting it. In the North Sea, there is a fish named kuan. It is so large that it cannot fit in a single pot. It requires 2 grills, one for roasting and one for braising, and add some cumin. It really smells good. Meanwhile, Shi Shuo woke up from his dream, put on his clothes, and walked out. To his surprise, Empress Chang'an and the others were still awake. Xiao Tong saw him come out and immediately stepped forward to support him, her face filled with concern. Young master, the wind is strong outside. You are injured. Please go back and rest. Shi Shuo ignored her and went straight to the edge of the cliff, squatting down. After a while, a smile crept onto his lips. It seems I don't need to worry about him. He hasn't made a sound for half the day. I thought he was really diligent, but turns out he's already eating. Young master, I don't understand, Xiao Tong said, looking puzzled. Wasn't Qianchi thrown down to find someone? Why was he suddenly worried about him? Look at that spot. There's still a faint glow which indicates that from here to the bottom is almost a kilometer. The rope he brought is at least 300 meters short. There's a faint scent in the air, which means he has been roasting for quite some time. Xiao Tong sniffed hard a couple of times, but smelled nothing. Looking down the cliff, she couldn't see anything either. But his young master could accurately state these numbers as if he really could see them. Shimin, listening beside him, also glanced down the cliff and saw nothing. Could it be that his son really had some sort of cheat? Let's go. If he doesn't come up the day after tomorrow, I'll go down myself. Shi Shuo yawned and turned back. If it weren't for his pale face, Shimin would think this guy was full of energy. He actually ran out in the middle of his sleep. It seemed that Qianchi held a very important position in his heart. The sun was shining on his backside. When Qianchi finally woke up lazily, his posture had turned into a big character, clearly someone who dared to sleep freely. Rubbing his eyes, Qianchi looked around in confusion and thought, who am I? Where's this? What am I supposed to do? Seeing the insect repellent powder around him, he suddenly remembered that he was here to find someone. After coming down, he had killed a snake, eaten, and then slept. To be honest, Shi Shuo didn't have the courage to sleep here like that. Just look at the piles of dead mice and small snakes around. It seems the medicine is quite potent. If I hadn't been too lazy to detoxify, this would have been another feast. A day passed, and Shi Shuo still hadn't seen Qianchi come up. Just as he was preparing to go down, he saw some movement on the rope. Seeing Qianchi coming up, Shi Shuo immediately reached out to pull him up, but when he looked at the black mass behind him, he was utterly confused. In an instant, Shi Shuo was far away from them. It wasn't that he disliked it, he just couldn't stand the stench. At that moment, he admired Qianchi for enduring that smell for so long. Impressive. Qianchi, I asked you to bring back a head, not other things. Where did this come from? Qianchi looked at Shi Shuo's blatant disgust and thought to himself, honestly, if he hadn't sealed off his sense of smell, he felt he might have died. Hurry up and get down. Qianchi forcefully shook off the person on his back, throwing him to the ground, and directly stripped off his outer clothes. Shi Shuo, that woman ran away, you handle it yourself. Then under Shi Shuo's gaze, he took the person he brought up and ran off in a flash. So which country did you bring him from? You didn't say. Shi Shuo followed behind them and saw Qianchi kick the person into the river with one foot. Not long after, the water turned black. Shi Shuo thought it's better to keep a distance from this guy. After a long time, Qianchi finally sorted himself out. Looking at the person covered in filthy water with a blackened face, just how dirty could it be? I'll tell you, wash yourself properly today. Whenever the water clears, you can come up. Qianchi smelled himself and felt something was off. He walked over to Shi Shuo, planning to tell him about it, but saw that Shi Shuo was keeping a distance from him. He finally realized what was wrong. It was because he had sealed off his sense of smell. Xiao Tong kindly took out a soap and handed it to him. Go wash again. Maybe what you want to say will make the young master. Qianchi, that person is a werewolf. Upon hearing this, Shi Shuo's heart jolted. Werewolves had superior hearing and sense of smell. If Qianchi, this rascal, impulsively sought the teacher, wouldn't he be done for? And then, what did you bring him up for? To find Mu Qing. Qianchi looked at the person, a smile creeping onto his lips, unaware of Shi Shuo's change. She will come to us on her own. Even if it's not for the great Tang, she will come. This was something Shi Shuo could be sure of. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one could fight 100 battles without danger. He had always remembered this saying. Now Shi Shuo feared that Qianchi was seeking more than just Mu Qing. After enduring countless hardships, he carried this thing up from the cliff. Yet he told the young master it was only to find Mu Qing, which was hardly believable. Wasn't it just that he suspected the young master? However, this werewolf was tricky to deal with. It seemed he needed to be cautious lately. Indeed, one must guard against fire theft, and even brothers. You two truly have a fateful connection, meeting like this, and even bringing it out. So, do you have a secret? Why not speak up now, and I might reconsider. Qianchi smiled, but that smile, Shi Shuo looked at him, forcing a smile. Goodness, he was actually being threatened. Given the current situation, he was injured while Qianchi had only exhausted some stamina. Their circumstances were different. If it really came to a fight, he wouldn't be a match for him at all. If it were in the past, that was a different story. The old man is still alive. A man should be flexible and know when to back down, so he admitted defeat. Where is he? Qianchi clenched his fists, knowing that Shi Shuo's words were untrustworthy. If it weren't for the werewolf he brought today, and if he weren't injured, he could spin a tale from the heavens to the earth. I don't know. Qianchi glared at him, his teeth clenched. How audacious. Even in this situation he dared to deceive him. Forget it, I have long found him displeasing. If we can fight, then let's not talk. Let's have a brawl. What if he doesn't talk? Thinking this, Qianchi acted and kicked out. Shi Shuo also refused to back down, retaliating against him. Who would have thought that a renowned divine doctor and another man would fight all because of yet another man? Empress Chang'an watched as they started fighting, startled. If it weren't for Shimin holding her back, she would have rushed in. Shuo is still injured, you must stop them. Or else. That is beyond our ability to stop. One is a renowned divine doctor in Chang'an, and the other is a notorious underworld king. Their martial arts are on a different level than ours. If we intervene, we can only get hurt. Shimin watched as the two exchanged blows, their movements swift and fierce, as if they wanted to take each other down. Let alone Shimin, even the generals in the army would not be their match if they all joined in. The intensity of this fight was truly brutal. Whoever said that Shi Shuo was weak and frail, good for nothing except for his medical skills and wealth, was mistaken. If he was truly useless, what would Shimin be? These two were quite perplexing. They went from talking to fighting without anyone stopping them. Shi Shuo gradually found it hard to cope as he looked at the fist coming at him, closing his eyes. However, he did not feel the anticipated pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw a hand blocking him, momentarily stunned. You two are something. I raised you both, and you always resort to violence over trivial matters. Don't go out claiming I raised you. Qianchi was startled by the newcomer, immediately retracting his fist and glaring at Shi Shuo. It's still him. When I asked where you were, he wouldn't say. He won't tell the truth unless I beat it out of him. Shi Shuo was left speechless by the accusation. However, he felt he could still salvage the situation. This isn't my fault. The old man said it himself. Do not reveal his whereabouts. Blame him. Qianchi looked at the man with a face full of skepticism, while the man gazed at Shi Shuo in disbelief. What a clever move to shift the blame. Yet he had no choice but to accept this fact. It wasn't just him. This child was indeed becoming less adorable as he grew. He was being treated as if he were invisible. The man patted Qianchi on the shoulder with an expression of helplessness. This is actually for your own good. Look at you, always so impulsive. If I told you I was also here, wouldn't you make a scene? Shi Shuo rolled his eyes dramatically. Truly, after living for over 100 years, he had lost all sense of shame. Qianchi was utterly confused in the end. Was it still his fault? What was he doing all this for? To worry about their affairs only to end up in this situation. So the more one says, the more mistakes one makes. Perhaps he should just leave. At least Shi Shuo was good. He had money to spend frivolously. Although he always tricked him, he at least wouldn't say it was his fault. Qianchi and Shi Shuo left together, leaving the man behind. Shi Juanze was stunned. Was it his unappealing words or what? One moment they were fighting, and the next they were back on good terms. It seems I have aged and no longer understand the hearts of the youth. In the tavern, Shi Shuo sat face to face with Shimin, both staring at each other. Shimin looked at the expressionless face before him, feeling a sense of defeat. Clearly everyone knew his identity, yet Shi Shuo refused to say a word, making it seem as if he was the only one concerned. But it seemed it was only them who cared, as Shi Shuo had no desire to engage with them. Don't you have anything to say? What? Shi Shuo raised an eyebrow. His attitude was clear, yet they pressed on as if he were to be his father, without even asking if he was willing. Should I say that if the prince provokes me again, I will cripple him? Or should I say one day you will abdicate to me? Shimin was completely taken aback, looking at the provocation in his eyes and his capabilities. He could be certain that as long as Shi Shuo nodded, Shi Shuo would immediately take action. Even if he had no interest in that position, in the end, he would still control the entire court. You? I may not be interested, but that doesn't mean I don't like power. To have control and to hold it are two different matters. While no one dares to touch me, it doesn't mean they won't plot against me in secret. The court officials are closely tied to the prominent families. I have no interest in whether you are my biological father or not. So what if you are, and so what if you aren't? Everything related to the great Tang has nothing to do with this young master. Shimin initially thought that Shi Shuo did not acknowledge him because he lacked influence in the court. He did not expect that he wanted to distance himself completely instead. Shimin slapped the table in frustration. He truly wanted to teach this young man what it meant to respect the old and cherish the young. Shi Shuo felt quite pleased as he watched Shimin's rage. Young master, it's bad. Xiao Tong rushed in panic-stricken, startling Shi Shuo. What did he mean by it's bad? Could he not articulate his words? Shi Shuo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. They've lost everything. If he remembered correctly, one of them had brought several hundred coins when they left, claiming they were going shopping. And they ended up at a casino. It had been less than 2 hours since they left, and over 1,000 coins had vanished just like that. The speed at which they spent money was more terrifying than that of women. Who did they smash the casino of? The Zhang family. Zhang, he is already on his way here. Shi Shuo slapped his forehead. Good gracious, he hadn't even intended to take action. These two had already done the job for him. An old man apart from knowing how to spend money and study, the first was nothing else. And one who was nothing but focused on developing power. As for him, aside from being adept at business, he was nothing more. This is really a sin. Why did two prodigal sons, you? Zhang, he stormed in, slamming the list in his hand forcefully on the table. Shi Shuo, Zhang, he consider that I have no grievances with you on ordinary days. Do you really need someone to smash my place? Zhang, he looked at Shi Shuo's calm face. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the Chui family had just been defeated at his hands, he would have thought about dealing with this kid. After all, such a large restaurant could earn a fortune daily, and everyone wanted a piece of the pie. But this kid was quite a tricky fellow, harder to deal with than the internal strife of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. His abilities were impressive, and those who had smashed his casino today were all exceptional. More than 30 had gone up, yet not a single one had a scratch. Shi Shuo picked up the list and glanced at it casually, nearly dumbfounded. Over 3,000 coins. That was all the money he had earned in the past half-month. These two had actually lost 4,000 coins in a single day. Impressive. Shi Shuo felt a sense of admiration. 300 coins. He tossed the bill onto the table, directly slashing it by 90%. Let them smash it. A tiny casino couldn't compare to his restaurant, could it? He would incur losses, but he didn't like you. Zhang, he slammed the table in frustration. He knew Shi Shuo would negotiate at least cutting it more than half, but he never expected Shi Shuo would directly cut it by 90%. 300 coins. He had only swindled a few dozen coins. Or do you think the head of the Zhang family needs me to personally go there to prepare a list? Shi Shuo looked at him unperturbed, as if he would immediately rise to follow him with a nod. Zhang, he knew that Shi Shuo was serious. He understood this person was not easy to fool, but he never thought he would be pressured like this. 300 coins it is, hand them over. Xiao Tong, go fetch 300 coins to give to the head of the Zhang family, Shi Shuo said, while folding the list and putting it in his sleeve. Zhang, he thought, didn't he only earn a few dozen coins? Was it necessary to be so stingy? Who didn't know that you were in cahoots with Shimin? Now he had only earned a few coins from this kid's hands, and he was truly penny-pinching. All right. Xiao Tong struggled to hold back laughter, thinking it would be faster to dream with a pillow than to make money from his young master. His young master was known for being a stingy miser. Zhang, he glared at the stack of coins and took it, but not without a fierce look at Shi Shuo. But as angry as he was, his purpose for coming today was not just to get money. He wanted Shi Shuo's cooperation. Following Shi Shuo to make money meant he could earn a fortune without lifting a finger. Does the divine doctor sure have a marriage arrangement? Zhang, he asked, tentatively looking at Shi Shuo's expression. None. Then do you have someone you admire? None. Then are there any parental arrangements? None. Shi Shuo's eyes changed slightly upon hearing these 3 questions, and he forced a smile that seemed undetectable. This was not about cooperation, but discussing marriage. If Cui Yin found out, what would he think? He had always relied on Zhang He to help him return to Chang'an. To kill him, Shi Shuo. Zhang He, on the other hand, wanted to pull him into his camp. My daughter admires the divine doctor greatly, and is particularly fond of. On what grounds do you think I would marry your daughter? Shi Shuo directly interrupted him, his face serious with a hint of anger in his tone. Shimin, listening from behind, was frightened, fearing that Shi Shuo would actually agree. Yet he also hoped he would agree. After all, the 5 surnames and 7 clans had a decent status, which could provide him some security. But Shi Shuo truly rejected him without any hesitation. I think the divine doctor should consider it carefully. After all, not everyone can have such good luck to climb up the ranks of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Zhang He was really furious. In a single day, he had been angered twice by the same person, a junior at that. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know the meaning of respecting his elders. When he fell into his hands, he would see how he would squeeze out his value. Aren't you worried that if one day I sit on the throne, the first to be dealt with will be your Zhang family? Zhang He's eyes widened in shock. It seemed the rumors outside that Shi Shuo was indeed Shimin's son were true. What baffled him was that if Shi Shuo was truly Shimin's son, why had there been no news of him being included in the family tree all this time? There hadn't even been an imperial decree. The divine doctor won't really think that Li Shimin wants to acknowledge you, right? If he truly wanted to recognize you, why has he not only failed to include you in the family tree, but also has not even given you a title? Ha ha ha. Shi Shuo laughed heartily, finding this statement amusing. Li Shimin was sitting behind, and he couldn't comprehend what was going on with Zhang He's eyes. He couldn't see him at all. Whether Li Shimin was sincere or not, he didn't know, nor did he want to know. But who was Shi Shuo? Wasn't it just a throne? How difficult could it be? Zhang He, if I wanted to manipulate you, wouldn't it be easy? Now I not only control cloth, salt, and grain, but tell me, is it time for me to control paper next? There are plenty of people who can print and make paper, not just your 5 surnames and 7 clans. Zhang He's face turned awkward. He knew Shi Shuo was arrogant, and he had never hidden it. When Shi Shuo opened the cloth shop, they had looked down upon him, thinking that a person with only a few villages behind him could not possibly supply the cloth. They thought he might close down after a few days. But he not only didn't close down, but he also had stock. I naturally wouldn't dare to underestimate the divine doctor. It's just that I think it's better for the divine doctor to team up than to go solo. Wouldn't that be better? Win-win. Shi Shuo looked at the water in his teacup, giving it a gentle swirl. I'm afraid this win-win doesn't involve me, right? You know what you're plotting, and I see it clearly as well. Zhang He returned home and immediately smashed the teacup on the table. How dare Shi Shuo reject him? He had personally brought it up, yet this kid had the audacity to act so arrogantly in front of him. Steward, investigate who those two are. I refuse to believe that the brat has no weaknesses. Yes. Zhang Huaxiu watched the steward walk out and the mess on the floor, feeling somewhat puzzled about who could provoke her father to such anger without anyone coming to apologize. Father, what happened? From now on you are not allowed to see that brat again. Zhang He felt a surge of anger upon seeing her. Why did she have to like that kid of all people? That kid wore a proud expression, completely looking down on the 5 prominent families. I'm telling you today, if you ever cross me again, I will break your legs. Your age is appropriate for marriage. Oh, I will discuss this matter with your mother. Zhang Huaxiu's eyes widened. It was actually Shi Shuo who had angered her father to this extent. But why would someone with Shi Shuo's good temperament oppose her father? Yet Zhang Huaxiu liked him so much, couldn't he endure a little for her sake, even if her father's words were harsh? Father, I want to find him and make things clear. The 5 prominent families are not ones that everyone can associate with. Their prestige is not something anyone can insult. Zhang Huaxiu dashed out of the house before Zhang He could react. It seems some people still can't sit still. Oh, I wonder how His Majesty feels about this matter. Shi Shuo looked at the ever-changing expression on Li Shimin's face and smiled. Aren't you afraid they will go all out against you? Li Shimin couldn't believe that Shi Shuo didn't realize the consequences of thoroughly angering the 5 prominent families. Last time he was able to bring down the Cui family solely because he had Li Shimin backing him, and his reasoning was, well, if this continues, if the 5 prominent families truly suppress him, even Li Shimin wouldn't be able to withstand it. What's there to fear? Worst case, I'll rise again. Moreover, if I fall, it only concerns me. Shi Shuo, what does it have to do? Shi Shuo didn't really care. After all, for someone to achieve such greatness, there would always be rivals who couldn't stand. If the 5 prominent families truly go all out against me, it would be a good thing for you, and for the Tang Dynasty wouldn't. In the end, even if I fall, the 5 prominent families will exhaust themselves, and taking them down will be easier for you. Li Shimin listened to his words, knowing he had never considered him as part of the equation, otherwise he wouldn't include himself in it. A player stepping into the game, treating himself as a piece on the board. He thought that if his teacher had come, he would have restrained himself a bit. At least he wouldn't be so reckless. Unexpectedly, he treated everything around him as chess pieces, viewing the entire world as a game. Everyone says you are gentle, your disguise has been torn away. Do you know that? In a few days, the envoy from the Wa country will arrive. They'll give him an official position. I want to surprise them. Shi Shuo was no longer interested in this topic, feeling that continuing the conversation was unnecessary. If he said anything inappropriate, he might just be pressed to the ground and rubbed in. How did you know the Wa country was coming? He had only received the news this morning, yet Shi Shuo already knew. Someone wanted me to know, and naturally I found out. Shi Shuo took a piece of paper from his sleeve, smiling slightly. To be honest, he hadn't expected Mu Qing to contact. How bold of her. Didn't she fear that he would settle the score with her? She truly seemed to live without a care, doing whatever she wished without regard for the consequences. Is it really okay to play such a big game? This time he wouldn't make the same choice. What do you plan to do? What else is there to do? Shi Shuo supported his head with one hand, smiling. Since we were once friends, of course I have to welcome her and give her the most perfect memories. Li Shimin looked at that smile, unable to suppress the swallow in his throat. He suspected Shi Shuo was just playing around before, but now it seemed he was truly starting. Looking at that smile so sinister, he felt uneasy. Shi Shuo. As soon as Zhang Huaxiu arrived at the tavern, she shouted, throwing all decorum and etiquette to the wind. The sound not only startled the patrons in the tavern, but Shi Shuo felt as if his soul was trembling. Looking up, he saw that it was Zhang Huaxiu, and his face turned completely dark. He didn't remember having any dealings with the 5 prominent families. Did the Zhang family think they could mold him like clay? Just as one left, another arrived. Did he look like he had time to spare? Miss Jing, is there something you need from me? If not, please take your leave. Li Shimin saw Shi Shuo's darkened face and felt suddenly elated. Humph serves you right for always offending people. Without reason a karma has come back to bite you. Take my leave. Huh. Zhang Huaxiu looked at Shi Shuo's face and sneered. Did he really think he didn't know she liked him? My father personally came to propose marriage to you. Why did you refuse? Is it my fault? Or is it that my background doesn't match yours? Don't forget, if anyone is unmatched, it's you who is unmatched with me. What reason do you have to refuse? Shi Shuo tilted his head, feeling quite speechless. How was he supposed to respond to that? Wasn't it said that women in ancient times were very conservative? Wasn't it said that noble families cared most about reputation? In such a public setting, asking like this, wouldn't the entire Chang'an city know that he had rejected the 5 prominent families? He didn't care, but Zhang, he would surely go mad. What do you have that's good? Who in all of Chang'an doesn't know? I Shi Shuo am irreconcilable with the 5 prominent families. Besides, your words are quite strange. What do you mean by matching or not matching? With your looks and this personality, anyone who marries you would be doomed to bad luck for 8 generations. You should find someone more suitable. Why, this young master won't be your fallback. Shimin thought no wonder this kid had always been single. There wasn't even a woman around him. His words were extraordinarily venomous. Zhang Huaxiu nearly fainted upon hearing this. What did he mean by saying she was ugly? Was Shi Shuo blind? After today, who in Chang'an would dare marry her? Shi Shuo, if you don't give this lady an explanation today. Shi Shuo was truly angry this time. Hadn't he made himself clear? Was it him who lacked authority, or her, who had her eyes on the top of her head? If you don't leave now, you can try and see whether your Zhang family is more formidable, or if I Shi Shuo am more powerful. I don't believe I can take down the Cui family, but can't deal with the Zhang family. Qianchi and Shi Juanza heard the sound of the wind, and learned that Shi Shuo had refused the Zhang family's marriage proposal, thinking that Shi Shuo must be quite busy at this moment with no time to pay them any attention. So the two of them swaggered back with someone who wasn't very articulate. To be honest, Shi Shuo is single by his own merit, and Zhang Huaxiu isn't bad looking at all. But he insists on saying she is ugly. That girl must be devastated. Shi Juanza nodded in agreement. So I really don't know what the girls in Chang'an see in him. With his stingy attitude, you'd think he was terribly poor. Exactly, I don't understand why he earns so much money but refuses to spend it, not enjoying himself when he should be, or spending when he ought to. Qianchi felt even more inspired to complain about Shi Shuo. As long as his teacher was by his side, he wasn't afraid that Shi Shuo would overpower him. I didn't expect you two to harbor such resentment towards me. The two were momentarily stunned by these words, standing frozen in place. Shi Shuo placed his hands on their shoulders, smiling as he looked at them. You two continue. Don't mind me, just treat me as, is this just a matter of treating you as heir? If this continues, it will be a matter of you getting us both killed. Anyone can see that you pretend to respect your teacher on the surface. But privately you either call him old man, or use his full name. Qianchi silently resisted, within secretly mocking. What do you think I should do next? If Shimin acknowledges me as his son, it means I'll have to work for him for free. The enemies we face are numerous, with powerful foes both internally and from the pirates outside. Among them is Qing, a formidable adversary. What does all this have to do with me? Shi Shuo wore a confused expression, completely unable to figure out his connection to Shimin. Aside from that so-called blood relation, his son had long since died, and he was merely a soul from another world. But before discussing this matter further, you two should settle the bill first. Shi Shuo waved at the list. Not much, just 3,000 guan. When will you settle the bill? Shi Juanza and Qianchi stared at the account in wide-eyed disbelief. What kind of person is Shi Shuo? He's a miser. Did he really just pay 3,000 guan without even trying to negotiate? No one would believe that. Shi Juanza swallowed hard. He wasn't illiterate. He recognized every character on that list, but suddenly felt averse to reading them all together. Little Shuo, tell the old man the truth. How much did you actually pay? 2,000 guan, Shi Shuo replied without a moment's hesitation. It was true that he solved the issue right, and he had advanced the money. But no one told him he couldn't lie, right? So directly multiplying it by 6 times wasn't wrong, right? Shi Juanza pulled out a pile of banknotes from his pocket and stuffed them into Shi Shuo's arms. 2,300 guan, no need to pay it back. Shi Shuo held the pile of banknotes, looking bewildered. Didn't they just lose everything? How come there was still money? And it was handed over so boldly, as if to ensure he wouldn't know. Considering how wealthy you two are, don't come back to mooch food and lodging from me. Qianchi and Shi Juanza widened their eyes in disbelief at his words. Shi Juanza tugged at his clothes with a look of grievance. Shuo, how can you be so heartless? Am I just to be left homeless on the streets? How could that be? There's still a king of hell who does nightly rounds. Shi Shuo patted Qianchi on the shoulder, presenting a reassuring demeanor. This guy stays at a brothel. There are many girls there, soft in temperament, delicate in form, and easy to seduce. Just right, you're over 100 years old. Take a good look, so you won't regret it on your deathbed. Shi Juanza, what have I done wrong as an old man? You actually wish for my demise. And you say it better than the madam of a brothel. Dog, you've changed. Just as Shi Juanza was about to say something, he suddenly noticed a man entering through the city gate, bare-chested, and carrying a bundle of brambles. Oh, I can't believe someone is here to offer their apologies. It's truly rare. Shi Shuo turned to look, only to find that it was Li Jing, leaving him speechless. He thought that this person was just talking nonsense. He never expected it to be true. He really is a fool. I heard you two have been secretly in contact. Is that true? Is there any doubt about it? Shi Shuo couldn't understand why Li Jing, clearly a divine general, was so straightforward in his actions. How could he speak freely about something that no one would know if he just kept quiet? He truly owes a debt. But this matter has nothing to do with her. If Li Shimin really wanted to resolve it thoroughly, millions of guan couldn't just be settled so easily. Unless he could purge the corrupt officials of the Tang Dynasty, perhaps he could manage it with some effort. It's a pity that such a divine general is dragged down by Shi Shuo. Qianchi hadn't forgotten how he felt upon seeing that letter back. Then at that moment he was grateful to Shi Shuo, yet harbored immense hatred for him. It was said that he would not get too close to the court, and now he was almost a prince. Indeed, if men's words were to be trusted, even a sow could climb a tree, let alone this one was a master of deceit. He shouldn't have trusted him so much back, then wasting his feelings. My brothel was smashed by you, and it still hasn't been repaired. If I'm not mooching off you, who else should I mooch off? So you're saying it's my fault? Shi Shuo glanced at him, and that look told him that if he dared to nod he would be finished. Qianchi, seeing that look, swallowed what he was about to say. He was actually threatened by this guy again, and he genuinely felt threatened by him. The next day all officials knew that Li Jing had returned to the court personally, carrying brambles to apologize. They didn't understand why Li Jing would do this. After all, he was a divine general and commander of the army. If he really made a mistake, they wouldn't have been left in the dark. Criminal Li Jing pays his respects to your majesty. Li Jing entered the great hall with the brambles on his back and knelt on one knee before Li Shimin. Li Shimin certainly wouldn't let him kneel like that. Besides, what was it? Just a few transactions with Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo was still his son. Thus this didn't count as a mistake. The real error lay with those corrupt officials. If it weren't for their embezzlement with Li Jing's proud nature, how could he possibly cooperate with Shi Shuo? My beloved minister, please rise. I have already investigated your matter thoroughly. 3 years ago, merchant Shi Shuo came to me with a proposal offering 100,000 dan of grain for a trade and sent a few people to guard it. The second matter involved using warfare as oil with a transaction of 200,000 guan. The third matter is that due to the Ministry of Revenue's delay in delivering the grain rations, the sinner, Shi Shuo, borrowed 1 million guan from me with the condition that I secretly monitor the seaside for him. Hubei Minister Dai Zhou, hearing Li Jing's words, could no longer stand steady. Li Jing implied that he borrowed money from Shi Shuo solely because Dai Zhou failed to provide him with grain rations. Dai Zhou would never acknowledge this debt. What do you mean I didn't give you the grain rations? I haven't seen a single one of your documents. If your documents had arrived, would I not have given them to you? The emperor had long declared that no matter the matter, grain rations come first. If Dai Zhou dared to swallow this money, he would have been dealt with by Li Shimin long ago. Would he still be standing here waiting for a complaint? I've written countless documents and you dare say you haven't received it. I think you are doing this on purpose. Li Jing, unwilling to be outdone, pulled out a stick from his back, ready to escalate the situation. It is my fault for cooperating with a merchant, but if your Ministry of Revenue could deliver military rations on time, would such a thing have happened? Just as the two were arguing fiercely, Shi Shuo yawned and walked in from outside. With his eyes half closed and looking listless, he passed by the two. Everyone was stunned to see his arrival. Who is Shi Shuo? The most famous figure in Chang'an, and he actually appeared. Looking at him, one might wonder if he intended to approach Li Shimin. Seeing his swaying demeanor, Li Shimin's heart raced. Surely this kid wasn't thinking of sitting on his throne. Shi Shuo yawned again, briefly opened his eyes, stopped at the steps, and directly sat down. Looking at the hall full of officials, he asked, "What are you all doing? Arguing? Just pretend I'm not here." The civil and military officials thought, how can we not notice someone dressed in blue among all these officials? Besides, weren't we discussing who would greet the envoys today? What is a merchant like Shi Shuo doing here? Seeing him arrive, Li Shimin breathed a sigh of relief. He had sent someone to summon him early this morning. The morning court had already progressed halfway, and he thought Shi Shuo would not come, which had worried him to the point of feeling moldy. He genuinely feared this guy would just abandon everything and refuse to show up. Anyway, he had nothing at this point, and was counting on Shi Shuo to clearly state his demands, hoping that the 3 million guan would not need to be repaid. Seeing everyone quiet down, Shi Shuo and noticed Li Jing standing in the middle, particularly eye-catching with his stick. No more arguing. Fine, I came here just to collect the imperial decree and leave. Shi Shuo yawned again and stood up, looking at the seated Li Shimin with a clear expression that he just wanted to go back to sleep. Li Shimin was speechless. After all, he was an emperor. Could he not get a bit of respect? The debt collectors were all grand figures. Yet this grand figure was so poor that he only had money left. He could not afford to lose that money, and regardless of the situation, he had to acknowledge the debt. Go announce the decree. Yes. After the eunuch received the command, he opened the imperial edict in his hand and began to read. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Shi Shuo has contributed 3 million guan to our great Tang to resolve our urgent needs, and thus is granted the title of County Marquis of Wanyin, and shall welcome the envoys from Wa Kingdom and Tubo. Shi Shuo lightly glanced at Li Shimin. 3 million guan, and they were sending him off with just a county marquis title. Didn't he already tell him? He was only to receive the envoys from Wa Kingdom, yet they were throwing tubos at him too. Is this even human? Now he wanted nothing at all. I think that 3 million guan looks pretty good. How about your majesty return that 3 million guan to me? Li Shimin's eyelid twitched. If he could return it, would he need to grant him an official title? Shi Shuo, since you are now a county marquis, you must change how you address yourself. That will not do. Shi Shuo was also unwilling to back down. After all, 3 million guan, wouldn't it be better to enjoy life? A trip to a flower house to listen to some tunes and see beautiful women, how delightful. The commoner is lazy and unaccustomed to official duties. This position should be reserved for those with capability. Li Shimin sneered coldly in his heart. If even you Shi Shuo lack ability, then what about the others? Wouldn't they be worse than commoners? My dear minister, stop being so stubborn. You must take the title of county marquis, whether you like it or not. There is no negotiating this. Li Shimin was too lazy to argue with him. If he continued, he would be driven mad by Shi Shuo, so the best solution was to silence him. To avoid his incessant chatter, the eunuch delivered the edict to Shi Shuo, watching his ever-changing expression, feeling anxious as he handed the edict over. County marquis received the edict. Shi Shuo looked at the edict and his face instantly darkened. That was his. Just like that, it slipped away. His heart was bleeding. Shi Shuo pondered for a moment, snatched the edict, and left with a flick of his sleeve. If he stayed any longer, he would be unable to resist staring at the throne. Maybe he would even kick Li Shimin aside for that 3 million and sit on it himself. To ensure he wouldn't rebel, he decided to avoid further troubles. The civil and military officials stared in disbelief at Shi Shuo, who showed such disregard for Li Shimin. Who is Shi Shuo, and who is Li Shimin? Shi Shuo was merely a newly appointed county marquis, while Li Shimin was the ruler of the great Tang. How dare he show such disrespect to Li Shimin? Looking at Li Shimin's seemingly relieved expression, was it their illusion? Why did they feel that the emperor was more afraid of Shi Shuo? After Shi Shuo left, Li Shimin's face turned dark. For Shi Shuo, 3 million guan might just be the tip of the iceberg. But for Li Shimin, this 3 million guan indicated that these people were insatiably greedy, likely consuming far more than 3 million guan. Why had the great Tang not yet become prosperous? Aside from the 5 prominent families, there remained this batch of parasites continuously gnawing at the great Tang. Hubei deputy minister, did you hear about this 3 million guan? Do you have anything to say? The Hubei deputy minister felt his legs go weak at Li Shimin's mention of him and instantly collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, since you have nothing to say, I would like to say a few words. Drag him out and behead him. How dare you embezzle military rations, exterminating your 9 clans? All property shall be confiscated. All the officials knelt down, witnessing Li Shimin's furious outburst. But no one spoke, fearing that if Li Shimin was displeased, they would become the next to be exterminated. Wei Zhen glanced at the furious Li Shimin and then at Dai Zhou, whose forehead was sweating profusely, shaking his head helplessly. Fortunately, Dai Zhou had not joined in the embezzlement, otherwise they would all be in the same predicament. Li Jing observed Li Shimin's actions and realized he had borne the brunt of it unfairly. However, Shi Shuo's 3 million guan had come to a swift end, and it remained uncertain whether that kid would run away. Shi Shuo leaned against the door with the imperial edict in hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease as Li Shimin casually mentioned punishing an entire clan. After pondering for quite some time, he realized he was utterly alone. What had he earned all that money for? To show off. Master Shi Shuo, please save me. The deputy minister of revenue was dragged out by 2 soldiers and happened to see Shi Shuo counting his fingers. He hurriedly called out to him, convinced that if anyone in this world could save him, it would be Shi Shuo. Just the fact that he dared to show a defiant attitude towards Li Shimin was enough. The hall full of civil and military officials, as well as Li Shimin, did not expect that Shi Shuo would not leave. Wait a moment. Shi Shuo glanced at him, stopping the 2 soldiers and walking directly towards him. If I remember correctly, you once went to great lengths to make things difficult for me, didn't you? I have a very special trait, which is that I hold grudges exceptionally well. You back then didn't miss any opportunity to trouble me. In your next life, keep your eyes open, and I wish you an early death and rebirth. The deputy minister of revenue, hearing these words, knew his fate was sealed. Who would have thought that Shi Shuo would rise? Who would have imagined that Shi Shuo was truly Li Shimin's son? Who would have thought that Shi Shuo was so capable, using a tavern to force his way into nobility? As long as you save me, I wish you a good rebirth in your next life. Shi Shuo smiled and waved his hand at him, appearing innocent yet harmless. It was as if he was demonstrating his victory while looking at someone inconsequential. But the deputy minister of revenue clearly saw that he was being ignored. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. You will meet a terrible end. As if it wouldn't stare at me if I didn't look at it. However, before I die, please send my regards to the abyss for me. After finishing his words, Shi Shuo leaned in and whispered a few sentences in his ear, smiling as he patted his shoulder. The deputy minister of revenue was filled with terror, helplessly sitting on the ground and muttering, "You will meet a terrible end. The Tang Dynasty will be ruined by you." After watching him being dragged away, Shi Shuo also left. Li Shimin watched his retreating figure, curious about what Shi Shuo had said to make someone go mad. He looked impressive. Go interrogate him and see what Shi Shuo said. Yes. The eunuch watched as Li Shimin left, shaking his head helplessly at the ministers kneeling in the grand hall. Dismissed. The eunuch approached Li Shimin. Your Majesty, no matter how we interrogate him, he only says that Shi Shuo will meet a terrible end and the Tang Dynasty will be ruined by him. He won't talk about anything else, not even his family. He seems to have gone mad. The eunuch thought of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, who alternated between laughing and crying, and no matter how much torture was applied, he seemed to feel no pain. Maintaining that mad demeanor, it was indeed quite distressing to look at. Shimin was taken aback, gone mad. Shi Shuo drove a person insane with just a few words. How did he manage that? It seems he really has gone mad. A person who had endured so many tortures, showing no sign of pain, what else could that be but madness? Looks like I need to meet him. When Shimin arrived at the tavern, he saw Shi Shuo brewing tea while the imperial edict had been thrown on the ground. Shimin took a deep breath, reminding himself that this was his own seed. If anything happened, he would flee. If he ran away, it would all be for nothing. However, watching the way Shi Shuo made tea was quite pleasing. It was unlike them, who simply tossed the tea leaves into the water and drank it after a while. Moreover, the tea here, made by Shi Shuo, was quite delicious with no astringency. Could it really be that such a brew could eliminate the bitterness? After washing the teacup, Shi Shuo poured himself a cup of tea, ready to begin his leisurely day. As soon as he lifted the cup, he could start. Shimin was the first to lift the cup, taking a sip. Delicious. Shi Shuo looked at him with disdain. You have no taste, wasting my tea. Shimin ignored his words, but he had to admit that this tea was indeed good. Kid, teach me that brewing method you just did. I want to try it at home too. What you just did is called tea art. Even if I teach you, it will be of no use. Why not? Because the tea leaves are different. Shi Shuo recalled the first time he bought tea leaves, which were very bitter. He had to drink water for quite a while to ease the taste. Shimin opened the box and looked at the tea leaves inside, which were indeed individual pieces. They were very different from their tea leaves, as theirs were directly steamed and dried into tea cakes. He decided that regardless of what Shi Shuo said, he would take the tea leaves with him. Looking at the tea leaves, and then at the tea cake, he preferred to drink this. Shi Shuo snatched the box back from his hands, truly believing he was unaware of Shimin's intentions after he had gained so much from him. Now he was even after his tea leaves. Did he think he was made of clay? Did you come here today just to take my tea leaves? Hearing this question, Shimin recalled his purpose for coming. What I want to ask is, what exactly did you say to him that made him go mad and unable to feel pain? Do you want to try it? How? Shimin was somewhat puzzled. Could this thing still be tested? Of course. Shi Shuo smirked, putting down his teacup. You should know you are a legendary emperor. Shimin was pleased to hear this, and just as he was about to nod, he felt a bit dizzy. The Tang Dynasty has also become one of the most controversial dynasties in history, especially during the Zhangwan period. Shimin looked at Shi Shuo in front of him, feeling as if he was swaying. But he was also very clear about what Shi Shuo was. The Xuanwu Gate incident is not what you wanted, but you will find yourself in the same place once again, committing fratricide. Shimin was shocked, wanting to ask Shi Shuo what that meant, but no matter what he tried to say, he could not open his mouth and eventually collapsed on the table. Shi Shuo looked at him, snapped his fingers, and Shimin sat up straight again. Pour me a glass of water. Shimin followed his orders without hesitation. Write down what you are thinking right now on paper and sign your name at the end to prove that you wrote it. Shi Shuo watched as Shimin wrote 2 words on the paper, immediately hiding the tea leaves. What Shimin wrote was precisely what he had just thought. He wanted to take the tea leaves, while Shi Shuo wasn't paying attention. You should wake up now. Shi Shuo snapped his fingers. Shimin opened his eyes in confusion, staring at Shi Shuo with a bewildered expression. Shi Shuo gestured for him to look at the piece of paper. What do you think? Shimin picked up the paper. He recognized the characters. They were undoubtedly his own writing, yet he had no memory of ever writing it. When did I write this? Just now, Shi Shuo replied, looking into his eyes, testing him. You really don't remember what— I didn't ask you what you did to that person. Oh, why has he gone mad? Just touch your teacup. Listening to his words, Shimin touched the teacup and found that the tea had actually gone cold. If he remembered correctly, it had just been poured. How could it cool down so quickly? Did Shi Shuo do something to him, just now causing him to have a memory lapse? What kind of divine technique is this? Why can't I remember what I've done? Divine? Shi Shuo frowned, glancing disdainfully at Shimin. It seems you think your life is too long and start eating whatever you want. Kid, I'm just asking you back. Why do you need to resort to personal attacks? Shimin slapped the table, glaring at him. They were having a perfectly fine conversation, and he was cursing him instead. If he weren't his offspring, he would have dealt with him long ago. Do you think I don't dare to handle you? Handle me? Shi Shuo scoffed. If I remember correctly, you're in your 30s, right? A person who won't live long, ha. Shimin's eyes widened. It was the first time he had heard someone say he wouldn't live long, and it came from Shi Shuo's mouth. So he would die. How do you know that? Look at your body, see your teeth, they're already starting to decay. You can only live to your 50s at most. Shi Shuo calmly sipped his tea. Historically, why did emperors have such short lives? Wasn't it all for the sake of immortality? Otherwise, how did Wu Zetian live to over 100? Aside from her chaotic private life, the main reason was her moderation in diet. However, he had only known one person who was truly immortal, and that was that old man. Aging, illness, and death are natural to humans. What good is immortality? Watching those around you grow old and die, lovers, family, children, descendants. none can stay by your side. Don't you feel lonely? Shimin was taken aback looking at Shi Shuo's face, which showed no emotion, yet he could sense the sadness in his tone, as if he had experienced it himself. How do you? If you don't believe me, try feeding a cat a little every time you eat. Shi Shuo interrupted him directly, looking at the tea leaves he had hidden away, sighing. Anyway, you'll only live for another 10 years or so. Consider these tea leaves a parting gift for your final years. Shimin looked at the tea leaves before him and suddenly didn't want them anymore. This rascal seemed to be giving him a burial gift, making him want to punch him. Shi Shuo looked at the tea leaves with a pained heart and simply stood up to head towards the inner courtyard. Where are you going? He hadn't even answered his question before just running off to pick some tea leaves. Upon hearing this, Shimin followed along. It was his first time exploring the backyard. Shi Shuo, how big is your courtyard? At the time I bought 5 or 6 shops in front and directly purchased 7 or 8 houses in the back. For years ago this place wasn't expensive. Shimin looked at him incredulously. Cheap. No matter how cheap it was back then, those houses would have cost 50 guan and the shops in front would have cost 300 guan. That amounted to 2,000 guan. If he remembered correctly, this tavern had opened 2 years ago and it was still under construction a year earlier. For a whole year the manpower and resources combined would have to be over 10,000 guan. To take out so much in 1 year, while also providing 100,000 dan of grain to Li Jing. Are you even human? How do you have so much money? Simple. I partnered with a merchant caravan at the time, having them transport a lot of goods to Tubo and other places, exchanged for many items, and then sold them. Shimin nodded as if he understood, but also didn't. Is business really that simple? By the way, what I just did was hypnosis. Shimin was taken aback, then realized what he meant. What is hypnosis? Hypnosis, also known as psychological suggestion, is simply put telling the person the thing they care about most, just like how you care most about the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty. By using verbal and physical cues to guide the other person's imagination, this method has its pros and cons. To put it simply, it's similar to amnesia. The difference is that amnesia might be remembered quickly, or it might never be remembered in a lifetime. Hypnosis is different, unless the person is stronger than the hypnotist or someone breaks the hypnosis, otherwise they will never know why they acted this way in their lifetime. Shi Shuo explained one by one, knowing it wouldn't help much and that there are specializations in every field one wouldn't learn just by hearing an explanation. Shimin was hearing this for the first time, making him even more curious about what else Shi Shuo could do. Shi Shuo watched as he picked some older leaves, saying, "Why are you picking those old ones? You should pick the tender tea leaf." Upon hearing this, Shimin immediately sorted through the leaves in his hand. Is there really so much to consider when picking tea? Isn't that obvious? Shi Shuo looked at the tea leaves in the basket, feeling it was about enough. Let's go roast the tea. After lighting the fire, Shi Shuo took an iron pan, poured in the tea leaves, and set Shimin to work. Have you washed your hands? Shi Shuo suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question while observing Shimin, who was roasting the tea. No. Upon hearing this answer, Shi Shuo pursed his lips in disgust. Had he known, he would have come himself. This was simply a waste. Once this is done, you can take it with you. I'll keep the box for myself. Why, oi? Shimin looked disappointed. He had thought that at least this tea was made by him, so he could remember him when he had nothing to do. Shi Shuo's eyes darted around. He couldn't exactly say, "You didn't wash your hands, and I'm disgusted," could he? If he said that, would Shimin kill him on the spot? That would be social death. He still wanted to live. You are the emperor, the ruler of the Tang Dynasty. The things you make should be given to the meritorious ministers. The crown prince is your future successor. You should care for him more. Shimin. Speak plainly. This kid, whenever he disliked someone, would start showering them with compliments. At first he found it quite pleasant. Everyone likes to be praised, but this kid was different. He just killed with kindness. I find it distasteful. Shi Shuo's eyes were filled with disdain as he glared at the pot of tea leaves, clearly indicating that he would throw it if he dared to give it to him. Shimin was truly furious. This brat really couldn't go a day without causing trouble. Here he was, an emperor, humbling himself to prepare tea leaves for him, and he dared to show disdain. Kid, is it that you've never been beaten before, and now you think you're all that? Shi Shuo touched his nose, sizing him up from head to toe with a look of utter disdain. Just you. Who beats whom is still uncertain. Anyone bold enough to speak recklessly in front of Shi Shuo was either of considerable status or had a death wish. Of course, given the chance, even those of notable status would be dealt with. Hurry up and finish this. I want to go outside the city to pick tea. If there's still time, let's make some tea eggs tonight. Upon hearing this, Shimin quickly quickened his pace. Although he didn't know what tea eggs were, anything that Shi Shuo made was delicious. After Shi Shuo and Shimin left the city, they walked directly. Shimin looked at the empty mountains. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome for you to leave the city. No choice. I'm a celebrity. Who in the whole city of Chang'an doesn't know about Shi Shuo's great fate? Shi Shuo felt helpless, blaming his own good looks. I didn't expect there to be so many fungi here. Shi Shuo crouched down, picking shiitake mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms along with some other fungi. Suddenly a sound came from deep within the woods. Shi Shuo's ears perked up slightly as he pulled a stunned Shimin looked puzzled. Oh, weren't they supposed to be picking tea leaves? Now they were gathering wild vegetables, and he was even heading back with a bunch of unfamiliar ones. What trick was this kid playing? Weren't we supposed to pick tea leaves? What? Before Li Shimin could finish, over a dozen bandits brandishing knives jumped out from the nearby woods. Shi Shuo narrowed his eyes. He recalled that apart from the villagers hunting, this area was usually visited by children picking wild vegetables. How bold were these bandits to operate within the Chang'an city limits? Li Shimin glared at them, filled with anger. How dare they display their weapons in front of him, the emperor? He was confident he could pin them to the ground in no time. Shi Shuo grabbed Li Shimin's hand, urging him to remain silent, looking down at the bandits with an air of arrogance. Oh, look at how this young master is dressed. He resembles a noble from Chang'an. The leader of the bandits sized up Shi Shuo and began to jest. Brothers, it seems we've encountered a fat sheep. Brothers, we must celebrate tonight. Tomorrow we'll make a big profit. Shi Shuo's face darkened. These bastards were indeed after his money. Did they think he was easy to bully? However, he could sense that these bandits were not weak, especially their leader. One man couldn't take on four, and a wise man wouldn't suffer a loss in front of him. How much do you want? You 5,000 guan, your servant, can go. Let him return to report. The leader was taken aback that Shi Shuo was so cooperative, leaving him with many threats left unuttered. Li Shimin, hearing the word servant, cast a light glance at the bandit. He truly wanted to gouge out this man's eyes. Did he not realize he was Li Shimin, the emperor and ruler of the Tang Dynasty, being referred to as this kid's servant? This was an insult, an absolute insult. Was he Li Shimin to lose face? Shi Shuo, hearing him say servant, almost called him big brother. This was indeed ridiculous. Although Li Shimin was dressed somewhat poorly, being a rather portly middle-aged man. However, that term servant was indeed, but Shi Shuo didn't dare to admit it. If he did, after Li Shimin dealt with him, he might just end up with a knife through him. Isn't it better to be alive? The man shoved Li Shimin aside, grabbing Shi Shuo by the shoulder and pulling him aside. Go back and tell those people to bring 5,000 guan at noon tomorrow for the deal. If you dare report to the authorities, they'll tear up the deal. Li Shimin looked at Shi Shuo's innocent face and suddenly felt a twinge of pity. This child had always been strong-willed. This was probably the first time he was captured by bandits. He wondered if this child would be afraid or upset. He was particularly worried, especially afraid that the bandits' hideout was too small and he wouldn't get to enjoy it enough. Could it be that Li Shimin wouldn't feel heartbroken? Taking this ancestor along, they had better serve him well. He couldn't be bothered to interfere. He'd deal with it tomorrow. Besides, he didn't need to report to the authorities. He could directly inform them to come collect the bodies. After all, these bandits were so clever today, he could indulge himself in the tavern. Li Shimin thought this and turned around, walking away, glancing back every few steps filled with sorrow. Young master, rest assured, I will definitely come to rescue you. At this point, Shi Shuo had already adopted a blank expression, filled with confusion. When did Li Shimin become such a drama queen? How could he know nothing? Looking at that expression, he felt the world owed him a golden statue. If he weren't Shi Shuo, he might have believed it. Did these people have no sense of shame? Had he known, he wouldn't have stopped him. He should have just let him rant endlessly. Shi Shuo remained silent throughout the journey, quietly following them. Young master, please. The man opened a room, looking at Shi Shuo with a playful gaze, eagerly anticipating the young master's resistance. Shi Shuo glanced at him indifferently and walked straight in. The man observed Shi Shuo's expression, feeling disdain, slightly taken aback. It was his first time encountering such an interesting person. Having mingled in the underworld for so long, anyone who got caught would usually scream and yell. They would either threaten or throw things. But this young master was as calm as if he were returning home. This nonchalant attitude was enough to prove that this young master was truly not an ordinary person. Young master, if you need anything, just command me. There was no choice. This young master was just too good looking. Although upon hearing this, Shi Shuo immediately halted, looking down at him. Prepare water for me, get a pot, catch a duck, clean it, and bring salt. The man. I just said it casually, and you took it seriously. Shi Shuo took some copper coins from his sleeve and tossed them at him, entering without looking back. Hurry up. Chang'an Hua looked at the copper coins, feeling the humiliation from Shi Shuo. Not to mention fetching water, even the duck would cost 5 or 6 when per pound outside. He actually sent him off with just a few coins. Was that really okay? Looks like he really is a young master. Shi Shuo's lips curled into a smile. He never expected so many surprises, and the location of this house was right in the center. It seemed they had done quite a lot before. Shi Shuo closed his eyes, his ears twitched slightly, and his fingers tapped rhythmically before he opened his eyes. In this place there are surprisingly around 80 or 90 people, each with a certain level of skill. It's a pity there's no sound. I can only hear within a radius of 400 meters, and anything further is inaudible. Shi Shuo looked at the mushrooms in the basket, wondering why he hadn't picked some red mushrooms earlier. No matter how many people there are, a single pot could take them all down. Was he far from the path to becoming a king? After pondering for a long time, Shi Shuo decided to remain still until the enemy moved. Then he would act first. He would finish his tasks first, otherwise he would have no dinner or late-night snack. How pitiful that would be. Shi Shuo hugged the basket and kicked the door open, saying, "Are the things this young master wants ready?" The guards outside immediately raised their knives in front of him, shouting, "Go back. You come and go as you please," thinking this young master has no temper. It's one thing to be brought here by you, it's another that this house isn't even tidied up, and this cursed place is unbearably hot. The more Shi Shuo thought about it, the angrier he became, and he directly threw the basket on the ground, grabbing the nearest person and executing a shoulder throw. Another guard reacted, instantly raising his knife to slash at Shi Shuo, who bent backward to evade while kicking out at another target. Shi Shuo tossed his hair back, picked up the basket, and acted as arrogantly as he could. Let it be known today, when this young master is in a good mood, you are my elder brother. When I am not, I am your ancestor. Shi Shuo bypassed them and looked at the crowd surrounding him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. When Chang'an Hua returned, he witnessed Shi Shuo's display and slapped his forehead, finally understanding why this young master could remain so composed. He had brought back a genuine ancestor. He wanted to ask, is it too late to send him away now? This young master is not someone just anyone can serve. And that servant, as soon as he entered the city, went into a tavern and feasted without worrying about his safety. The key point was he was actually Shi Shuo. With his skills and prowess, it was his gang that should be worried. Everyone step aside. Isn't this young master just wanting to come out? Why are you blocking him? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately parted for Shi Shuo. He walked straight to the well and washed his mushrooms with the freshly drawn water. Chang'an Hua observed him and thought the miraculous doctor wouldn't actually take this place seriously, would he? Young master, the air here isn't great. How about I take you back? What's the rush? Shi Shuo was truly enjoying himself. It had been a long time since he had so many people accompanying him, and he wanted to play a little longer. My family hasn't sent you the 50,000 coins yet. You mustn't give up so easily. Thinking of this, Shi Shuo patted his shoulder, taking on a fatherly demeanor to offer him some comfort. This kid was good in all aspects, the only misfortune being that he encountered Shi Shuo. At least he had expressed his thoughts. If he didn't do something, wouldn't it be unfair to those harsh words he had said earlier? Chang'an Hua felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite the deity, but hard to send them away. Shi Shuo had already been caught by them, and now they wanted to send him away. That would be no small feat. Young master, how about I just forget the 50,000 coins? You can leave and don't come back again. In this line of work, a bandit must have principles. Shi Shuo looked at him seriously, beginning to explain his reasoning and pouring out his nonsense. What are principles? Principles mean you must receive the money before you release someone. Without money, you tear up the ticket. As a bandit, you must always remember you are a bandit, and caution is key. Eventually, you will be eradicated by the. Do it big and enjoy it before anything else. Chang'an Hua. This made him feel embarrassed to be a bandit. This young master actually ventured into business, wasting talent. He was clearly suited to be a bandit. The chief has returned. Upon hearing this voice, Chang'an Hua immediately looked towards the gate, and indeed saw a burly man walking back. Meanwhile, Shi Shuo had also cleaned the mushrooms, and they had brought over the duck he wanted. The burly man looked at Shi Shuo, realizing he was quite free, but the key point was that this kid didn't even acknowledge him. Having been the chief for so many years, this was the first time he had been completely ignored like this. Second, where did you get? Chang'an Hua glanced at Shi Shuo, who was still busy, feeling truly helpless for the first time. A hostage we caught to exchange for money. Then why let him out? His name is Shi Shuo, the renowned young master of the miraculous Dr. Tavern in Chang'an City. Shi Shuo didn't expect his bottom line to be breached so quickly, but now he really didn't want to leave. He wanted to see what they could do with him. The burly man was stunned. Who was Shi Shuo? Even the 100 Ghosts Night Walk couldn't handle him, yet they managed to capture him. They really caught him. Shouldn't they let him go? After all, this gang could not withstand his antics. Doctor, sure, this place isn't suitable. How about we take you back first? What do you think? I think nothing of it. Shi Shuo flatly rejected, as he particularly wanted to be a bandit, now enjoying himself. They brought him here and wanted him to leave. Don't even think about it, not just the door, but even the windows would be closed. Don't you see him preparing dinner? Hurry up and start a fire for this young master. The burly man looked at the pot beside him. How could he, being the bandit chief, be asked to start a fire? Did he no longer care about his dignity? Chang'an Hua observed the two men frozen in front of him, feeling there was an undercurrent of tension. If one mishandled the situation, it could affect everyone. Both were big shots he couldn't provoke. How about I start the fire? Hurry up. Shi Shuo just needed someone to start a fire. He didn't care who it was. Unbeknownst to him, Chang'an Hua had so many thoughts in his mind. When they gathered around for a feast of fish and meat, Shi Shuo's soup was also ready, wafting a delicious aroma that left the nearby bandits drooling. The burly man stared intently at the pot in front of Shi Shuo, but when he saw Shi Shuo toss the mushrooms into the pot, his expectations for the contents diminished. Did this kid know that the mushrooms could be deadly? Shi Shuo glanced at the soup, which was nearly done, kicked Chang'an Hua aside, and took a bowl and spoon to dig in. As Shi Shuo ate alone, all the bandits watched him intently. Seeing that he didn't collapse, they started to hope for the. Shi Shuo looked at their eager expressions. You guys want to eat? A group of men nodded heavily upon hearing this, having drooled for quite a while now. Was there even a need to ask this question? But this is poisonous. Do you still want to eat it? Shuo picked up a mushroom from the pot. This thing is highly toxic. Are you sure about this? Haven't you eaten it too? How come you haven't been poisoned? Because I detoxified myself. Shuo watched their retreating feet with delight, planning to drink a bit more wine and then settle this. They could touch him, but touching his money was out of the question. He was asking for 50,000 coins, or was he worth that much? The bandits watched as Shuo opened a jar of wine, and the aroma made them tear up. Originally, they thought that capturing this young master would lead to a feast tonight and a big profit tomorrow. Who knew this fellow was of an ancestral level, and his exploits were truly well known. Just based on his ability to single-handedly dismantle the brothel, they decided they wouldn't drink tonight, and would keep a close watch on him. Shuo poured himself a bowl of wine, took a sip, and found it was indeed from his own tavern. It seemed this band of robbers had quite the taste. That was no small amount of money. His tavern's wine was 200 coins a pound, and there were actually dozens of jars here. They indeed weren't just rich. Shuo realized he might have underestimated them. How could a bandit not have money, right? Chang'an Hua observed Shuo's expression and sensed he would act soon. After finishing the wine, Shuo gazed at their tense expressions and smirked. Don't you all feel tired and want to sleep? Upon hearing this, the leader felt something was wrong and stood up to stop Shuo, but after just a few steps he collapsed helplessly to the ground. When did you poison us? It was just a bit of sleeping smoke starting from the moment you smelled the aroma of this pot of... How come you aren't poisoned? Because I had some of this dish. Mainly he had drunk the wine to counteract the drug's effects. Seems like you're quite capable too, managing to stay upright for so long. But that's fine, I'll tie them up first, and then talk. The next day the bound individuals slowly regained consciousness. Many of them began to struggle, only to find that no matter how they moved, the ropes were very tight, let alone trying to untie them. Seeing Shuo lying on the chair covered with a tiger skin, which was only meant for their leader, they wished they could splash him with cold water to wake him up. Their gang of over 100 had all been taken down by him. Their leader and second-in-command were even tied in the middle, each hand bound to a pillar forming a large carrot. Chang'an Hua woke up seeing that he was tied up as well, filled with questions. When had he been tied? When had he fallen? He had no idea what was going on. Second, you're awake. Big brother, what happened? Why are we all tied up? We all fell for that kid's trick. The leader never expected that one day he would fall into the hands of a teenager. Last night, although he hadn't fainted, he was powerless, watching helplessly as this kid bound all his brothers. And he himself had no ability to resist, having been tied up as well. He then saw Shuo lying directly on his chair. Now that he had recovered, what use was it? The boy had tied everyone with death knots. Unless they cut them off, no one could. Shuo, hearing the voices, also woke up, casually ruffling his hair before getting up. Looking at the bound crowd and the mess around him, he decided to first search for treasures. Shuo walked up to the leader and grabbed his beard. Tell me, where are your treasures hidden? You? Oh. The leader was about to speak, but did not expect Shuo to pull hard and actually rip out his beard. The pain was truly heart-wrenching. Shuo lifted the hair he had pulled out, looking aggrieved. I really didn't mean to do it, you have to believe me. Don't worry, as long as you tell me where it's hidden, I promise not to pull anymore. Shuo said, gripping the beard with a serious expression. You can't. Oh, you dream. Oh. Even if I. Oh. Ha ha ha. Shuo looked at the spot he had pulled from that was now bald and very obvious, making it hard not to notice, and couldn't help but laugh. At this point the leader was already drenched in sweat, feeling powerless. Chang'an Hua watched Shuo tormenting his big brother and felt a twinge of pity. Who would have thought that they, being bandits, would one day fall into someone else's hands? If they had fallen into the hands of another group of bandits, they would have nothing to say, even feeling it was nothing. But they had actually fallen into the hands of a merchant. It was a tremendous humiliation. However, there was no use in saying anything now. He should help his big brother first, or he might really faint. The things you want are right under the chair you slept on. Shuo heard the answer he wanted, immediately releasing the leader and pushing aside the chair, discovering there really was a hidden compartment. If one didn't look closely, they would never find it. It seemed this band of robbers had quite good craftsmanship. As Shuo opened the hidden compartment, he was almost blinded by the light. Shuo took a closer look and his eyes widened in shock. It was actually filled with gold leaves. This was far more impressive than his tavern, or if he took this money and fled, he could enjoy life anywhere. To hell with the Japanese envoy, to hell with the Tibetan envoy. Now he was a rich man, did he still need to care about them? As he thought of this, Shuo began to fill a sack with money. Suddenly he thought of a very serious issue. Shimin had run away yesterday and hadn't brought anyone to rescue him last. Now that it was dawn, he would definitely come with people to clean up the scene. He would certainly guess that all this money was taken by him. If he walked out now, they would definitely be waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. Therefore he couldn't take all the money with him. He also needed to hide some. This Shimin is truly a stumbling block on my path to wealth. Chang'an Hua widened his eyes upon hearing Shuo's words. Shimin, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Could it be that the person they let go yesterday was Shimin? No wonder he looked so familiar. It turned out he was Shimin. What kind of luck had they struck to kidnap someone only to end up capturing an ancestor? They had even surrounded Shimin. They all said that those who live by the sword must die by the sword, but he never really understood that phrase before. Now he understood, but was it too late? Have you found that kid yet? As soon as Shimin arrived, he saw over 100 people tied up, yet the whereabouts of Shi Shuo remained unknown. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known, he should have followed that kid. If he truly got lost, how would he explain it to Guanyan's maid? Shun Yaojin arrived with a battalion of Qianchi guards, only to find that upon their arrival everything was already taken care of. Not only did they not get to fight, they weren't even given the chance to draw their swords. He felt incredibly wronged inside. Is this kid a bit too strong? How could he have finished everything so quickly? Jia, hurry, go find that brat. To Chun Yejin's surprise, Shi Shuo had actually gone missing, which was quite impressive. What are you looking for? This young master is right here. Shi Shuo approached with a basket full of fruits, his mouth never stopping. Shimin looked at his drenched hair, asking, "Where have you been?" "Catching fish." Shi Shuo tossed a fish to Shimin, saying, "Mister, we have you at breakfast. Hurry and clean the fish, we need to eat, or we'll starve. Haven't you eaten yet? Look at this mess on the table, can we eat?" Shimin glanced around, and hearing Shi Shuo's words realized it was indeed unappetizing. After they were both full, Shimin looked at the fruits in the basket, picked one up, and took a bite, only to find it exceedingly sour. "Why did you pick this if it's so bad?" Shi Shuo broke it open, tasting the flesh inside. "I think it's quite sweet." Shimin observed his actions and expressions, initially thinking he would endure whatever happened. After all, now he didn't want to endure anymore. This kid constantly managed to infuriate him. Shimin slapped his forehead. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Shi Shuo did not expect to be hit again. Without having said a word, glaring at him, "Shimin, are you playing game? If you have the guts, just kick me off the throne." Upon hearing this, Shi Shuo pursed his lips. It wasn't that he couldn't, but he simply didn't want to. If he wanted it, would he wait for someone to threaten him? Forget it, let's give him face. After all, he is an emperor. If he suddenly decided to eliminate him, then there would be nothing left to play with. For the sake of his own head, he might as well be a bit softer. This grudge could be avenged eventually. There was no need to rush. Shimin watched as Shi Shuo walked away without engaging, puzzled. Did this kid just concede? This is unlike him. "Kid, where are you going?" "To pick golden fruits." Upon hearing this, Shimin immediately called over a few soldiers. "Zhuge, you take these people back. I'll follow that kid." "Yes." Chen Yaoji nodded. After all, Shi Shuo was skilled, and the emperor was no slouch either. He just needed to bring a few more guards. Shimin followed Shi Shuo to the place where he was picking fruits, only to find a vast area filled with such fruits. "Looks like I'm in for a treat." Whatever Shi Shuo picked, Shimin consumed, causing Shi Shuo to nearly burst with rage. This Shimin was truly treating him like a servant. He picked as much as he could while playing around with him. Unable to express his anger towards Shimin, he turned to the soldiers. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick." Shimin also realized Shi Shuo was angry, putting down the fruit in his hand. "I only ate a few of your fruits, didn't I? Surely it's not worth getting this upset over." Shi Shuo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so? Then you all can leave. I can pick them myself. After all, this money has nothing to do with you. It's fine, keep eating." Upon hearing about the money, although Shimin had just dug up quite a bit from the bandit den, no one would ever complain about having too much money, right? "Kid, are you saying this stuff can make money?" "Exactly, just keep eating, I'll pick it myself." "Don't. I'll join in too. How can I let you struggle alone with something that can make money?" Shimin looked at the soldiers. "Quick, you all pitch in and pick." Although he enjoyed irritating this kid was now left with nothing but money while Shimin was broke. He couldn't genuinely hold a grudge against this kid, or else he would be going against money. He should treat the kid a little better. But as they kept picking, the situation shifted. It became Shimin and the others picking, while Shi Shuo went off to fish with a stick, directing them on how to pick. "Look, there's a ripe one over there. You've got a few behind you. Look right here, it's just beside your elbow." As Shimin and the others picked tree after tree, he had reason to suspect that Shi Shuo was retaliating for having eaten the fruits he had picked earlier. "Kid, why are you picking so many? Look at this pile, it's enough for you to eat for 10 days. Shi Shuo looked at the many bags and scratched his nose. Indeed, he was doing it on purpose. Who told Shimin to not only hit him, but also to make him work like a servant? He hadn't expected the opportunity to come so quickly, right? "Then let's go." Shi Shuo picked up the bucket and a small bag, leading the way. Shimin stared wide-eyed at the bucket of fish. Shi Shuo had a dozen fish. They had only picked for about an hour, and the lake was so clear that not a single fish could be seen. Was this kid's luck too good? How could he possibly catch a dozen fish in this lake? Qibo saw that Shi Shuo had finally returned, and his uneasy heart settled. Yesterday he had seen Shi Shuo leave with Shimin, but when Shimin returned, Shi Shuo was nowhere to be found. Even though Shimin had told him not to worry, this child had been like his own son to him for so many years. How could he not? "Sure, are you hurt anywhere?" Shi Shuo shook his head, smiling as he handed over the bucket. "Qibo, I want to eat braised fish." Qibo could tell from his expression that he was hiding something again, but as long as he was safe, worrying too much was pointless. "All right, go change your clothes upstairs, and then you can eat." "Okay, thanks, Qibo." After Shi Shuo went upstairs, Qibo's smile vanished, and he looked coldly at Shimin. "Mister Li, I don't know what your intentions are towards Shi Shuo, but he has no interest in that position at all. He has suffered too much in these past 10 years. I hope you can let him go, considering he can still smile so happily. He is my son. I cannot allow him to be cast out." Shimin understood that this person was genuinely protecting Shi Shuo. He also knew what kind of life Shi Shuo had lived. From the moment Shi Shuo opened the tavern, and as soon as he revealed his medical skills, everyone knew his abilities surpassed that of Sun Simiao. Everything about him was destined to be extraordinary. Not to mention he was still Shimin's son. Qibo shook his sleeves, his face filled with authority. "In that case, I shall protect him in my own way." Please go back and inform His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that the Divine Doctor Tavern does not welcome him. If he dares to come, do not blame me for not giving him face." After Qi Bo finished speaking, he picked up the bucket of fish and headed to the backyard, having delivered his warning. As for whether Li Shimin would speak of it, he did not care. Since Li Changqian wanted to set this precedent, then it was no trouble for him to provide one. Shi Shuo never interfered with his decisions. After all, without a crown prince, his tavern would remain open unless Li Shimin was unwilling to reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin realized that the crown prince had visited during his absence, likely using his status to pressure them. Thus, Qi Bo had also pushed him towards Li Changqian and even threatened him. This was the legendary case of punishing the entire ship for the actions of one. However, he was quite curious about how Qi Bo would respond to the crown prince. Just who was this Qi Bo? And what was his purpose in staying by Shi Shuo's side? When Shi Shuo arrived, he saw Li Shimin sitting on one side, deep in thought, his cup of tea, already cold, indicating it had been untouched for quite some time. "The tea is cold." Li Shimin was startled awake by this remark, looking at Shi Shuo with a hint of confusion as he began to hesitate about his earlier decision. He had repeatedly told the crown prince that Shi Shuo would not pose a threat to him. Why then would he act against him? What do you think of the Xuanwu Gate incident? Pour some tea, grab some melon seeds, and just watch what else is there to say. Can't you share your thoughts? What is there to say? The weak are preyed upon by the strong. These people of noble birth have never accomplished anything meaningful in their lives. Isn't it perfectly normal for them to kill each other? Hearing this, Li Shimin twitched his mouth in agreement. Indeed, as he said, these princes and princesses were of such noble birth that they had never done a thing in their lives. Unlike Shi Shuo, who had walked step by step braving countless thorns, one misstep could leave him bloodied. In that case, let them experience life, so as not to embarrass Li Shimin. You keep that golden fruit for now. It'll bring people over shortly, and you can direct from the side. Li Shimin finished his tea, patted Shi Shuo on the shoulder, and then rose to leave. Shi Shuo opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Li Shimin's inscrutable expression, he decided against it. What was going on with Li Shimin? Why did he look so guilty? Had he done something he regretted? The fish is here. Hearing the waiter mention that Shi Shuo had come down and was chatting with Li Shimin, Qi Bo hurriedly brought out the prepared fish, fearing that Shi Shuo would notice something amiss. His arrival happened to interrupt Shi Shuo's train of thought. "Come try Qi Bo's cooking." Shi Shuo picked up a small piece and savored it, nodding in satisfaction. Really delicious." Li Shimin, catching the aroma, turned to see Shi Shuo, already eating, his expression darkening. If he remembered correctly, this kid had already eaten an hour and a half ago, and it wasn't even noon yet. He was eating again. It seemed he didn't need to distinguish between breakfast, lunch, and dinner. How wonderful. Watching him eat, without gaining weight, Li Shimin felt a hint of envy. Once Shi Shuo finished eating, Li Shimin also brought a few people over. Li Lizzie had not expected to actually see Shi Shuo. To know that in Chang'an, besides his deeds, his handsome face was also a topic of discussion. She had often heard people talk about how incredibly handsome Shi Shuo was. Previously, she could only catch a glimpse from afar, only seeing his back. To her surprise, she could see him in person today. He was much more handsome than the rumors suggested. "Are you Shi Shuo, the divine doctor?" Shi Shuo felt a bit of sweat break out as he saw the fervor in Li Lizzie's gaze. Was this girl a bit too enthusiastic? "Do you need something? I've always heard that you're very handsome, and you also cured my mother, so I admire you very much." Oh, so she was one of his fans, yet she was a bit unusual. At least her status was quite remarkable. But why did you stop treating? "I'm lazy." Li Lizzie immediately found herself at a loss for words. That single sentence had brought the conversation to a complete standstill. Li Shimin. This was something everyone in Chang'an knew, yet he took pride in it. Did he not have any thoughts of change? "Can you teach me? I want to be like you." Shi Shuo shot a cold glance at Li Shimin. This was definitely something Li Shimin had taught her, wanting to restrain him. No way, not a chance. Such a beautiful girl, and he had just wounded her heart. What a pity. "I won't teach you." Qi Bo looked at Li Changqian, then at Li Shimin, a cold smile forming in his heart. Great figures are indeed great figures. How could they take his words to heart? Ahem. Li Shimin observed the painfully awkward atmosphere. It was indeed he who had brought this up. But was Shi Shuo being a bit too blunt? Where did the tone he usually used to charm noble ladies go? Qi Bo saw that everyone was silent, signaling to a few waiters who nodded in understanding. Just as Li Shimin was about to speak, Qi Bo suddenly knelt in front of them, giving a deep bow. Commoner pays respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Li Shimin was stunned, looking at Qi Bo, then glancing at Shi Shuo, who also appeared bewildered. As Qi Bo knelt, the other waiters in the tavern also knelt down. Shi Shuo was even more confused to what on earth was happening that he was unaware of. And it was Qi Bo leading this. Had something significant occurred in his absence? Even more bewildered was Li Changqian. He seemed to have done nothing at all. Why was he being implicated? "Please, your highness, grant us a little more time. Oh, I assure you that the commoner will convince the owner to never treat patients again in his lifetime. And within 3 days I will ensure that everyone leaves Chang'an. The 100,000 guan is already being prepared and will be sent to the East Palace as soon as possible." Upon hearing the last part, Li Shimin's face darkened thoroughly, turning to glare at Li Changqian. Shi Shuo was even more bewildered by Qi Bo's words. If he remembered correctly, this Li Changxian had just gone with Chen Yaojin to suppress the bandits this morning. Although he had pretended not to see it, and did not greet him, how much time had passed since then for him not to give Li Changxian a way out. Li Changxian was even more confused. When had he ever mentioned 100,000 guan here? Shi Shuo did not want his position as crown prince, otherwise he would not still be denying their relationship. Even if Shi Shuo wanted it, could Li Changxian compete with him? Please, your highness, the crown prince understand that the East House has no intention of seeking a connection with the royal family, nor does it harbor any desire to undermine your position. The rumors circulating are merely fabrications. Qi Bo spoke with unwavering conviction, causing Li Changxian's eyes to fill with terror as he recognized that Shi Shuo was indeed his biological brother, evident from his facial features. However, he never tied his hair up, which concealed his facial structure. What are you talking about? When did I ever say? I kindly ask your highness to grant some more time. The few attendants kneeling behind him interrupted him directly, giving him no chance to speak. At this moment, Li Changxian truly found himself at a loss for words. Shi Shuo observed their antics, then glanced at Li Changxian's reaction and could confirm a few things. Firstly, some events had indeed transpired during his absence, but this group had not informed him, with Qi Bo leading the concealment. In simpler terms, he had been used inadvertently, stepping into a game whose moves he could not perceive. Secondly, Li Shimin might know something. What he knows may not exceed his own understanding, and it is possible that what is currently happening lies within his knowledge, or it might be entirely beyond his expectations. Simultaneously, it also proved that he could potentially be the one to tie up the loose ends. Thirdly, Li Changxian had no idea what had transpired. Even if he was not directly involved, it was certainly someone around him who was. After all, why did Qi Bo only mention Li Changxian's name and not Li Shimin's? This game appeared to be quite extensive, with him, Li Shimin, and Li Changxian all being connected. And Qi Bo was the one orchestrating the game. Or perhaps he was not the only player, as Qianchi and the old man must surely be privy to something. Otherwise, with their temperament, they would have dismantled the East Palace long ago, now waiting for him to resolve the situation. Moreover, who the enemy was and their identity, they provided no hints whatsoever, merely waiting for them to uncover the truth. The key issue is it really wise to push Li Changxian into the spotlight like this? The game had begun, yet they failed to notify him. How was he supposed to play his part? When did I ever let you? Your highness, please step back. One of the guards stood directly in front of Li Changxian, his hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. It seemed that should they advance any further, he would instantly draw it, and Qi Bo and the others observed with caution. Dooku. Li Changxian was even more bewildered. When did Dooku arrive, and how did he get here? Hadn't he said he didn't want any guards following him when he left? How could Dooku be here, and so quickly at that? What are you doing here? Hearing the crown prince's question, Dooku's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze shifted, unable to meet Li Changxian's eyes. I am here to protect your highness. Shi Shuo watched the unfolding drama with a smirk. It truly was a splendid performance. Observing the stage, once the three of them were present, the show could commence. Throughout the scene, there were various characters getting into the act. However, Dooku's behavior was somewhat peculiar, his eyes darting about, clearly having something to hide. The crucial point was as soon as he entered, his first words were about protecting the crown prince, while Li Shimin and the others were entirely overlooked. It was as if he feared his undisclosed actions would be revealed to Li Changxian. Unknowingly, they had become mere spectators, while he and Li Changxian became the main actors in the play. This was truly becoming increasingly interesting. Moreover, the number of onlookers in the tavern was growing. I do not recall when I blocked your highness' path. I merely run a small tavern with no standing in the court. Furthermore, I am just a county marquis. Compared to the exalted crown prince, there is a vast chasm between us. If anyone were to obstruct the path of the crown prince, it should be the king of Wei. What does it have to do with me, Shi Shuo? Could it be that a mere county marquis like me could inherit the throne? Shi Shuo chuckled, feeling no guilt for placing the blame on King Li Tai, but rather found it quite fitting. In this world, there was nothing Shi Shuo could not shift the blame onto. Now it was Li Tai's turn to be bewildered. As a spectator, the blame fell from the sky. If he acknowledged Shi Shuo's words, he would not see the sunrise again. The ball had been kicked, while leaving Li Tai in a predicament. Shi Shuo, are you being polite? Originally, Li Changxian wanted to explain something to Shi Shuo upon hearing his words, but how long had it been since the blame had shifted to Li Tai? Now explaining would be wrong, and not explaining would also be wrong. The power struggle among the princes was hidden in the shadows, now laid bare by Shi Shuo. If one were to say that his relationship with Li Tai was poor tonight, their father would lock them both up together. Yet if one were to claim they had a good relationship, he detested the fat man Li Tai. It was to the extent that he did not want to acknowledge any relationship between them. Shi Shuo's words had directly nailed them to the table, plunging them into a dire situation, which was quite clever. Li Shimin glanced back and forth between his two sons, then looked at Shi Shuo, realizing that this young man was not only had he extricated himself completely, but he could also instigate conflict among others. This blame was deftly shifted, not just well, but exceptionally so. So well, in fact, that he could discern that his sons had commenced infighting. It seemed that Shi Shuo harbored ambitions as well if he truly engaged in the struggle among the princes, not just his 2 sons, but all his children combined. Perhaps for him it was merely a form of amusement. It appeared he needed to have a serious discussion with them tonight. Please your highness understand that the East House truly lacks the identity to contend with you. It will never obstruct your path in this lifetime. Chibo observed that the performance had reached its peak. It was time for him to make his entrance. As if this play were to conclude like this, their subsequent plans would be in vain. Upon hearing Chibo's voice, everyone finally regained their senses. Who could have anticipated that Chibo would dare to speak at this moment? Li Chengxian was nearly driven mad. This group kept interrupting him, and while he wanted to explain, he found himself unable to do so. If it were just Shi Shuo who had pressed him, any explanation would have been a mistake. Li Chengxian pushed Du Ku aside, glaring at Chibo, gritting his teeth, and saying, "You slander me at will. When did this crown prince ever come here? When did I ever threaten you? When did I say those words?" Shi Shuo observed the enraged Li Chengxian desperately, trying to suppress his laughter. This performance was simply too entertaining. It was akin to the feeling of being wrong in everything one said to their girlfriend. Look, he had pushed this child to the brink of wanting to hit someone. It made him reluctant to continue this act. Chibo glanced at Duke, seemingly recalling something, appearing as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. Li Chengxian, seeing his indecisive demeanor, was completely infuriated. "Hurry up and say it. When did this prince come here? You haven't come, but this esteemed person has arrived." Chibo looked at Duku as if he had taken a tranquilizer. No matter how Duku glared at him, he remained unfazed, completely different from his earlier self. He said he came with a decree from His Highness demanding us to move out within 3 days, and that the owner cannot practice medicine, along with 100,000 coins for the East Palace. By the way, he also wants to supervise our execution of this order and expects us to serve him unconditionally while having 2 tables of food prepared. If His Highness doesn't believe it, he can check the 2nd floor private room. Li Chengxian looked at Du Ku in disbelief. When did he order this? He unexpectedly executed it without prior notice, cutting off his escape route. Now it was Du Ku who found himself in a dire situation. Even if the prince let him go and didn't hold him accountable for his actions, what about Shi Shuo? He ordered 2 tables of food and threatened his people. With his character of seeking revenge, he definitely wouldn't let Du Ku off the hook. Moreover, if this reached Wei Wang's ears, his future would be even more difficult. Didn't that person say that Shi Shuo wouldn't be back today? He not only returned, but brought the prince with him. How was he supposed to explain this, claiming it was all a misunderstanding? Regardless of whether they believed it or not, Shi Shuo would definitely not let him go. TSK tisk, I didn't expect Lord Du to have such great authority. Du Ku felt a chill down his spine upon hearing that voice. How could Wei Wang be here? When did he arrive? Why didn't he notice? Du Ku turned to look at Li Tai, only to find that Li Shimin was also present, and he felt utterly cold. So Wei Wang is here as well. This establishment is truly flourishing. Shi Shuo spoke respectful words, but his eyes were filled with mockery, completely lacking any sense of welcome. This illustrated what it meant to speak without sincerity. Listening to this, Du Ku's legs went weak, and he knelt directly on the ground. Li Tai felt he shouldn't have spoken. Every time he opened his mouth, Shi Shuo would seize the opportunity. If he had known, he wouldn't have come and faced him. Otherwise, he always felt an invisible pressure standing across from him. What you say is incorrect. Who in Chang'an doesn't know that the divine doctor has the ability to bring the dead back to life? I, Li Tai, am but a speck of dust. How dare I compete with the bright moon? Shi Shuo raised an eyebrow, wondering if Li Tai thought he was in league with Li Chengxian and was deliberately targeting him. I am merely a newly appointed small county lord. Wei Wang is truly overestimating me. I cannot bear the title of bringing the dead back to life. The divine doctor is being too humble. To be able to cure so many difficult and complicated illnesses, saying you can bring the dead back to life is not an exaggeration at all. Li Tai smiled, retorting Shi Shuo with one statement after another. Since he was not from his camp, he would not let. Didn't the emperor want him to recognize his roots? Then he might as well create another enemy. He would let him know what was truly impossible. What it meant to obey. What it meant to submit. Shi Shuo looked at the provocation in his eyes, gripping the teacup tightly. Was he treating him like a soft persimmon, easily squeezed? Li Tai, I advise you to not be so ambitious. If you dare to touch my belongings, I will personally push you off your pedestal. After all, my people and my things are only my responsibility. Since you're just dust, then act like dust. Otherwise, you might end up with nothing. And you lot, why are you kneeling there? Hurry and help Lord Du up, and also go to the Du family to collect the debts while delivering the items Lord Du ordered. Seeing this, Li Tai clenched his fists tightly. This person wouldn't even give face to the emperor when he was present. A mere shopkeeper was becoming increasingly arrogant just because the emperor frequented here. The divine doctor is joking. I, Li Tai, am merely a prince. In the future, we might become brothers. It's only right to treat each other with respect. Is that so? Then I hope you remember this statement when the time comes. Shi Shuo noticed the malice in his eyes. He was certain that Li Tai was involved, but his position was not significant. At most, he would reveal information that either he or the emperor was absent. There was another unseen mastermind behind this, or perhaps more than one. Let's see who else dares to jump out. However, this person was not hard to guess. Recently he had offended Zhang he terribly, and he was just waiting for an opportunity to finish him off. If he said he wasn't involved, he really wouldn't believe it. The two waiters heard Shi Shuo's orders and moved forward to pull Dooku up. Two others went upstairs to pack all the items he ordered. Watching them come down holding two food boxes, Shi Shuo was somewhat shocked. Dooku truly flaunted his authority. Not only was Shi Shuo shocked, but these two food boxes also stunned Shimin and the others. The food boxes from the Divine Doctor's restaurant were indeed very large. It was said that one layer could hold 4 dishes, one food box contained 12 dishes, and 4 boxes made 48 dishes. He was eating better than even Shimin. Qianchi's legs went soft, nearly kneeling down. 48 dishes costing dozens of coins, more than his monthly allowance as a prince. Why does this restaurant make so much money? Just based on his menu having over 100 dishes, some of which even commoners could afford. The total cost of the menu would be at least 100 coins. Even if business was bad, Shi Shuo could still afford it. He didn't believe that Dooku came here to show off, and only ordered. The waiter brought the dishes to Dooku, a smile on his face and a very respectful attitude. It had been over 2 months since the last tip from the shopkeeper. Today, they could earn so much at once. The shopkeeper would definitely give a reward. How could the attitude not be respectful? Especially since Shi Shuo had returned, their backup was back, which made them bolder. Lord, the total here is 47 coins, and there are still 4 soups costing 10 coins. Do you want anything else? Also, we have a new dish in the shop called cake costing 50 coins, each not expensive, and it tastes delicious. Moreover, we also have ice cream, which is chilled and quite delicious, only 30 coins. We also have spicy strips. They are very enjoyable to eat, only 10 coins. Everyone looked at him, each taking turns speaking about things they had never seen or eaten before, but it was certain that this was the only place in the world. Seeing how excited the customers upstairs were, Shi Shuo couldn't help but smile. He had to thank Dooku, otherwise he would have been worried about whether to find those noble ladies for help. Later, our shop will give a portion to all the regular customers, limited to today. Upon hearing this, some customers began to applaud, excited about the new offerings. Good. The Crown Prince glanced at Dooku, whose heart was as dead as ash, then turned to Shi Shuo, taking a deep breath. Although Dooku had betrayed him, he was still his subordinate, and he had to save him. Shi Shuo, there's no need for the remaining soup. They'll have the due manor. Send the 47 guan over, and let these 2 waiters deliver the items to the due manor as well. All right. Shi Shuo did not want to put Li Chang'an in a difficult position. Since Li Chang'an did not provoke him, there was no need for him to target him. Offending people was not his intention. Thus he had to give Li Chang'an this face both publicly and privately. Upon hearing his agreement, Li Chang'an sighed in relief, fearing that Shi Shuo would continue speaking. Thank you. Li Chang'an pulled Dooku up and slightly bowed to Li Shimin, who nodded at him, and then he left. Chibo watched the people leave and stood up, instructing the waiters to serve fresh dishes to the old customers. After all, Shi Shuo had spoken, and he could not really lose face. The customers, seeing the show was over, returned to their seats, eating the fresh dishes that were served. Who on earth could have involved? Li Shimin observed Shi Shuo's calm demeanor and was certain that Shi Shuo had guessed something. Upon hearing the question, Shi Shuo looked at Li Shimin, revealing a faint smile. Would seem the emperor was not foolish after all, having figured this out. I have a rough idea of the person behind the scenes, but I didn't expect it to be you, Wang Wei. You actually got involved and are on the opposing side. Shi Shuo looked at Li Tai with a smirk. It's a pity that your plan seems to have failed. Li Tai's eyes were filled with terror, feeling very uneasy. He had been absent yesterday, hadn't he? How did he know? I don't know what you're talking about. As long as he did not admit it, Shi Shuo had no evidence. Oh, what could he do? Li Shimin glanced at Li Tai, clenching his fists, desperately suppressing his anger. Although Shi Shuo's words could sometimes not be trusted, he had never deceived anyone, so he believed what Shi Shuo said. Is that so? Then I hope you never find out. If there's a next time, I will be waiting for you in the abyss. Shi Shuo couldn't be bothered to argue with him. At most, he had exposed Li Shimin's movements. The key was that he was still part of Li Shimin's direct lineage. No matter how angry Li Shimin got, he would not really punish him. There was no need for him to waste time fighting over right or wrong. Therefore, it was truly good to be reborn. With a good birth, no matter what he did, there would always be someone to support him. Who was the person behind the arrangements? Li Shimin's tone was filled with anger. He feared that he would lose his temper at Shi Shuo. If he lost his temper here, Shi Shuo would definitely settle the score with him. He couldn't even take out 10 guan, let alone 1. That wasn't enough for Shi Shuo's extortion. Zhang. Only he had the guts to do this, otherwise who would dare to raise bandits outside Chang'an and keep his portrait, albeit a little ugly, but it was indeed him. At first they really did not know who he was, yet they called him young master. It did not seem like a coincidence. After all, Zhang, he was a noble from the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families. How could he let go of such humiliation? Unfortunately, he underestimated the greed of those bandits and overestimated Shi Shuo's capability. Li Shimin nodded, acknowledging him, then pulled Li Tai up. Li Ji, you stay here for now and do whatever he asks you to do, and come back in a while. After Li Shimin left, only Shi Shuo and Li Ji were left staring at each other with no words to say. Shi Shuo rubbed his nose. He had just offended the little girl, and he wondered if she would hold it against him. Li Ji did not dare to speak because she felt that Shi Shuo was too fierce. Not only had he driven her 2 brothers away, but even her father had a dark expression. But her ice cream was finished and the taste lingered in her mind. Can I have another ice cream? Shi Shuo looked at the ice cream in front of him and directly pushed it towards her. Go ahead and eat. Since the girl had spoken, it would be wrong for him to keep a cold face. Everyone says you are my royal brother, so you are my royal brother, right? I suppose so. Shi Shuo thought for a long time before giving her such an uncertain answer. At least this body was, but his soul was not. What do you mean by I suppose? I have died once. That was a heart-wrenching death, so I am and I am not. Shi Shuo recalled that explosion. He only felt a powerful impact on his body, but in the last moment he did not die. Instead, he saw his parents running towards him, their faces filled with tears and seemingly filled with regret. In that moment he knew he had let go. If he wanted to live, it was not impossible. It was just that he recalled what they had said to him and lacked the courage to live with them. He used his last ounce of strength to commit suicide, declaring his own death. Li Ji looked at his back and felt that it seemed very desolate, as if he had been standing there for a long time. Li Ji ran over without any hesitation, grabbing his hand. What should we do next? Shi Shuo was taken aback, looking at her in confusion. What do you mean? Isn't it what father said? Whatever you do, I will do too. All right then, follow me. Shi Shuo helplessly rubbed his forehead. He knew that Shimin had definitely intended to leave the girl with him. When did he become a babysitter? Li Ji looked at the bags of yellow fruits, her eyes lighting up. What kind of fruit is this? Golden mangosteen. Shi Shuo filled a basin with water, took several baskets, and found a small knife to come over. Since you want to help wash the fruits first, and I will go get a spoon. Okay. Li Ji excitedly washed the fruits one by one. Shi Shuo walked to the kitchen only to remember that he hadn't taught her how to wash them. Great, he had to wash them again. Forget it, just let her eat, it saves me from the trouble. Shi Shuo simply took another bowl back. When he saw Li Ji tossing the fruits in after touching them, he knew what was going on. These kids had never done any work. They were not as good as Chen Chumo and the others. He had misjudged her. Go wash your hands and bring 2 chairs and a table over. Find Shi Bo, he will help you. Oh. Li Ji watched as Shi Shuo poured all the fruits she had just washed back, realizing she had made a mistake. He didn't want her to touch them anymore. Shi Shuo glanced at her, but said nothing, letting her figure it out herself while he continued with his work. Can I pack this fruit flesh back for my mother to eat? Shi Shuo discovered that this little friend had an unusual number of questions, asking him what this was, for how the tavern was opened, and how to make money. He was practically treated like a walking encyclopedia, and he was almost going mad. Even food couldn't keep her mouth shut. Empress Chang'an not at ease with Li Lizzie chose to leave her at the tavern, while Li Shimin took Li Tai back to the palace. It wasn't that she was worried about her safety, as Shi Shuo was skilled in martial arts. She was more concerned about Li Lizzie. Shi Shuo was also particularly lazy, being reliable in a way that was quite unreliable. She feared that in order to avoid trouble, Shi Shuo might just throw Li Lizzie out of the tavern. She believed that Shi Shuo could definitely do such a thing regardless of whether the other party was a girl. To her surprise, as soon as she walked to the backyard, she saw Li Lizzie quietly arranging something while Shi Shuo was working beside her. He would do one, and Li Lizzie would set one up. As long as they could get along well, she was just afraid they couldn't. Empress Chang'an looked at the golden fruit. She had tasted this before, and it was particularly astringent, making her wonder what Shi Shuo was doing with it. Yet there was so much more behind it. Li Lizzie saw Empress Chang'an and excitedly ran over with a bowl of fruit flesh, saying, "Mother, brother Shi Shuo said this can be used to cook fish and is especially delicious. Try this, it's particularly sweet and delicious. I even prepared some to take back for you, but I didn't expect you to come over." Shi Shuo, seeing her arrive, could only pause his work. Empress Chang'an smiled, but hearing Shi Shuo call her, that made her heart feel a bit heavy. At least Shi Shuo, if you're busy, keep doing your thing. I just came to check if Lizzie was causing trouble. Oh, okay. Shi Shuo nodded and continued his work, ignoring everything else, otherwise he would have been confused by Li Lizzie's endless questions. "Mother, you should try it," Li Lizzie said sweetly to Empress Chang'an, her eyes filled with longing. Empress Chang'an patted her head and took the bowl from her hand. "All right, mother, we'll try it now." After tasting a bite, Empress Chang'an found it really quite sweet. "This is the flesh from that fruit, isn't it?" "Yeah." Li Lizzie was particularly excited to hear she could answer one question correctly, especially since Shi Shuo had just thrown a question at her that she had no idea how to answer. Brother Shi Shuo said the flesh inside this fruit can be eaten directly, while the skin has to be pickled and cooked. "Mother, why is the earth round?" Empress Chang'an was also taken aback by this question. "What is the earth? Who asked you this question?" "Brother Shi Shuo asked me if I knew why the earth is round." Empress Chang'an realized that Shi Shuo probably found Lizzie too noisy and deliberately tossed a question to her to keep her occupied. But how could she respond when she didn't even know what the earth was? Shi Shuo's question not only stumped Lizzie, but left her speechless as well. "Sure, what is the earth? And why is it round?" Shi Shuo sighed. He had asked the question, but now he had to answer. "It's simple. The earth refers to these land masses, oceans, and atmosphere collectively. As for why it's round, a sphere is inherently round." Empress Chang'an listened, even more confused. She didn't understand the earlier part, but she did grasp the answer. The sphere is round. You heard that, Brother Shi Shuo said. It's because the sphere is round. Next time when someone asks you, don't forget, okay? Alright. Empress Chang'an placed the bowl in her hands. You eat by yourself, or I'll go help Brother Shi Shuo. Young master, I'm back. Xiao Tong placed a box on her head and hurriedly ran over to Shi Shuo, presenting the box to him like a treasure. This is the money I earned over the past 10 days. I've exchanged it all for golden leaves. It seems you're quite capable. From now on, collecting debts in Chang'an will be entrusted to you. Shi Shuo casually flipped through the account book, nodded in satisfaction, and placed the prepared fruit flesh in front of him. Here, this is a reward for you. Tomorrow go to Qibo to collect the money, buy whatever you want. Okay. Xiao Tong took the fruit flesh, particularly moved. Her young master finally rewarded her with something else. It's just that the young master always gave money, and at first everyone in Chang'an said he was a prodigal son. Over time, everyone knew that the young master was so poor that he was left with nothing but money. Even Xiao Tong's original task was to follow the young master to earn a dowry. After these years, she had almost earned 100 guan, enough to buy a house in Chang'an. As for the young master, perhaps only Qibo knew how much he had. The young master himself might not even know. Anyway, the money the young master could spend, he could earn back. Li Lizzie watched as Shi Shuo treated Xiao Tong so well, feeling a bit jealous. She had accompanied him for an entire afternoon, yet he acted indifferent. After all, she was his own sister. Why the different treatment? Li Lizzie was somewhat annoyed and walked directly to Xiao Tong's side. Brother Shi Shuo, how much did you reward her? Of course, the young master's reward is 5 guan of money, Xiao Tong said, looking at Li Lizzie in surprise for not knowing this. But my monthly salary is only 2 guan, so the reward was a bit more this time. Li Lizzie's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 guan. It was actually 3 guan more than her monthly salary, and this was just the reward, not including the monthly salary. Yes, Brother Shi Shuo is so nice. Xiao Tong looked at her astonished expression, a bit confused. Didn't the whole Chang'an know about this? But it was only the people in this tavern who could earn money, because those who worked in this tavern had been enjoying these benefits since they started following the young master 5 years ago. As for the others, that was up to Qibo. So besides the young master, who was unreliable, yet somehow reliable, their anchor was Qibo. The reason for saying that their young master was unreliable was because he was hands-off. He didn't manage affairs, goods, or people, allowing them to act on their own. If anything happened, their young master was worth 10 of them. Empress Chang'an was still quite shocked to hear this number. She had previously heard that Shi Shuo was nicknamed the prodigal son. Because those who worked in this tavern had high monthly salaries, it now seemed that Shi Shuo was truly poor, leaving him with nothing but money. How long have you been working here? Empress Chang'an led the dazed Li Lizzie back to the palace. Looking at the gloomy Li Lizzie, Li Shimin felt puzzled. After all, she had only spent an afternoon with Shi Shuo, so why was she unhappy? What's wrong with my Chang'lo? Why aren't you happy? Did Shi Shuo bully you? It's not that, it's just that I've been hit hard. Chang'an Empress smiled helplessly. Who would have thought that even a little servant around Shi Shuo could be so wealthy? Hit hard. What did you get hit hard by, eh? Li Shimin recalled the report from the money shop and frowned slightly. But today I heard that the little Tong beside Shi Shuo exchanged for gold leaves worth 50,000 guan. Upon hearing this name, Li Lizzie slumped onto the table. Empress Chang'an remembered how the little Tong had proudly presented that box to Shi Shuo, and she had thought it would be only a few thousand guan, but unexpectedly it turned out to be 50,000 guan. He's quite bold, isn't he? But his skills are also quite decent. If he weren't still young and his enemies hadn't used tranquilizers, he would have escaped long ago. He's also quite good at counting. I heard that he made the people from the money shop count it again in front of him before taking it away. Not a single coin more, not a single coin less. Does your majesty know who has hit our Chang'lo hard? Who? It's that little Tong. Shi Shuo rewards him with 5 guan, not including the monthly silver. The key point is that our Chang'lo lost when competing against him. Li Shimin's lips twitched fiercely. The calculations of the guanyin made were second to none, so Li's calculations should not be bad, yet she still lost. It seems that there are indeed outstanding talents around Shi Shuo. Should he recruit 2 of them? The first one he should recruit is definitely this little Tong. After all, if he could not deal with Shi Shuo, he could at least dominate the restaurant with just one of them. Losing is losing, each has their strengths. My Chang'lo still has many merits. Li Shimin could only comfort her. After all, he couldn't just go and push that kid down, or else Shi Shuo might push him. That kid's strength is too formidable. Even when he was strong back, then he wouldn't have been able to rival him. Although that kid seems terribly lazy, he can take a life with just one move. Brother Shi Shuo said that apart from eating, I can't do anything else, boo-hoo. As Li Lizzie recalled the last words Shi Shuo said to her, she couldn't help but cry. Li Shimin. Does this kid not know how to say something nice? It's like giving a date while simultaneously slapping her. How am I supposed to comfort her? Chang'lo, don't cry. Tomorrow father will take you to settle the score with him. Upon hearing that they would go settle the score tomorrow, Li Lizzie cried even harder. She thought for a long time and couldn't find a trace of her having helped out. Because throughout the afternoon it seemed she really hadn't accomplished anything besides eating. Even arranging the fruit meat was taught to her by Brother Shi Shuo for quite a while. I don't want to settle the score with them anymore. Empress Chang'an watched nearby, smiling helplessly. Shi Shuo had indeed made Lizzie obedient. If this were before, Lizzie would have already taken the prince to find someone to settle the score, but now she didn't dare to, which was come eat the fruit meat. This was made by your brother Shi Shuo after much effort. Restaurant Shi Shuo Chibo, Shi Juanza, and Qianchi sat there. Shi Shuo lifted his teacup, a teasing smile on his face. Now tell me, what kind of trap did you set up? Aren't you afraid that Li Shimin will get angry and send you all to your deaths? It's because your movements are too slow. The Zhang family is getting more and more arrogant. Qianchi recalled that someone had told him the Zhang family was raising a group of bandits outside the city waiting for Shi Shuo to fall into their trap, which made him furious. Coincidentally, Shi Shuo had even left the city himself. He wasn't worried about Shi Shuo, but about that bandit den being destroyed by him. What a good idea that would be. After thinking it over, he decided to dismantle the Zhang family, but the elder and Chibo blocked him. They used a crafty scheme that not only lured Shi Shuo into the trap, but also directly suppressed the Zhang family. However, he felt quite displeased about not being able to take action himself. Don't worry, Li Shimin won't touch the restaurant out of respect for you, didn't you say so? However, he felt quite displeased about not being able to take action himself. Don't worry, Li Shimin won't touch the restaurant out of respect for you, didn't you say so? When Shi Juanza thought of Li Tai's silly appearance, he couldn't help but admire him. Not only was he well hidden, but he also played the role well. If he were in another era, he would surely take a small golden idol. According to Li Shimin's methods, at most he would impose a penalty on his salary, or keep him in close confinement. He wouldn't do anything drastic. But I don't know how long the Zhang family will last. If you attack them in official circles, they will die faster. It's a pity you don't have connections in the officialdom. Then let's just wait it out. With my current financial resources, I can wait for 10 or 20 years, but the Zhang family doesn't have that capability. As Shi Shuo thought of the glimmering gold leaves in his little treasury, his smile deepened. In 10 years, the situation could change drastically. If Shi Shuo could endure, could the Zhang family? If he just stayed put, how would Shi Shuo move against him? If he has to blame someone, he should blame that greedy heart for causing his own demise. But I wonder if Li Shimin will consider the 5 prominent families and 7 esteemed clans and refrain from taking action. After all, Li Shimin appears ruthless, but in reality, he has much hesitation. Otherwise, the 5 prominent families and 7 esteemed clans wouldn't have fallen to Wu Zetian. I don't know, but if he misses this opportunity, then it will be up to us. Qianchi fiddled with the ring on his hand. After all, he was also a king of the underworld. It wouldn't be right for him to just sit there while his brother was bullied right in front of him. After all, he was also Shi Shuo's shadow. Shi Shuo had dismantled the bandit den, so he should at least dismantle the Zhang family to even the score. Princess Gao Yang was startled by the voice behind her. Considering you are helping me, I won't hold it against you for plotting against me this time, but this is the last time. Shi Shuo, are you joking? Upon hearing this, Qianchi inexplicably wanted to laugh. Would he care about whether he was plotted against? Unless the sun rises from the west and time flows backward, he wouldn't believe that Shi Shuo would care about such things. Your reputation is already established, we just borrowed it for a bit. Besides, for you the process is just like letting out a fart, you only care about the result. Shi Shuo shot him a cold glance. Oh, was this something he cared about? Early in the morning, Li Lizzie and Empress Chang'an arrived at the tavern, while Xiao Tong had just received his payment from Chibo when they blocked his way. Is there something you want, madam and miss? Xiao Tong looked confused. It seemed he had not offended them, so why were they blocked? Besides, given their status, he wouldn't dare offend them, would he? Don't go shopping, I'll take you to the palace. How about that? Li Lizzie thought all night. Since he was so wealthy, she decided not to let him spend money, and instead show him the palace to demonstrate that she, Li Lizzie, was also quite wealthy. The palace is a sacred place, I'm just a commoner, so it's not appropriate for me to go there. The young master said that the harem is full of noble ladies. If I offend any of them, I might not see tomorrow's sun. Absolutely not going. What are you afraid of with me around? Li Lizzie couldn't understand. Was the palace really that? Empress Chang'an didn't expect Xiao Tong to know such things, and it was actually Shi Shuo who told him. It seemed Shi Shuo knew quite a bit. Anyway, what the young master says is never wrong. I'm just not going. The young master said that frequent visits to that place can make one foolish. Li Lizzie, Empress Chang'an. Shi Shuo's words really offended everyone in the palace. Empress Chang'an immediately covered his mouth. You can't say such things in the future, it will bring trouble to your brother. Hearing this, Xiao Tong finally reacted and covered his mouth, nodding vigorously. Li Lizzie seized the opportunity to drag him out and led him to the carriage. In the palace, Xiao Tong stared at the flowers in the imperial garden, his eyes wide. Wow, this place is so beautiful, it rivals Shi Shuo's mansion. Li Lizzie looked at him in confusion. Hasn't Shi Shuo always lived in the tavern? Does he have a mansion? Of course, Shi Shuo's mansion is huge, filled with many beautiful flowers. But usually Chibo takes people to take care of it. Shi Shuo generally doesn't go back unless there's nothing going on. Xiao Tong was particularly excited when he talked about that big mansion. He hoped that one day he could also own a mansion like that. Oh, where did this country bumpkin come from, looking so naive? Xiao Tong was stunned when he heard this. Or were they talking about? But the statement wasn't wrong. He indeed came from the countryside. Gao Yang, mind your words. Li Lizzie looked at the approaching girl with displeasure. After all, this was someone she brought along. When did it become her place to point fingers? When it came to winning the emperor's favor, she was the emperor's favorite child. The emperor merely gifted her something and began to look down on everyone, truly thinking herself superior, bullying the palace maids. Sister, I just wanted to see who the clueless one is coming into my imperial garden and touching things at will. How can you? Upon hearing Li Lizzie's words, Gao Yang pretended to wipe her tears with a handkerchief. Xiao Tong watched her exaggerated performance mouth agape. It was truly an eyesore. He would rather go back to see his young master. Although he liked sitting there drinking tea, just watching was quite nice. Li Lizzie glared at her, ready to say something, but Xiao Tong pulled her back. Let's go, I'll take you to see the flowers at the young master's place, and we can fish in his pond and enjoy some grilled fish. Li Lizzie brought him here to play with good intentions. He originally wanted to find a place to fish and have something delicious, spending the whole day having fun. Since they couldn't play here, they could just change places. Ooh, why get tangled up with it? He must listen to the young master more in the future and never come to the palace again. This place is a man-eater. Stop right there. Gao Yang, seeing them about to leave, dropped the act. Wasn't he just a country bumpkin from the outside? Not even bowing was fine, but now he even dared to ignore her. Did she really think of herself as a decoration? What do you want? Xiao Tong frowned. Did she think that just because she was a princess she could move him? Gao Yang, seeing Xiao Tong's attitude, was immediately angered and without thinking slapped him. Xiao Tong let go of Li Lizzie, grabbed her hand, and forcefully pushed her away. The palace maids rushed in to help her up as they watched her fall. Gao Yang slapped someone, and the face of the nearest palace maid instantly swelled up. Did you not see him bullying this princess? Hurry up and capture him for this princess. Seeing this, Xiao Tong immediately pushed Li Lizzie aside. Don't come over, I can handle it myself. Li Lizzie looked at Xiao Tong, surrounded by so many people, her face filled with worry. Gao Yang immediately let those people go, otherwise you can wait for Mother Empress to punish you. Gao Yang looked at Xiao Tong, surrounded by so many people, with disdain, her eyes filled with malice, seemingly imagining the tragic fate of the person in front of her. This is the consequence of opposing this princess. Oh, go after him and take him down. Upon hearing her command, the people moved on Xiao Tong without hesitation. So this is what happens when a princess is enraged. Ooh, I have indeed witnessed it. Princess Gao Yang was startled by the voice behind her. Just as she was about to turn around to see who it was, she was covered by someone from behind and lifted up. She could only use her hands to struggle against that large hand, crying out muffled sounds, hoping someone would come to her rescue. After Xiao Tong knocked down all the palace maids, he glanced at the spot where Gao Yang had just stood, realizing she had disappeared, frowning. Did she run away because she was afraid of him? Li Lizzie, seeing that Xiao Tong was fine, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly worried about Xiao Tong getting into trouble in the palace and not being able to explain to her brother. After all, he was the one she brought. If something happened, regardless of the reason, her responsibility would be the greatest. Shi Shuo, put her down. Li Lizzie and Xiao Tong were taken aback, then turned to look towards the lakeside, realizing that Gao Yang had disappeared because Shi Shuo had arrived. He conveniently brought her to the lakeside, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was about to throw her into the lake. Shi Shuo pinched her waist, leaning close to her ear, and said, Your Highness, this young master has dropped something in the lake. I would trouble you to fish it out for me. Hearing this, Gao Yang felt a wave of fear and immediately shouted, Father Emperor, save me. After she finished shouting, Shi Shuo kicked her into the lake. Li Lizzie watched this scene, her eyes wide. Was her brother's courage too great, daring to throw someone into the lake in front of the emperor? However, for some reason, watching this scene, she felt quite pleased inside. After Shi Shuo kicked someone into the lake, he grabbed Xiao Tong and ran away with Li Lizzie. Looking at the words Imperial Kitchen, Shi Shuo tilted his head, appearing quite conflicted. Then he turned to Li Lizzie and smiled slightly. Chang'an, take us inside and just drive those people out to the entrance. Li Lizzie looked at that smile, cold sweat beginning to form on her forehead, and couldn't help but take a step back. She could sense that even if she didn't agree, Shi Shuo would still barge in. Moreover, that gaze did not allow her to refuse, so it was better to agree to him to avoid more trouble later. Alright, but what do you want to do? I kicked that Princess Gao Yang into the lake, so I need to give some compensation, Shi Shuo said with a smile as he walked into the Imperial Kitchen. Xiao Tong looked at that smile and couldn't help but sweat. Every time their young master did something bad, he would smile so deviously. Princess Gao Yang would definitely suffer for a while, if not die. Chang'an looked at Shi Shuo actually cooking and felt it was unbelievable, yet the delicious aroma made her unable to resist drooling. Shi Shuo Gige's cooking smells so good, I want to go have a taste. Xiao Tong pulled her back, a face full of difficulty. I think it's best if you don't go near there. Why not? Chang'an was quite puzzled. At first she thought Shi Shuo had come to cause trouble, but she really didn't expect him to not only not cause trouble, but to actually cook. It was clear at a glance that he was genuinely compensating Princess Gao Yang. You'll know when the time comes. Anyway, it's best not to eat the dishes made by the young master right now. Xiao Tong remembered when they first opened the restaurant, the young master had cooked once, and it was for the enemy. After they ate, it wasn't long before they felt weak. So the young master's cooking depended on who it was for. This Gao Yang might not share the same fate as that person, but the effect wouldn't be much different. How pitiful. The drooling ones were also the cabinets in the Imperial Kitchen that had been driven outside. It was their first time smelling such delicious food. If not for Princess Chang'an being here, they would have long run in to taste it. The aroma truly made them unable to resist. Shi Shuo brought 2 dishes to them. Quick, go serve me some rice. Xiao Tong snapped back to reality and immediately ran to the side to serve 3 bowls of rice. Li Lizzie looked eagerly at the pot of soup, swallowing hard. What about the soup? Aren't you going to drink it? That's for Princess Gaoyang. Shi Shuo picked up chopsticks and casually ate a couple of bites, feeling quite satisfied with the dishes he made. The maid of Princess Gaoyang walked into the imperial kitchen with an arrogant expression, ready to explode with anger, but upon seeing Shi Shuo, Xiao Tong, and Princess Chang, she instantly dared not say a word. She could only secretly grab the pot of soup that had been stewed on the side and quickly slip away. Shi Shuo glanced at her, the corners of his mouth curling up, saying nothing and pretending not to see. After a while, Shi Shuo looked at them both, who had eaten nearly enough, and said, Chang Lu, take me to where Gaoyang is staying. Li Lizzie thought Shi Shuo was going to deliver the soup to Gaoyang, but when she turned around, she found the pot of soup was gone, looking completely bewildered. Where's the soup? Someone help me deliver it to Princess Gaoyang. As for whether that person would sneak a drink on the way, he didn't care. He was only thinking about delivering the next item to her hands. Oh, father, that person is simply too bad. He actually threw someone into the lake. You have to teach him a lesson for me, sob sob. Gaoyang clung to Li Shimin, looking at him with tear-streaked cheeks. Li Shimin originally intended to teach Gaoyang a lesson, but seeing her like this, he found it hard to speak harshly. However, if he dared to teach Shi Shuo a lesson tomorrow, Shi Shuo would definitely retaliate. Would he dare to move against him? Although Shi Shuo was indeed a bit excessive, Gaoyang actually dared to ignore Chang Lu and even let someone hit Xiao Tong. If Shi Shuo hadn't considered that she was still a child, he would have long since dealt with her. Gaoyang, your father hopes you can restrain your temper. If you dare to lay a finger on him again, next time your father may not punish you, but Shi Shuo will not let you off. As for teaching him a lesson, I think it's better to let it go. This matter was originally your fault, and he was just letting off steam. Gaoyang looked at Li Shimin in disbelief. She was the most beloved child of her father, yet he was actually speaking for. Is this still the father who loves her? Father, I am your child. That Shi Shuo is just an outsider. Why should? Because he is also my child, your brother. Li Shimin interrupted her directly. He realized this child was truly becoming more rebellious. If you continue to trouble him, let me know when you're dead. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he directly waved his sleeve and left, too lazy to listen to her fabricating stories. Did she really think he was blind, still trying to deceive him? Shi Shuo's strength was indeed terrifying. His speed was something even he couldn't keep up with. In just a few breaths, he was behind Gaoyang. Now he was quite curious about what kind of background that teacher of his had to be able to teach Shi Shuo and even make him obedient. Gaoyang watched Li Shimin's back, clenching her fists tightly. She was a princess, a high and mighty princess, and that Shi Shuo was merely a commoner. How could he be compared with her? The more Gaoyang thought about it, the angrier she became. She initially wanted to vent her frustrations on those palace maids, but upon smelling a delicious aroma, she immediately glared at one of the maids. Bring it over here. This princess wants to eat. Shi Shuo saw Li Shimin coming over and immediately pulled Xiao Tong, while Li Lizzie hid to the side. After all, if he was going to do something bad, he couldn't let Li Shimin see him. Seeing Li Shimin walk over angrily, Shi Shuo was filled with doubt. Did he find out that he had drugged Princess Gaoyang? Was he here to settle the score? But it didn't seem right. That direction didn't look like he was leaving the palace. It seemed he was heading towards the Empress. Why does father look so angry? Li Lizzie also looked puzzled. After all, Gaoyang was father's most beloved child. Every time Gaoyang was mentioned, father was very happy. Why did he suddenly have such a face of anger? Who knows? Maybe it's just his temper acting up. What does it mean for his temper to act up? It means. Shi Shuo suddenly remembered that this was the palace, and this wasn't good to say. If it got to Li Shimin's ears, he wouldn't be able to leave the palace today. It's better for little kids not to know. Li Lizzie's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. I'm almost getting married, while I'm not a child. Hearing this, Shi Shuo froze for a moment, suddenly feeling some sympathy for Li Lizzie. After all, historically, she died at the age of 23. She was already 13 this year, leaving only 10 years of life. Moreover, the one she was marrying was Chang's son Chong, a close relative. That child would be doomed to be unhealthy. Should he help her out? That night the palace was quite lively. In the Hall of Governance, Empress Chang'an insisted that Shi Shuo and Xiao Tong. Li Shimin even had 2 jars of daughter's red brought up, attempting to get Shi Shuo drunk to persuade Xiao Tong to join. As they drank, Shi Shuo ended up slumped over the table. Li Shimin looked on and laughed heartily. Kid, you actually have something to lose. Before Li Shimin could finish his sentence, Shi Shuo knocked him out with a swift chop. Leaning back in his chair, Shi Shuo showed no signs of intoxication as he gazed at the fallen Li Shimin, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. You should know who I am. I was once known for my ability to drink without getting drunk. With your measly 10 or 20 degrees, it's like drinking plain water. No difference at all. At that moment, a palace maid rushed over. Your Majesty, Princess Gaoyang is suffering from severe stomach pain and hopes that the emperor can attend to her. Empress Chang'an glanced at the fallen Li Shimin, took a deep breath, and decided it was best not to disturb his rest. After all, it was rare for him to sleep so early. Empress Chang'an patted Shi Shuo's shoulder. I need to go over. If you're tired, you can rest in the side hall. I understand. Shi Shuo helped Li Shimin up and tossed him onto the bed. Watching Empress Chang'an's departing figure, he felt inexplicably guilty at the thought that she might investigate the matter later. He immediately grabbed Xiao Tong, who was preparing to clear the table, and said, "Let's go, we need to leave the palace." Why? Xiao Tong was puzzled. Empress Chang'an had just said that if they were tired they could go to the side hall, which clearly indicated that they weren't allowed to leave. Are you stupid? Did you forget the soup I made? If this gets investigated, won't everyone know it was me who did it? Xiao Tong, reminded by his words, immediately dropped the dishes in her hands and grabbed Shi Shuo's sleeve as they hurriedly ran outside. Leaving the matron in disarray, it seemed that according to their implication, Princess Gang's stomach ache was caused by the medicine this young master administered. Had she been overlooked, or did they truly not regard her as an outsider? Such a big secret was carelessly let slip. The matron was both amused and exasperated, and could only summon a palace maid to clean up the dishes before seeking out Empress Chang'an. When Empress Chang'an arrived, she saw a group of imperial physicians gathered in the hall to examine Princess Gaoyang. Physicians, how is Gaoyang? Princess Gaoyang's food poses no issues. However, if one specific herb from the incense burner is combined with it, it will turn into a laxative. The person behind this is quite skilled. They simply gave Princess Gaoyang a lesson. If they wanted her dead, they wouldn't have waited for me to arrive. The physician admired the one who could use such means. With just a bite and a whiff, it instantly transformed into something else. If he hadn't studied these medicinal properties for a long time, he wouldn't have been able to diagnose what illness Princess Gaoyang had. Empress Chang'an was taken aback. In this palace, there was someone so capable. If they intended to target them, they would be completely unprepared. Immediately investigate who made this soup, who brought it, and also look into the herbs. This servant has seen the Emperor. The matron stopped the departing palace maid. There's no need for an investigation, Your Majesty. Princess Gaoyang has simply been overworked, so no one has poisoned her. Empress Chang'an frowned. She hadn't expected the matron to intervene and prevent her from investigating, and to say such things it felt like an attempt to exonerate someone. This matron was also her wet nurse. Since she had said so, it implied that she knew who was behind the scheme. Thus Empress Chang'an could only go along with it, and seal everyone's lips. Do all the physicians understand? The physicians exchanged glances. It was evident that the Empress was trying to silence them. Replying to the Empress, Princess Gaoyang has simply been overworked and will feel better after a couple of days of rest. The matron sighed in relief upon hearing the physicians' changed statements, taking out several money bags from her sleeve and handing them to each of them. Thank you for your hard work these past 2 days, esteemed physicians. Empress Chang'an walked aside with the matron, truly pondering who had poisoned Gaoyang and why the matron was so intent on suppressing the matter. What happened? It was the young master. Earlier, Princess Gaoyang bullied Xiao Tong, and the young master happened to witness it and threw Princess Gaoyang into the lake. Then the young master went to the imperial kitchen, made a pot of soup, which was delivered to her by Princess Gaoyang's personal maid. After that, the young master disappeared outside the hall for half an hour, and no one saw him. He must have added the herbs then. Empress Chang'an's frown eased. Since it was her son giving her a lesson, she couldn't interfere, but this Princess Gaoyang had actually bullied her son. It seemed that she was truly getting out of hand. Since Princess Gaoyang is so free, let's call over a few matrons to teach her some manners. She can be released once she learns. As for the Emperor, there's no need to mention it. After all, she was also someone who protected her own. She was well aware of what kind of person Gaoyang was. If it weren't for her overstepping, Shi Shuo wouldn't even know who she was. What about those 2 kids? Have they rested? The young master and the others have already left the palace, likely fearing that you would seek them out for retribution. You arrived just as they departed. The matron smiled helplessly at their speed. If they hadn't all drunk a bit, they probably would have noticed her long ago, leaving her no chance to inform them. They do run pretty fast. Empress Chang'an chuckled. Everyone knew that Shi Shuo was someone who never panicked in a crisis. She hadn't expected that during a visit to the palace he would be so flustered. The next day, Shimin woke up clutching his neck, recalling that when he passed out it seemed that Shi Shuo had gotten up. Did that guy not get drunk at all? I actually got tricked by that kid again. To be able to drink so much with him and not get drunk, it seemed this kid was indeed. The wine in his cellar is much more fragrant and stronger than this daughter's red. There's no way your few jars of wine. Empress Chang'an helped Shimin up and assisted him with his clothes. Recalling the wine she had seen in the underground cellar earlier, she couldn't help but admire Shi Shuo for not turning into a drunkard. What a rarity. Upon hearing Empress Chang'an mention that wine, Shimin felt a bit parched. Don't mention it. The last time I brought some back, I only had a few cups before I was drunk. If I hadn't been so reluctant, that kid is quite stingy. He should have used that wine to get himself drunk yesterday. Empress Chang'an slapped his hand, glaring at him angrily. You better not provoke him again today. Tomorrow envoys from Tubo and Woku will be arriving. If you provoke him again, I will settle the score with you. At the city gate of Chang'an, a group of military officers stood, casting anxious glances behind them from time to time, their faces etched with impatience, as if they wished the person they were waiting for would appear at once. Just as they were contemplating whether to fetch Shi Shuo, he appeared, still trailed by a throng of adoring fans, but with a woman by his side. Clad in his official robes, he exuded an air of solemnity, shedding his boyishness for a touch of aloof elegance. Shi Shuo halted in the middle of the road, and behind him someone set up a chair and a table, even holding an umbrella. Shi Shuo halted in the middle of the road, and behind him someone set up a chair and a table, even holding an umbrella. He poured himself a cup of tea, sat down, and crossed his legs while the woman immediately began massaging his shoulders, looking thoroughly indulged. The ministers were so exasperated they could slap themselves. They had just fooled themselves into thinking he had reformed, only to see him revert to his old ways so quickly. All their hopes were in vain. So Shi Shuo remained Shi Shuo, useless except for his wealth and medical skills. What did it matter that he was in theft as a marquis of the county? He still played the profiteer. Chang'an might as well be his. Yet their emperor and the Ministry of Revenue cherished him, and they had to stay on his good terms, or their households would be turned upside down. Success or failure hinged on Shi Shuo. Today's envoy's words, demands, and the outcome of negotiations all rested on him. Wei Zhang couldn't resist approaching Shi Shuo and earnestly pleaded. Shi Shuo, His Majesty said that if you drive the price to its peak, he will reward you with 100 strings of cash. Wei Zhang gestured with his fingers as he spoke, smiling. 100 strings. That was his own annual salary as a second-rank official. 100 strings. Shi Shuo rolled his eyes dramatically. Do you take me for a beggar? I'd rather go back to running my tavern and muddle through. Besides, did he need 100 strings? With all the shops he had opened, he earned far more than that in a single day. He'd quit this marquis if he had to. Whoever wanted it could have it. As Shi Shuo started to rise, Wei Zhang pushed him back down. 300 strings, and not any more, and the emperor would have him killed. No wonder the emperor had sent him to negotiate. This kid was truly solely Shimin, unable to handle it, had tossed the task to him. Upon hearing 300 strings, Shi Shuo reluctantly nodded and crossed his legs again. Fine, since you went to all this trouble. Wei Zhang, don't stop me. I'm going to wipe out this brat and show him that Wei Zhang is not to be trifled with. He took a deep breath and silently told himself not to get angry. Otherwise the envoys would laugh at them. Then he turned to the assembly of cowed ritual officials. No matter what happens, do not interrupt. Yes, the ritual officials nodded. Even without Wei Zhang's warning, they wouldn't have spoken. Everyone present had learned the hard way not to cross Shi Shuo. Having witnessed it once, they weren't foolish enough to be rebuked again. If anyone else had sat down as Shi Shuo did, they would have confronted him immediately. But since it was Shi Shuo, they preferred to live a little longer. As they spoke, the Japanese envoy's carriage arrived. The driver immediately recognized Shi Shuo, and if looks could kill, Shi Shuo would have been hacked to pieces. Princess, we have arrived. The chief envoy receiving us is Shi Shuo. The woman inside the carriage curled her lips upon hearing this. So he still has me in his heart. Let's go down. Upon hearing this, the man leaped off the carriage and lifted the curtain. The woman stepped out. To her surprise, she saw Ye Ning so close to Shi Shuo, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Yet Shi Shuo, seeing her emerge, didn't even bother to stand up. He simply watched her. Mu Qing composed herself, walked over to him, and smiled gently. You're still the same, always enjoying life. Still the same. Even if the other takes 100 steps, you won't budge an inch. I thought you were a flirt who never settled down, but you remembered I was here and wouldn't embarrass me. But I never realized you are in fact a heartless man. Shi Shuo raised an eyebrow. He had heard this before, but what did Mu Qing mean by saying it now? What was she trying to express? So seeing you still followed by noble ladies, and with Ye Ning by your side, makes me very unhappy. Mu Qing leaned closer to Shi Shuo, gazing at the face that had once captivated her. Those eyes, once icy, now held a hint of warmth and a trace of confidence. What had changed him? In the 5 years she had tried, those eyes had never softened. Yet here someone had transformed him. Didn't you gift Ye Ning to me? Shi Shuo laughed. If not for that, he wouldn't have gone out of his way yesterday to retrieve her. Ye Ning hadn't expected that Shi Shuo and Mu Qing shared a past, and that Shi Shuo knew she was connected to Mu Qing. Yet according to the plot, Shi Shuo was supposed to die at Mu Qing's hands. And they shouldn't have had any romantic history. Shi Shuo was only 17 now, though the only link was 5 years ago when Mu Qing inexplicably poisoned the powerless Shi Shuo. Before that, for reasons unknown, she had sent assassins after him. There was something between them that she didn't know, something that could evade the system. This thing had altered their fates and her fortune. System, what's going on? What else don't I know about them? How do I win? System task detected 4 powerful fortunes. Host must complete the task. Ye Ning. This was clearly a non-answer. It seemed the system had met its match. From now on she would have to rely. But in this parallel Tang Dynasty, 4 such formidable fortunes had gathered. Something big was brewing. Shi Shuo was a fortune bearer, and so was Mu Qing. The king of hell lurking in the shadows was another. Who was the 4th? Where was he? What was his purpose in hiding? Or was he an acquaintance of Shi Shuo deliberately concealed by him? How did they come to be here, and what stories did they share? And this damn system wouldn't talk to her. How was she supposed to win them over? Wei Zhang and the others hadn't expected Shi Shuo to have romantic entanglements all the way to Japan. It looked like a love debt. They wondered if the emperor would be heartbroken when he found out. Qianchi and Shi Juanzi were watching this scene in the tea house, feeling particularly anxious, especially Qianchi, who was so excited that he stopped drinking tea. Master, do you think they might rekindle their old flame? Probably not. Back when they were together, it was always Mu Qing who was giving, while Shi Shuo only provided her with material comforts in front of others. They've been together for 5 years, they haven't even held hands let alone kissed. According to Shi Shuo, Mu Qing is his junior sister, and a rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow, he would only pursue someone outside. Qianchi was filled with gossip upon hearing this. Everyone only knew about Shi Shuo and Mu Qing being together, yet he was surprised that his master actually knew the inside story. It seemed his master had been peeking quite a bit. That made sense. After all, everyone was an adult and his master had lived for over 100 years. Without passion, it was only natural to indulge in gossip. What kind of gaze is that? Upon hearing this, Qianchi immediately blinked. Master, how do you know so much? I've raised him for so many years, how could I not know his thoughts? However, ever since Shi Shuo arrived here, he had changed. He no longer pursued power, but instead magnified the ambitions of a person, with Li Shimin being the target of that ambition. What exactly was he testing? Old man, what do you think has changed him? Shi Shuo, who is known as the Demon Doctor, is also a true filial son. He fights for power for his parents, granting them endless forgiveness. But one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. This brings him endless pursuits and betrayals. The fact that he no longer chases power is the most terrifying. No one knows what he will do next. When Qianchi thought of Shi Shuo smiling, there was tenderness in his eyes, yet his heart couldn't help but chill. He had always lived like an emotionless robot, yet now he had feelings and desires. It was indeed a marvel. Tisk, how do you know he isn't at the center of power now? Shi Juanzi wore a teasing smile, strongly disagreeing with what Qianchi said. His actions seem unrelated, but if you find a key point, you'll understand what he intends to do. Shi Shuo looked at the woman nearby, not backing down as he met her gaze. Mu Qing, your hypnosis won't work. Of course I know that. After all, your ambition is too great, and my spiritual strength is above all. Even if I succeeded, I wouldn't be able to control you completely. Mu Qing gazed into those clear eyes, devoid of calculation or disdain, but filled with more. Looking at him, Mu Qing tightly clenched her fists. She had done so many things, stained her hands with so much blood, yet those eyes remained so innocent. Every time I think of your eyes, I want to gouge them out, and see how they can remain so untainted, while evoking fear. Shi Shuo's gaze shifted slightly. Before she could react, he seized her by the neck. It seems you've forgotten who you are after being the Empress for so many years. Do you really think you're the only one who can hypnotize? Have you forgotten who taught you this ability? You even dared to openly ask me to be your concubine. Are you daydreaming? In such a small place, isn't it easy to destroy it? Mu Qing's eyes were filled with terror as she struggled against Shi Shuo's grip. Let go of me. The envoy behind her saw Mu Qing being bullied, and immediately drew his knife, surrounding Shi Shuo with anger. Let go of the Empress. TSK, Tisk, weren't you just calling her a princess? How quickly you changed your tune. Shi Shuo looked at them with a smile, but still released Mu Qing, looking down at her. For the sake of our past relationship, I've given you enough face today. If you still like to court death next time, I don't know if your neck will still have your head on it. Shi Shuo turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something, and stopped. If your hands are still that long, I wouldn't mind taking action myself. The Emperor of Wokaku personally visiting, it's truly a fortune for a commoner to receive such a great figure. Please your majesty rest at the post station, I shall not accompany you further. Mu Qing watched his retreating figure, her eyes wide with disbelief. Shi Shuo actually gave up power. How could this be? This is impossible. What about everything I've sacrificed over the years? Shi Shuo is someone who would give up his life for power. Only someone like him is worthy of being my opponent. Taming him would be the most interesting thing. Without her orders, he actually stopped, turning all her efforts into a joke. You say break up, and it's over. You say innocent, and he's innocent. You say go die, and he dies. You say give up, and he gives up. Shi Shuo, do you think too highly of yourself? Hearing this, Shi Shuo frowned, and looked back at her in confusion. Looking into her hateful eyes, he was even more puzzled. To be honest, he felt he owed her nothing. In the end, they both chose to die together, even returning their lives to her. And yet she still wouldn't let him go. He should have known better than to agree to be with her in the first place. Unfortunately, it's hard to buy foresight. Every effect has a cause. What do you want? Simple, I want you to die again. Ha ha ha. Shi Shuo laughed, thinking it was no big deal. Where did she get the confidence to believe he would follow her orders? Mu Qing, it seems your mind is filled with mush. You are the one who brought me here, and you are also the one who wants me. On what basis do you think you still have that right? Simply because you no longer pursue power, you are not worthy to be my opponent. Wei Zheng watched the drama unfold, and was now certain that these two had indeed been through something together. According to the Emperor's words, Shi Shuo was once a figure of significance. Oh, why had he never heard of it? It seemed Shi Shuo's abilities were far beyond what he had imagined, and Shi Shuo seemed rather unwilling. Today's gossip was too big. Wei Zheng truly had no luck in dealing with it, feeling quite confused. He just didn't know if these two would end up fighting. If they did, should he step in to mediate? But with their old bones, stepping up might just mean delivering their heads. Indeed, it was a clash of deities where the common folk suffered. He should rationally enjoy the gossip. The ceremonial official looked at the scene, initially anxious. He glanced at Shi Shuo, knowing he couldn't compete with this man. Then he looked at Mu Qing, who he genuinely thought was just a princess, only to find out she was actually the empress of an island nation, seeing the armed guards around her. This was another figure he couldn't provoke. Finally, he looked at Wei Zhang and found him standing like a wooden statue, ignoring everything. After all, being a high-ranking official has its advantages. Even if the emperor wanted to punish him, Wei Zhang would be the first. The Tibetan envoy Lu Dongzhan arrived at the city gate and immediately spotted Shi Shuo sitting there with someone fanning him nearby. He looked quite content. As for the ceremonial officials, they observed with their noses to their hearts, pretending not to see. "Excuse me, who is the official receiving the envoy?" "It is I." Shi Shuo also stood up, carefully scrutinizing Lu Dongzhan. Not to mention anything else, this man was undoubtedly the most robust capable of matching two of him. "If you don't arrive soon, I might just fall asleep," Lu Dongzhan remarked, glancing at the frail-looking young man before him with a slight smile. "You are Shi Shuo, the divine physician. I have heard of a person in Chang'an who never tied his hair, but still exuded an air of nobility. However, he had a peculiar habit of preferring to sit. The supplies needed by Tibet could only be provided by him. Thus he would rather offend Li Shimin than easily offend Shi Shuo." Was taken aback. It was the first time someone recognized him just by looking. "Yes, it's me. Hello. You really do look as frail as the rumors suggest." Upon hearing this, Shi Shuo felt a crack in his composure. Was this meant as a mockery or a compliment? "So what? All the things you need can only be provided by me. Without my nod, you can't step out of Chang'an by even a single step." Lu Dongzhan looked at him, his gaze dull. In that moment, he felt a threat emanating from Shi Shuo, one that raised the hair on his arms. He scrutinized Shi Shuo closely. An 8-foot-tall man, his fingers were beautiful, but the calluses on his fingertips seemed to come from wielding some weapon. His palms were pale with a hint of red, indicating he had never lifted a heavy object. The sound of his footsteps was steady, signifying his impressive leg skill. To his surprise, such a young age, yet he had already reached such heights. No wonder he dared to collaborate with the Hu merchants and still take the lead. It seems the divine physician sure is quite skilled. No wonder he can live so comfortably. Lu Dongzhan admired this method. Shi Shuo squinted directly, informing him that Lu Dongzhan's visit was not only to test the strength of the Tang dynasty, but also had another objective. That objective was none other than him, Shi Shuo. Upon realizing this, Shi Shuo instantly became uneasy. What was so special about him? One after another, they all wanted to make a move on him. "Since the Tibetan envoy has arrived, my task is also complete. Please allow the envoy to rest at the post station for the night, and we can discuss matters tomorrow without delay." Shi Shuo directly avoided the topic, believing it necessary to maintain his aloof demeanor as a divine physician. After all, he was somewhat of a renowned figure. "I didn't expect you to have a connection with the emperor of the Wa kingdom. It seems I have underestimated you." Li Shimin began to tease Shi Shuo, having seen that emperor himself, who was indeed quite handsome. However, he absolutely could not accept that statement. What did it mean for Shi Shuo to die once more? Was she not afraid of not being able to leave the Tang dynasty? If we can't reach an agreement, she shouldn't even think about stepping out of Chang'an. Shi Shuo, I never considered letting her go. After all, he wouldn't choose the same disastrous outcome a second time. Li Shimin observed the killing intent in Shi Shuo's eyes, slightly taken aback, unsure of when Shi Shuo had developed such strong opinions against the Wa kingdom. "Are you planning to imprison that emperor?" "Imprison?" Shi Shuo was confused. He only wanted to eliminate the person, and imprisonment was really not his style. "I have a principle: if I can send my enemies to their demise, I never leave them any breathing room. I do not hate them, but forgiveness is not something I grant just because I say so. As long as I am alive, I will not tolerate them committing atrocities in the Central Plains. Nor do I wish for anyone in the court to have any connection with them." Li Shimin did not expect to hear such an answer. "Who exactly are they, and why do you oppose them so vehemently?" "They are merely a group of inhumane people. You had better strengthen the defenses of the seas, or else, once they invade, the Li family's throne will be at risk." Shi Shuo warmed his cup and began to brew his tea, regarding whether Li Shimin would heed his words as inconsequential. After all, he was ultimately the emperor. He couldn't really rebel holding a knife to his neck and forcing him to act. That would truly be a crime. "It seems Shi Shuo has made a choice between righteousness and women," Qianchi remarked, counting on his fingers. To be honest, he never expected someone like Shi Shuo, who seemed insane and composed at times, would choose righteousness over personal gain. Without any benefit, he might even pay a greater price, yet he chose righteousness. It's really unexpected, yet also somewhat anticipated. Mu Qing ultimately miscalculated. Shi Shuo not only did not fall in love with her, but might even want to send her to her end. Qianchi agreed. Indeed, according to Shi Shuo's nature, if negotiations collapsed tomorrow, Mu Qing, as the emperor of the Wa kingdom, would find it difficult to leave not just the Tang dynasty, but even Chang'an. Whether she could escape would depend on whether the people she brought were sufficient for Shi Shuo to take action. After all, Shi Shuo had already eliminated her stronghold. He just did not know which team the rice merchant belonged to. Shi Shuo had been ignoring them, and Qianchi had not figured out their background. If there were issues, Shi Shuo might just eliminate them directly. After all, no matter how powerful they were, they could not match Shi Shuo. "Seeing you like this, have you been brewing medicine again? You might as well stop. After all, I want to live a bit more freely like Shi Shuo." Qianchi was taken aback by this remark. It turned out that he was not the only one who had changed. Shi Shuo had changed, and even his teacher had changed while he was still stuck in place. If I brew it 3 more times, he'll become immune to all poisons, so I won't stop, he replied. Do as you wish. To his surprise, in his past life, he had always thought of having a body immune to all poisons, and now it had actually come true. However, the potency of the medicine in that cauldron was not something everyone could withstand. It seemed this lad was truly determined not to lose to Shi Shuo. It was just that while Shi Shuo studied medicine, he was an apothecary, 2 completely unrelated fields, yet they still found themselves in comparison. A true miracle. Qianchi saw his teacher leave, and also got up to leave. He sneaked into the post station, and as he approached Mu Qing's room, heard some indescribable sounds. Internally feeling particularly sour, he clicked his tongue. He did not know if Shi Shuo was aware that Mu Qing had completely changed into a different person after coming here. While expressing love for Shi Shuo, she secretly gave such a significant gift. He had initially thought of lending her a hand, but now it seemed unnecessary, as she could do as she wished. Your Majesty, you seem to be quite familiar with Shi Shuo. Could you tell me about his deeds? I wish to know if he is worthy of your sincere devotion. Mu Qing could never forget that moment when she first saw Shi Shuo like a lofty flower that was unattainable. Unfortunately, he had now fallen into the mortal realm, experiencing feelings and desires shattering her. In the Taiji Hall, Shi Shuo sat with Xiao Tong looking at the bill that had been brought to them, while the others stood nearby. The ministers, observing their demeanor, dared not voice their anger, for at present only Shi Shuo possessed the ability to resolve this pressing dilemma. How much does the Tufan envoy wish to exchange? Upon hearing this, Lu Dongzhan realized he had a chance, as he was known to be a cunning merchant. The foreign envoy desires 30,000 jin of tea, 50,000 jin of fine salt, and 500,000 dan of grain. Li Shimin's hand trembled fiercely upon hearing this. The demands were astonishingly twofold compared to usual, yet he had brought the same goods as before. This was treating Shi Shuo like a fat sheep to be slaughtered at will. However, Shi Shuo was no fool. How could he be so easily taken advantage of? The ministers below nearly lost their footing, as everyone knew Lu Dongzhan viewed Shi Shuo as a fat sheep, and some ministers were already preparing themselves. As long as Shi Shuo did not concede to this price, they would risk their lives to eliminate Lu Dongzhan. 5,000 jin of tea, 10,000 jin of fine salt, and 100,000 dan of grain, otherwise no discussion. Shi Shuo casually tossed aside the list in his hand, and looked at Lu Dongzhan with indifference, completely denying any opportunity for negotiation. Li Shimin nearly spilled his tea upon hearing Shi Shuo's words. This was indeed pressing the price to the lowest. Indeed, he was a cunning merchant. Just last night, they had discussed 1,000 jin of tea, 3,000 jin of fine salt, and 200,000 dan of grain. Now he had directly doubled the price. Did he not fear Lu Dongzhan would explode and confront him directly? The ministers had not expected Shi Shuo to press the price to the minimum. Their anxious hearts were finally at ease. It was indeed true that there is no merchant without cunning. Lu Dongzhan was also taken aback. He had thought Shi Shuo would act like everyone else and cut the price in half. Yet he did not expect Shi Shuo to directly point out a price twice as high. Sure, the divine doctor, how about we each take a step back? Not at all. I see those goods you brought, and honestly they're not impressive. Moreover, prices are so high now. Shi Shuo squinted and smiled. If you find it expensive, you can seek cooperation with others. After all, there is not just one merchant in the Tang Dynasty. Lu Dongzhan's mouth twitched fiercely. At that moment, he wished he could slap Shi Shuo. What did he mean by saying there was more than one merchant in the Tang Dynasty? If he were just an ordinary merchant, then indeed there were others, but no one else could provide that much at all in the Tang. Just the amount he mentioned, even the 5 clans and 7 houses combined couldn't afford it. Sure, the divine doctor, isn't your price a bit too high, eh? How could that be? Shi Shuo naturally continued his line, his smile deepening. After all, what if he didn't make some profit? It would be a disservice to his title as a cunning merchant, especially since a war was inevitable. If he could seize this opportunity to make some profit, when else would he? My price is absolutely reasonable. If the envoy finds it too high, feel free to go out and buy elsewhere. Li Shimin facepalmed. He simply couldn't bear to watch, for Shi Shuo's words were simply too eloquent. Now in the entire Chang'an city, 9 out of 10 rice shops were his. Asking Lu Dongzhan to procure the goods himself was no different from directly giving him money. No wonder he had been gathering supplies for the past few days, claiming he could no longer fit the rice he had. Why not just say he knew the Tufan people were arriving soon and wanted to cut off their supply lines? Why resort to such a clumsy excuse? It frightened him to think this child might have lost his mind. Mu Qing observed Shi Shuo's demeanor, tightly clenching her fists. She knew Shi Shuo was always decisive, but surely his prices were too high. Since sure the divine doctor has no intention of cooperating, we will not force it. We can procure it ourselves. Since Shi Shuo had said they could procure it outside, Li Shimin would surely agree with him. This indirectly proved that Shi Shuo's ability to provide so many goods was false. For 2 countries' needs Li Shimin could not afford to meet either. Otherwise they wouldn't be so eager to raise prices. Do as you wish. Lu Dongzhan looked at Shi Shuo, initially thinking he would try to persuade him to stay, but was surprised by how quickly he agreed. Moreover, Li Shimin and these ministers showed no signs of obstruction. Since someone had paved the way, he didn't mind the conditions of the divine doctor the foreign envoy would like to consider before responding. Granted, Li Shimin nodded. After all, this was their initial plan, with Shi Shuo merely acting as an intermediary. Xiao Tong handed the folded list to Lu Dongzhan, ignoring his gaze, and calmly returned to Shi Shuo's side, completely oblivious to Lu Dongzhan's predatory stare. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be quite so shrewd, kid. Li Shimin casually tugged on a bow, shooting an arrow from the side. Li Shimin watched as the arrow struck true, looking at Shi Shuo with satisfaction, as if to demonstrate his prowess. Shi Shuo also picked up a bow and shot an arrow, directly shattering Li Shimin's arrow, hitting the mark perfectly. The merchant's principle is that no profit means no early rising. My principle is counting money until my hands cramp. Knowing they would play like this, what's wrong with changing tactics to play along? After all, the outcome remains the same. Li Shimin gazed at the arrow that Shi Shuo had split in two, somewhat astonished. He was increasingly curious as to what Shi Shuo could not do. Do you think they will go to war? They will. According to history, Tufan would indeed go to war, as selling grain to him was meant to suppress him economically. Moreover, it will soon arrive. Perhaps after this they will discuss attacking the Tang Dynasty. Shi Shuo looked up at the overcast sky, his gaze gentle. It seems this rain will last a month. You should check your granary. If it really is a problem, come find me again. Shi Shuo lay on the rocking chair, watching the heavy rain outside, pulling the blanket closer around him. He had to admit he loved rainy days. Sleeping in such weather was truly delightful. Moreover, the number of diners at this time was scarce, causing the tavern to become quite lively, allowing him to avoid work. Indeed, as a wealthy man, the best thing to do was to eat well and sleep well. Counting a few coins, his life was more carefree than that of an emperor. Shi Shuo, I'm here. Where are you? Li Shimin entered the tavern searching for Shi Shuo. He had no choice but to find him. Who would have thought that the kid was right? His grain store had been completely consumed by pests. If he couldn't produce grain, chaos would surely ensue in Chang'an. Furthermore, Shi Shuo had previously taken out 1 million measures of grain. This time he had brought 3 million measures to deal with the foreign envoys, but he had no idea how much grain was left in his store and whether it would be enough for the urgent needs of Chang'an. And this rain had continued for 7 days straight. It seemed it might even last for a month. Due to the large purchases by those 2 foreign envoys, many rice shops under Shi Shuo had ceased operations. The prices of the remaining rice shops had begun to double. If they didn't come up with a way to reopen Shi Shuo's rice shops, people would surely starve. When Li Shimin opened the door to the 3rd floor, he saw Shi Shuo actually sleeping, looking as if he was truly. Goodness, Li Shimin was nearly going insane beside him. How could he just sleep like that? He couldn't do anything about it since he had matters to discuss with him. Hearing the sound, Shi Shuo slowly awakened. Li Shimin, are you quite idle? Instead of dealing with his grain store, he had come to him. It seemed the emperor was indeed rather free. Should he find something for him to do? Recently, he had been quite displeased with Japan and decided to take Li Shimin on a personal expedition to let him know that there are people beyond others and heavens beyond the sky. No, I came to ask if you have any grain left. If we can't find grain, chaos will surely break out in Chang'an. Li Shimin, seeing Shi Shuo's smile, was frightened into revealing his purpose at once. No grain, didn't you see a few days ago? I've moved all the grain from my mansion. Shi Shuo directly refused without a second thought. He was now left with only money, so where would he get grain? Didn't you say a few days ago that if there was a problem, you would come to find me? Did I? As long as you can produce grain no matter what the conditions, I will agree to you. That should suffice, right? Li Shimin, seeing his reaction, knew that Shi Shuo wanted to take advantage of him. I do have grain, but compared to the benefits you offer, I prefer long-term interests. Li Shimin did not expect Shi Shuo would actually refuse him. This was the first time he had been turned down for cooperation. Just tell me, what do you want in exchange for the grain? Shi Shuo looked at his anxious expression. I still have 300,000 measures of grain in my tavern and over 1,000 bags of flour in my mansion. If I give it to you, I will have to pause operations for a month until the autumn harvest before I can reopen. If I don't give it to you, your imperial authority stands there. Tell me, what should I do? Li Shimin was taken aback. If he were Shi Shuo, it would be a difficult dilemma. On one side was the tavern, and on the other was imperial power. For him, as long as he paused operations, it would mean a loss of hundreds of thousands of coins. Once he gave it to Li Shimin, he would only be buying at the previous prices, which would not only mean no profit, but also a loss of manpower and resources. He would only feel more dissatisfied. Tell me the truth, have you really fallen into a dilemma? What else? Shi Shuo looked at the pouring rain outside, his face devoid of emotion. Although he was in a dilemma, it did not mean there was no way out. However, he would definitely need to pause operations for 2 days to reorganize. After all the menus had to be changed, and the chef would need to relearn. This was not a simple task. Li Shimin let out a heavy sigh. I still need to take those grains. Don't worry, I will try to compensate your losses. Does your national treasury have enough money? Don't say I didn't warn you. Your share for this month won't even cover my losses. Shi Shuo looked at him with a sympathetic gaze. Li Shimin, this meant that he would be working with him for free this month, receiving not even a penny. If this month isn't enough, then use next month's to make up for it. Fine, but you have to send people to work. My people have all been given time off. Chibo watched as the officials moved bag after bag of grain out of the warehouse, his face filled with heartache. The tavern would really have to pause operations now. However, he also knew that without Shi Shuo's consent, who would know that this place still had grain? Chibo, gather a few people, we are going out to dig for things. Shi Shuo looked at those items. As long as Li Shimin compensated him, he wouldn't feel any pain at all. After all, pain lasts only for a moment, not a lifetime. When Shi Shuo and the others arrived at the tavern, they saw the officials moving bag after bag of grain out. They also heard that the tavern would be closed for a month and would not reopen until after the autumn harvest. This was the first time they had seen a tavern close. They had no choice but to admire Shi Shuo for managing to produce so much grain at a critical moment to save Chang'an. I didn't expect that although Shi Shuo is a cunning merchant, he is still quite reliable at critical moments. If only we had his capabilities, perhaps we wouldn't have to endure beatings. So I sometimes really envy him. He seems to understand everything as if nothing is beyond his grasp. He is only 17 this year and has already been appointed as an official. We are still playing in the mud. No wonder my father keeps hitting me. Comparing people is infuriating. He is about to close down, and do you think he still has a way to resurrect? We'll see, won't we? As Shi Shuo stepped out, he saw Qin Shumo and the others, but merely glanced at them before leaving with a few people. He was in no position to care about them now. Qin Shumo and the others watched him leave and hurriedly followed. Divine Doctor, wait for us. We want to go too. Qin Shumo, growing bolder, directly placed his hand on Shi Shuo's shoulder, smiling. Brother, do you still have a way to resurrect and continue operating? Of course I am Shi Shuo, the notorious demon doctor. What's a tavern? There's no such thing as closing down for good. Shi Shuo crossed his arms confidently, looking at Qin Shumo, sizing him up. You haven't been here for quite some time. Oh, where have you been? Don't mention it. Qin Shumo felt quite at a loss at this thought. If it weren't for his father pushing him, he would have been out playing. By the way, why aren't you attending classes at the Guozijian? Given your wealth and status, it should be easy for you to attend. Where are you going, and what for? Isn't his tavern appealing enough? Moreover, even in my past life, I rarely attended school. All the courses were completed through self-study. I could just find something to do when I was bored. Studying, of course. Studying my foot. Going there is just for sleeping. Oh, wouldn't it be better to sleep in the tavern? Shiju, please. Shi Shuo pushed his hand down with a look of disdain and patted his clothes. Besides, when we get there, are you sure they will teach me rather than me teaching them? Let's not mention anything else. With my medical skills, who do you think is teaching whom? You're impressive. Qin Shumo thought for a moment and felt there was some truth to his words. So what are you going to do now, eh? Mu Qing looked at the sea before her, finally able to let out a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, let's rest for a while over there. Su Wuqinghe helped Mu Qing down, noticing that the guards behind them looked somewhat fatigued and couldn't help but remind. Mu Qing nodded. Let's rest for half an hour and then continue. After all, Shi Shuo is a person of many changes, and no one knows if he will suddenly go crazy. Even if he regrets it now, it's too late. It's so far from Chang'an. By the time he arrives, we will already be at sea. Your Majesty can rest assured. I still feel very uneasy, especially after seeing Shi Shuo this time. I always feel that something will go wrong. Mu Qing frowned tightly, looking towards Chang'an. She could clearly sense that she must have overlooked something, and that something she overlooked might be the fatal blow from Shi Shuo. Is he really that formidable? Su Wuqinghe felt that her royal sister was overly worried. Although she had lost to Shi Shuo last time, he wouldn't know that she was still alive with a changed face. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been wandering under Shi Shuo's nose for so long without him noticing. His nose is sharper than a dog's, and his ears are known as the 1,000-mile ears. He also possesses an extraordinary memory. Mu Qing's eyes were filled with sarcasm. After all, ancient people were still ancient people. At least sounds within 500 meters cannot escape his ears, and he can clearly distinguish scents within a kilometer. Even if you change 1,000 faces, he will still know you are alive. However, he has indeed given me a reason to start a war, and similarly, he has found a reason for the island nation. This is ultimately her and Shi Shuo's final goal. Now it depends on whose moves are faster. As long as the actions are swift, the battlefield will change. Yet before it even began, she had already lost over 100 men to Shi Shuo. She still couldn't figure out how he managed. After all, those were firearms, as she had studied them for a long time, but never succeeded, while Shi Shuo had one with a range of less than 2,000 meters. In this regard, she had lost. If a war is really started for a lover, I wonder what the island nation will think of you, the Emperor. Mu Qing's eyes widened in shock at this voice filled with terror, and her hand holding the teacup began to tremble. This was the first time Su Wuqinghe had seen such an expression on Mu Qing, and she immediately raised her weapon, looking at the man sitting nearby. I never expected that among the children I raised, the first one to become a king would be you. This is indeed both expected and unexpected. What surprises me is that you actually became the emperor of the island nation. Should I call you Mu Qing, or should I call you that child? Shi Shuo too always does things that puzzle people. Clearly the smartest among everyone, the one most likely to seize power, yet he ended up as a businessman. It seems I truly have never understood you all. Shi Juanze took a sip of tea, his expression flat, as if he was there to confide in her. But Mu Qing knew clearly that he was there to take her life, to kill her, for Shi Shuo. No matter what, she was the emperor of the island nation. Dying at anyone's hands was acceptable, but not at Shi Shuo's. On a public level, since Shi Shuo rejected the marriage, she would no longer bring it up. On a personal level, even if Shi Shuo had 1,000 reasons or 10,000 reasons, once he took action himself, his reputation would be ruined. If it was another person who took action, Shimin could give him an excuse that Shi Shuo had saved this person, and he couldn't bear to see Shi Shuo being humiliated, which is why he acted. That would be forgivable. Imprisonment would suffice. So you want to kill me for Shi Shuo? I am your daughter. Humph. Shi Shuo snickered. The thing I regret most in my life is bringing you back. Hearing this, Mu Qing clenched her fists tightly. She knew Shi Shuo had never liked her, but she didn't expect such words to come from his mouth, and they truly were hurtful. If it weren't for you being with Shi and Shi not refusing, I would never have recognized you as my adopted daughter in my life. After all, that was my own cabbage. I'd rather it rot in the ground than have it be poked by a pig. Qianchi almost spat out his drink. He never expected that in the teacher's heart Shi Shuo would always be a cabbage. Although compared to Mu Qing it indeed was a cabbage, but it shouldn't have been said out loud. Who knows how Shi Shuo would feel upon hearing this? Mu Qing glanced at Qianchi, finally understanding what she had overlooked. Qianchi was indeed the variable, the shadow of Shi Shuo. A shadow that people could easily ignore, or once it appeared it could deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, it had come with the teacher, so it seemed uncertain whether she could board the ship today. No wonder Shi Shuo can firmly hold Chang'an. He had no intention of ambushing me on the way, or it turns out you had already planned it all. But you can't say it like that. Qianchi directly denied her words. After all, Shi Shuo was currently too busy to spare a thought for her, considering he had many matters in Chang'an. For instance, if that kid couldn't find a solution, soon his tavern would truly be shut down, and he was busier now than ever. As for Tubo and the island nation, he had already calculated it out. It was just about depleting their internal resources, buying some time, so they couldn't wage war on the Tang Dynasty for now. Shi Shuo opening a few rice shops in Chang'an would drain your financial resources. Would he still need to take action to ambush you? That joke can't be made. Although Shi Shuo is busy now, it doesn't mean you can mobilize troops immediately after returning. What did you say? Mu Qing was quite surprised. According to Qiankai's meaning, it implied that the food they had purchased these past days was all arranged by Shi Shuo. No wonder Shi Shuo was so casual in the Taiji Hall, letting them go whenever they wanted. Whether it was them or Tubo, they were all within his calculations. I never expected this place to be so lively, but seems I haven't arrived too late. Li Jing walked in from outside, noticing that Shi Shuo and Qianchi were both present. He wondered why, as friends of Shi Shuo, they weren't properly staying in the tavern, but were instead wandering around. They are all extraordinary individuals. So you are the war god, Shi Shuo said, smiling as he poured a cup of tea for him. I wonder what brings the war god here. I came here on the Emperor's orders. After all, this matter is not something just anyone can handle. Li Jing without hesitation picked up the cup of tea and took a sip, as it was free after all. Are you perhaps the teacher of Shi Shuo? May I ask what brings you here? Does cleaning up the house count? Li Jing looked at the gentle smile of Shi Shuo. He had sensed something amiss with this person before, and now the feeling had intensified. Looking at him, he appeared to be no more than 22 or 23 years old. Shi Shuo was 17, just 5 years younger, yet he could be Shi Shuo's teacher. The key point was that he was also an old acquaintance of the Emperor of Wa. Qianchi had once made a fortune in the western regions, while Shi Shuo was busy trading in the Central Plains. These three individuals could be said to be connected across the world. There must be some sort of link between them, otherwise their relationships wouldn't make sense. It seems our goals are aligned. That is natural. Shi Jun's intuition told him that Li Jing had already begun to set his sights on him. As for whether it was an order from Li Shimin, he couldn't be sure. At least the implication was that Shi Shuo couldn't move and he would take action. Aren't you going to make a move? Do I need to invite you? Qianchi heard the command, calmly finished his tea, and casually threw it, hitting a nearby guard. Li Jing also wasted no time and immediately clashed with Su Wuqinghe. Mu Qing exchanged glances with the man beside her, and together they took on Shi Shuo. Teacher, since you want to take responsibility, don't blame your daughter for being ruthless. Qianchi watched as Shi Shuo was forced to retreat, repeatedly entering his mocking mode. Teacher, are you still capable? If not, how about giving me something in return for my help? What do you want in return? Hearing this, Qiankai's eyes lit up, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Help me pin Shi Shuo to the ground. That request isn't excessive, is it? Upon hearing this, Shi Shuo grabbed Mu Qing and directly dislocated her arm, tossing her aside. With a swift turn, he knocked the man to the ground, saying, "What are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? Is Shi Shuo's strength something I can handle? At least we have a bit of hope if we work together." Li Jing, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. He had thought that Shi Shuo truly couldn't match Shi Shuo. He hadn't expected the situation to turn around so quickly, and now he had found a helper. It seems that Shi Shuo's strength is indeed formidable. Shi Shuo picked up a knife and pointed it at the man's eyes. The man, staring at the blade so close, was completely stunned. Mu Qing looked at the knife and immediately panicked. She knew very well what kind of person Shi Shuo was. Even in his past life, he had never regarded others as lives, let alone now in this undeveloped ancient era. He would definitely kill. If you kill him, Shi Shuo will suffer the eternal pain of solitude. What did you say? Shi Shuo paused his knife, halting as he looked at Mu Qing in disbelief. Do you think Shi Shuo is the only one to uncover the secrets of your body? Unafraid of Shi Jun's murderous gaze, Mu Qing propped herself up against the nearby table and stood up. Eternal life is something every emperor pursues. Yet Shi Junzi, you have inadvertently obtained it living for over 100 years watching those around you grow old and die. That feeling must be painful, right? What did you do to Shi Shuo? Shi Junzi thrust the knife directly into the man's arm. 5 years ago, besides poisoning him, I also made him take a pill whose ingredients were derived from the analysis you conducted on your body back then. Haven't you noticed? Aside from height, Shi Shuo looks exactly the same as he did 5 years ago, both in appearance and otherwise. You were meant to change his fate, while I changed his destiny. Bring out the antidote. Shi Junzi almost instantly appeared before her, directly grabbing her by the throat. Let us go and he'll give it to you. Li Jing never expected that someone in this world could truly achieve immortality. It seemed that Shi Shuo had also become one of them. Mu Qing, who are you trying to fool? Are you really that straightforward? Regardless of whether the teacher believed it, Qianchi was the first to not believe her. Since she had the ability to make Shi Shuo take that pill back, then it was evident she had planned this all along. She must have destroyed the other pill. The fact that you were able to lead us all to death back then means that Shi Shuo is unaware of the secrets within his body, and you want to remind him in another way. Mu Qing wished she could slap Qianchi twice. She had finally gained control over everything. Shi Jun's expression had begun to waver, but upon hearing Qiankai's words he no longer hesitated. Qianchi, stop spouting nonsense. I've told you before you can move anyone you like, and I won't interfere, but you can't touch Shi Shuo. Shi Jun's eyes were filled with rage, and he unconsciously tightened his grip. Immortality and eternal solitude were experiences he had already endured once and knew all too well the pain involved. Thus he did not wish for those close to him to endure the same suffering. Shi Shuo was the first child to understand his loneliness and willingly stay by his side. He had long regarded Shi Shuo as his son. That was something he had finally managed to rid himself of, yet it had appeared on Shi Shuo. How could he not be enraged? Mu Qing weakly tried to pry his hand away, but Shi Jun's strength was not something she could move at will. Seeing this, Qianchi rushed over to grab Shi Jun's hand, saying, "Don't kill her, she still has her uses. Are you trying to plead for her?" Shi Junzi forcefully shook him off, his murderous intent unabated, as if he would kill, without a second thought, at a mere nod. No. Qianchi immediately shook his head without thinking. If given a choice, he would definitely not choose Hua. After all, she is the emperor of Hua. We can use her to restrain Hua. Then why keep these pests around? Quickly eliminate them. As soon as Shi Junzi finished speaking, he knocked Mu Qing unconscious and charged forward with his knife. Li Jing watched him slice through one after another, feeling as if he were slicing through melons. Meanwhile, Qianchi kicked Su with Qinghe and swiftly captured her, removing the human skin mask from her face. I told you being overly confident is arrogance. Oh, why wear a human skin mask? Shi Shuo has always wanted to meet you. Shi Shuo led a group of people to Wanyan County, and Chen Shumo and others looked at the unfamiliar plants growing in the field, instantly turning into curious children, touching this and observing that. Shi Shuo, what are these? Eggplants and chili peppers. Shi Shuo glanced at the already ripe produce, feeling a glimmer of hope for his store. The village chief, knowing Shi Shuo had arrived, hurried over. Young Shi, you're here. We were just planning to bring these things over to you. Shi Shuo smiled slightly. It's perfect timing, Grandpa. I think these can be picked now. The tavern has been seriously short on stock these days, so they'll sell quickly. That's great. We were worried that these vegetables wouldn't sell, so we thought we'd pick a little for you to try. The village chief patted Shi Shuo's shoulder, feeling a sense of pride, as if he were watching his child grow up, realizing this kid was indeed becoming more capable. Shi Shuo, if it weren't for you, we'd still be living in poverty, unable to eat or dress properly. Don't worry, we've heard about your situation. Even if we have to go without food or drink, we will never let the tavern close down. Shi Shuo, what on earth happened here that he didn't know about? Moreover, he never said the tavern would really close down, so why did everyone seem to have the impression that they were prepared to fight to the end? Grandpa, when did I ever say the tavern was going to close? Didn't you say there were officials who took the grain away from the tavern? That was a deal I made with the court. In any case, keep your own grain. The autumn harvest is coming soon, you can just take out the stored grain then. Really? Of course. Shi Shuo nodded vigorously. At this time it was best not to take any rice, or else Shimin might think it was endless. Alright then. The village chief reluctantly believed Shi Shuo's words. You're weak, so just rest here. I'll go get. Shi Shuo watched the village chief walk away without looking back, then looked at himself weak. He felt he could pin down a group of noble youths behind him. Was that really weak? When did he give them the impression of being weak? Chen Shumo and the others listened to the village chief's words and thought about Shi Shuo's remarkable deeds in Chang'an. If he was weak, then what were they? Were they all just skin and bones? Shi Shuo couldn't be bothered to explain. He'll let them think what they wanted. Xiao Tong, distribute the money according to market prices later. Alright, then we'll go help too. Chen Shumo rolled up his sleeves and started to head down. Shi Shuo grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back. Don't rush. I have something even more fun. This place is. Chen Shumo was completely stunned. Shi Shuo actually pulled him back like that. He hadn't even touched the ground and was already lifted up. Chen Shumo weighed at least 130 pounds. Was that really weak? Shi Shuo looked back at Shi Shuo, his eyes filled with admiration, directly hugging Shi Shuo's thigh. Bro, you're my big brother now. Can you teach me martial arts? As long as I can beat my dad, that's enough. Hearing this, Shi Shuo immediately thought of Chun Yaojin's burly figure. Looking at Shi Shuo's small frame, he patted his shoulder and forced a smile. You really are a filial son. Daring to think about hitting your own father, you must really be his biological child. Shi Shuo scratched his head, grinning foolishly. As long as you're willing to teach me, I promise to serve you loyally in the future. Shi Shuo expressionlessly pulled his hand away. Teaching others was not his thing. My teacher is Shi Juanzi. He's the most formidable one. You should go find him. Shi Shuo's eyes lit up. Although Shi Juanzi wasn't very famous, everyone in Chang'an knew him because he was Shi Shuo. According to Shi Shuo, did that mean he still had a chance to beat his father? Shi Shuo picked up a hoe, but it was taken away by Shi Shuo, who looked bewildered. Senior brother, we can do the heavy work. You just direct us, we'll do whatever you say. Shi Huayu grabbed the hoe from Shi Shuo's hand, wearing a very flattering smile, realizing that Shi Shuo's abilities were not just recognized by Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo, here's another filial son. He hadn't even offered tea to his teacher yet, and he was already calling him senior. You're really showing great filial piety. Fang Yiji and the others saw this, and quickly joined in. Senior brother, just watch us. We'll handle the heavy work. Shi Shuo was still thinking about how to please Shi Shuo, but unexpectedly his little friends were so cooperative, even calling him senior brother. And they didn't even leave him a single tool. Was this really okay? The promise of brotherhood forever united was gone, and their friendship seemed to capsize. No love left. Shi Shuo reluctantly put on his shoes, walked to Shi Shuo's side, and put his hand on his shoulder. No tools. It didn't matter, he had a senior brother. Bro, let's go. We'll do whatever you say. Shi Huayu looked at Shi Shuo's annoying face, wishing he could give him a couple of slaps to teach him why flowers are so red. Xiao Tong watched her young master being taken away by them, shaking her head helplessly. Poor thing, another group of kids who got tricked by the young master without realizing it. Shi Shuo led them directly into the mountains, pointing at the cassava trees that were growing particularly well, indicating the few closest to him. Dig these few. All right, brothers, let's get to work. Upon hearing Shi Shuo's words, Shi Shuo called his brothers to get to work. As for Shi Shuo, he was set aside to sit. When Shi Shuo and the others saw the large, round, and quite beautiful things they dug up, they were stunned for a while, then looked at Shi Shuo. Senior brother, what is this? Sweet cassava, said Shi Shuo. Is this what we're supposed to dig? Otherwise, Shi Shuo replied. What is? Just dig it, who cares what it's for? Shi Shuo shot them a glare and started directing, hurry up, or we won't make it. Seeing Shi Shuo's impatient demeanor, the crowd quickened their movements. After all, they had called him senior brother, and they couldn't let him slip away. The village chief was worried about where Shi Shuo had gone, as he hadn't returned for so long. The food was already prepared at home, just waiting for him. Before long, he saw a group of people coming down from the mountain, with Shi Shuo leisurely following behind them. The village chief looked at the baskets they were carrying and was slightly taken aback. Weren't those the large vines from the mountain? How did Shi Shuo dig those things up? Young, sure, the food is ready. Come and eat. There's your favorite sweet and sour. Upon hearing this, Shi Shuo realized it was mealtime. You guys can put the stuff on the cart and go eat. We'll deal with it when Shimin had been wandering around the tavern all day, occasionally glancing at the entrance. Where on earth has that young man gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Chibo watched him sway and felt dizzy. He asked what was the matter, but received no answer. Instead, he brought a group of imperial physicians, driving away all the tavern's patrons. Yet he was still an emperor. Even if he wanted to lose his temper, he had to consider his status. The young master went out a few days ago. What exactly brings you here? The tavern was doing quite well before, but now the food had all been taken away, leaving enough to last at most another 3 days before it would close for good. The young master had to go out and play for a couple of days. He actually hoped he would venture out more often to avoid being constantly exploited by Shimin. What was once a joke about being so poor that only money remained had surprisingly become a reality. If this continued, they would have to eat dirt. Shimin came here to scrounge food and drink, and now he had outright occupied. With his old arms and legs, if he were still young, he would definitely teach Shimin a lesson. After all, it's his first time being an emperor. Why should he always have to give way? Son, I'm back. As Shi Juanzi arrived at the door, his voice boomed like a loudspeaker, startling both Shimin and Shibo. Shimin stepped out of the room and looked at Shi Juanzi. From the first moment he saw him, he had a strong intuition that this person was here to compete with him for someone. Sure enough, even his son was called into the mix. He is my biological son. You are merely his teacher. Please be mindful of your place. But I raised him. Shi Juanzi shot back without courtesy, as this was a fact no one could change. Chibo watched them duel with some amusement, as once they finished fighting, his young master would once again be free. Shimin was momentarily speechless. There was truth to his words, as Shi Shuo himself had acknowledged it. If he continued down this path, he would lose. What do you think about his illness? Let's talk. Shi Juanzi walked directly inside, with Qianchi dragging Mu Qing following closely behind. Shimin gazed at his retreating figure and followed him upstairs, while Qianchi kept Mu Qing at the stairway. Inside the room, Shi Juanzi picked up the black chess piece and casually placed it down. Let's play a game of chess. Hearing this, Shimin could only pick up a white piece and place it down. What poison has Shi Shuo been afflicted with? Why are you so fixated on immortality? Is immortality really that good? Li Shimin was shocked by this question. He hadn't taken that medicine recently. How could he tell? I want to see the prosperous world with my own eyes. Is that so? I currently have a method that can grant you immortality, but you must pay the corresponding price. What price? Li Shimin looked at the chessboard in front of him, frowning tightly, as all his pieces were surrounded. If Shi Shuo and Qianchi's game was one of fierce battles, then this game was a prisoner dragon. Shi Shuo must leave Chang'an, leave the Tang Dynasty. No way. Li Shimin refused without a second thought. He is my son, Li Shimin's son. Oh, he cannot be left to wander outside. But this is the price you must pay. Shi Shuo and immortality, you can only choose one. In this world one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Do not be too greedy. I am the emperor. And so what? Shi Shuo glanced at him indifferently. You are merely an emperor, you are not a god. Since we are all human, you can only choose one. Why must I choose? Li Shimin was confused. Why must I choose? Because what you desire is on Shi Shuo. He possesses the long-awaited immortality you seek. Hearing this, Li Shimin was completely stunned. Shi Shuo actually held the secret to immortality. The poison in him can be cured. Under the right conditions, he just needs to take the antidote, but the antidote is already gone. Now there is only one method left, which is to transfer his blood to another person. He doesn't like this thing, but if given to you, he wouldn't forgive you either. Therefore, you must make a choice. If you choose him, then give up your dream of immortality. If you choose your dream, he will leave. Shi Shuo said this lightly. For him, the one needing to make a choice was not him, and he had nothing to worry about. How do you know Shi Shuo will achieve immortality? Li Shimin thought for a long while, and found many doubts in his words. You are from the south. How do you know Shi Shuo, and how did you know that what Shi Shuo ingests will grant immortality? Because I once achieved immortality and lived over 100 years. Do you think I would not know? Shi Shuo placed a black piece down, sealing the entire game. You lost. Li Shimin looked down at the chessboard, deeply shocked, then turned to Shi Shuo. The entire game could only be described as a masterstroke. Immortality is a very lonely matter. Watching loved ones, friends, and children leave one after another is painful, yet one cannot end one's own life, for they are also struggling. Shi Shuo gazed out the window as it started to rain again and packed away the chess pieces. To gain one thing is to lose another, so what good is immortality? Shi Shuo soon arrived, only to find the hall filled with imperial physicians, while Qianchi sat at the stairway with a madwoman. What are you all doing? Don't you know I run a business here? With you all lingering here, one might think that Shi Shuo has committed a grave mistake, waiting for you to judge him. Shi Shuo walked up to Qianchi, proudly pointing at him. Qianchi, when did your taste become so heavy that you even brought a madwoman into my tavern? Qianchi directly lifted Mu Qing's hair, saying that he could overlook everything else, but this matter had to be clarified. I have heavy tastes. Take a good look at who she is. After Shi Shuo recognized her, he took several steps back, clearly frightened. You went for so long just to bring her back. What did the old man become overly benevolent? That much is not. Qianchi was not new to Shi Shuo's biting tongue and was already immune to it. He just didn't know how the teacher felt about being called an old man by Shi Shuo. Bringing her back mainly concerns your matter. What matter could I possibly have? Shi Shuo recalled his misdeeds over the past few days and found nothing unreasonable. These people wouldn't have their eyes on his money, would they? Although he was indeed now so poor that only money was left that was his lifeline, he couldn't possibly give it up. Shi Shuo walked down with Li Shimin, one following the other. Shi Shuo observed their furrowed brows and gloomy expressions, feeling inexplicably anxious. They must have been plotting something, and it seemed that Li Shimin had suffered a defeat. Looking at the way they gazed at him, one couldn't help but wonder if they were really scheming for his wealth. Shi Shuo raised his hand to greet Shi Shuo. Son, you're back. Did you have fun? Shi Shuo, you went out to play without taking me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Shi Shuo said this while dramatically clutching his chest and hanging himself on Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo glanced at the person hanging on him, and at that moment he finally understood why that village elder had such a strange expression. It turned out they all wanted to be his father. Looking at the way Li Shimin stared at him as if he wanted to devour him, Shi Shuo pushed Shi Shuo away and patted his clothes, although his face remained expressionless. Yet his actions told Shi Shuo that he was quite disdainful. Sure, you've changed. Think about how cute you were when you used to cling to my leg when you were little. Now you actually look down on me. Truly, children grow up and no longer heed their parents. My heartfelt devotion has ultimately been misplaced. Shi Shuo frowned, looking at him gloomily. Shi Shuo, the longer you live, the more foolish you become. If that's the case, I shall fulfill my filial duty and help you reminisce. Both of you want to be my father without asking if my fists agree. Shi Shuo looked at Shi Shuo's clenched fists and suddenly felt a bit panicked. Shi Shuo usually used his feet because he found kicking people exhilarating, but with his fists, one hit would mean he wouldn't need to live anymore. Wait, give me a chance to say my last words. Go ahead. It's just a chance. Shi Shuo had plenty of time. I once loved my mother could swim, and I have no ex-girlfriend. Shi Shuo. Qianchi. Li Shimin listened with a bewildered expression, not understanding how these words related to his last words. Forget it, you might as well die to avoid being a nuisance. Shi Shuo directly pulled out a brick from his sleeve and hurled it. Shi Juanza was momentarily stunned, then quickly pulled over Su Wuqinghe, who had been grabbed by Li Jing, to shield himself. Su Wuqinghe was knocked unconscious by Shi Shuo. Truly it was said that when one stands aside, trouble comes from the heavens. Damn it, Shi Shuo, you bastard. Shi Juanza immediately jumped to the side, keeping a distance from Shi Shuo, his face showing clear unease as he glared at him. You little bastard, you really went for it. That was a girl. How could you be so lacking in compassion? No wonder you've always been single, you deserve to. Shi Shuo touched his nose unconcerned. You have compassion, or if you had the ability, you wouldn't drag her in as a shield. Me being single is as if you have a partner. Qianchi watched them start to hurt each other, feeling helpless as he rubbed his forehead. What had he done wrong to end up with these two absurd bastards? Li Shimin patted Qiankai's shoulder. What did Shi Juanza mean by his last words just now? That's the girl's 3 questions. The first question is whether the girl asks the boy if he loves her, so it's about having loved. The second question is if the girl and his mother fell into a river, who would he save? The third question is if he would choose his ex or his current partner if they were together. These 3 questions are referred to as the soul's 3 questions in a certain era. I didn't expect the teacher to use these questions to deflect Shi Shuo. There's no escaping this beating. Qianchi explained each point to Li Shimin. After all, this was a modern topic, knowing about it wouldn't change anything, but he couldn't help but lament that life was good in ancient times, not having to answer these 3 questions. Li Shimin listened and felt curious about the era he spoke of, even a bit envious. What kind of era was that? Was there really a couple bound for life? Yes, people there lived like some common folks here with monogamous relationships. They might encounter various problems in life and argue, but for most, that was their happiness. Li Shimin's mind flashed with the image of Empress Zhangsun, a smile forming at the corners of his lips. So that's what happiness is. Mu Qing, if you hadn't been so stubborn back, then maybe your life with Shi Shuo would have been very happy. At least he would have given you face and satisfied all your vanity. Mu Qing listened to Qiankai's words, her eyes widening as she recalled the bits and pieces of the past. Shi Shuo had indeed spoiled her, but she had never been a shadow in his eyes. He wouldn't know what love is. His heart is like a stone. No matter how I warm it, it remains cold. At least after being with you, he no longer socializes or engages in any intimate actions with other women. Qianchi looked at her, still trying to justify herself, feeling quite disappointed. He believed that if he could have sat in Shi Shuo's position, he absolutely couldn't have maintained distance for the sake of those around him. For him, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages, bringing no benefits. Shi Shuo doesn't understand what love is, but neither do you. Shi Shuo's fault lies in his lack of a heart. And your fault is your ambition is too great. You know very well what kind of person Shi Shuo is, yet you still insisted on being with him. You should understand the principle that you cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Since you have received all his affection, you should be content. Mu Qing bit her lip, a hint of regret flashing in her mind. Was it really her fault? Every word from Qianchi was quite reasonable. Was her ambition truly too great? In fact, every decision the teacher made was not wrong. The only mistake was his agreement to let you be together. This not only harmed Shi Shuo, but everyone. That's not true. Mu Qing shook her head, vigorously rebutting Qiankai's words. He loved Shi Shuo the most. We are merely toys to prevent Shi Shuo from feeling lonely. But he also gave you the skills to survive outside, and brought you glory. Qianchi held her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Do you still think your actions can deceive everyone? The teacher has long known you aren't pure. He just hasn't spoken up for Shi Shuo. Admitted all of this is your ambition at play. The teacher said before he died that this life is too long, and neither he nor Shi Shuo understands what it means to cherish. So it's not that Shi Shuo's heart can't be warmed, but that it has long been shattered. Mu Qing's eyes widened. The teacher had actually felt regret. A shattered heart devoid of emotions, whether in the last life or this one. What was she really striving for? Li Shimin listened to their words, feeling a deep shock in his heart. Although he had many questions, he also knew that even if he asked, Qianchi would not provide an explanation. He understood a bit. What Shi Shuo had learned, done, and was capable of was not from this place, just like the history. Perhaps they really came from another place, which is why they knew everything that would happen in the Great Tang. Just as Li Shimin was lost in thought, Shi Shuo grasped the collar of Shi Juanza and dragged him back. Shi Shuo glanced at them indifferently, loosened his grip, and Shi Juanza fell directly to the ground, then walked back to his usual seat. Don't you have anything you want to do or say? He certainly did not believe that this group gathered here just to see him. Even if it were to see him, they wouldn't have brought so many imperial physicians to check on him. Do I still need to instruct you on what to do? Everyone's here, so why are you hiding in the corner? Li Shimin looked sharply at the group of physicians huddled in the corner. The physicians rushed forward to examine Shi Shuo's pulse, some already starting to sweat. At first they thought that Empress Chang'an had fallen ill again and had been sent by Li Shimin to the tavern, but upon arrival, they found no Empress, and ended up waiting here for an entire day. Only after asking did they learn they were here to examine Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo could treat the Empress ailments, but could not heal himself, proving true the saying that a doctor cannot heal himself. However, they were also afraid of being mistreated by Shi Shuo, so they simply hid in the corner hoping that he would not notice. One physician hurriedly approached Li Shimin saying, "The county lord is severely poisoned. It's a miracle he has survived this long. I am an old minister and powerless to diagnose what poison he has ingested." With the first physician's report given the second, one shook his head in front of Li Shimin indicating his helplessness. Li Shimin looked at the group of physicians who all lowered their heads, feeling some anger in his heart. But he saw that Shi Shuo remained so calm, while drinking tea, suddenly feeling a bit unable to comprehend his son. Knowing his own fate, he could still remain so composed. With such steadiness, Li Shimin believed he would not be able to achieve it. "Aren't you the least bit anxious? What does it matter if I die?" Shi Shuo slowly savored his tea, then put down the cup and began eating the snacks on the table, indifferent to their words. After all, this was not the first time he had faced death. It was just that now he possessed a system, and he wondered whether that cursed system would impose any punishment if he died like this. After all, it had not appeared for a long time. Although he could do the tasks he wanted or ignore them if he did not, sometimes he hoped he did not have this thing. Upon hearing his words, Shi Shuo immediately opened his eyes and climbed up from the ground. Mu Qing looked at him in disbelief. He was still the same Shi Shuo, a decisive Shi Shuo, unchanged in both this life and the last. He treated everything around him with indifference. Nothing had changed, only she and the environment had. He still did not know what love was, nor did he understand what it meant to cherish. Upon hearing his response, Li Shimin, who had originally thought of many comforting words, swallowed them back. Now he had only one thought: to beat this kid up. Is there really nothing in this world that you hold dear? No. Whether it be people or matters, if it weren't for Shi Shuo telling him to bring Mu Qing out, he wouldn't have come to Chang'an. Otherwise, he would probably be hiding in some remote mountain corner right now. 5 years is neither long nor short. Living every day according to a plan constrained by the 5 great families and 7 noble clans, what was there for him to be sentimental about? The appearance of Qianchi indeed shocked him, making him feel that there was at least one other person like him in this world. He was not heartless, his heart merely lived in the past. In the past he had sadness, pain, helplessness, hope, and entanglements. It was just that everything was too late. By the time Shi Shuo found him, it was already too late. Whether it be you or everything in this tavern, to me, it is merely a fleeting dream. But when the dream awakens, where should I go? I am grateful to Shi Shuo for giving me another life, but I am equally grateful to Mu Qing for helping me find a reason to leave. A fleeting dream, you say? When the Guanyin maid fell ill, he felt helpless, but Shi Shuo's arrival gave him hope. After the Guanyin maid recovered, he felt that as long as Shi Shuo was still in this world, he was still the emperor of the great Tang, and certainly had hope for a prosperous age. But the one who gave him hope now brought him a sense of helpless despair, making him feel powerless. Li Shimin wanted to approach him to say something, but found that he had nothing to say. Shi Shuo pressed a hand on his shoulder, stepped over him, and sat down beside Shi Shuo. "Congratulations, you finally get to experience my life now." Upon hearing this, Shi Shuo was taken aback and then shocked. "Has your brain flooded? How could I possibly be like you?" Mu Qing said that the medicine she prescribed followed the list you once made about me. "Is it not the same as mine? When did I ever study you? Besides, aren't you just a sacrificial pawn?" Shi Shuo thought for a moment, realizing something was off. He seemed to have indeed studied this old man, his habit being to compile lists while researching. "Old man, repeat what you just said." Mu Qing said that when she poisoned you 5 years ago, she casually gave you that thing, and it was according to the dosage on the list you made. Shi Shuo's eyes widened, releasing Shi Shuo, and sat helplessly in the chair. No wonder he had felt something was off in recent years. Clearly this body had been severely poisoned, and according to estimates from back then, he should have only been able to live for 3 years. Yet 3 years later, he found his strength had recovered, and this body still appeared weak, looking as if it would fall over with a gust of wind. Damn it, the reason was actually here. While 5 years ago he thought since he had only 3 years left to live, dying would be fun. A year ago he thought that since he couldn't die, he might as well detoxify. Now that all the antidote materials had been found, they were unexpectedly useless. Not only could he not die, but if nothing unexpected happened, he could originally have lived to 80, and now it was uncertain. "Father, I'm tired. I'll head back to my room now." Li Shimin initially wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Shi Shuo. No one can help him except for himself. No one can bring him out. Just as he himself said, everything for him is merely a fleeting dream. He will not shed tears, nor will he harm himself. Only when he sleeps will he briefly forget all of this. "Come back tomorrow." Li Shimin looked at the tightly shut door, and then at Li Jing. "Pharmacist, please take them away first." Li Jing nodded. After all, this wasn't his business, and it wouldn't be good for him to meddle. "Yes." Li Shimin watched as everyone in the room left, turning to Shi Shuo. "What exactly has Shuo gone through? You have no right to know. He is my son, Li Shimin." "He is not." Shi Shuo glared back, but saying this felt off as if something was amiss, yet not quite. "So you are not people of the Tang Dynasty, right?" Li Shimin listened to his denial and their actions. There were things he didn't know, yet they were all too clear about. Shi Shuo did not expect that Li Shimin would guess this. "It's your delusion. No more lies. Shuo has been denying it all along, but I have investigated several times and found that what he is doing now is different from others' evaluations of him. Li Shimin originally thought that was just idle gossip, but after hearing what Qianchi just said, he believed that those rumors were definitely not groundless. Shi Shuo might have once been that kind of person, which is why he started earning money at the age of 12. We are indeed not people of the Tang Dynasty, but we are from the Central Plains. And Shi Shuo, or rather the former him, had already died once 5 years ago. Shi Juanza could no longer be bothered to find excuses to stall him, and simply laid it all out. What could Li Shimin do when he knew? He couldn't change anything. So it is true. Li Shimin recalled a segment written in the document depicting Shi Shuo poisoned and lying on the bed weak and helpless while the old doctor was anxious and restless. Miraculously, after half an hour he began to improve. Then why did he become like this? Because of his parents. Shi Junluo's looked at Li Shimin and suddenly felt he resembled Shi Shuo's father in his past life, yet not in the eyes of his parents. No matter how well he did, whether he was truly at fault, or if it was something he did, it was always, when I found him he wanted to end his own life. He was only 8 years old then. Later, when I informed his parents that I wanted to take him away, they merely glanced at him and allowed me to take him. It was then I realized he was different from others. He had no tears, as if he were born with an indifference. Later on he learned how to hide everything about himself. In front of his parents he learned to hold his head high with pride. He learned that matters solvable by money should never be handled personally. He learned how to navigate various families in high society, making him appear to be someone who left no trace, yet was charming everywhere. In the realm of medicine his words became commands. Holding countless patents in his hands, he became the ideal child everyone talked about, someone to be emulated. When the door closed and there were no outsiders, he would always say to me, "Father, I am tired." Until his mother came to find him, he thought she was coming to reconcile, but instead she told him that his biological father. She asked him to pay for the treatment, and he said nothing, healing his biological father. But what he received in return was merely a statement: "This is what you should do." When he learned that it was his brother who grew up beside his parents that made his biological father so angry, he ended up hospitalized. When he witnessed his mother actually giving the money he provided to his brother, while his younger brother was pushed to the ground. When he heard his mother say that since he was so wealthy he should give more for them to spend, his heart lost all hope. In his past life he was merely repaying debts, but this debt ruined his entire life, leaving him to languish and suffer. Yet he accepted this fate, and in the end told me he was tired and wished to rest in another way. But what he never knew in this life was that his biological parents regretted it the first time he came home to visit them. However, Shi Shuo's gaze and manner of speaking made them feel the disparity, even if they wanted to express it. Once misunderstandings begin, Shi Shuo will only believe what he sees, never truly seeking to understand the essence of things. Even if he knows it is wrong, he will not change, preferring to crash into a wall without turning back. He will never understand how easy death is. It is the pain of those left behind that is the most torturous. Li Shimin walked to the third floor, looking at Shi Shuo lying motionless in the rocking chair, gazing outside. You must have lived in great pain back then. It was okay. Shi Shuo reflected on the past. Li Shimin, how about we make a deal? What kind of deal? I will give you a prosperous era. 100 nations will come to pay homage. My condition is that no matter what they do wrong, you must unconditionally protect them. Li Shimin looked into his eyes, remaining silent for a long time. All right. I heard you plan to send envoys to visit Tubo tomorrow, right? Yes. Do you have any suggestions? I have been guarding this tavern for 2 years. Since I cannot die, I might as well go out for a stroll just to clear my mind, and take Prince Wei along. After all, infighting among princes is not a good sight. But they are brothers. How could they possibly fight among themselves? Li Shimin was quite dissatisfied with Shi Shuo's statement, as he himself had taken the throne through brotherly infighting. Therefore he did not wish for his children to follow this old path. He had zero tolerance for such matters. Only one can be the master of the Tang Dynasty. They are all sons of Li Shimin, one unwilling to be a minister, and the other afraid of losing his position. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin instantly fell silent. Yes, they were all his sons. No matter who sat in that position, there would be someone unwilling. But Shi Shuo, with no distractions and no desire for power, was still a bit different. At least Shi Shuo possessed the ability to bring prosperity to the Tang Dynasty. So you want to send Zhuge away, right? No, it is a warning, making it clear to him that the throne has nothing to do with him. Shi Shuo looked at Li Shimin's expression and knew he was hesitating, but his indecisiveness would only harm them. One could only say that all the knowledge had gone to waste. The next day the officials were stunned to see Shi Shuo's carriage arrive at the palace gates. Who didn't know that the emperor had granted Shi Shuo the privilege to come and go as he pleased? Although Shi Shuo was renowned as a divine physician, he rarely treated anyone, let alone the nobility or even officials, like them. If he found someone displeasing, even a glance would seem excessive. However, his skills were indeed genuine. Why has the divine physician sure come to court? Zhangsun Wuji, as the head of the officials, had long been displeased with Shi Shuo. He had no merits to speak of, yet he healed his sister, so Zhangsun had nothing to say about his title as a county lord. It was infuriating that he did not attend court and yet received such a large salary. Is it impressive to give out 300,000 coins? Shi Shuo heard the tone of Zhangsun Wuji and knew he was here to pick a fight with him. Furthermore, my lord, while you are the head of the officials, I am not under your control. Therefore I can come and go as I please. If you think you have worn this official hat long enough, I would not mind taking it off. The officials watching the spectacle couldn't help but gasp, admitting that Shi Shuo's words were indeed bold. To think he even wanted to challenge the prime minister's position. Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted by the wind? Zhangsun gritted his teeth, having a strong intuition that Shi Shuo was definitely a thorn in Qianchi's side. To his shock, it had actually become a reality. If Shi Shuo were to join the fray, neither he nor the crown prince nor Wei Wang would be his match. His presence made even the crown prince appear dimmed, and soon the court would belong solely to him, Shi Shuo. I am Shi Shuo, a renowned divine physician, and Chang'an wealthy enough to rival nations. Even the emperor seeks grain from me. Why should I be afraid? Shi Shuo shrugged, showing disdain for Zhangsun words, his attitude as arrogant as ever. It was as if he were saying, if you have the ability, go ahead and lend grain or give money to the emperor. If you lack the ability, then stay aside. Zhangsun was so furious that he could hardly breathe. If looks could kill, he would have long wanted to flay Shi Shuo alive. Just look at that attitude, that arrogance. Those in the know understood he was merely a powerless county lord. Those who didn't know might think he was on par with Zhangsun, a fifth-rank official posing as a prime minister, playing such a grand role. It truly drove him mad. He would make sure Shi Shuo knew today that posturing was not done this way. Wei Zheng watched Shi Shuo's retreating figure. While he was pleased to see Zhangsun so enraged, he did not believe Shi Shuo had come merely to show off. Someone they had invited for nearly a year suddenly took the initiative to come to court seemed particularly strange. Furthermore, he showed no interest in power, yet suddenly seemed interested in the official hat atop Zhangsun head. Was it related to yesterday's events? Or perhaps Shi Shuo intended to retaliate against the emperor for blocking him at the tavern, and thus suddenly targeted Zhangsun. In that case, Zhangsun had done him a favor by stepping out to shield Shi Shuo from fire, though he ultimately lost miserably. Shi Shuo reached the Taiji hall, called for a chair, and sat in the corner. Chang'an watched Shi Shuo's actions, then glanced at the official's eyes, and walked in front of Shi Shuo under everyone's gaze. Shi Shuo, this is the Taiji hall. I know, so you must stand. You cannot eat here, and this food box cannot be placed here. Chang'an quickly pressed down the food box as Shi Shuo prepared to open it. He knew that Shi Shuo was usually very bold, but he did not expect him to dare to eat here. Aren't you hungry? Shi Shuo assessed him up and down, and this child definitely hadn't eaten breakfast. Besides, what's wrong with eating a bit? The emperor wouldn't dare strip me of my official hat. If he has the ability, he can. Shimin happened to reach the door and heard Shi Shuo's boastful words, frowning tightly, taking a deep breath. Just bear with it. If he really kicked him out, he would receive news of Shi Shuo's escape after court. Chang'an watched him, thinking, you are unafraid because you do not want this position of crown prince, but I am the crown prince. If you really eat here, wouldn't father kick me out? Really, as a favor for being the crown prince, could you please not eat here for now? He could pretend not to see him sitting here, but he absolutely could not let him eat. Qianchi's eyes widened in surprise. Shi Shuo placed his hat on the chair, grabbed the food box in one hand, and held onto the back of Qianchi's collar with the other, whispering in his ear, if you want Wei Wang to leave here for a while, you had better come with me obediently. Then there will be neither Wei Wang nor me contending with you in the court. Qianchi's eyes widened in surprise, not quite understanding what he meant. Taking advantage of his daze, Shi Shuo directly dragged him out. The first to react was Zhangsun. Seeing Shi Shuo drag the crown prince out like this, what would happen when Shi Shuo was truly becoming increasingly arrogant? It was one thing to sit here, but to drag the crown prince away as well. What was going on? Shi Shuo, you are being outrageous. Shi Shuo looked at the obstructing Zhangsun. If the decline of the Tang Dynasty was due to corruption, Zhangsun played a part in that as well. Anyone who threatened the crown prince Qianchi's position, he would eliminate without exception. Wu Wang Liku was the best example. Above one, below 10,000, wielding power over the court. Those in the know understood this was the realm of the Li family. Those who did not would think it was Zhangsun's domain. Your Majesty, are you only going to watch the show? Assistant Ji, it's time for court. Shimin glanced at the food box. You are merely a results-oriented person. You do as you please, but do not obstruct my view. Upon hearing this, Chang'an understood that his father had agreed. All right. Without looking back, Shi Shuo dragged Chang'an away. Zhangsun looked at Shimin in disbelief. Your Majesty, that is the crown prince. How could Shi Shuo, a mere merchant, be allowed to take the crown prince away? Or Assistant Ji, why don't you return the 300,000 coins? Anyway, Shimin certainly lacked the ability to do so, and would prefer Shi Shuo to give more. It would help lighten the burden on the national treasury. If he could directly place the money into the treasury, that would be even better. However, this was merely wishful thinking considering his stingy nature. Shimin would never achieve that in his lifetime. Hearing this, Zhangsun completely shut his mouth. Haha, let alone 300,000. He couldn't even produce 300 coins. In the Imperial Garden, Shi Shuo sat face to face with Chang'an. Chang'an looked at him with a serious expression, utterly confused about the purpose of Shi Shuo's invitation. After all, they hadn't met recently, why was he being singled out? In contrast to Qianchi's seriousness, Shi Shuo remained calm, immediately opening a food box filled with all sorts of pastries and tea. Li Chengxian always knew that Shi Shuo was someone who truly enjoyed life, but seeing such an array of different pastries made his mouth water. No wonder this was the most famous restaurant in Chang'an. The food box contained at least 5 or 6 varieties of pastries, which was quite impressive. What exactly did you bring me here for? It can't just be to share a meal, can it? Shi Shuo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is just to eat. Didn't they say we are twins? Of course we should eat together to strengthen our bond. Li Chengxian thought to himself, what nonsense does he think him a 3-year-old to be fooled like this? Moreover, although Shi Shuo was a merchant, his intellect was praised even by the emperor. I don't want to beat around the bush. Oh, just tell me your intentions directly. There was once a saying. Shi Shuo began his tea brewing ritual, as talking too much would soon leave his mouth, and Li Chengxian was just a teenager. He could still return to his original position. No land concessions, no reparations, no vassalage, no marriage alliances, no tributes. The emperor guards the national gates, and the monarch dies for the country. Li Chengxian widened his eyes at these words, staring in shock at Shi Shuo. It was the first time he had heard such a statement, and he couldn't help but feel deeply shaken. No wonder his uncle always told him to keep an eye on Shi Shuo. It seemed the reason was that he had the aura of an emperor. Who said that? A founding emperor. Li Chengxian observed Shi Shuo's calm demeanor, not paying too much attention to the authenticity of his words. Instead, he found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, the fact that Shi Shuo uttered these words indicated something significant. It was as if he was warning him while sharing the statement. You really didn't need to tell me this personally. Shi Shuo tapped the table, meeting Li Chengxian's gaze, knowing that in this transaction the power must rest in his hands, not in the hands of a mere teenager. Tell Chang'an Wuji to restrain himself. His position beneath 1 and above 10,000 is not something he can hold. Virtue must match one's rank, otherwise he will be eliminated sooner or later. Li Chengxian observed the fleeting killing intent in Shi Shuo's eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. On one side was his supportive uncle, and on the other was Shi Shuo. Both were people he couldn't afford to offend. He simply hadn't expected his uncle to harbor such grand ambitions, being beneath 1 while above 10,000. Would he also seek to wield power over the court? What authority would Li Chengxian have when he ascended the throne? I will remind him. Shi Shuo noticed the flickering gaze of Li Chengxian and knew this boy wouldn't simply go ahead and remind. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. Once he dealt with Chang'an Wuji, he could be away for a few months, and the economy of Chang'an would still be under the control of the restaurant. Gao Yang has seen the crown prince. Gao Yang spotted the crown prince sitting with an official in the imperial garden from a distance, though she didn't know the official's identity. She was surprised that she could enter the harem. Regardless of who it was, that figure looked quite handsome from behind. However, Li Chengxian frowned upon seeing Gao Yang approach. He didn't particularly like this sister. Oh, rise. Thank you, crown prince. Gao Yang noticed that Shi Shuo showed no intention of standing to salute her, which made her somewhat displeased. Yet when she saw the food box beside him, she couldn't help but gasp. That was the food box of the Divine Doctor restaurant. Even though she was a princess, she could only eat there once a month. Moreover, her food box wasn't as large as this one. How wealthy must this person be to dare bring such a food box here? I didn't expect that there would even be breakfast from the Divine Doctor restaurant here. Can Gao Yang have one? It seems the princess' illness has truly been cured. The kick I gave her last time was indeed a bit lighter. Upon hearing this voice, Gao Yang's body stiffened, and when she turned to look at Shi Shuo's face, her legs went weak, and she fell directly to the ground. Li Chengxian watched this scene taken aback. He was aware of Shi Shuo's earlier action of kicking Gao Yang. Gao Yang was the most arrogant and overbearing among all the princes and princesses. Many others would avoid her. Yet Shi Shuo had kicked her, and the emperor hadn't said a word, not even reprimanding him. One could only say that one mountain was higher than another. Gao Yang was clearly no match for Shi Shuo. However, a single sentence from Shi Shuo had frightened her like this, indicating that his earlier action was not merely a kick. The palace maid beside Gao Yang rushed forward to help her up, angrily glaring at Shi Shuo, while completely ignoring Li Chengxian. What a subject. To see the princess and not bow, yet dare to frighten her. What punishment do you deserve? From the looks of you, you're merely a 5th rank official, yet you dare to eat and sit with the crown prince. Come here, seize this fool. Nearby guards immediately rushed over, surrounding Shi Shuo and Li Chengxian. The leader frowned upon seeing the crown prince present, saying, I beg your highness to step aside, lest this scoundrel harm you. Li Chengxian thought to himself how quickly the guards had arrived, catching him off guard. Yet he observed Shi Shuo remain so calm, while eating, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you worried at all? Worried about what? Shi Shuo looked at the more than 10 guards calmly sipping his tea. He recalled that the last time Xiaodong was beaten up, these people had been nowhere to be found. One could tell that something was amiss, otherwise how could it be so coincidental that as soon as the maid shouted they arrived? Judging by their appearance, they must be heavy drinkers, overworked. It's clear they have a habit of visiting brothels often. Li Chengxian, you're quite observant. Not bad. I advise you to investigate thoroughly and see just how many useless people have infiltrated the palace. Under the witness of Li Chengxian, Shi Shuo kicked each one into the lake. Isn't it said that Shi Shuo is suffering from a lethal poison? How does he still have such strength? He doesn't even need to move. It's all taken care of by him. Shi Shuo walked in front of the palace maid, grabbing Gao Yang by the back of her collar and pulling her aside. The palace maid, frightened by Shi Shuo's actions, took a few steps back, crying out, "Princess, your highness, save me." Before she could finish her words, Shi Shuo kicked her as well. "Princess Gao Yang, I've dealt with these troublesome servants for you. Are you happy?" Gao Yang looked at Shi Shuo's smile and instantly hid behind Li Qingqian, her body trembling. "Brother, I. Gao Yang, he is Shi Shuo. Although he is a fifth-rank official, you can never afford his courtesy." Li Qingqian directly pushed Gao Yang aside. He didn't want to lose his credibility with Chang'an over someone like Gao Yang. Although he wouldn't do anything to her, he also didn't want to disappoint his own sister. Gao Yang looked at Li Qingqian's cold gaze and instantly understood that the crown prince would not help her. But why were these people always bullying her when she had done nothing wrong? Neither mother nor Chang'an helped her. Now, even brother the crown prince wouldn't help. It's all because of Shi Shuo. Why did he have to appear? He talks about her not being able to afford his courtesy. Ridiculous. She is a princess of the Tang Dynasty. Just a commoner. What is there to be proud of? Today she would make him kneel on the ground and submit to her. You are Shi Shuo, right? This princess is a princess of the Tang Dynasty. Why don't you bow to me? Li Qingqian felt that what he just said was in vain. He had just warned her, and now she was disregarding him. It seemed that Gao Yang really took herself seriously. He hoped that Shi Shuo would show some mercy and not be too harsh. You want me to bow to you? Shi Shuo was somewhat stunned. Even Li Shimin could do as he pleased. He didn't even bother with the crown prince. When did Gao Yang feel that she was above them? Does this princess still not deserve a courtesy from you? Gao Yang raised her head proudly, looking down at Shi Shuo. Except for the emperor and my teachers, everyone else in this world who has made me bow is dead. Princess Gao Yang, are you sure you want me to bow? Shi Shuo held a scalpel in his hand, looking at Gao Yang with the gaze of a corpse devoid of any warmth. Li Qingqian looked at the knife, his heart sinking. He was certain that Shi Shuo wouldn't care what kind of place this was, or as long as he wanted to do something, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Therefore, sometimes Shi Shuo could be relied upon. But at times he was also a dangerous person. Just like now, he didn't care whether this was the palace. He wouldn't care what consequences would follow after taking a life. Shi Shuo, this is the imperial palace. You cannot kill people. I certainly know this is the imperial palace, Shi Shuo said with a gentle smile, stroking the knife. Then put away. Li Qingqian looked at Shi Shuo's smile and felt even more anxious. There's a saying, better safe than sorry. Shi Shuo's smile made him feel as if the world was collapsing. I won't kill her, but I can ruin her. Don't worry, I won't take her life, Shi Shuo softly reassured Li Qingqian, as if it were the simplest thing. Li Qingqian was on the verge of tears upon hearing this. Damn it, who can help this madman? He felt that if things turned serious, he would definitely be kicked into the lake by him. Empress Zhangsun had initially thought to watch the drama unfold, but unexpectedly Shi Shuo was serious. If something really happened to Gao Yang, even if Shi Shuo did many good deeds, it would be difficult for the emperor to protect him. I didn't expect Princess Gao Yang to be even more arrogant than me, the empress. Upon hearing the voice, Shi Shuo paused for a moment, but still put away the scalpel. After all, Empress Zhangsun was just trying to mediate if he really laid a hand on Gao Yang here. Tomorrow, all the officials would surely impeach him. For just a Gao Yang, it wasn't worth cutting off his own future. Li Qingqian sighed in relief upon seeing Empress Zhangsun, as the pressure from Shi Shuo was truly overwhelming. He felt that if he wasn't careful, Shi Shuo might kick him out as well. Mother, your majesty. Shi Shuo nodded, acknowledging her. Gao Yang looked at Empress Zhangsun, who had also arrived, and retreated repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Mother, he is just a subject. Why do you always help him? Clearly, I am also your child. Why do you help him bully me? Why do you force me to learn palace rules and etiquette? Am I not as good as an outsider? Shi Shuo Gij is not an outsider. He is my biological brother, born of the same mother. You are the outsider. Chang'an stepped out from behind Empress Zhangsun, glaring at Gao Yang. She hated nothing more than seeing her mother. Gao Yang's eyes widened upon hearing this, as she looked back and forth between them. After a closer look, she collapsed. Although Shi Shuo had not tied his hair, it was easy to see that he resembled the crown prince closely. If she wasn't mistaken, he should be the lost child, the one who was a twin with the crown prince. If that's the case, she indeed had no right to receive his courtesy. Shi Shuo looked at Gao Yang, who was trembling on the ground, and instantly lost interest, as he hadn't encountered a worthy opponent in a long time. However, before long she surrendered. Mu Qing was more entertaining, at least she could relieve his boredom. Empress, have you had breakfast yet? Do you want something to eat? Empress Chang'an realized one thing: Shi Shuo never cleaned up after his mess. Look at him, he threw people into the lake and enjoyed himself. He left the mess for her to handle, making him a real troublemaker. She might as well clean up the mess, since Shi Shuo was her son, as she would endure. At least the emperor complained to her about him every day. She was doing quite well. In the prison, Mu Qing looked around at the straw mats and the cockroaches in the corner, with the occasional mouse scurrying in. She originally thought that someone as dictatorial, ruthless, and decisive as Shi Shuo would imprison her and torture her mercilessly upon learning of her betrayal. But she never expected that Shi Shuo would directly hand her over to Li Shimin, saying something about family rules and national laws. Li Shimin should act according to the law, and as a citizen of the Tang Dynasty, he should also abide by the law. At that moment it felt as if she had heard an international joke. Who is Shi Shuo? Someone who can ignore rules at any time. One day he actually said those words that was simply a joke. Mu Qing heard noises from outside, and raised her hand to look, discovering many palace maids entering, seemingly carrying something. Immediately after, Shi Shuo also walked in. Dressed in an official robe, he did not appear imposing. Instead, he seemed somewhat frail. Yet he was indeed the one from her dreams. Elegant and gentle, at times imposing, and at times indulgent. It was just like the first time she met him. He was not perfect. Arrogance was his nature, while calmness was his passion for life. Being with him, there were both grand moments and simple days. What are you doing here? Shi Shuo opened the prison door, walked to the table, and took out the dishes from the food box. Mu Qing looked at the spread, only to find it was all her favorites, leaving her momentarily confused about Shi Shuo. They should be in an adversarial relationship. She wondered what he meant by visiting her. I will be leaving for Tubo tomorrow. Shi Shuo smiled as he poured a cup of wine and placed it before her, sitting down himself. So you discovered you still love me, and specifically came to find me to have a meal together. Sit down. Mu Qing looked at Shi Shuo's calm expression, her heart filled with anger. This version of Shi Shuo was not what she desired. He clearly possessed a high IQ, yet chose to be a minister. He had what others could never attain, yet wore an unconcerned expression. If I had to say, the person I hate the most in this world is you, Shi Shuo. I know. Shi Shuo looked into her angry eyes. Although they were lovers in the previous life, he satisfied all of Mu Qing's requests, yet it also caused her great pain. Let alone their differing positions now, they could not sit down and talk as they once did. I came here today not only to tell you about some past events, but mainly to send you off. Mu Qing was taken aback by this statement, glanced at Shi Shuo, and directly sat down. This was the Shi Shuo she remembered, or perhaps this was the true Shi Shuo. To kill the opponent, he would leave no room for his enemies. Looks like this is my last meal. The teacher said he has grown old, and will not come to send you off. As for Qianchi, he said your relationship is average, and could not be bothered to come. Shi Shuo picked up his chopsticks, and began to pick out fish bones. As for this wine, it will take effect in 2 hours, and will not cause you any pain. This is truly your style. Your Hansen approach is quite mad, and it is this side of you that attracted me. Mu Qing looked at Shi Shuo with bright eyes, naturally taking the bowl from him, and beginning to taste it little by little. Your culinary skills remain as excellent as ever. I did not give you a wedding in my previous life, I also owe you a funeral. You once said you liked roses for your final stage, I can still fulfill that wish in this life. Mu Qing was somewhat shocked to hear this. Clearly in their last life, they were at the center of the explosion, yet Shi Shuo somehow survived. It seemed his strength was indeed formidable. Then why didn't you continue living? You gave me the courage. At that moment he was grateful to Mu Qing. He had indeed contemplated suicide before. I thought about dying when I was 7, and I actually went through with it. It was the teacher who saved me. If it weren't for the teacher giving me another life, I would have left at that time. The teacher changed many of his little habits. At that time I thought that if I still felt this way, he would surely be very sad. It's easy to want to die, but the people left behind suffer greatly. So to avoid making him sad, I lived on. As for the explosion, it indeed didn't take my life. I was severely injured, but it was still possible to survive. However, when I see them, I recall everything from my childhood, and I also remember your determined eyes. After declaring my time of death, I lost all sensation. Mu Qing looked at Shi Shuo's smile, and smiled back. It seems you have truly let go. Yet in this game, everyone had let go except for her. Life must go on. A letting go of some things is the happiest moment. Mu Qing raised her glass and drank it down. You're right, it's time to let go, but I will hate you for eternity. Shi Shuo nodded and looked at the palace maids outside. You all come in, and help her get ready. Mu Qing watched Shi Shuo's back, allowing them to proceed without resistance. Since Shi Shuo wanted her dead, no matter how she struggled, it would be of no use. She just felt very unwilling. Empress Chang'an observed Shi Shuo walk out. She had never imagined that he had once endured such suffering. What surprised her even more was that Shi Shuo truly took matters into his own hands. Behind this seemingly frail exterior, there was such a decisive side. Not to mention Chang'an, even the emperor appeared somewhat inferior in his presence. Sure, are you alright? After a while, a palace maid approached Shi Shuo. Young master, she said she wants you to. Shi Shuo opened his eyes upon hearing the voice, walked into the prison, and saw Mu Qing happily looking into the mirror. Suddenly understanding people like them walk the line between life and death every day, being able to remain happy until the very last moment of life was what they ought to do. Mu Qing looked at herself in the mirror as if returning to the past when she first donned a hanfu and approached Shi Shuo, pestering him to play with her. Shi Shuo, come quickly, help me with my hair. Shi Shuo's hands were skilled and gentle. At that time, she felt that as long as Shi Shuo was by her side, she was undoubtedly the happiest woman in the world. Alright. When Shimin heard that Shi Shuo was poisoning someone in the prison, he hurriedly rushed over, looking at Empress Chang'an standing there. He was startled. Shi Shuo was actually poisoning the emperor without even consulting him. However, when he saw Shi Shuo dressing up the emperor, he was also taken aback. Wasn't it said that Shi Shuo was poisoning someone? Why did it look so harmonious? They appeared like a couple. If this weren't a prison, he would have thought he came to the wrong place. Mu Qing stood up happily, looking beautiful. Let's go. All right. Li Shimin watched Shi Shuo show no signs of resistance and hurriedly followed out. Mu Qing held Shi Shuo's hand wandering through Chang'an City, feeling the envious and jealous gazes from the women around them. You are still as popular as ever. Being with you, seeing the looks from those around us makes me feel very insecure. But this time I want to wish you well. I hope you can find someone who loves you. If there is a next life. If there is a next life, I still want to meet you, and at that time you can only be mine. Shi Shuo watched her fall and reached out to catch her. In fact, meeting me is just the beginning of your misfortune. Li Shimin realized that Mu Qing had been poisoned by Shi Shuo even before he arrived. If he remembered correctly, Qianchi had mentioned that they had once been in love. It can only be said that Shi Shuo's heart was in. The poison was thrown without any mercy. Shi Shuo, don't you regret it? Why should I regret? Shi Shuo looked at Li Shimin with confusion. He never regretted his actions. It was Li Shimin who was always indecisive no matter what he did. Who would believe they were father and son? Li Shimin looked at Shi Shuo's gaze, feeling a chill in his heart, wondering if he truly didn't know or was just pretending. Shuo, why is it that you can be so patient when fighting against them, while I find it truly vexing? Mu Qing leaned against Shi Shuo's embrace, gazing at the scenery on the street. She knew the poison had started to take effect. Though it was painless, it would simply cause her to fall asleep and die. When I was in Japan, every day I was on edge, feeling that if I took one wrong step, I would fall into the abyss. That's because you are not suited for this work, Shi Shuo replied. I really can't accept pushing you away like this. It's so unfair. In the next life, I will protect your peace for a lifetime. You said that I will remember it. Mu Qing looked at Shi Shuo's profile, reflecting on how foolish she had been to let go of the happiness that was within reach. Yes, I said it. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing smiled, quietly falling asleep in Shi Shuo's embrace. Sweet dreams. Outside the city, Qianchi stood beside Shi Juanzi, watching Shi Shuo lay Mu Qing in the flower bed. Master, do you think Shi Shuo will cry, eh? No, Shi Juanzi shook his head. Although his relationship with Mu Qing was quite delicate, their current positions were different. At most, Shi Shuo would cremate her and bury her properly. But he would never cry for anyone. Regardless, Mu Qing is the Empress of Japan. He not only won't cry, but will also destroy Japan in the end. After all, Mu Qing was still his disciple, and such a funeral was far too hasty. In a few days, Shi Shuo will head to Tubo. According to his nature, he will definitely offer the greatest concessions to Tubo to have them attack Japan. You've played around long enough, why not go out and see the world? Qianchi looked at Shi Juanzi, completely unable to believe that the master had actually sent him out. If he had a problem with him being there, he could just say, so, was it really necessary to do this? Shi Shuo stood there quietly for a while, and finally lit a fire. Mu Qing, in the next life you wear a qipao, and I'll wear a military uniform. If we really meet again in the next life, I will surely protect you for a lifetime. However, I still hope we don't meet again in the next life. That way you won't have to suffer as much as you did in this life. The journey through 2 lives has left us with scars hidden behind the grand spectacle. The next day outside the tavern, Shi Shuo looked at Shi Juanzi, who was yawning with a big question mark on his face. Are you really not going? Don't say later that I didn't take you along. Are you really going to take me? This trip will take at least 3 to 5 months. What will happen to the tavern? Shi Juanzi looked at the tavern, and to be honest, he missed the feeling of eating and sleeping. He was indeed a bit reluctant to leave this place. If Li Shimin wants to make money, he will definitely manage the tavern well. What is there to fear? Shi Shuo doesn't believe that with such a high profit Li Shimin wouldn't be tempted. As long as he makes a slight move, is he worried the tavern will go under? Then let's go together. After thinking for a while, Shi Juanzi considered that if it came to comparisons, Shi Shuo's skills were at the top of the food chain in the culinary world of Great Tang. As long as he followed him, would he still have to worry about not having food to eat? Li Tai watched the 3 of them discuss for a long time, his brows furrowed, feeling quite displeased. He simply couldn't understand why his father insisted on sending him to Tubo. Wasn't it enough to have Shi Shuo? With his strength, who could compete with him? Wei Zhang sat beside him, taking in Li Tai's displeasure. If the king of Wei knew that Shi Shuo had arranged everything, he would surely be furious. However, he had to admit that Shi Shuo was incredibly efficient. He had just seen Li Chengqian and immediately kicked Li Tai out. If he weren't disinterested in the throne, Wei Zhang would have wanted to give him a push to fully experience what it feels like to have an emperor handed over to him. Divine Doctor, it's time to set off, or else it will be late. Hearing Li Tai's voice, Shi Shuo grabbed Shi Juanzi by the collar and pulled him onto the carriage. No matter what, he couldn't let this guy stay in his tavern, and no one knew what trouble this rascal might cause while he was away. Set off. Shi Juanzi was calculating the pros and cons when he was suddenly pulled up by Shi Shuo, his face showing a clear look of confusion. After all, he was his disciple. Treating him like this was simply ungrateful. Xiao Tong watched their interaction and rubbed his nose. He might as well just sleep, because no matter how much trouble they caused, the young master could handle it alone. Just as everyone in the carriage was sleeping soundly, the carriage suddenly came to a halt, and Shi Juanzi's head bumped against the table. What happened? Old man, I was sleeping soundly. This tree, I planted it. This road, I opened it. If you want to pass this road, leave behind some passage money. Shi Juanzi recognized the familiar lines. Although the speaker stuttered a bit, he confirmed that their group of envoys was being robbed, which rarely happened in 100 years. This was really not easy. He turned his head and discovered Shi Shuo was actually missing. Where did my Shuo baby go? Xiao Tong. The young master is outside catching the wind. At that moment Shi Shuo was on the roof of the carriage looking at the dozens of bandits surrounding them, rubbing his nose and glancing at the stuttering bandit. Can you speak more clearly? You are making my embarrassment symptoms flare up. Here will give you a chance to start over. The bandit leader turned to look at Shi Shuo, instantly amused. I didn't expect such a beautiful lady to be here. Brother, seize her and make her the wife of our stronghold. Qianchi had originally wanted to go outside to watch the show, but heard this and immediately sat back down. He chuckled. Making her the stronghold's wife was a good idea, but he wondered if the brothers could handle it. Who is this rascal? The infamous demon doctor truly has the qualifications to be a stronghold's wife, but she is certainly not an ordinary kind of terrifying. Li Tai never expected that he had just come out, and in the 100 miles to Chang'an city he would encounter bandits. Seeing Shi Shuo still lying motionless on the top of the carriage, he immediately took out his waist token. I am the Prince of Wei from the Great Tang. How dare a few petty thieves block my carriage? Are they seeking death? The bandit leader looked at the chubby Li Tai, laughed heartily, and pointed at him with his big knife, turning to his brothers. Who would have thought there was even a prince among us? We are destined to strike it rich today. Li Tai was furious at their fearless demeanor, wondering what was wrong with his father. He had said that Shi Shuo and the others were experts, one could take on 10, so there was no need for guards to escort them. It was simply too ostentatious. Damn, it wasn't Shi Shuo being ostentatious. Shi Shuo, aren't you worried about becoming the bandit's wife? He didn't believe that Shi Shuo, this bastard, would not be angry after being humiliated like this. Isn't it just being a bandit's wife? Shi Shuo jumped down directly from the top of the carriage. To be honest, he really didn't care. Exactly, I've had enough of being a county lord, and I've played enough with merchants. Being a bandit might actually be quite... Li Tai. I was wrong. This bastard's mind has never been normal. Why would he think about provoking them? Upon hearing this, Qianchi, who had been anxious, finally felt relieved. What kind of person was Shi Shuo? Would he care whether the other party was male or female? He only cared about whether it was fun. Out anyway, in the end, he would become the bandit leader's person. Shi Shuo was still the same Shi Shuo. Oh, as long as you were slightly inattentive, you couldn't keep up with his train of thought, and you wouldn't know what he was planning. Shi Juanza also got off the carriage directly. After all, if something fun was happening, it would be foolish not to join in. He walked up to Shi Shuo, placing a hand on his shoulder. Treasure, let's go become bandit wives together. Shi Shuo, Qianchi, Li Tai, Wei Zhang, who had just gotten off to watch the show. This was indeed surprising, thinking of two people sharing one husband. If they didn't know how lazy the two of you were, they would think the sun had risen in the west. Then let's go. Shi Shuo directly took the lead, walking up to the bandit leader. Where is your stronghold? We will go voluntarily. The bandit leader, I have never seen someone so cooperative. Normally people would either shout or scream upon seeing them. But these two, on the contrary, were straightforward, saying they would come without any regard for face. Do you two want to think it over again? Think about what? Shi Shuo placed a hand directly on his shoulder. Although you're a bit ugly, your overall appearance is acceptable. Exactly, boss, why not reconsider? Xiao Tong, carrying a bundle, ran to the bandit leader's side, starting his promotional journey. After all, if everything was said by the young master, he wouldn't even get a chance to be recognized. My young master's skills are outstanding, not requiring 10,000 coins, just 998 coins. Guaranteed to be young and handsome, quality assured, absolutely safe, a must-have for finding a wife. The bandit leader. Shouldn't he be the one asking them for money? Why does it feel like something is off? Are you sure you can find a wife? Of course. Xiao Tong confidently raised his proud head. My young master dares to claim second place, no one dares to claim first. All the noble ladies in Chang'an who isn't eager to marry my young master. The bandit leader's mouth dropped open upon hearing this. Such an impressive figure indeed existed in Chang'an, but he forgot what his name was. He only remembered that the person in rumors, apart from being skilled in medicine and business, was useless in every other aspect. They say Bai Wui is just a scholar, but to charm all the girls in Chang'an, it must be because of his face. So he is just a useless person relying on his looks then. Shi Shuo, where is your young master? Him. Everyone pointed at Li Tai in unison, including Wei Zhang. Li Tai looked at the hands of the crowd in confusion. Shouldn't the young master referred to here be Shi Shuo? Why was everyone pointing at him? Li Tai. The bandit leader looked Li Tai up and down with a face full of disdain. What do the noble ladies of Chang'an see in him? He is so fat, not even as fun as my abs. He has money, said Shi Shuo. He has power, said Shi Juanza. He has looks, said Qianchi. The key is that he is also kind-hearted. Xiao Tong said while clapping his hands, looking very serious. Look at my young master. At first glance, he gives a great sense of security. Shi Shuo pursed his lips, unable to express his feelings. Dog, you have changed. This praise made him think Li Tai had undergone a transformation. Hearing Xiao Tong's exaggerated words, Li Tai felt as if he was floating. The bandit leader listened to Xiao Tong praising Li Tai and looked at him with half-belief. Then your young master seems to be somewhat useful. Take him away. Great, let's go be bandit wives. Xiao Tong was so happy he jumped up. The bandit leader. All the way, Qianchi observed the surrounding environment. Although these bandits took them in circles several times, it was a small matter for Qianchi. Then he looked at Shi Shuo and nodded at him. Shi Shuo immediately closed his eyes, starting to listen to how many people. A bandit saw Shi Shuo's eyes closed and his ears moving slightly, and immediately stepped forward to push him. Nothing, just a bit tired. Shi Shuo looked at him and smiled, slightly yawning in front of him. The man looked at Shi Shuo's actions and no longer paid attention to him. Qianchi quietly observed that person, feeling somewhat shocked. Although these bandits were all fighters, this one was different. He was definitely the toughest among them. This really is a phoenix among sparrows. Just the way he pushed Shi Shuo just now showed he was sensitive to sound. It seems that when the fun is over, the first to deal with must be him. Otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to leave when the time comes. Just as Shi Shuo and the others were planning their next steps, they had already arrived at the stronghold's gate. Shi Shuo looked at the words on the stronghold and frowned. Qingfeng stronghold. The characters were too ugly, even the sign around it looked like it had been chewed by a dog. It gave him a strong impulse to tear it down. Sister brother has brought back a few bandit wives. The bandit leader had just reached the main gate and began to shout, causing Shi Shuo to instinctively cover his ears for him. Right now, it was just too noisy. A woman heard the voice and slowly walked out from the house. When she saw Shi Shuo and the others, all the girlish shyness vanished, and she rushed towards them. Shi Shuo and the others looked at the object rushing over with wide eyes, feeling as if they were about to be hit by an unleashed bull, and all dodged to avoid her. After coming to their senses, everyone immediately looked at each other, and finding that no one was hurt, let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we're all right, thank goodness. Our chastity was almost lost. Get the hell away from me. Before Shi Shuo could finish his sentence, an angry voice interrupted him. Everyone looked up to see Shi Shuo pressing the woman's head down, with one hand spinning around and pinning her to the ground. Shi Shuo and Qianchi both patted their chests in unison and exhaled heavily. As long as they weren't the targets, they were relieved. The bandit leader, shocked to see his sister taken down so easily, raised his large blade and placed it against Shi Shuo's neck. Are you asking for death? Wait, brother, let him go. The woman rose from the ground, not angry, but smiling delightedly, casting flirtatious glances at Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo, Qianchi and Shi Shuo exchanged a look, then vigorously rubbed the goosebumps off their arms. Was this something they could watch for free? I never imagined such a handsome man existed in this world. I, Fire Phoenix, am truly blessed. Fire Phoenix openly scrutinized Shi Shuo, her mind filled with unspeakable images. Sister, there are two more here. They themselves said they volunteered to be captive husbands. The bandit leader pointed at Shi Shuo and the others. Although he was annoyed by their earlier evasion of his sister, he decided to let it slide for her happiness. Qianchi and Shi Shuo, thank you very much. Fire Phoenix immediately turned her gaze to them, her eyes gleaming brighter. Her luck was truly exceptional. Heaven had sent her 3 captive husbands. Though the child beside them was young, it was easy to see he would grow into a handsome man. Today she was determined to marry one of these 3, especially the one who had just pinned her down. She hadn't expected such an unremarkable-looking man to possess such skill. Qianchi and Shi Shuo exchanged another glance, then stood perfectly straight, bowed 90 degrees to Fire Phoenix, and said in unison, "Greetings, master's wife." Now, as long as they could distance themselves cleanly, they were willing to sell out their master. After all, as the saying goes, better the monk than the disciple. Master, rest assured, once we've had our fun, we'll surely come to rescue you. Master's wife. Fire Phoenix was stunned. She hadn't expected them to be master and disciples. Were they sure they weren't deceiving her? Greetings, master's grandmother. Xiao Tong bowed along with Shi Shuo and the others, elevating Fire Phoenix's seniority by another level. Shi Shuo was utterly speechless. What on earth had he raised? In critical moments they sold him out with astonishing speed. But he doesn't look that old. Why did you become his disciples and disciples' disciples? Fire Phoenix scrutinized Shi Shuo from head to toe. She could swear this man was barely over 20. How had he gathered so many apprentices and grand apprentices? Master's wife, don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He's actually 25, well past the age for marriage. Shi Shuo spoke earnestly, completely ignoring Shi Shuo's murderous glare. Exactly. Master said he was waiting for his destined woman, and it seems that woman is you, master's wife. Qianchi continued the fabrication without batting an eye. Grandmaster also said that if that woman appeared, he would love her for a lifetime. Xiao Tong followed suit. Shi Shuo watched them not even flinch and realized these bastards had already started their game, and he was just another pawn in it. Just you 3 wait. Xiao Tong blinked. Oho, Grandmaster seemed genuinely angry, and he couldn't beat him. Master's grandmother, look at Grandmaster. So fierce he's scaring the children. Shi Shuo. Fierce. He hadn't even laid a hand on them. And they still dared to mess with him. These little brats who sold their master for favor. All those years of raising them wasted. Fire Phoenix listened stunned, then glared at Shi Shuo. Why are you yelling at the kids? They're so well-behaved and adorable, and you still yell at them. Are you even human? Shi Shuo, he must have forgotten to check the calendar before leaving home today. Not only did these scoundrels set him up, but there was also a crazy woman acting self-righteous in front of him. Enough. Had just beat them all up. Shi Shuo snatched the large blade from the bandit leader and glared menacingly at Shi Shuo and the others. Children, this is your master's love for you. Run. Seeing Shi Jun's smile, Shi Shuo knew the game was over. Li Tai watched them chase and dodge with dizzying speed, feeling utterly bewildered. These people, they were the ones who volunteered to be captive husbands, and now they were causing chaos. As for him and Wei Zheng, they'd better just watch the show and avoid drawing trouble. Being a spectator was fine, but to his surprise, Shi Shuo was the first to be caught tied up and tossed over. Not only was Li Tai shocked, but even Wei Zheng was stunned. Shi Shuo's strength was considerable. Even Cheng Yaojin was no match for him. And now he was tied up just like that. By strength ranking, Xiao Tong should have been the first caught. Soon after, Qianchi was dragged over as well. Wei Zheng noticed the trick and quickly pulled Li Tai aside. As a spectator, one must find the safest spot to Fire Phoenix hadn't expected Shi Junza to be so powerful, carrying that large blade, and still able to lift a person with one hand. It was clear he had martial arts skills. You're qualified to be my husband. What's your name? Husband. Shi Junza smirked, pointing the large blade at her. You've got it wrong. I'm here to be the Mountain King. Before anyone could react, Qianchi went straight for his target and kicked him. Shi Shuo casually struggled the ropes falling off and turned to deal with the bandit leader. Greetings, everyone. Could you do me a favor and tell me where your treasure vault is? Isn't that a bit improper? Qianchi hadn't expected Shi Shuo to be so direct. He was practically a bandit among bandits. Was I too subtle? Shi Shuo kicked the bandit leader flat with one blow. Come on, tell me, where did you stash all the loot? If you don't talk, you'll burn this bandit den to the ground today. Qianchi, is that what I meant? I didn't even know that myself. Huafeng never anticipated that within her den, including herself, there were at least over 30 experts, yet they were all easily taken down by just 3 individuals. Moreover, they were bound by them. Who exactly are you? Who are we? Shi Junza smiled at her. This woman had just attempted to pounce on him without considering her own appearance. Shuo dear, why don't you tell her who we are? Shi Shuo was pouring tea while Xiao Tong stood behind him, massaging his back and shoulders, looking quite pleased. Shi Shuo looked at him and gritted his teeth. No matter how much he was unwilling, he had to endure it. After all, he had injured himself during the earlier fight, and now he was no match for Shi Junza. I am a renowned divine physician from Chang'an, personally bestowed with the title of a 5th-rank county lord by the emperor. I am here on an envoy mission to Tubo, and this is my master, also the envoy officer. Huafeng was taken aback by his words, glaring at the bandit leader. It was one thing to capture officials, but capturing an envoy officer was no small matter. How could they have caught a renowned divine physician from Chang'an? How many divine physicians could there be in Chang'an? Not only did they capture a divine physician, but they also brought back the most troublesome one. No wonder her eyelids had been twitching today. Oh, it turned out they had invited a harbinger of disaster. Dr. Shi, there must be a misunderstanding here. How about we discuss this? I won't discuss anything. I want to play here and make some money. You see that scoundrelly Shimin has sent me on this mission without providing any travel expenses. Without money, I have no desire to move, you understand, right? Shi Junza nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. He liked Shi Shuo the way he handled things so audacious. At least Shuo understands things, knowing to use money instead of his own family's. No way. Huafeng didn't even think and directly refused. That money was her lifeline. Without money, how could she support her brothers? Without money, how could these brothers still respect her? So whatever it took, these people could not take away her money. If you want the money, you must agree to one condition, and then he'll tell you. What condition? For your master to marry me. Shi Shuo rubbed his nose, looked at Shi Junza, then at his injured hand, sighed. Impossible. Do you think I am someone who would sell my master for glory? Wanting my master to marry you. Dream on. Exactly, you want to make my grandmaster marry you. Go ahead and dream. Xiao Tong looked at his own small frame and honestly thought, although he wasn't injured, he really couldn't win. You should take a look at yourself. You're hideously ugly. If I were you, I would have gone for plastic surgery long ago. To be honest, even though you aren't pretty, my young master's looks are unmatched. Looking at your face, it wouldn't even cost much, just 9,000 coins, and I guarantee you'd be prettier than all the noble women in Chang'an. Absolutely the most beautiful and handsome woman in the world, quality guaranteed, no risk. Why don't you consider it? Wei Zheng spat out a mouthful of water upon hearing this. He had heard such words from Xiao Tong before, but he didn't expect this child to be only 11 or 12 years old. Deceiving people without even blinking. Looking at the bandits bound around him, this was undoubtedly the first time he had seen such black eat black since he grew up. He knew that wherever Shi Shuo went, peace would not follow. He didn't expect that he would have such an affinity with the bandits' den. This must be where the money is, that's where he digs. For the sake of that black cap on his head, he decided not to say a word lest Shi Shuo set his sights on his modest savings. Li Chengqian repeatedly wrote Shi Shuo's few words on the paper, staring blankly at it, not even noticing when Empress Zhangsun walked beside him. No land ceding, no reparations, no vassalage, no marriage alliance, no tributes. The emperor defends the borders, the monarch dies for the state. Li Chengqian looked up upon hearing the voice, and to his surprise, it was Empress Zhangsun. He immediately stood up. Mother. Qian'er, who told you this? Empress Zhangsun looked at the words. Though very audacious, she had to admit it truly. In this world, there was actually someone bold enough to speak such words. This person must have been a ruler. It was Shi Shuo. He asked me to carefully read this passage and think about how I should behave as the crown prince and what I should do. Li Chengxian sensed that Shi Shuo was fundamentally lazy, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the trouble to say these words to make him think for himself. If Shi Shuo genuinely desired the throne, just these few words would be enough for his father to depose him as crown prince. It really is Shuo. Empress Chang'an originally thought these were words spoken by a monarch, but unexpectedly, they came from Shi Shuo. It was truly incredible. He also said that this was said by a founding emperor, urging me to understand how to be an emperor properly. Founding Empress Chang'an frowned, recalling the emperors recorded in history, only to find that none had said such things. What monarch's words were these that Shi Shuo quoted? "Qianchi, can mother take this text with her? Mother can take it if she wishes." Empress Chang'an looked at the child, who was slightly taller than her, kindly patting his head. "Qianchi, mother made soup today, you must taste it well. You've worked hard these past few days. Shuo is on an envoy mission to Tubo, and your father is busy with state affairs every day. Mother can't leave the palace each time. I will trouble you to keep an eye on the tavern. Mother, rest assured, Shi Shuo has already discussed these matters with me." Li Chengxian's face turned slightly red as he looked at Empress Chang'an with a hint of shyness. Li Shimin looked at the endless memorials on the table in front of him. Now that Shi Shuo was not around, he had lost his motivation and felt increasingly annoyed. I wonder if that kid Shi Shuo has caused any trouble, and whether Wei Zheng can manage him. Every day, he just knows how to cause trouble. Suddenly, with Shi Shuo missing from Chang'an, it really feels a bit less. Upon arriving, Empress Chang'an heard Li Shimin rambling on endlessly and smiled helplessly. "Your Majesty Shi is not causing trouble. He is merely being flamboyant. Guanyin maid, come sit here." Li Shimin's eyes lit up upon seeing Empress Chang'an arrive. Ever since finding his empress had been entirely focused on him. He, as the emperor, hadn't even received a glance from her, making light. "Your Majesty, I have something to show you." Empress Chang'an unfolded the paper in her hand, smiling happily. "This?" Li Shimin excitedly took the paper, his heart filled with joy. "The emperor defends the borders, the monarch guards the state. If the emperors of his Tang dynasty could achieve this, how could they not thrive? Did Qianchi write this? The writing is indeed by Qianchi, but the words belong to Shi Shuo. Shi Shuo telling Chang'an these words was merely to inspire him to become such an emperor." Li Shimin picked up the letter, growing more pleased as he read. "No land cession, no indemnities, no vassalage, no marriage alliances, no tribute." He sighed. "Had I known, I wouldn't have let that brat go so quickly." Empress Chang'an smiled, feeling quite helpless. "Your Majesty, it's..." Empress Chang'an smiled, feeling quite helpless. "Your Majesty, it's best not to harbor such thoughts. That child Shuo is not someone you can persuade easily. If he feels cornered, he might just leave without a word. We've only just found him, we must properly compensate him." Li Shimin clenched his fists upon hearing this. Though he felt immense sorrow for Shuo's experiences, he was indeed not their child. Shuo was merely borrowing the Bodhi's awakening. It was impossible for him to have no grievances in his heart. How was he to convey this to Guanyin? Was he truly to tell her that their son had long since departed? Guanyin could not accept such a blow now. It would be better to let Shuo live in place of that child. "All right, we must properly compensate him." It was a bit of a nuisance, rather arrogant as well, yet his presence brought much joy to the city of Chang'an. "Your Majesty, the medicine has arrived." A eunuch approached Li Shimin with a brocade box on a tray. Empress Chang'an frowned at the box, gripping Li Shimin's hand anxiously. "Your Majesty, please don't consume this." Li Shimin smiled and patted her hand, reassuring her. "I don't comply with it now." The eunuch mixed the medicine into water and fed it to the dog confined in a cage. Empress Chang'an looked at the dog, puzzled. Wasn't this dog quite robust before? Why does it look so emaciated now? Li Shimin, upon hearing this, suddenly realized that the dog was indeed different from before. Startled, he understood why Shuo said there was a problem with the medicine, suggesting he find an animal to test it on. Seeing the dog's condition, if it had consumed the medicine, it would be no surprise if it faced a short life instead of longevity. He was fortunate to have been warned, otherwise his illustrious name would have been tarnished. The eunuch discovered the dog lying motionless and reached out to check its breath, only to find it had passed away, causing him to fall to the ground in fright. Regaining composure, he hurriedly crawled before Li Shimin, trembling as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the dog is dead." Li Shimin's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he slammed his palm on the table. "What a wretched Taoist! What kind of longevity elixir is this? Is it meant to harm me? Tell them to get back. If they dare to harm anyone, I will not spare them." "Yes," the eunuch replied, immediately tidying up the cage before leaving. Empress Chang'an, seeing Li Shimin's fury, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't consumed that substance, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Your Majesty, please do not be angry." Li Shimin looked at Empress Chang'an, reluctant to express his anger, but he truly couldn't understand why Shuo had clearly stated that there was no such thing as immortality. Why then had his teacher lived for more than 100 years and still looked so youthful? Moreover, how could they be so sure that the medicine that woman administered would guarantee longevity? So many puzzles, and Shuo explained none, simply slipping away. "Guanyin, do you know? Shuo has attained immortality, and thus I too wish to obtain immortality." Empress Chang'an's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, as Shuo had achieved immortality. How could this be? Your Majesty, how is this possible? How did you come to know? They claimed it themselves, and his teacher is one of the people who achieved immortality as well. Empress Chang'an opened her mouth, struggling to believe that there truly existed someone immortal in this world, and her son was among them. How could she trust this? Qingfeng village. Shuo and Qianchi were desperately searching for treasure. Jumping, Wei Zheng looked on in confusion. Could they really find treasure with such antics? Mister, sure do you think they can find treasure like this? Shi Shuo waved his hand leisurely while sipping tea. Relax, they are professionals at treasure hunting. We can just split. If they can't find it, then clearly only the person who buried it knows where to look. Hearing Shi Shuo's words, Huofeng felt a sudden unease. When she saw Shuo and Qianchi returning in high spirits, empty-handed, she felt a sense of relief. When she saw Shuo and Qianchi returning in high spirits, empty-handed, she felt a sense of relief. As long as they had not found anything and kept their mouths shut, these people wouldn't dare do anything to them. My treasures, how did the search go? Shi Shuo leaned back, casually observing them. Shuo took a few gulps of tea. It might be buried too deep or too far. We need to try other methods. Shi Shuo frowned at this. Are you suggesting we use that? That shouldn't be in this era. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourselves. In this world, only as few know about that list. What is there to fear? Qianchi was somewhat dismissive. After all, he was a gang leader with a mind filled with 5,000 years of history. Living in fear was not his style. Right now we don't have the technology to create high-end goods, but a simple version. Shuo looked at the tea leaves in the cup, hesitating. Yet it seemed that since he knew about it, what harm could come from bringing it out? Moreover, to deal with the Woku, relying solely on cold weapons would not suffice. Do as you please. Shi Shuo didn't mind, he merely wanted to see Shuo's attitude. It seemed the answer he sought was at hand. Xiao Tong returned with a pile of items, staring at the strange atmosphere with a bewildered expression. Was it that he had entered in the wrong way? Why did it feel so awkward? Young master, I've brought the items. Upon hearing the voice, Qianchi rushed to him, taking the items away. Shuo, hurry, come help. I've wanted this for a long time. Hey, be careful. Shuo watched his actions, feeling as if he was courting death. The two of them turned their backs to the others outside, fiddling with the items in their hands. Shuo occasionally said, keep your fire down. If it explodes, we both might end up in dire straits. Relax, it won't explode. Worst case scenario, we'll go down together. Keep the amount down further, or it might go out later. Then, well, just make another one. Wei Zheng and Li Tai listened to their conversation, curious about what they were up to. Shi Shuo smiled slightly as he watched them wanting to go out. I advise you not to. Otherwise, don't say you were sent to Tubo. You won't even be able to leave this village. Bang! Upon hearing the sound, Wei Zheng collapsed directly to the ground, utterly dumbfounded as he stared at the two figures outside the door. Who could tell him that the two people outside, after fiddling around for an hour, had actually summoned thunder and fire? What? Li Tai was also stunned. Could it be that the Earth Dragon had turned over? Not only were they shocked, even Fire Phoenix and the others were bewildered. Hadn't they said they would use another method to find the treasure? To be able to cause such a massive commotion, could they be immortals? Shuo is sensitive to sound. With this noise, he can discern everything within 1,000 meters in all directions. Normally, as long as he doesn't deliberately listen, he's just like anyone else. As for Xiaoqian, he is sensitive to direction. Even if you throw him into a labyrinth, others might not find their way out, but he can. Shi Juan's aside. To be honest, when he first discovered their abilities, he was also astonished. They had truly when the two of them are combined, nothing in this world can stump them. Listening to his words, Li Tai couldn't help but swallow hard. If they were so formidable, how was he supposed to deal with them? Was he simply to abdicate the throne? He refused to accept it. Don't they have any weaknesses at all? Hearing this question, Shi Juanza gave Li Tai a meaningful glance. This man was trying to pry information out of him. How could they have no weaknesses? Their weakness is me. I am their weakness, and only I can control them. Of course, that's assuming someone can Upon hearing this, Xiao Tong narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. Wei Zheng had initially thought Shi Juanza wouldn't reveal such information, since it was obvious Li Tai wanted to move against them. But not only did he speak out, he said it so arrogantly. Was that really wise? It was as if their weakness truly wasn't him at all. Li Tai laughed upon hearing this, scrutinizing Shi Juanza from head to toe. Shi Juanza, aren't you a little too calm? Over the past few months, he had reviewed their affairs time and again. A divine physician with beauties scattered across Chang'an, and a Yama who presided over 100 ghosts in the night. Both were ruthless characters, men of action. If their weakness were women, he might believe it. But to claim their weakness was a man, he truly couldn't buy it. No, this isn't overconfidence. Think about it. Since I appeared, have there been any more assassinations in Chang'an? Has Shi Shuo stopped actively provoking the 5 surnames and 7 clans? The more Shi Juanza spoke, the more he felt he occupied a crucial position. As he talked, he almost convinced himself. Also, do you know why Shi Shuo has never mentioned to the royal family about being added to the clan register? That's all. Hearing this, Li Tai began to believe Shi Juanza's words. After all, Shi Shuo had indeed refused to join the clan register because of him. By the end, Xiao Tong was completely speechless. Among all that was said, only the last sentence was true, which had momentarily made him fear that his young master's weakness truly was himself. He even considered whether to eliminate Shi Juanza. Truly his heart couldn't take it. This man who never spoke a word of truth had nearly fooled him. It seemed this was the true master of deception. No wonder he was his grandmaster. He would have to serve him well in the future and learn a few more skills. Wei Zheng actually believed Shi Jun's words and watched Li Tai warily. But if Li Tai truly made a move, what use could his old bones be? What to do? Perhaps he should send a message to his majesty and ask for instructions. After all, this was Li Shimin's son. If it were his own sons fighting among themselves, he'd grab a broom and break their legs. See how they'd continue their squabble then. Indeed, the circle of the elite was truly chaotic. Each generation fought more fiercely than the last. He wondered what kind of spectacle it would be if Shi Shuo joined the fray. Li Tai cast a deep glance at Shi Junzi, then returned to his seat. Since Shi Shuo's weakness had been found, if Shi Junzi refused to serve him, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. What plans does the gentleman have next? Will you enter the court as an official or become a merchant? This is not the Shi family's empire, so why should I enter the court? Shi Junzi did not miss the ruthlessness in Li Tai's eyes. For one so young to harbor such schemes, he truly lived up to his title as Prince Wei. But he couldn't even conceal his intentions. Otherwise, he might have been able to engage Shi Shuo in a fierce struggle. What a pity, he wouldn't get to witness that scene. Li Tai stared at Shi Junzi in disbelief, momentarily rendered. Wei Zheng spat out a mouthful of water. What a treasonous statement, truly audacious. He finally understood why Shi Shuo was so arrogant. Like master, like disciple, the saying was indeed true. Shi Junzi met their gazes directly. After all, he had lived for over 100 years, oh, what scenes hadn't he witnessed? The two of them combined didn't even match his age. How could he fear a couple of youngsters? The men of the Shi family have no intention of bowing to anyone, nor will they submit to others just to survive. Li Tai clenched his fists tightly. The words were arrogant, but Shi Shuo had never knelt, not even bowed his head. Even before the emperor, he refused to kneel, and no one could force him. Indeed, what a declaration. No intention of bowing to anyone. Thus their negotiations had collapsed. Sir, you certainly have remarkable spirit. Not at all. I can't compare to Prince Wei's many schemes. Shi Junzi flicked his sleeves and smiled as if chatting casually. Li Tai gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and kept telling himself that he had no men at the moment. If it came to a fight, he couldn't even subdue Xiao Tong. In fact, he might be subdued instead. Moreover, Shi Shuo was nearby in this desolate wilderness. If Shi Shuo wanted to bury him, it would be a simple task. Then everything he had worked for would be lost. Shi Junzi, I don't want to waste time bickering with you here. I want you as my advisor, and Shi Shuo and Qianchi must become my blade, eliminating all who stand in my way. Prince Wei, aren't you a little too confident? Shi Junzi slammed the teacup onto the table, looking at him with disdain. I have already said that the Shi family will not bow their heads in submission. If you don't take my word seriously, feel free to send troops to capture me. Wei Zheng, sensing the intense hostility in the air, rubbed his nose and chose to bury his head like an ostrich. After all, he hadn't expected Shi Junzi to have such nerve, pushing Prince Wei to the brink. And Prince Wei had been too impatient, allowing himself to be provoked so easily. Shi Junzi, if you offend me, you will. Will what? Shi Shuo walked in holding a rabbit, not even glancing at Li Tai as he approached Shi Junzi. Isn't this bunny adorable? Steamed or spicy? Shi Junzi reached out to take the rabbit. It was quite plump, no doubt delicious. You heartless jerk. Qianchi dropped what he was holding and snatched the rabbit back. Such a cute bunny, and you want to eat it. No wonder you're still single even after 100 years. Shi Junzi was speechless. He felt like these two were ganging up on him again. What was going on? These little rascals never gave him a moment's peace. All right, what do you two want? Can you let me go first? Fire Phoenix cried out in panic, staring at the sack that had been tossed on the ground. That was all her wealth. Hidden so carefully, yet these two had still dug it up. Oh, isn't this our mistress? Qianchi feigned to start, then pointed at Shi Junzi. Master, that's not very honorable of you. This is your wife, and you just tied her up. What a scoundrel. Shi Junzi thought, if I recall correctly, you two were the most eager when we tied her up. Are you sure it was me? Shi Shuo patted Fire Phoenix on the shoulder, his face full of sympathy. Don't worry, mistress. Once I finish dividing the spoils, it'll teach master a lesson for you. It's just... Shi Shuo paused, making a money gesture, his expression troubled. Mistress, I really do want to help you, but you see my hand is injured now, and Qian Kai's arm is hurt too. At best, we can only tie with master. If you want us to hold him down for you, you'll need to sweeten the deal. Fire Phoenix glared at Shi Shuo, furious. This scoundrel kept calling her mistress, yet he had tied her up, dug out all her treasures, and now all her money was in his hands, and he dared to negotiate with her. Wasn't he afraid she'd kill him once she got free? He was utterly audacious. Do you have any shame? I'm asking you, do you have any shame? Nope. Could shame be eaten? Obviously not. If he cared about face all the time, he wouldn't be a merchant at all. It seems mistress really is broke. Qianchi, let's have spicy rabbit. Wei Zheng thought, didn't you just say the bunny was so cute? Now you want to eat it. Shi Junzi shook his head helplessly. What kind of disciples had he raised? Their mood swings were faster than flipping a book. What a headache. Qianchi placed the rabbit in Xiao Tong's arms, grabbed the sack, and emptied its contents. Shi Shuo, your ears are getting sharper and sharper. It's all gold leaves. We're rich. How could I be wrong? Shi Shuo looked at the pile of gold leaves on the ground and tossed his hair. At most it's worth 100,000 strings of coins. Pretty poor, huh? Poor as it is, this is a bandit's den, not your gold vault. Be grateful for what you have. Fair point. Wei Zhang approached the gold leaves. Shouldn't I get a share? You'll need to keep my mouth shut, right? In the end, Li Tai sneered disdainfully. Fire Phoenix was on the verge of tears, and Shi Shuo, with a single glance, took the largest portion. Shi Shuo and Qianchi crouched in a corner consoling each other. Such was their fate, doing all the work and risking their lives only to get this pittance. It was utterly outrageous. If not for their injuries, they would have pinned him to the ground. Shi Shuo watched them and secretly glanced at his own leg. Lucky they hadn't noticed, or he might have been in trouble. My disciples, come. Since your tender hearts have been wounded, Master will personally make you some spicy rabbit. There are a few more rabbits outside. Let's take them all. Shi Shuo was speechless. Could he take back his words? These two brats knew how to take advantage of every opportunity. Despite his thoughts, Shi Shuo went to do it. After all, they had worked all day. If he didn't move, they'd pin him down and he'd lose the money. Shi Shuo watched Shi Shuo leave, then noticed Li Tai trying to slip away. He turned, smiled, walked in front of him, and shoved him back into the chair. Prince Wei, don't rush off. There are still some matters I haven't reported to you. Wei Zhang watched Shi Shuo speak respectfully, but act rudely. Clearly Prince Wei was about to be toyed with. Should he stay or leave? If he stayed, his old bones couldn't even touch a hair on Shi Shuo's head. If he left, that would be disloyal to Prince Wei. Li Tai stood up, refusing to back down. He was the Prince of Wei. But as soon as he stood, Qianchi pushed him back. Prince Wei, don't be impatient. Though no man of the Shi family kneels to anyone. If you loosen your terms, the old man might not agree, but we might. After all, Shi Shuo and Li Changxian are twins born on the same day, same month, same year, right? Li Tai looked up at Qiancai's smile. He understood now. This so-called negotiation meant that Shi Shuo was also a prince, one who didn't even deign to enter the family register. And their refusal to pledge allegiance meant that even if he became emperor, he would only be a puppet. Are you threatening me? Aren't you afraid you won't return from this mission to Tubo? How could that be? Shi Shuo casually knocked over the teacup on the table. I can make sure you never leave this mountain. Do you believe me? Humph. Li Tai sneered. Don't forget, I am a prince of the great Tang, and you're just a fifth-rank official. Murdering a prince is a grave crime. Is that all? Shi Shuo slapped him, utterly arrogant. So what if— let me tell you something else. It was I who made Li Shimin order you to go to Tubo. Li Tai covered his face, eyes wide with disbelief. You dare hit me? I just did. What can you do about it? Shi Shuo's eyes were full of contempt. If you ask after being hit, you're just asking for more. Since you're a prince, know your place. Stop scheming all day, or next time it won't be just a slap. He'll bury you alive. Wei Zhang watched this drama unfold. He had thought Shi Shuo would show some restraint, but he only grew bolder, even resorting to violence. Impressive.